White-collar worker Li Kang, in a heroic act of saving a woman, unexpectedly finds himself reborn into his teenage years. Thus begins the extraordinary journey of a genius youth rewriting his destiny. Romances from his past life intertwine with new loves in this lifetime, as beauties of all kinds flock to him one after another. Armed with knowledge far ahead of his time, he dominates the business world and builds a vast commercial empire. To protect those he holds dear, he dares to storm the treacherous Twin Dragon Island overseas, battles through the Golden Triangle, eradicates a deadly assassin syndicate, and crushes Hong Kong's most powerful triads. Chapter 000, Prologue. In the provincial capital of Zhongyuan Province, July blazed like molten fire. Even at dusk, the sun refused to relinquish its final chance to shower its fervent warmth upon the teeming masses trudging home from work, casting vast golden rays over the bustling crowds. Li Kang pedaled his second-hand bicycle bought online with a rhythmic creak-creak, drifting slowly along with the tide of commuters. Born in 1978, he had originally been named Li Reform, a name steeped in the spirit of its era. But later, he changed it to Li Kang. According to the dictionary, Kang meant upright and resolute. Li had decided he wanted to be an honest man, and so he renamed himself Li Kang, fulfilling both his own wish and his father's. The name Li had been chosen by his grandfather. His father had always resented it, repeatedly asking to change his son's name, but grandfather had firmly refused. As Li grew older, influenced by his father's constant teachings that a name shapes one's destiny, he too came to dislike Li. With his father's encouragement, young Li unleashed a full arsenal of tactics on his grandfather: cooing, crying, tantrums, and relentless pestering. His grandmother cracked first and ordered grandfather to relent. After a heated, classic literature-filled debate, father and son settled on Li Kang because his father believed his son should grow up to be a man of integrity. And so, Li became Li Kang. Tragedy struck when Li Kang was in junior high. His father fell ill and died. The blow devastated the family. Because of this, Li Kang abandoned his dream of attending high school and university. Instead, he enrolled in a teacher's college. After graduation, he became a rural middle school teacher, later earning an associate degree through part-time study. Human obsession is a powerful force. For Li Kang, that obsession was his unfulfilled dream of university. Driven by this longing, in the 7th year of his teaching career, he made a bold decision. He quit his job and moved to the provincial capital to start anew. Heaven rewards the diligent. After 4 years of relentless struggle, he completed his master's degree at Zhongyuan University, the city's most prestigious institution. To outsiders, this was nothing short of a miracle. He had self-studied the entire undergraduate computer science curriculum, normally requiring years of effort in just 1 year, then scored first place on the entrance exam for Zhongyuan University's computer science department. 3 years later, he graduated with honors after delivering an outstanding thesis defense. But fate is fickle and rarely kind. Just as Li Kang neared graduation and began job hunting, the global financial crisis erupted. Companies slashed hiring and laid off staff. Li Kang and his classmates were left stranded in the wreckage. Now, Li Kang worked at a small IT firm, providing information consulting and system development services to government offices and enterprises. With no active projects, he received only a meager base salary each month. That afternoon, as office chatter about personal income tax grew lively, his desk neighbor, Xiao Tao, suddenly remarked, "Honestly, this discussion is pointless. With our salaries, we don't even pay income tax. We don't qualify to talk about it." Silence fell. Everyone bowed their heads and returned to their work. Li Kang's good mood evaporated instantly. He lost all interest in the tedious document on his screen and instead opened QQ, striking up a flirtatious chat with an online girl. Time drags during work but flies when you're flirting, even if you have no idea whether the person typing sweet nothings on the other end is actually a girl or even human. Before he knew it, quitting time arrived. Li Kang didn't linger. He hopped on his bike and rode off. At last, the sun tired of pouring its passion onto the mortal world and sank gracefully behind the hills. By the time Li Kang reached his rented room, night had fallen. He peeled off his stifling work uniform, took a cold shower, changed into cheap shorts and a tank top bought from a 361 discount store, grabbed his wallet, and headed out to buy groceries. His neighborhood bordered a lively market convenient for daily life. Wandering through the bustling stalls, he paused occasionally to check prices, savoring this rare, fleeting moment of ease. "Hey, boss lady, how much for potatoes per jean?" Li Kang stopped at a familiar stall, planning to make vinegar-fried shredded potatoes for dinner. "You've got an eye for quality," replied the vendora woman about his age, quite attractive, who knew him well from his frequent visits. "Just got these in this afternoon." Look how fresh. Some are huge 5 or 6 gene each. Only 1.10 per gene. Prices keep rising. How are we supposed to live? Li Kang grumbled. He took the plastic bag she offered and dropped in 2 potatoes, then handed them back for weighing. Suddenly crash. Bang. Screech. A chaotic uproar erupted behind him. Watch out. A woman screamed. Li Kang turned and saw a black BYD F0 microcar careening straight toward the vegetable stand. In a split second, he lunged forward and tackled the frozen and terror vendor. They tumbled sideways like rolling gourds just as the car smashed into the stall, sending wooden planks and potatoes flying. Ah! The vendor shrieked. Her ear-splitting scream rattled Li Kang's brain, then something heavy slammed into the back of his head. Through blurred vision, he saw a massive potato easily 5 or 6 gene roll from his skull to the ground, and then everything went black. The next day, Zhongyuan Daily Province's top-selling newspaper ran a front-page story titled, "Hero Emerges Again. White-collar worker saves beauty." It recounted how, the previous afternoon, a drunk driver in a BYD F0 had gone on a rampage through the market, and a young IT professional had heroically shielded a vendor only to suffer fatal injuries en route to the hospital. The story spread like wildfire across national newspapers and major portals. Overnight, Li Kang was hailed as the handsomest IT elite of the new era. A week later, city leaders delivered speeches urging all citizens to emulate the courageous deeds of model citizen Li Kang. But none of it mattered to Li Kang anymore. Chapter 001. Reborn as a teenager. Ah, damn you potato! Li Kang yelled, bolting upright in bed. Where am I? Wasn't I just knocked out by a giant potato in the market? What is this place? He looked around. He was in a large room divided into 2 sections. In the northwest corner stood a big double bed was lying on it. To the east sat a writing desk lit by a lamp. Under its glow, a short-haired boy in a yellow autumn undershirt and blue pants turned from his studies, staring at Li Kang in astonishment. Xiao Kang, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? The boy asked. Li Kang shook his dazed head. The room felt oddly familiar, like the one head shared during junior high. And the boy, he looked familiar too. Are you Junzi? Li Kang ventured. Ha! Did the nightmare scramble your brains? Who else would I be but Junzi? The boy stood, walked over, and gave Li Kang's shoulder a playful slap. Hey, yeah, I'm a bit confused. It's fine now. Go back to studying. What time is it? Almost midnight. Just 2 or 3 problems left, then he'll sleep. Got it. Li Kang lay back down, but inside, his mind roared like a storm. I've been reborn. This is my old room from junior high. That boy is my jummy classmate. We both lived here with my aunt because neither of us boarded at school. Is this real? Or did I read too many reincarnation novels and hallucinate? Junzi, what grade are we in? You really got scared silly, didn't you? 8th grade. This afternoon, we were held back and transferred into Tianfeng's class. They stuck us in the back corner. You said you were upset and didn't want to study, just go to bed early. But seriously, did a dream freak you out this bad, Xiao Kang? What year is it? Li Kang pressed. 1991. You really lost it, you forgot the year. Pinch me, Junzi. I feel like I'm dreaming. Nothing feels real. Don't be silly. Just sleep. You'll be fine tomorrow. No really pinch me. Ugh, fine. Junzi sighed, came over, and dug his fingers hard into Li Kang's arm. Youch! Li Kang flinched violently. That hurt. You really pinched me. You asked for it, don't blame me. Junzi returned to his desk, bent over his homework, ignoring him. Li Kang flopped back onto the bed, heart pounding. I'm not dreaming. I've truly been reborn. Holy hell, I've really been reborn. Oh heavens. Earth, almighty sky, you've finally opened your eyes. You've given me a second chance. Waha! He trembled with exhilaration. Xiao Kang, should I call a doctor? You're shaking like you're sick. Junzi turned, worried. I know I'm fine. Study. I'm sleeping. Li Kang snapped out his fantasy, cheeks burning. Fortunately, the dim light hid his blush. Truth be told, it was embarrassing. Li Kang prided himself on being a quick learner except for whistling. From elementary school through 8th grade, had failed to master it, enduring endless teasing. Not until 9th grade, after vowing, I want rest until I learn it. And swelling his cheeks from overblowing, did he finally succeed. Okay, but if you feel unwell, say something. Don't tough it out, Junzi said, turning back to his books. Shaken from his daydream, Li Kang couldn't lie still. He got up and stepped into the courtyard. The sky was clear, a full moon hanging high. Suddenly, tears welled in his eyes. He clenched his fists, then hurried to the toilet. Damn, I really had to go. After relieving himself, he touched his smooth, youthful face and examined his thin arms and legs. He stood about 1.6 meters tall, still boyishly frail, even down there not a single hair yet. That stung a little. Standing in the yard, He effortlessly lifted his leg over his head in a perfect standing splitus skill from childhood. Back then, his flexibility was legendary. But as an adult, sedentary life had rusted his body. By his death, he could barely touch his toes. Had often sworn, "If I ever get reborn, they'll never let my body decay again." Now, he finally had that chance. Remembering his triumphant stream in the toilet, a line popped into his head. Back in my prime, I could pee 2 zhang against the wind. Now, I pee into my own shoe even with the wind at my back. Well, he grinned, no more peeing in my shoes. Now I can hit 3 zhang against the wind. Whistling proudly, he strutted back inside and climbed into bed. "When did you learn to whistle?" "You couldn't do it this afternoon," Junzi said, astonished. After that nightmare, I just figured it out," Li Kang stammered, face flaming again. "Huh, you've been acting weird all night, not just from a dream. What's going on?" "Nothing." "All right, sleep well. We've got morning runs tomorrow. Can't be late," heard the new homeroom teacher strict. "He punishes tardiness hard." "I know," Li Kang said quietly. "No," he thought bitterly. "I remember it like it was branded into my bones." In his past life, right after being held back, he once overslept and skipped morning exercise in study hall. Teacher Tianfeng caught him and made him run 1 full hour around the track. Li Kang never missed another session till graduation. Junzi, being obedient, had gone alone that day and escaped punishment. Darkness settled. Only the soft, steady breaths of 2 boys filled the room. Junzi, Li Kang whispered, "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Ma Jun rolled over already fast asleep. Li Kang sighed, "Never mind." And soon, he too drifted into slumber. Chapter 002. The school. The shrill sound of the alarm bell pierced the tranquility, rousing 2 slumbering youths from their dreams. "Damn the company and the blood-sucking boss," Li Peng murmured as he opened his bleary eyes, reaching for his clothes to don. As he held the garment in his hands, memories flooded back of a time when he would no longer have to endure the grind of work. The attire in his grasp was a moon-white autumn shirt adorned with dark stripes, a piece steeped in history. His father had once spotted this shirt at a temple fair in Phoenix Village, and, finding it both appealing and affordable, purchased 3 for Li Peng, allowing him to rotate through them. The unfortunate consequence of this was that to his classmates, Li Peng appeared to wear the same shirt perpetually. He often lamented this to his father, yet now, the memory felt achingly dear, for after his father passed away during his 3rd year of junior high, the opportunity to wear the clothes his father had bought him vanished forever. "Dad," Li Peng whispered softly, quickly slipping the shirt over his head. Once dressed, he ventured into the courtyard, splashing water on his face from the garden hose, instantly revitalizing his spirits. He performed a few high knees in the open space, stretched his arms, and returned indoors, only to find Ma Jun fully dressed, staring at him in astonishment. "Xiaopeng, I sensed something was amiss yesterday. After 2 years of living together. Today is the first time you've risen before me and even washed your face." "You never wash your face in the morning," Ma Jun exclaimed. "Huh. This is what happens when one is held back. From this day forth, I shall embark on a journey as a brand new middle school student," Li Peng defended himself. He decided to keep the bizarre occurrence of his rebirth to himself, knowing that belief in such a tale required the conviction of others. Seated at his bedside, Li Peng awaited Ma Jun to finish washing up. Once both had gathered their school bags, they set off together on their bicycles toward school. Li Peng and Ma Jun did not reside on campus. Instead, they lodged at the home of Li Peng's granddaughter. Each morning, they departed at 5 o'clock and returned at 8:30 in the evening after evening study sessions, seldom returning in between. Li Peng's granddaughter's home lay to the west of the school, approximately a kilometer away, and they quickly arrived at the school on their bicycles. The junior high school Li Peng attended was the only key institution in Phoenix Township, Shangyang County, Central Plains Province. Unlike the later system where any student could enter junior high regardless of their performance, at that time, admission was contingent upon examination results and rankings. Li Peng had been enrolled in 1989, a year when only 2 out of 50 classmates from his village's primary school gained admission as regular students, with 5 others classified as high-priced students. The latter category was required to pay an additional 50 yuan in tuition each semester, a considerable sum for an average family in Li Peng's hometown, resulting in only 2 of the 5 high-priced students choosing to attend junior high, while the remaining 3 dropped out. In such an environment, having a child accepted into the township junior high was a matter of great pride for any family. Li Peng distinctly recalls the moment the news of his acceptance spread through the village, prompting his well-meaning father to celebrate by spending money to host a film screening. Reveling in the joy of the occasion, Li Kang's father held stringent expectations regarding his academic pursuits. Coupled with Li Kang's innate intelligence, he consistently ranked among the top 3 students at the village primary school. However, Upon transitioning to junior high, the distance to the town school rendered Li Kang's father less able to oversee his studies, resulting in a decline in discipline compared to his primary school years. Consequently, Li Kang transformed from a model student in his teacher's eyes to a mischievous troublemaker, with his grades plummeting to the point that by the time he was due to advance to the third year of junior high, his average scores had fallen below passing. Faced with this predicament, Li Kang's father, after administering a severe reprimand, decided to have him repeat the year in hopes that he would catch up and secure a spot in a reputable school upon graduation. In his previous life, Li Kang did indeed strive harder after being held back, ultimately gaining admission to the second normal school of Shenyang with the highest marks in the county. However, this determination only arose after the misfortunes that befell his family, particularly following his father's death, which had left an indelible ache in Li Kang's heart. As Li Kang walked alongside Ma Jun into the familiar campus from his memories of the past, he gazed at the students passing by, some familiar and others not. He silently vowed, "I, Li Kang, have returned. From this day forth, I shall astonish all who know me. I am no longer the naive youth I once was. I have returned as one who has traversed 30 years of life. Father, in this life, I shall not allow you to harbor regrets, nor shall I permit you to depart from me and mother in such a manner." A sharp whistle jolted Li Kang from his reverie. It was the physical education teacher summoning students from each class to assemble. Li Kang and Ma Jun hurriedly secured their bicycles in the rack and rushed to join their classmates. Li Kang was in class 21, a unique designation in the rural school system, where classes were numbered sequentially rather than by grade and section. After having repeated a year, he found himself in class 21, having previously been in class 19. This was the first time Li Kang and Ma Jun were attending class after being held back, so they stood at the end of the line. "Li Kang, come and line up here," called their homeroom teacher, Tianfeng, spotting Li Kang and Ma Jun. Due to Li Kang's shorter stature, Tianfeng directed him to the third row of the boys' lineup. Ma Jun, being quite tall, was allowed to stand at the back without further arrangement. "Hi, I'm Li Ming. You're new here, right? I was absent yesterday afternoon, so I missed school. Nice to meet you. What's your name?" A fair-skinned, quiet boy greeted Li Kang with a smile. As Li Kang looked at the youthful and spirited Li Ming before him, he recalled the weathered visage that life would etch upon him in the years to come. Upon graduating from junior high, Li Ming, like Li Kang, had aspired to enroll in a normal school but was unsuccessful. He subsequently chose to repeat the year, eventually gaining admission to a mediocre 5-year college in the provincial capital. After graduating, he struggled to find employment, ultimately resorting to selling vegetables in the town of Phoenix Township to make a living. "Li Kang," he replied with a smile. "We're from the same hometown, then. Let's help each other out with our studies," Li Ming suggested. "Absolutely, we shall support one another," Li Kang affirmed. After the physical education teacher Lu Bao ensured all the students were present, he directed each class to commence the morning exercises. This marked Li Pang's first morning routine since his rebirth. Upon completing the exercises, the sky brightened, and Li Pang entered the classroom alongside his classmates. He did not forget his assigned seat and promptly made his way there, sitting down to casually leaf through his textbook while surveying his classmates. In class 21, the seating arrangement was determined by academic performance. As the homeroom teacher Tianfeng would say, those with poor grades lacked the privilege of occupying the better seats. Consequently, the last 3 rows of the classroom became the domain of the boys, with Li Pang and Ma Jun, the 2 repeat students, relegated to opposite corners of the final row. The middle of the third row was perpetually occupied by the top 3 students in the class. One of them was Wang Lingling, who had maintained her status as the top student since her enrollment. Li Pang recalled that upon his arrival in this class, a fellow student had informed him that Wang Lingling had consistently secured first place in all examinations, and if anyone surpassed her, they would claim the title of the top student in the grade. "Wang Lingling," Li Pang murmured, pondering the complexities surrounding this beautiful girl. Wang Lingling was the youngest daughter of the village's educational director, known for her diligence and exceptional academic performance. Under her father's guidance, she graduated and was admitted to the second normal school of Shenyang. Due to their shared hometown, she maintained a good relationship with Li Pang, who was assigned to a remote school in the same village, while she taught at the newly renamed Phoenix Township No. 1 high school. However, their contact became infrequent over time. Later, it was rumored that she had fallen in love with the son of a wealthy local magnate and had obtained a marriage certificate. However, the wedding was abruptly canceled when she was reprimanded for not removing her glasses during a dinner at the magnate's home, resulting in a confrontation and ultimately physical violence from the magnate's son. The truth of this incident remains unverified, but its aftermath was evident. Wang Lingling suffered a significant emotional blow, rendering her unable to work normally, and she took a leave of absence until Li Kang's rebirth, after which there were no further updates about her. Ah, it seems our class flower is quite renowned. She is indeed the top student, far superior to a repeat student like you. But should you surpass her, you would then become the top of the grade, a brash voice echoed in Li Kang's ear. Startled, Li Kang pondered who had uttered those words when the speaker revealed himself. It was his deskmate, Huang Xiaosan, a boy whose delicate features resembled those of a girl. Had he been a female, his beauty would rival that of Wang Lingling. Most who encountered Huang Xiaosan for the first time were deceived by his appearance, mistaking him for a well-behaved student, yet the reality was quite the opposite. In the words of Wang Lingling's father, Huang Xiaosan was the most incorrigible student he had encountered in over 20 years of teaching. Li Kang chose to ignore Huang Xiaosan and immersed himself in his book. Finding the situation dull, Huang Xiaosan turned to chat with his other deskmate. Li Kang meticulously perused all his textbooks, contemplating the forthcoming examination content. Understanding subjects such as mathematics, physics, and English seemed rather effortless for him. However, disciplines that relied heavily on memorization, like history and geography, required considerable effort on his part to commit to memory. He picked up his history textbook and commenced his inaugural classroom study since his rebirth, starting from the very first page. Chapter 003. Astonishment. Huang Xiaosan was engaged in an animated conversation with his companion Zhang Xuanzai when he suddenly heard Li Kang utter a word of exasperation. What does cow mean? Huang Xiaosan pondered, intending to inquire Li Kang, yet he soon found Li Kang's behavior rather peculiar. Li Kang was flipping through the history book at an increasingly rapid pace, and in no time, he had finished it. Then, he closed his eyes, gently tapping his fingers on the desk. Shortly after, he opened his eyes, casually flipped to a random page of the recently perused history book, glanced at it briefly, and exclaimed, "Cow." He then repeated the cycle of closing his eyes, flipping through the pages, and reopening them. "Hey, classmate, what does cow mean?" Huang Xiaosan asked. However, Li Kang seemed oblivious to his inquiry, as he picked up his Chinese textbook and began to flip through it swiftly. After finishing, he resumed the previous actions of closing his eyes and flipping through the book. Huang Xiaosan called out to him twice, but when he received no response, he leaned closer to Li Kang, gently tapping him on the shoulder. "Ah, Huang Xiaosan, what are you doing?" Li Kang exclaimed, startled as he opened his eyes to see a fair face before him. "I was asking you what cow means, and what you were doing just now. You seemed a bit unusual," Huang Xiaosan inquired with a puzzled expression. "Hee. Cow simply means cow, nothing significant, merely a catchphrase. I was testing my memory." Li Kang explained. "Testing your memory? You can't possibly have memorized everything you flipped through in just a few minutes, can you?" "Impressive, my classmate, a photographic memory," Huang Xiaosan remarked, though his face betrayed skepticism. "Nonetheless, cow is quite a good word. I've learned something new," Huang Xiaosan added. "Xuanzai, cow, Xuanzai." Huang Xiaosan no longer paid attention to Li Kang and turned to Zhang Xuanzai, incessantly utilizing his newly acquired vocabulary for banter. "Truth be told, no one believes me. What a burden my brilliance is," Li Kang muttered under his breath before picking up his geography textbook and flipping through it rapidly. No one overheard his words. But even if they had, it was unlikely they would have comprehended their meaning. "Xiao Kang, it's time for dinner." As Li Kang was engrossed in the animal textbook, he heard Ma Jun calling him for a meal. Realizing that the morning reading session had concluded, he set the book aside, retrieved his bowl and chopsticks from the desk drawer, and accompanied Ma Jun to dinner. The cafeteria in the countryside served as a remarkable sight within the rural school. By the time Li Kang and Ma Jun arrived, numerous students were already queuing for their meals, while many others, who had successfully purchased food, squatted on the ground outside the cafeteria to eat. In the 1990s, rural schools lacked the facilities for dining halls, and all students brought their own utensils, having to eat while squatting on the ground due to the absence of seating. The most distinctive feature of the rural cafeteria was not the hundreds of students squatting to eat, but rather the food service window. The canteen in the village comprises 3 meal purchase windows, one of which is designated exclusively for teachers, inaccessible to students. The other 2 windows serve the students. One is for girls, where a long queue of female students attracts the gaze of senior boys. In stark contrast, the boys' window presents a chaotic scene, with boys not adhering to any queue, leading to an utter lack of order. Younger and more slender students can only approach the window after the senior students have made their purchases. This disarray often serves as fertile ground for conflicts among the boys. Li Kang recalls that several notorious incidents of school fights in his previous life were closely linked to the disorder at the boys' window. The school periodically attempts to impose order, yet the results are minimal. Order is briefly restored during supervision, but chaos returns once teachers are absent. The experience of buying food is a vivid memory for every student who has graduated from this village school, including Li Kang. Junzi, shall we wait until the crowd thins before purchasing our meals? Li Kang suggested to Ma Jun. The thought of squeezing through a throng of younger students felt unappealing to Li Kang, who possesses the soul of a 30-year-old. Very well, let us wait, Ma Jun replied. Although he was taller than most, he too was reluctant to jostle for food. Thus, the two found an empty spot, placed their bowls down, and squatted on the ground, waiting for the crowd to disperse. Junzi, are you adjusting well in class? Li Kang inquired. It's manageable, but the noise in the last row is quite distracting. Why do you ask? Ma Jun responded. The last row is temporary. I believe after the midterm exams, the homeroom teacher will move you to the front. Li Kang reassured him. Indeed, Li Kang remembered that Ma Jun had ranked among the top 10 in the class during the midterm exams, though the exact rank had faded from memory over time. Upon the release of the results, the performance-oriented homeroom teacher had moved Ma Jun to the 4th row, while Li Kang, having not studied diligently, found himself ranked 15th. The teacher, Tian Feng, deemed him a student with ample intelligence but lacking focus, thus placing him in the center of the 1st row to keep him under constant supervision, hoping to enhance his concentration. I will strive hard. We must all make an effort. As a student at risk of repeating a year, I know how unappealing it is to be disregarded by the teachers if my grades don't improve, Ma Jun said, simultaneously motivating himself. My goal is to sit next to Wang Lingling, Li Kang replied with a smile. Securing a spot beside her is no small feat, according to our homeroom teacher standards. You must at least rank 2nd in the class, Ma Jun chuckled. My ambition is to be the top student in the grade, Li Kang asserted confidently. Given his background as a former high school teacher and a graduate student from a prestigious university, he believed it unacceptable not to attain the 1st position. Moreover, during morning study sessions, Li Kang discovered that he had been graced with an extraordinary ability to remember everything at a glance. With the potential for further talents yet to be explored, it will be a challenge. After all, Wang Lingling's grades are exceptionally high, making it difficult to surpass her. Ma Jun fixated on Li Kang for a prolonged moment before slowly uttering a response, seemingly daunted by Li Kang's bold proclamations. We shall know the results after the midterm examinations. Let us all strive diligently, Li Kang declared, clenching his fist with a smile. At that moment, the number of students purchasing food at the boys' window had dwindled, prompting the two to collect their bowls and chopsticks to acquire 2 servings of rice for steamed buns and a portion of stir-fried shredded potatoes before returning to their previous spot to dine. After their meal, the duo returned to the classroom to await the commencement of the lesson. Upon entering, Li Kang felt a sudden jolt against his back and heard a sharp ouch, followed by the unmistakable boisterous laughter of Huang Xiaosan. Turning around, he observed Wang Lingling standing behind him, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Huang Xiaosan, who was laughing heartily. Huang Xiaosan, Li Kang and Wang Lingling exclaimed in unison, both casting furious glances at him. Sensing the tension, Huang Xiaosan hastily fled the classroom. Apologies, Li Kang said to Wang Lingling, only to find that she had uttered the same phrase simultaneously. It's nothing. That's Li Kang, right? Wang Lingling's cheeks reddened further, and without waiting for a response, she hurriedly squeezed past him, returning to her seat. Li Kang watched her somewhat naive yet beautiful silhouette, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. Perhaps in this lifetime, you shall not endure any further harm, he mused to himself, before also making his way back to his seat. You must be Li Kang. Huang Xiaosan suddenly reappeared from seemingly nowhere, mimicking Wang Lingling's tone. Go away, Li Kang replied dismissively, choosing not to engage with the mischievous child, instead closing his eyes in feigned slumber. Undeterred by Li Kang's indifference, Huang Xiaosan settled into his own seat, retrieving a notebook and pencil to scribble away. The sound of a bell rang out, signaling the start of class. The first period was English, taught by a man in his 30s named Lu Hai, who sported a side-parted hairstyle and donned a sky-blue shirt paired with dark blue trousers, presenting a rather spirited appearance. After the customary greetings between teacher and students, Lu Hai commenced the day's lesson. As Li Kang observed Lu Hai at the podium, memories from a past life began to intertwine with his current experiences. The teacher remained the same, the classmates were unchanged, yet he was no longer the naive youth he once was. The myriad of joys and sorrows they had collectively endured flooded his mind. He had already traversed those paths, while they were still navigating their own journeys, blissfully unaware of the destinies that awaited them. Perhaps many of his classmates would be altered by his presence in this lifetime. New student in the last row, please read this passage, Lu Hai instructed, pointing at Li Kang. Are you addressing me? Li Kang glanced around, realizing all eyes were upon him, and reluctantly stood up. I apologize, I was momentarily distracted. May I ask which passage you would like me to read, teacher? Li Kang inquired in standard Mandarin. No sooner had he spoken than a murmur swept through the classroom. Li Kang slapped his forehead, realizing the pretentiousness of his actions. He had become accustomed to speaking Mandarin in formal settings, including the classroom, yet in a rural middle school in the early 1990s. It was rare for both students and teachers to use Mandarin. The classmates spoke Mandarin with remarkable fluency, but it was imperative to pay attention during lessons. Would you kindly read the second paragraph from page 20? Lu Hai asked with a smile, unfazed by Li Kang's inattentiveness. All right, Li Kang replied, flipping open his textbook to the designated page and reading the paragraph aloud with clarity. This time, the classroom fell into an unusual silence, with every gaze fixed upon Li Kang as if he were an anomaly, including that of teacher Lu. Once again, Li Kang smacked his forehead, feeling as though he had drawn attention to himself. In his previous life, he had been a distinguished master's student at a key university, having passed the English Level 6 examination, including the spoken component, with flying colors. Such proficiency felt exceptionally out of place in a rural school of the 1990s. May I sit down? Li Kang asked timidly. Ah, yes, very good. Please take your seat. Teacher Lu finally emerged from his astonishment. The class erupted into a cacophony after a brief silence. Your reading was superb, identical to that on the tape, exclaimed one classmate. Indeed. I wish I could read as flawlessly, another chimed in. Quiet, quiet. Lu Hai had to raise his voice to restore order. Li Kang's reading was exceptionally standard. Everyone should aspire to his level, he remarked, casting a peculiar glance in Li Kang's direction. All the students regarded Li Kang with envy, and a sense of pride surged within him, especially under the gaze of a particularly beautiful and clear-eyed classmate. You are quite impressive. How did you practice? Teach me sometime. Huang Shaoxin leaned in, eager for advice. Of course, Li Kang was more than willing to assist those eager to learn. Look, Wang Lingling is watching you, Huang Shaoxin teased, his playful demeanor surfacing. The class soon ended, and while Li Kang's experience was noteworthy, teacher Lu hurried to his office. Your student Li Kang is quite remarkable, Lu Hai remarked as he entered the office, addressing Tian Feng, the head teacher of class 21, who was busy grading assignments. What happened? Was he causing trouble? Tian Feng inquired. Not at all, Lu Hai quickly clarified, recounting Li Kang's impressive performance in class. That's unexpected. He only scored in the 40s in English before he was held back. I should have a chat with him sometime. Tian Feng adjusted his thick glasses, puzzled. It would be wise to take an interest in him. Students like him are rare. But I must go. I have classes in class 22, Lu Hai concluded, picking up his textbook and heading to his next lesson. The remaining 3 classes of the morning passed uneventfully. As the school bell rang, the once serene campus erupted into lively chatter, mirroring Li Kang's own exhilaration. Junzi, I'm heading home for a bit this afternoon, Li Kang informed Ma Jun. Why on earth would you want to go home? Ma Jun asked, puzzled. There's nothing much. I just want to go home, replied Li Peng. Be careful on your way, came the response. I know, Ma Jun said as he picked up his bowl and chopsticks to head to the cafeteria, while Li Peng wheeled his bicycle out of the shed. Father, mother, I have returned, he murmured to himself, mounting his bicycle and racing homeward with great haste. Chapter 004. Farewell to Parents. Li Peng's home is situated approximately 5 li southwest of Shangyang County, in a village called Taisai, which comprises around 300 households and nearly 2,000 residents. In the context of the Phoenix Township, such a village is considered medium-sized, whereas the largest in the area boasts a population exceeding 6,000. The village of Taisai derives its name from the elders recounting that prior to liberation, there existed a flourishing temple beside a reservoir to the west, which housed a Buddhist pagoda constructed entirely of white stone. Whenever this tale was recounted, the elder would lament how the temple was demolished by the Japanese invaders, who also slaughtered numerous monks. Subsequently, the villagers fled, and the temple was lost. A grievous act by the wicked Japanese. Li Peng recalls his childhood days spent working the fields alongside his parents, traversing past the reservoir on the village's western edge, where remnants of several headless white stone statues lay at the roadside. Each time, he would gleefully climb atop the statues, nestling within their embrace, eagerly awaiting his parents' approach before continuing onward together. Eventually, the statues vanished, taken away by unknown hands, and thus the temple of Taisai was entirely washed away by the tide of history. The villagers could only reminisce about its former glory through the tales of the elders and the village's name. In 1991, there was no road connecting Phoenix Township Middle School to Taisai. Instead, a rugged dirt path served as the only means of access. Whenever it rained, the path became a muddy quagmire, impassable for vehicles. Fortunately, the weather had been fair lately, leaving only dust in its wake. Throughout the journey, Li Kang paid little heed to the bumpy road, pedaling swiftly with an ardent desire to return home and reunite with his father and mother. As he approached the village entrance, Li Kang slowed his pace, suddenly overcome by a wave of apprehension and nostalgia, fearing that upon returning home, he would find it all a mere illusion, a figment of his dreams. Is that little Kang returned? As he passed his uncle's home, his aunt, seated at the doorway with a bowl in hand, beamed at him. "Ah, aunt, you're having your meal," Li Kang called out hurriedly as he continued on his way. Li Kang's home lies on a street towards the southern part of the village, characterized by a typical rural courtyard. The entrance is located at the southwestern corner, while the northern section houses 5 newly constructed red brick rooms, erected just a few years prior. The eastern section consists of 4 blue brick rooms, built by Li Kang's grandfather in 1971, now showing signs of age and repurposed by Li Kang's mother as a kitchen for meal preparation. To the west of the courtyard runs a row of sheds, storing an assortment of miscellaneous items and agricultural tools, along with a barn for livestock. As Li Kang's family raises a mule for farming tasks. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Li Kang dismounted his bicycle and pinched his arm vigorously to confirm he was not dreaming, before pushing his bicycle into the yard. "Father, mother, I have returned," he exclaimed. "Today, what prompted the thought of returning home? Did your father not advise you to focus on your studies at school? Having just been held back yesterday, you hasten home. Beware that your father may return and scold you." From the kitchen in the east wing came the familiar voice of my mother. I yearned to return home for a glimpse, intending to leave again in the afternoon, not to return until Saturday afternoon. Li Kang secured his bicycle in the courtyard and stepped into the kitchen. "Mom," he called out. "What is it?" Lu Jun, his mother, turned from the vegetables she was preparing. Gazing at her youthful visage, which seemed to have shed years, and her lustrous black hair, Li Kang was reminded of how, in a previous life, his mother had aged prematurely due to the sorrow of his father's passing and the overwhelming burdens of life, her face lined and silver strands abundant. A wave of emotion surged within him. Approaching his mother, he embraced her tightly and called out once more, "Mom. Little Kang, what troubles you? Have you faced any grievances outside?" Lu Jun had never seen her son in such a state before, prompting her to ask with concern. "It's nothing, really. We studied a text on maternal love at school this morning, and I simply wanted to see you. By the way, where's Dad? Why isn't he home?" Li Kang swiftly shifted the focus of the conversation. "Your father has gone to visit Uncle Gue. He will be back shortly," Lu Jun replied. Uncle Gue, whose full name is Li Gue, was a close friend of Li Kang's father during his lifetime. He serves as the sole village doctor in Ta Si village and has been particularly supportive of Li Kang's family since his father's demise, earning Li Kang's deep respect. "Is Big Brother back?" came the voice of Li Ming, Li Kang's younger brother, from outside. Li Kang has 2 younger brothers. The eldest, Li Chong, is in the 5th grade, while the youngest, Li Ming, is in the 2nd grade. The bond among the brothers has always been strong. "I just returned. Not even 2 minutes ago. Where's your second brother?" Li Kang inquired. "He's in the north room," Li Ming answered as he entered the house. "Come here, third son, and help your mother with the vegetables. I shall handle the cooking today," Li Kang declared. "Don't be foolish. When did you learn to cook?" Lu Jun questioned her son. "I read about it in a book. A classmate lent me a cookbook for everyday dishes, and I thought it an opportune moment to practice." Li Kang hastily concocted a reason. "Can you truly learn to cook just from a book?" Lu Jun expressed her skepticism. "Rest assured, I will manage well," Li Kang asserted confidently. Having lived alone in the provincial city for an extended period in his previous life, preparing his own meals, he was certain he could handle a couple of dishes. "Very well. Today I shall sample my son's culinary skills," Lu Jun said, seeing her son's determination and deciding against further inquiry, smiling as she did. "Today, we feast on dishes prepared by Big Brother," Li Ming cheered, squatting down to join his mother and elder brother in the vegetable preparation. Approximately 20 minutes later, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. As Li Kang had prepared a tomato and egg dish, along with a hearty pot of mixed vegetables, ample for their family of 5. "It smells delightful." Li Chong, having caught a whiff, emerged from the north room to the kitchen. "Wife, when did your cooking skills reach such heights?" boomed the unique voice of Li Kang's father from outside. "Dad," Li Kang exclaimed, hastily exiting the kitchen, his heart racing uncontrollably. As Li Kang stepped out of the kitchen, he was greeted by the sight of his father entering through the front door. Gazing at the face that had been etched in his memory for nearly 2 decades, he felt his emotions begin to spiral out of control. "Father," Li Kang called out, yearning to rush forward, yet he restrained himself. His earlier reaction upon seeing his mother had been somewhat excessive. Should he charge forward again, it would be all too apparent that something was amiss. Calm down," he silently admonished himself, standing at the kitchen doorway, transfixed as his father approached. "Shao Kang, why are you back?" Didn't I tell you to focus on your studies at school? You won't achieve anything by constantly returning home, Li Jiangguo said, frowning as he looked at his son standing at the kitchen entrance. Enough now. Our son is back, and we discussed this yesterday, so let's not dwell on it. Lu Jun reproached her husband. All right. But Xiao Kang, you must strive to excel this time. I have put in considerable effort to ensure you do not repeat a year. If you do not study diligently, beware of my wrath. Li Jiangguo continued as he walked toward the kitchen. Understood, father. This time, I will certainly make you proud. I won't be mischievous. I'll bring home first place in the midterm exams, Li Kang replied with a smile. In his previous life, he had harbored a certain apprehension toward his father, but now only familial affection remained. Li Jiangguo observed Li Kang and sensed something was different about him, though he could not quite pinpoint what had changed. It felt somewhat peculiar. If you can secure first place, I shall reward you handsomely. But enough of that. I caught a whiff of something delightful from afar. Let us see what your mother has cooked. It smells wonderful. Ha ha, he chuckled. The dishes were prepared by Xiao Kang. I merely washed the vegetables and rolled the noodles, Lu Jun corrected him. Really? Xiao Kang has grown up. When did you learn to cook? Li Jiangguo inquired, astonished. I learned from books, Li Kang replied, scratching his head with a smile. Well done, my dear wife. Quickly, let us prepare the noodles. It's time to eat. Sons, grab your bowls and wait for the noodles. Li Jiangguo said joyfully. What did Lao Gui say? Lu Jun asked as she placed the noodles into the pot. Awaiting them to cook. Nothing serious, just a bit of enteritis. A little medication will suffice, Li Jiangguo answered. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the couple's conversation. Turning to look, they found Li Kang pale-faced, the bowl in his hands shattered on the ground. Xiao Kang, what's wrong? Lu Jun quickly inquired. It's nothing. I just didn't hold the bowl properly, and it broke. I'll go fetch a broom to clean it up. Li Kang hurriedly exited. At that moment, Li Kang felt his hands and feet grow cold. That accursed hand of death was reaching toward his father once more. He recalled how, in his previous life, it was at this very moment that his father had begun to feel unwell, dismissing it as mere enteritis and failing to take it seriously. It was not until a year later, when Li Kang was in his third year of middle school, that thorough examinations revealed it to be advanced colon cancer. Too late for any remedy, leading to his father's demise shortly thereafter. Damn it, Li Kang exclaimed, striking a tree in the courtyard, blood immediately flowing from his hand. The intense pain brought him back to his senses, allowing him to reflect on the events of his former life. He recalled that in September of 1992, a doctor had mentioned that had the illness been detected 3 months earlier, it could have been entirely curable. Today marks September 1991. Had my father visited the hospital for a checkup earlier, his condition could have been entirely remedied. Li Pang retrieved a broom from the entrance and returned to the kitchen, sweeping the shards of the broken bowl outside. Oh dear, how did you injure your hand? Lu Jun exclaimed, noticing blood trickling from Li Pang's hand. Be careful. What happened just now? Li Jiangguo remarked before stepping out to the northern room to fetch some antiseptic, iodine, and gauze to tend to Li Pang's wound. Being an accomplished veterinarian, and with a friend who is a country doctor, their household was well stocked with such supplies. Little Pang, does it hurt? Lu Jun asked, her concern palpable. It's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore, Li Pang replied. Did you go to Uncle Gui's to see a patient? Li Pang inquired, striving to maintain a tone of normalcy. I've been feeling a bit unwell in my stomach these past few days, so I took some medicine. It hasn't improved. So I went to see your Uncle Gui. By the way, what happened to you? You seem a bit different since you returned, Li Jiangguo explained. Yesterday, I went to class 21 and heard about something concerning one of our classmates' family. May I share it with you? Li Pang hesitated to respond directly, contemplating how to persuade his father to seek a checkup at the hospital in the city. After all, it seemed excessive to rush to the city for something as trivial as a mild intestinal inflammation. He presumed his father would surely disagree if he stated it outright. What is it? Li Jiangguo's attention was successfully diverted. One of my classmates had a father who, last year, felt abdominal pain but initially dismissed it. When he finally sought treatment for an intestinal issue, it became apparent that it was worsening and ultimately, he was diagnosed with cancer at a late stage. He sadly passed away last month, Li Pang fabricated. Smack. Li Jiangguo lightly tapped Li Pang's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you cursing your father? He chuckled. This is a true story, Li Pang countered. Let's eat. I am perfectly healthy, Li Jiangguo asserted, and after this commotion, the noodles were finally cooked. All right, but father, it would be wise for you to have a checkup just to ease your mind, Li Pang insisted, remaining unconvinced. Jiangguo, it wouldn't hurt to have a checkup while you're in the city picking up medicine in a couple of days. Listening to Xiao Pang, I too feel a bit uneasy. Lu Jun urged her husband. Fine, I will go for a checkup while I procure the medicine this Sunday. It'll put your mind at ease. Li Jianguo replied with a smile. Witnessing this exchange, Li Pang exhaled a long sigh of relief. Dinner is ready. Come and taste the dishes I prepared today. Father, mother. Xiao Chong, Sanzi, bring your bowls. I will serve you noodles, Li Pang said with a cheerful spirit. The family gathered joyfully around the table for lunch. Even the magpies outside seemed to be uplifted by the atmosphere within, chirping merrily. After the meal, Li Pang rode his bicycle back to school, knowing he wouldn't return home until Saturday afternoon. Chapter 005. Dusk. When Li Pang arrived at school, it was already 2:40 p.m. After securing his bicycle in the shed, he entered the classroom just as the preparatory bell rang. Upon entering the classroom, Huang Xiaosan's voice resonated loudly from the last row, proclaiming, Li Kang. Wang Lingling is looking for you. Li Kang cast a glance around and spotted Wang Lingling seated in the third row, gazing intently at him. Just as he was about to respond, he heard Huang Xiaosan's voice echo throughout the class, causing his face to flush crimson, prompting him to lower his head in silence. Li Kang felt a wave of exasperation. Wasn't it just yesterday during morning reading that he had quietly mentioned Wang Lingling's name, which Huang Xiaosan had overheard? This incessant teasing was rather irksome. He recalled that in his previous life, Huang Xiaosan had never jokingly linked him with Wang Lingling. In his past, though he had shared a desk with Wang Lingling during middle school, he had been an innocent youth, utterly oblivious to such matters. By the time they attended normal school together, they were not in the same class, thus maintaining a cordial classmate relationship that never blossomed into romance. After graduation, their workplaces were far apart, further diminishing their opportunities to meet, ultimately leading to a gradual fading of their connection until she vanished from his life altogether. I understand now, Li Kang said with a smile, addressing Huang Xiaosan loudly as he made his way to the third row where Wang Lingling was seated. Wang Lingling, you were looking for me. During lunch, as I passed by the homeroom teacher's dormitory, he asked me to have you come to see him, Wang Lingling responded, glancing up at him with her melodious, youthful voice. Oh, what does the homeroom teacher want with me? Li Kang inquired, furrowing his brow. I'm not certain, Wang Lingling replied. I'll go find out, Li Kang decided, opting not to retreat to his corner, but instead turning to exit the classroom. Heading towards the homeroom teacher's quarters. Li Kang is truly something, not even bothering to say thank you before leaving, remarked a plump girl beside Wang Lingling, pouting. Why should I thank you? Wang Lingling shot a curious glance at her deskmate. You relayed the message to him. Shouldn't he express his gratitude to you? The chubby girl countered. If the homeroom teacher summoned him for a reprimand, would he still owe me thanks? Wang Lingling replied. Well, he should still thank you. After all, you're certainly more appealing than Huang Xiaosan, and he's just a repeat student, the girl insisted. Wang Lingling could no longer tolerate her deskmate's nonsensical logic, rolling her eyes before returning to her book, dismissing the plump girl entirely. That Li Kang must have done something wrong for the homeroom teacher to call him. The girl mumbled, noticing Wang Lingling's disinterest as she resumed her reading. In this rural area, each teacher was assigned a dormitory. Outside of class and break times spent in the communal office, teachers primarily occupied their dormitories, which served as both their bedrooms and offices. The school did not mandate that every teacher work exclusively in the communal office during official hours. Located over 20 meters west of Class 21's classroom was a row of single-story buildings, which had once been classrooms themselves. They were later partitioned into 3 separate rooms, converted into teacher dormitories. Back in 1991, the teaching building had yet to be constructed, and classrooms were still housed in these simple structures. Tianfeng's dormitory is situated in the midst of a row of rooms that have been converted from classrooms. Wang Lingling typically resides with her father, Director Wang, whose dormitory occupies the 2 westernmost rooms of this row of offices. These 2 rooms have been interconnected, leaving only a single door, thus forming a compact suite, a privilege reserved exclusively for the school's leadership. Whenever Wang Lingling heads to class, she conveniently passes by the entrance of Tianfeng's dormitory. As Li Kang approached the door of Tianfeng's dormitory, he noticed that it was ajar. Tianfeng was busy organizing textbooks in preparation for class. Upon spotting Li Kang, he greeted him with a smile, saying, Li Kang, just in time. Could you help me carry the homework? Our class has the first period this afternoon. Let us walk together. Li Kang, unsure of what Tianfeng required of him, remained silent. He found the homework for Class 21 on the table in the dormitory, picked it up, and proceeded to walk to the classroom alongside Tianfeng. Li Kang, I've heard from Teacher Lu that your Mandarin is exceptionally standard. Have you practiced before? Tianfeng inquired with a grin. I haven't practiced specifically. I just enjoy reading along with the television when I watch it, Li Kang replied. He spoke truthfully. Ever since his family acquired a television, he had frequently mimicked the Mandarin spoken on screen. This foundation proved invaluable during his time at the teacher training college. where his Mandarin became renowned throughout the institution. He participated in numerous speech competitions and amassed a considerable number of awards. After entering the workforce, he achieved a remarkable score of 95 in the Mandarin proficiency exam, attracting the attention of other testers present. It is rare for a rural teacher to possess such proficiency. Even local television presenters rarely reach this standard. He vividly recalls one examiner stating that had it not been for the cumbersome review process required for the first-level A grade in Mandarin, he would have awarded Li Kang a score of 99, an accolade typically reserved for central television announcers. Nevertheless, his score of 95 caused quite a stir in the educational community of Fenghuang Township. It's quite impressive to attain such a level simply by practicing with the television. Tianfeng commended. Hee, Li Kang chuckled inwardly, realizing that merely learning from television could not account for his level of proficiency. It felt akin to a rebirth. Teacher Liu also mentioned that your English is commendable, with pronunciation even better than his. However, I recall your English score was only in the 40s before you joined class 21. What is the story there? Tianfeng continued. My English pronunciation is indeed good, but my overall proficiency is quite low. I still need to study diligently. I practiced my pronunciation at home with tapes, Li Kang quickly explained, beginning to feel a sheen of perspiration on his forehead. Oh, Tianfeng appeared skeptical, but chose not to press further. Are you adjusting well to the class? I made a solemn promise to your father to ensure your success, so you must strive to excel. Repeating a year is not a matter of pride, Tianfeng added. I understand. I will certainly put in the effort and not let my teacher's expectations go unfulfilled, Li Kang promptly affirmed. That's excellent. You may place the homework on the lectern now, said Tianfeng as they arrived at the classroom entrance. All right, Li Kang responded. Li Kang hastily entered the classroom, placing his homework on the teacher's desk before retreating to his corner. He was uncertain of what further inquiries teacher Tian might pose, which could prove challenging to answer. What does old Tian want with you? Did you misbehave during lunch and get summoned for a reprimand? Huang Shaoxian inquired mysteriously as he observed Li Kang take his seat. Nothing of the sort. He merely asked how I was adjusting to the class, Li Kang replied, feeling exasperated with Huang Shaoxian, who seemed to think everything was somehow connected to him. Come on, just confess. What's the matter? It's not embarrassing. I got scolded by old Tian just yesterday morning, Huang Shaoxian insisted, wearing an expression that suggested he understood more than he let on. Honestly, there's nothing. I went home for lunch, and when I returned, the teacher called me in. What could possibly have happened? Li Kang clarified. Really? Then what's with your hand? You must have been in a fight. I know you used to get into plenty before you repeated the grade, Huang Shaoxian remarked, clearly skeptical. Believe what you will, but the teacher is watching you. Just be careful not to provoke him further, Li Kang cautioned, noticing that Tianfeng was indeed looking in their direction. Huang Shaoxian recoiled slightly and fell silent. This boy feared the homeroom teacher more than the principal, a classic case of the lesser being intimidated by the greater. During the Chinese class, Li Kang felt a mix of annoyance and quiet pride. After teacher Tian discovered that Li Kang spoke Mandarin fluently, the reading demonstration for the lesson became his exclusive domain, originally intended for Wang Lingling. Although his classmates' envy filled him with a slight sense of smugness, he couldn't shake the feeling of being scrutinized by his chubby desk mate, Ma Wenwan, who seemed to find amusement in his every move. Li Kang couldn't recall ever offending her. After school, Ma Jun approached Li Kang, suggesting they go for a meal. Noticing Li Kang's right hand wrapped in bandages, he asked, "What happened to your hand?" "I tripped while heading home for lunch and scraped it. My dad bandaged it for me," Li Kang explained, waving his hand dismissively. "I'll go get the food. You just wait here," Ma Jun offered. "All right," Li Kang said, feeling a warm glow in his heart and not wanting to appear rude. "Let us go eat," Ma Jun announced. "Let us wait until there are fewer people, otherwise it'll be crowded," Li Kang suggested. "Okay, I'll read for a while. Just call me when you're ready," Ma Jun replied before returning to his seat. After they finished their meal, Li Kang did not accompany Ma Jun back to the classroom, but instead made his way to the innermost area of the school grounds. He found a clean stone to sit on, as the evening sun cast its golden rays across the field, illuminating the youthful figures darting about with a gilded glow. Li Kang allowed his thoughts to drift away, simply enjoying this rare moment of tranquility for the soul. "Have you heard? Huang Haijun is planning to fight the 4 great kings. Someone saw him sneaking a steel pipe into school," 2 third-year students remarked as they passed by. "I heard. But can Huang Haijun take on all 4 of them alone?" "They are a group of 4, another student replied. Hearing their conversation, Li Kang furrowed his brow, rising to jog a couple of laps around the field. He still had a vivid recollection of the altercation. Huang Haijun and the 4 great warriors were all students in the 3rd year of middle school. the same grade that Li Kang had been in before his retention. The four great warriors were four boys known for their boldness and camaraderie, sharing a class with Li Kang, while Huang Haijun belonged to class 20, leaving Li Kang with a rather vague impression of him. The only detail that lingered in his memory was Huang Haijun's imposing stature. Although Li Kang had exhibited a mischievous streak in his previous life, he was not one to seek confrontation and had little interaction with them. The brawl involving Huang Haijun and the four great warriors had caused quite a stir, yet the reason behind it was rather absurd. It was said that during lunch, Huang Haijun accidentally spilled food on the trousers of Pan Wei, the leader of the four great warriors, and refused to apologize. This led to a heated exchange, with both parties exchanging fierce threats, vowing to draw blood from one another. However, this incident had no relevance to Li Kang, who was disinterested and chose to run laps around the field instead. The rural venue lacked a standard 400-meter track. It was merely an open space with an approximate circumference of 200 meters. Li Kang ran 10 laps around the area, and perhaps due to the phenomenon of his rebirth, he felt no fatigue, nor did he break a sweat. He sensed he could easily manage another 20 laps. As the crowd began to thin, anticipating the evening study session, he decided to cease his running. After a visit to the restroom, as he prepared to head back to the classroom, he spotted Wang Lingling and the chubby girl, Ma Wenwan, approaching him. Li Kang, come here, Ma Wenwan called out. What is it? He inquired as he walked over. My friend Lingling is looking for you, Ma Wenwan replied. Upon seeing Li Kang approach, she added, you two chat. I'll take my leave. With that, she made a playful face at Wang Lingling, shot Li Kang a glance, and dashed towards the classroom. You wanted to see me? Li Kang asked, puzzled, as this scene was unfamiliar to him from his previous memories. Wang Lingling mumbled, her head lowered, her hands twisting together, responding in a soft voice. You really are still this shy? Li Kang remarked with a smile, recalling the familiar, blushing Wang Lingling from his past life. Huh. Wang Lingling lifted her head, looking at him with confusion. It's nothing. I just heard someone mention it. What do you need from me? He deftly shifted the topic. I would like you to help me with my English and Mandarin studies, Wang Lingling said, biting her lip, as if she had steeled herself for this request. Of course. I would be honored to study alongside such a lovely girl, Li Kang responded, executing a formal gentlemanly bow with a flourish. Ah, Wang Lingling gasped, stepping back as if startled, resembling a frightened fawn. Li Kang scratched his head, realizing that he was not in the presence of the worldly girls of the 21st century. It was 1991, and his previous gesture might indeed have startled this innocent girl, pure as a blank canvas. Wang Lingling turned and fled, leaving behind a delightful silhouette and two long braids dancing as she ran. Hee. I will have the homeroom teacher change your seat. That move you made was truly amusing, Wang Lingling called back with a laugh, glancing over her shoulder before fully departing. Li Kang was in high spirits, feeling more comfortable than sipping ice-cold beer on a sweltering summer day. He briskly walked a few steps into the classroom. It was time for evening self-study. Chapter 006. The evening study commotion in the countryside during summer. All students gathered for morning runs at 5:30. From 6:30 to 7. There was half an hour of early reading. Classes commenced at 8, totaling 4 sessions in the morning. In the afternoon, classes resumed at 3 and continued until 6, encompassing 3 more lessons. After dinner, 2 evening study sessions began at 7:30, primarily aimed at allowing students to complete assignments given by their teachers during the day, as well as to prepare for the main subjects of the following day. Upon entering the classroom, Li Kang noticed that most of the students from class 21 had already arrived. Some were clustered in small groups, chatting or playfully teasing one another, while others were engrossed in their books, already immersed in their studies. Observing the youthful faces around him, Li Kang felt a surge of youthfulness within himself. Whistling lightly, he made his way to his seat. Seated at his desk, Li Kang chose not to read but instead quietly watched his classmates, savoring a feeling of youth that was difficult to regain as one grew older. Only those who have experienced the passage of youth truly understand its preciousness. While these young boys and girls, immersed in their present, find it hard to grasp, they perceive time as an abundant resource, and the realities of adulthood seem distant from their 14 or 15 years of age. Li Kang reminisced about the songs sung by the Chopsticks brothers before his rebirth, feeling a surge of emotion that compelled him to softly sing along. Youth is like a rushing river. Once it departs, it leaves no chance for farewell. Only a numb self remains. The fervor of yesteryears has faded. Behold the flowers fluttering in the wind, withering at their most beautiful moment. Who will remember that he once graced this world? Have the dreams of your found fruition? Now, all that's left is to commemorate, as time dries up ideals. The true self becomes elusive. Gazing up at the vast starry sky, do you still recall the star that accompanied me? Do you remember the stories here? As he sang, memories flooded back to Li Kang, his father's death and his mother's anguished cries, the astonishment of others when he entered teacher training, the camaraderie with classmates over 3 years, the misunderstanding from others when he resolutely left for the provincial capital, the late-night struggles during his graduate studies, the exhilaration upon receiving his acceptance letter, and the heartache of being repeatedly rejected at job fairs. Each return home, he saw the gradual aging of his mother's face. And everything, the giant potato he smashed to save the beautiful proprietress, made Li Kang cherish the present moment even more. Tears streamed down his face, mourning the youth he had once lost and cherishing the opportunity to start anew. In this life, the regrets of the past would not resurface, and the once suffering people around him would find joy. He vowed silently to himself. "Hey, deskmate, what song are you singing? I've never heard it before," came the voice of Huang Shaosan, pulling him back from his melancholic reverie. "I heard it on the radio and thought it was nice, so I learned it," Li Kang replied, not wishing to claim future rights to the Chopsticks brothers' work. "Are there lyrics? Please copy them for me later." Huang Shaosan remarked that in 1991, there were no products like MP3s or MP4s that we see today. The youth's primary avenues for accessing popular music were television, radio, and tape recorders. During this period, the transcription of song lyrics was a fashionable pastime. Once a student possessed the lyrics to a captivating song, they would swiftly circulate throughout the entire class, or even the whole school. Li Kang recalled in his previous life that he had once copied an entire thick book of lyrics, though whether he could sing a few of them was debatable. "All right, I'll transcribe them for you shortly," Li Kang said with a smile. "Sing it again, it's quite melodious," Huang Shaosan added. "Never mind, it's time for self-study, and the homeroom teacher has arrived." Li Kang decided not to linger on the matter with Huang Shaosan. Upon seeing Tian Feng enter from outside, Huang Shaosan fell silent and retrieved a martial arts novel by Liang Yuxing from his desk. "Li Kang, have you heard that Huang Haijun is about to fight the 4 great kings?" Huang Shaosan turned back to Li Kang after a brief silence. Why do you ask?" Li Kang set down his Chinese textbook and looked at Huang Shaosan with curiosity. "Huang Haijun is my cousin. Do you think I should go help him? The 4 great kings have 4 members, and my cousin is alone." Huang Shaosan expressed his concern. "You'd better not go, if Huang Haijun cannot win. You certainly won't be of any help either." Li Kang, unable to recall the details of Huang Haijun's previous life when he confronted the 4 great kings, wished to prevent his mischievous desk mate from getting involved. "Please don't go. With your small stature, you won't be able to assist, and you'll only become a burden to Huang Haijun," Li Kang reiterated, uncertain whether Huang Shaosan had ventured out in his past life. "Oh," Huang Shaosan responded, falling silent, leaving Li Kang uncertain if his words had registered. Li Kang returned to his Chinese textbook. The class passed swiftly, and since it was a night study session, most students chose to remain in the classroom, awaiting the next lesson. After a brief visit to the restroom, Li Kang returned to find Huang Shaosan absent, assuming he had gone to the restroom as well and thought little of it. However, after 10 minutes into the lesson, Huang Shaosan still had not returned, prompting Li Kang to rise and approach the mathematics teacher, Mr. Zhang, at the front of the class to inform him of his need to use the restroom before heading straight to the playground. Li Kang recalled that this incident of fighting had transpired on the playground in his previous life. Upon arriving, he spotted a tall boy confronting 4 others at the southwest corner of the playground. Not seeing Huang Shaosan, he let out a sigh of relief and found a relatively concealed spot to observe from a distance. Li Kang recognized both parties involved. The tall boy, standing over 175 meters, was Huang Haijun, which was considered quite tall in the Phoenix Township of 1991. The opposing 4 boys were the so-called 4 great kings. Li Kang had been in the same class as them before being held back, although they belonged to different social circles and had always kept to themselves. The leader of the 4 great kings is named Pan Wei, whose father serves as the deputy head of Fenghuang Township. Though not as imposing as Huang Haijun, Pan Wei stands approximately 175 meters tall. The other 3 members of the 4 great kings are Sun Gang, Lu Hailong, and Wang Guoqing, who are essentially Pan Wei's subordinates, wielding his influence to dominate their school. Due to the distance, Li Kang could not clearly discern their conversation, but he observed their initial negotiations gradually escalate into a physical altercation. Suddenly, Pan Wei brandished a long object and struck Huang Haijun, who inadvertently received a blow to his back. In response, Huang Haijun retrieved an object of his own, and the 2 sides engaged in a fierce melee. Despite Huang Haijun's remarkable courage and formidable presence, he found himself outnumbered, as Sun Gang and Lu Hailong circled around the periphery, hesitant to engage directly. Thus, the primary combatants became Pan Wei and Wang Guoqing. Caught in a stalemate, neither side could gain the upper hand. Observing that Huang Shaoxin was absent, Li Peng prepared to leave when, unexpectedly, a shadow darted out from behind a tree not far from the fray, calling out to join the conflict. The voice unmistakably belonged to Huang Shaoxin. Upon seeing assistance arriving for Huang Haijun, Sun Gang and Lu Hailong rushed forward to intercept Huang Shaoxin. Though they dared not confront Huang Haijun, they felt more than capable of handling Huang Shaoxin. From a distance, Li Peng witnessed Huang Shaoxin being tackled to the ground, entangled with the two assailants. Meanwhile, Huang Haijun, distracted by the sight of Huang Shaoxin being overpowered, suffered a heavy blow to his arm from Pan Wei, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the four great kings. Cursing under his breath, Li Peng hastened to intervene, pushing aside Sun Gang and Wang Guiqing, who were mercilessly kicking Huang Shaoxin. He pulled Huang Shaoxin up, exclaiming, "Stop fighting. The teacher is coming." Upon hearing this, both sides ceased hostilities, turning their gaze towards Li Peng, seeking an explanation. I was merely passing by," Li Peng replied with a smirk. "Huang Shaoxin, your homeroom teacher is calling for you. Hurry and go. What's with the passing by nonsense?" "Li Peng, I've never liked you. If it weren't for your uncle, I would have dealt with you long ago," Pan Wei retorted angrily. Li Peng's uncle is the head of Fenghuang Township, which often restrains Pan Wei from openly provoking him. "Pan Wei, others may fear you, but I do not. Be careful, for I might just inform your father about your little brawl and let him discipline you with his belt." Li Peng shot back with a grin. Pan Wei's father ruled with a heavy hand, ignoring his son until trouble arose, at which point he would administer a severe beating. Li Peng once passed by the deputy head's quarters and witnessed Pan Wei kneeling on the ground, being whipped with a belt by his father. This perhaps explains Pan Wei's rebellious and violent disposition, a product of his father's crude and harsh methods of discipline. Pan Wei glared at Li Peng, venomously declaring, "Huang Haijun, you've got help now, huh? We shall see how this unfolds." Without waiting for a response from Huang Haijun, he turned and departed with his three companions. "Are you Li Kang?" Huang Haijun smiled at Li Kang as he spoke. "If it weren't for you today, Shaoxin would have been in serious trouble." "Thank you. It's nothing. I sit next to Huang Shaoxin, but we should leave quickly. It would be unfortunate if we were caught by the teacher," Li Kang replied. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the edge of the playground. Li Kang turned to see Director Wang and two other teachers approaching briskly. Having spotted the three standing there from afar, realizing escape was futile, Li Kang steeled himself and walked forward. "Hello, Director Wang," he greeted. "It's you, Li Kang. Why are you here instead of attending evening study?" Director Wang had been in his office when he heard students shout about a fight on the playground. Stepping outside to investigate, he had not found the shouting student, and upon arriving at the playground, he encountered Li Kang and the others. Huang Shaoxin mentioned he lost his fountain pen on the playground, so I came with him to look for it, Li Kang fabricated. "Is that so? Huang Haijun, what's really going on?" Director Wang, clearly skeptical, turned to Huang Haijun. In his mind, Huang Haijun was a relatively honest student, while the notorious Huang Shaoxin was disregarded. "Really," Huang Shaoxin said he lost his fountain pen during the break and asked me to help look for it. "We've been searching for quite a while, and we're just about to head back." Huang Haijun scratched his head, smiling innocently. "Let us search tomorrow. How can you find something at night?" Director Wang seemed to be swayed by Huang Haijun's sincerity. It appeared that the lies of honest people could be even more convincing. Li Kang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, "Goodbye, Director Wang," Li Kang said, pulling Huang Shaoxin and Huang Haijun to leave in haste. As they neared the classroom, Huang Haijun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for today. I'll invite you over for dinner tomorrow." Li Kang quickly replied, "It's no big deal, but do be careful of the four great kings. Avoid provoking them." "I feel this matter isn't over yet," Huang Haijun assured. "I will be careful. You must come tomorrow, Shaoxin. You must bring Li Kang with you." "All right, leave it to me. Don't worry, brother." Huang Shaoxin confidently patted his chest. The three then went their separate ways to their classrooms. Upon returning, Li Kang and Huang Shaoxin sat down, and Huang Shaoxin rapidly fired questions at Li Kang. "Thanks again. If it weren't for you, those two would have really hurt me. Weren't the four great kings in your class? What are the names of the two who were going to hit me? And how did you know they were fighting in the playground? I told you not to get involved. You could have made it worse." Li Kang did not answer Huang Shaoxin's questions, but instead countered, "Hey, I was just worried about you. Haha, I didn't want my brother to suffer. But you're really impressive. It seems Pan Wei is a bit afraid of you." Huang Shaoxin chuckled sheepishly. "Pan Wei isn't afraid of me. He is afraid I'll tell his father. I know his dad." Li Kang preferred to keep the fact that his uncle was the village chief a secret. "Be careful from now on. If anything happens, let me know first," Li Kang advised Huang Shaoxin. "Brother, from now on, you shall be my brother. I will always inform you first about anything." Huang Xiaosan remarked with a grin. Just read. Li Kang glanced at Huang Xiaosan and chose to remain silent. Picking up his Chinese textbook, Huang Xiaosan also took up the martial arts novel by Liang Yuxing, lapsing into silence. Chapter 007. Push-ups as the bell rang. Students poured out of their classrooms, transforming the tranquil campus into a cacophony of voices. Li Kang tidied his desk and called out to Ma Jun, who was seated in a distant corner. Junzi, let us go. All right, let us go. Ma Jun gathered a few books from his desk and placed them into his backpack, evidently intending to continue his studies at home. The two boys wheeled their bicycles out of the shed and joined the throng heading out. Xiao Kong, when did you become so adept? Your English pronunciation is impeccable, and your Mandarin is equally impressive. We've lived together for 2 years, yet I never noticed this before. Ma Jun said, still recovering from Li Kang's astonishing performance earlier in the day. Yesterday, I had a dream where I graduated from junior high, enrolled in a normal university, and later attended college in Zhongyuan City, only to be struck dead by a potato. I learned both English and Mandarin from that dream, Li Kang replied, unsure how to explain, opting for a half-truth. So, you mean to say that from the nightmare you had yesterday, one can truly learn something? Just like Cheng Yaojin learned his 3 stances in a dream? Ma Jun inquired, seemingly convinced by Li Kang's words. At that time, the storytelling of Sui Tang Yan Yi was in vogue, and many who had heard it wished they could acquire their own unique skills from dreams, much like Cheng Yaojin. Perhaps, Li Kang replied, astonished that he had managed to pass this off so easily. Did I appear in your dream? What did I do after graduating from junior high? Ma Jun asked excitedly. You became a chef, cooking in a large restaurant, earning over 10,000 a month, Li Kang stated. In his past life, Ma Jun had not passed the high school entrance exam, nor did he repeat a year. Instead, he attended a culinary school and worked his way up from an apprentice to head chef. Every time Li Kang returned to Shenyang, he would often enjoy meals at Ma Jun's restaurant. A chef? Ma Jun's mood dipped slightly upon hearing that he became a chef rather than the scientist he had aspired to be. Did you really dream that I earned over 10,000 a month? That is quite a lot. Indeed, Li Kang affirmed. And what about you? What did you do after graduating from university? Ma Jun asked curiously. In my dream, I founded my own company, made a fortune, and married a beautiful wife. Li Kang did not reveal the truth of his past life, instead fabricating a more glamorous future. Making a fortune and marrying a beautiful wife. Perhaps that is one of the goals I must strive for in this life, Li Kang thought to himself. You're certainly more impressive than I am. After all, it was your dream, so naturally, you would excel, Ma Jun chuckled. What about the others? What did they end up doing? Ma Jun inquired further. Li Kang and Ma Jun opted not to ride their bicycles, but instead chose to leisurely push them back home. Along the way, Li Kang selectively shared with Ma Jun stories of people and events related to themselves from his past life. He spoke of Li Ming, who, despite gaining admission to university, ended up buying vegetables due to unemployment and the tragic fate of Wang Lingling. Before they realized it, they had arrived at the doorstep of Li Kang's aunt's house. Li Kang halted and remarked, that is all for now. I can't recall anything else. Yesterday, I dreamt I was crushed by a potato, and after waking up, I forgot most of it. Ma Jun remained silent, following Li Kang into the courtyard, where he secured the bicycle before heading indoors. The courtyard of Li Kang's aunt comprised 5 rooms to the north and 2 to the east. Typically, Li Kang's aunt and her husband resided in the northern rooms, while Li Kang and Ma Jun occupied the eastern ones. Both hailed from Tasi village, and Ma Jun's grandfather, a retired teacher, had once taught Li Kang's aunt prior to his retirement. Thus, when Li Kang and Ma Jun entered junior high, Li Kang's aunt had graciously offered them accommodation. Ma Jun, whose academic performance had always been subpar, had also repeated a grade alongside Li Kang. Li Kang secured the bicycle in the courtyard but did not immediately enter his own room. Instead, he proceeded to the northern room. At that moment, his aunt, Li Mei, was seated in the living room watching television. Upon noticing Li Kang's entrance, she smiled and said, Little Kang, you're back from school. How was your day? This was Li Kang's first encounter with his aunt since his rebirth. She had been renowned for her beauty since childhood, and with age, she had grown increasingly dignified. It was all right. The teacher even praised me today, Li Kang replied, striving to comport himself like a typical 13-year-old. That is wonderful. Since you've just repeated a grade, you mustn't act up anymore. You have no idea how high your father's expectations are for you. I understand. Don't worry, I won't misbehave this time. Li Kang assured her. What about my uncle? Has he not returned yet? Li Kang inquired, noticing the absence of his uncle. He went to the countryside. I doubt he'll be back today, Li Mei responded. Oh, Li Kang said, falling silent as he sat quietly with his aunt to watch television for a while before retreating to his room. Upon entering his room, Li Kang found Ma Jun seated at the writing desk, the lamp illuminated, yet he was not studying. Instead, he gazed at Li Kang, appearing somewhat despondent, as if he were grappling with something unsaid. Junzi, what's the matter? Li Kang asked. Do you really think I'll become a chef when I grow up? I don't want to be a chef. I want to be a scientist, Ma Jun replied, reflecting the mainstream aspirations of junior high students in the early 1990s. That was merely a dream of mine. Why take it so seriously? Li Kang comforted him. But on our way back, the things you mentioned about our classmates' futures felt less like dreams and more like reality. My grades have always been poor. It seems I truly will become a chef. Ma Jun lamented. As long as you put in the effort, you can certainly become a scientist, Li Kang continued to reassure him. Yet he himself felt the weight of his words, realizing their inadequacy. Forget it, Xiaopeng. You needn't comfort me. How can we possibly know what the future holds? For now, let us focus on excelling in our studies. Besides, being a chef isn't so bad. One can enjoy a plethora of delicious dishes daily and earn a substantial income. Ma Jun smiled faintly, lowering his gaze to his book. Li Peng fell into a contemplative silence, quietly observing his best friend, who had been by his side in both past and present. Junzi, I will certainly assist you, Li Peng declared. Thank you, Xiaopeng. You should also take some time to read, Ma Jun replied, lifting his head. The writing desk in the room was spacious enough for two to study comfortably. Li Peng settled on the opposite side of the table. Retrieving a medicine bottle from his backpack, it was time to tend to his wound. Slowly, he unwrapped the gauze around his hand, inadvertently gasping. Hearing Li Peng's exclamation, Ma Jun turned to see him staring blankly at his freshly uncovered hand, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. What is it? Weren't you going to change the dressing? Ma Jun inquired. Junzi, look, Li Peng said, extending his hand towards him. Hey, your hand isn't injured, Ma Jun exclaimed, noticing the smooth skin on the back of Li Peng's hand, devoid of any wounds. It was injured, a large patch of skin came off. And it hurt quite a bit, Li Peng explained. How is it possible that it's healed so quickly? Did it recover in just one afternoon? Ma Jun pondered. I have no idea. Perhaps I should inflict another cut to see if it heals by tomorrow? Li Peng suggested. You really dare to do that? Who would willingly cut their own hand? Ma Jun quickly interjected. Just study. Getting better is, in any case, not a bad thing, Li Peng replied. Upon hearing this, Ma Jun fell silent and resumed his reading. Li Peng also picked up a book but found himself unable to concentrate. Instead, he reflected on the day's events. Today marked the first day of his rebirth, and he contemplated the extraordinary experiences he had undergone. During morning study, he had discovered an extraordinary enhancement in his memory. Though he had possessed a good memory in his previous life, it had never reached the exceptional level he experienced that morning. Everything he read seemed to imprint itself indelibly in his mind, and he could recall at least 90% of the content. He believed that with a little review, it would solidify into long-term memory, never to be forgotten. In the afternoon, while running laps, he realized that his stamina seemed vastly improved compared to his previous life. Completing 10 laps without feeling fatigued was remarkable. In his past life, he could run the same distance but would be drenched in sweat. How many laps could he run before reaching his limit? Should he intentionally skip tomorrow morning's session to allow Tian Feng to punish him with an hour of running, just to test his limits? Li Peng quickly dismissed that thought, as it seemed somewhat self-destructive. Perhaps he would simply try again during the afternoon. Now, he found it peculiar that the midday wound had inexplicably healed, leaving no trace of a scar. Could it be that his rebirth had endowed him with extraordinary abilities? That some divine force had transformed him? Li Peng mulled over these thoughts, yet found no definitive answers, leaving him to accept this explanation. Testing how many push-ups one can do, this time one must truly discover their limits. Li Kang, having decided to cease his reading, felt confident that he had memorized the majority of the material during the day. He rose from his desk and moved to an open space within the room, lowering himself to begin a series of push-ups. Initially, his actions went unnoticed by Ma Jun, as both frequently engaged in physical activities during their breaks from studying, with push-ups being a staple exercise. However, as time passed, Ma Jun sensed something was amiss. Li Kang had been at it for quite a while, performing several hundred without any sign of stopping. Xiao Kang, how is it that your stamina has improved so remarkably today? Is it perhaps due to the dream you had yesterday? Ma Jun, having observed Li Kang's uncharacteristically vigorous behavior throughout the day, was no longer surprised but still could not help but inquire. It seems so, Li Kang replied without pausing. How many have you done? Ma Jun asked. Over 300. I think. It's too many to count accurately. Why don't you help me tally them, starting from 300? Li Kang suggested. Ma Jun set aside his reading and turned to assist Li Kang in counting his push-ups. 301, 302, 521, 522, go on. Shao Kang. 903, 904. Shao Kang, are you still going? 1117, 1118. Shao Kang, you can stop now. Get up. All right, I'll stop here for today. At last, Li Kang felt his arms and waist beginning to ache, and he rose from the floor. Shao Kang. Let us try the standing long jump and see how far you can leap, Ma Jun exclaimed with enthusiasm. Sure, I was just thinking of trying that, Li Kang replied. Performing a couple of high knees and squats to warm up, he positioned himself before the jump line he had drawn earlier in the room, gazing at the various lines marked at different distances. Suddenly, he felt a surge of confidence. With sufficient effort, he was certain he could surpass the furthest line marked at 2 meters and 50 centimeters, and perhaps jump even farther. That 2-meter 50 line was the record set by Zhang Jianjun from Class 19 before Li Kang and Ma Jun had to repeat the year. Although both believed they could not reach such a distance, they had drawn the 2-meter 50 line as their ultimate goal. In a previous life, Li Kang remembered his farthest jump was 2 meters and 30 centimeters, while Ma Jun's was 2 meters and 40 centimeters. Neither had achieved the ultimate goal of 2 meters and 50 centimeters. 2 meters and 50 is not too far, Li Kang murmured, taking a deep breath, slightly leaning forward. Descending into a deep squat, exerting force through his legs, leaping into the air, and landing firmly on the ground. Ah, you've surpassed 2 meters and 50. Ma Jun approached, using chalk to mark a line at Li Kang's heel, then returned to his desk to retrieve a measuring tape from the drawer, bending down to measure. What is the measurement, Junzi? Li Kang inquired. 3 meters and 1 centimeter. You're truly incredible, Ma Jun said, standing up straight to regard Li Kang. Hee. It seems yesterday's dream had quite the effect. Li Kang scratched his head, feeling a twinge of guilt, worrying that Ma Jun might be suspicious. I want to have such a dream too. After that, I want to learn how to fly. Quickly tell me how I can have such a dream. Ma Jun suddenly stepped forward, gripping Li Kang's collar with a fierce expression. All right, I will tell you. Now, walk forward to the bedside, remove your shoes. Lie down on the bed, close your eyes, and silently wish. I want a dream. I wish to become a superhero. Then, as the dream unfolds, you will find yourself soaring through the skies by tomorrow. Li Kang playfully removed Ma Jun's hand and chuckled. All right, you're teasing me. Watch as I unleash the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Ma Jun charged forward, and the two boys soon became embroiled in a lively scuffle. After a while of playful wrestling, they abandoned their books, extinguished the light, and lay in bed, engaged in conversation. Shao Peng, if I become a chef, I will surely prepare a plethora of delectable dishes for you. Ma Jun seemed to have accepted the reality of growing up to become a chef. Then wouldn't that be a cause for my demise? Li Peng retorted. How could preparing delicious food be harmful to you? Ma Jun questioned, puzzled. If you make delicious food, I want to be able to resist indulging, and eventually, I would become quite rotund. When that happens, girls will lose interest. And I won't find a beautiful wife, Li Peng elaborated. Then, each time I know you are eating, I shall deliberately make it unappetizing. So you can't accuse me of harming you, Ma Jun laughed. No, please make it tasty. I would rather become a hefty fellow than remain single. Li Peng responded with a smile. Outside, the moon gradually traversed to the western sky, casting a wash of silvery light into the room, illuminating the two youths who dreamed of the future. Yet, whether the moon was aware that one boy still retained his youth while the other had outgrown it, remains a mystery. Shao Peng, which girl in our class do you think is the most beautiful? The inquisitive 15 or 16-year-old boys were always intrigued by the charmingly adorned girls. Who do you think is the most attractive? Li Peng countered. Wang Lingling is quite lovely. But I ask you, why do you turn the question back on me? Ma Jun replied. Wang Lingling will become even more beautiful as she matures, like a celestial fairy. Li Peng remarked. Is that what you saw in your dreams? If so, could you prevent Wang Lingling from dating that Ho Jun? Ho Jun was Wang Lingling's former boyfriend in her past life, the son of a wealthy family from Fenghuang Township. That won't happen. Wang Lingling will find happiness as she grows, Li Peng assured. Shao Peng, do you believe there are really fairies in the sky? Ma Jun inquired, his youthful imagination soaring. I don't know. Perhaps at this very moment, Chang'e is gazing down upon us from the moon, Li Peng mused, glancing out at the moon as the night deepened. Chapter 008, Rearranging Seats. Ding. The alarm clock faithfully performed its duty, awakening the two slumbering youths. Li Peng opened his eyes, feeling a slight soreness in his arms and shoulders, likely a result of the 1,000 push-ups he did the previous night. Had this been before his rebirth, he surmised his arms would have been rendered useless. Stretching lazily, Li Peng descended from his bed and made his way to the courtyard, completing his morning rituals, using the restroom, brushing his teeth, and washing his face. After finishing, He did a few high-knee lifts, just as Ma Jun, bleary-eyed, emerged from the room. The two boys packed their bags, hopped on their bicycles, and set off towards the village, embarking on another day of school life. As always, the morning exercises, early reading, and breakfast commenced, and before long, it was nearly 8 o'clock, signaling the imminent start of formal classes. Most of the students from class 21 had already arrived in the classroom. However, Li Kang, after having breakfast, chose not to head straight to class. Instead, he seized the 20 minutes of leisure following his meal to stroll around the school, meticulously observing the alma mater he had not set foot in for nearly 20 years since the 1990s. In 1991, there were 3 middle schools in Fenghuang Township, with the township school being the focal point of educational excellence, attracting the finest teaching resources. The campus of the township school was elongated from north to south, with a broad road leading directly from the entrance to the northernmost part of the campus, flanked by towering poplar trees. During the summer, the lush foliage of these trees transformed the thoroughfare into a verdant avenue. Upon entering the school gates, 2 large bulletin boards adorned the walls on either side, updated weekly by different classes, thus becoming a battleground for class competition. Further along, 3 parallel rows of single-story buildings lined the path. The eastern side housed classrooms, while the western row, originally intended for classrooms, had been repurposed into teachers' dormitories, including the accommodations of Li Kang's homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, and Wang Lingling's father, Director Wang. Located in the second row, continuing onward, the eastern side featured a row of single-story structures oriented east to west, which comprised the collective offices for various grades, along with the school library and sports equipment room. On the western side, one would find the bicycle shed and the school canteen. The playground was situated at the northernmost edge of the school. Rather than a traditional playground, it resembled an open field that was not paved with cement, turning into a muddy expanse whenever it rained, rendering it unusable. 2 basketball hoops had been erected on the western side of this area, serving as the makeshift basketball court, while several ping-pong tables made of cement slabs lined the eastern side, attracting students during breaks. In the township school, table tennis had always been the most popular sport among students, far surpassing basketball in its appeal. Scattered around the playground were a few elm and locust trees, behind which Li Kang and Huang Shaosan had concealed themselves the previous evening, thereby evading detection from the fighting parties. Naturally, this also meant that Li Kang did not notice Huang Shaosan. As Li Kang ambled through the campus, he reveled in the rich, earthy ambience that future generations could scarcely experience. He contemplated that in just 1 more year, a new teaching building would be erected. In his previous life, it was only during the last semester of middle school that he had moved into a brand new structure. It was not until the pre-class bell rang that Li Kang made his way to the classroom, only to find his homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, standing at the door with a warm smile directed at him. "Apologies, teacher, I'm late," Li Kang said to Tian Feng. "It's all right, it isn't quite late, as class hasn't officially begun yet. I was just looking for you." "Come inside," Tian Feng replied, giving Li Kang a reassuring pat on the shoulder as they entered the classroom together. Li Kang felt a touch of astonishment. In his previous life, when he had just repeated a grade, his homeroom teacher had never been this amiable towards him. "Everyone, please settle down." Upon entering the classroom, Tian Feng first instructed Li Pang to return to his seat. With the increasing number of students, even the softest whispers contributed to a cacophony, compelling Tian Feng to restore some semblance of order. "Now, let me rearrange the seating," he declared. Once the class settled into silence, Tian Feng dropped a figurative bombshell, igniting an uproar even louder than before. Starting with Hao Longtao, each student in that row shifted back 1 seat, while the last student moved to the left, prompting a domino effect among the remaining classmates. Without hesitation, Tian Feng began the reorganization. Li Pang was taken aback. After the adjustments, it appeared he had no seat, as he occupied the far left of the last row. "Teacher, it seems I might end up against the wall," he called out, rising to voice his concern. Laughter erupted from his peers at Li Pang's predicament. He eventually sat in Hao Longtao's former position as Tian Feng continued with the arrangement. "What is happening? How did Li Pang end up in the front? Wasn't it stipulated that the first 4 rows should be assigned based on academic performance?" Li Pang overheard murmurs among the students. Hao Longtao's original seat was in the 4th row, directly behind Wang Lingling. Now it dawned on Li Pang. It was Wang Lingling's influence at play. He recalled her suggestion the previous evening to have the homeroom teacher adjust her seating, though he hadn't expected such swift action. "Hurry up, class is about to start," Tian Feng urged, as the students hurriedly packed their belongings, creating a chaotic scene. An incongruous voice pierced through. "Teacher, I object." Li Pang, in the midst of gathering his things, looked up to see it was Zhao Hai, Wang Lingling's other deskmate, and the second-ranked student in the class. Zhao Hai had always been adversarial towards him. When Li Pang had previously repeated a year, his performance hadn't posed a threat to Zhao Hai, resulting in minimal interaction. However, once Li Pang experienced a turning point and excelled academically, becoming the top student in the school, Zhao Hai frequently reported back to Tianfeng about him, leading to Li Pang facing criticism. Feeling a surge of indignation, Li Pang thought, "What business is it of yours? This doesn't concern you. Objections are futile. We must proceed swiftly," Tianfeng replied, his expression darkening, denying Zhao Hai any chance for further explanation. Thus, Li Pang triumphantly settled into his new seat, directly behind Wang Lingling, and cheerfully greeted his new deskmate, Li Ming. "Well, old friend, we're desk partners now. Let us look out for each other." Li Ming smiled. "Let us help each other out. I was just thinking about when you could teach me English pronunciation and Mandarin. This is perfect." As Li Pang took his place, he was met with Wang Lingling's warm smile, Zhao Hai's furious glare, and Ma Wanwan's large, inquisitive eyes. It seemed that the classroom would be anything but dull moving forward, Li Pang mused to himself. At this moment, class had already commenced. The first lesson was mathematics, and the mathematics teacher, Mr. Zhang, awaited outside the classroom. Tianfeng exchanged a few words with Li Pang, suggesting they meet after class, before greeting Mr. Zhang and departing. Once the first lesson concluded, Li Pang made his way directly to the staff office to find Tianfeng. Upon arriving at the office door, Li Pang called out, "Come in, Li Pang is here. Come over here." Upon seeing Li Pang enter, Tianfeng immediately inquired, "Is there something the teacher needs from me?" Li Pang asked, "Do you know why your seating arrangement has changed today?" With a smile, Tianfeng responded, "You don't know?" Feigning ignorance, Li Pang replied, "I have no idea." "Stop pretending," Tianfeng chided lightly. "Wang Lingling approached me after last night's study session and requested the change." Li Pang scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. "You've been moved behind Wang Lingling at her request, so that you can assist her with her English pronunciation and Mandarin. Moreover, it is intended for you to learn from her and improve your grades swiftly, so I can report back to your father." "I understand. I will study diligently and live up to the teacher's expectations," Li Pang assured him. Tianfeng was quite pleased with Li Pang's attitude. "There is one more matter at hand. Recently, we have been allocated 2 spots for a student speech competition. Initially, Wang Lingling and Lu Fong from the 9th grade were chosen, but considering the heavy academic load of the 9th graders, I recommended that you and Wang Lingling take part instead. Please prepare a speech of approximately 10 minutes, and let me review it." "The speech competition? Can I opt out?" Li Pang, having participated in various speech contests during his previous educational experiences, found little interest in what he perceived as mere recitations, akin to a rote memorization contest rather than a true competition. "You cannot decline. This is non-negotiable," Tianfeng asserted with his usual firmness. "Very well. When is the competition?" Li Pang conceded, realizing resistance was futile. The competition would take place 2 weeks later, coinciding with the National Day. "The theme of your speech is open to your discretion. This week, draft your speech and submit it to me by next Wednesday for feedback. Now, you may return to your class," Tianfeng concluded. "Goodbye, teacher," Li Pang said as he headed back to class. Just as he entered, the bell rang for the next lesson. After the second lesson, during the break, Huang Shaoxin stood beside Li Pang, winking and grinning. "So, how does it feel sitting behind Wang Lingling? I heard she asked old Tian to change your seat. Come on. Fess up. When did you two hit it off?" "Get lost. What do you mean by hit it off?" "Up to now, I've spoken to Wang Lingling no more than 5 times, Li Pang chuckled, playfully tapping Huang Shaoxin on the head. "Then why did she request old Tian to change your seat?" Huang Shaoxin continued to pry. "She merely asked me to help her with her English pronunciation and Mandarin," Li Pang explained, exasperated. "Will you not have countless opportunities to converse, to share tender moments, and to express affection in the future? Young man, seize the chance." Huang Shaoxin patted Li Kang's shoulder, feigning maturity. Li Kang was at a loss for words, feeling helpless against Huang Shaoxin's antics. "My brother has invited you to lunch. He asked me to bring you along after school," Huang Shaoxin remarked, dropping the playful tone. "It's not a significant matter. I shall decline." Li Kang politely refused. "That won't do. I assured my brother that I would fulfill this task," Huang Shaoxin insisted, his urgency palpable. "Very well, I shall go. But I need to bring someone with me." Seeing Huang Shaoxin's anxious demeanor, Li Kang relented, though he did not wish for Ma Jun to dine alone at school. "No worries, my brother runs a restaurant and can accommodate us," Huang Shaoxin beamed upon receiving Li Kang's agreement. At that moment, the physical education teacher issued instructions for the calisthenics, signaling it was time to exercise. After completing the routine and returning to the classroom, Li Kang settled into his seat, only to see Wang Lingling approaching. She was adorned in a white dress adorned with blue floral patterns, complemented by a crisp white shirt. Her charming smile, along with her sleek dual ponytails, rendered her a vision of beauty. Li Kang, momentarily captivated, recalled the lines from an ancient poem. Her hands resembled delicate shoots, her skin like congealed fat, her neck like a graceful swan, her teeth like those of a gourd, her brows like elegant moths, her smile enchanting. As he gazed at the graceful figure before him, he found himself momentarily entranced. Noticing Li Kang's dazed expression, Wang Lingling felt a blush creep across her cheeks as she took her seat. Her heart raced, yet she turned to Li Kang and said, "Would you join me for lunch at my home?" "Ah, lunch at your house?" Li Kang, snapping back to reality, repeated in astonishment. "My father asked me to invite you," Wang Lingling explained. Li Kang felt a rush of embarrassment, questioning how he had become so popular, even receiving an invitation from director Wang. However, recalling his prior commitment to Huang Xiaosan, he replied, "I cannot, as I have already promised someone else." Taken aback by Li Kang's refusal, Wang Lingling's disappointment was evident as she intertwined her fingers, lowered her head, and bit her lip, saying, "Very well. I shall speak to my father and perhaps invite you another time when you are free." "All right," Li Kang acquiesced. Wang Lingling turned away, engrossed in her book. When Ma Wenwan entered from outside, noticing Wang Lingling's somber mood, she confronted Li Kang, exclaiming, "Hey, did you bully Lingling?" Ma Wenwan was quite attractive, with a cherubic face, round eyes, and a plump mouth, her fair skin reminiscent of a beauty from the Tang dynasty, where such features were celebrated. Li Kang, facing the assertive girl, replied, "You haven't witnessed anything. How can you accuse me of bullying her? Do not falsely accuse a good person simply because you are beautiful." As the chubby girl heard the first half of Li Pang's words, her eyebrows immediately perked up. Upon hearing him call her pretty, a rosy hue spread across her cheeks. Unable to resist, she reached up to touch her round face, and her earlier bravado seemed to wane. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Lingling interjected, "Li Pang hasn't bullied me." Shooting a glare at Li Pang, the chubby girl stubbornly declared, "In any case, you mustn't bully our Lingling." She then took her seat and fell silent. Li Pang observed the two distinctly unique girls in front of him, instinctively clasping his hands behind his head and leaning back against the desk. Playfully, he sang, "The weather is delightful today, quite serene and sunny," reflecting on how splendid his middle school life truly was. Chapter 009. The Animal Teacher. The third class of the morning was English. As the bell rang, Teacher Lu Hai briskly entered the classroom. After exchanging greetings with the students, he commenced today's lesson. Rather than introducing new material, Teacher Lu opted to review the first-year curriculum with the entire class, focusing on consonant phonetics. Lu Hai was a remarkably dedicated English teacher. This semester marked his first time teaching Class 21. At the outset, he noticed that, aside from a few top students, the others had a rather weak foundation in English. Out of a sense of responsibility for his students, he decided to dedicate 2 classes each week to reinforce their first-year English basics, encompassing phonetics, sentence structure, grammar, vocabulary, and more. In his previous life, Li Pang had struggled significantly with English, and it was precisely Teacher Lu's commitment that afforded Li Pang the opportunity to catch up. Lu wrote the phonetics they needed to master on the blackboard, leading the class in reading them aloud twice. He provided examples for each phoneme and then allowed the students to practice in freely formed groups to correct one another's pronunciation. Li Pang was already thoroughly familiar with these phonetics, thus his interest was somewhat muted. However, he didn't want to stand out too much, so he prepared to team up with his deskmate, Li Ming. "Let us form a pair, shall we?" he suggested. "Oh, how about you, me and Li Ming as a trio?" Li Pang replied, not wishing to neglect his deskmate. "Sure, let us add Ma Wenwan to the mix," Wang Lingling chimed in, thus including Ma Wenwan in their group. Consequently, Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan turned around, joining Li Pang and Li Ming to form a quartet for practice. Rather than correcting each other's pronunciations, it seemed that Li Pang was primarily focused on rectifying the mistakes of the other 3. Among the consonants Lu had assigned for practice, 2 or 3 proved rather challenging, leaving the trio struggling to grasp them. "Li Pang, I'm so inept. I can't even pronounce a phoneme correctly," Wang Lingling lamented, furrowing her brow. "It's all right. These phonemes are inherently difficult. With more practice, you'll master them." "I too had to practice numerous times before I got it right," Li Pang reassured her. Indeed, Li Pang is right. With more practice, it will surely work out." Ma Wenwan, who was somewhat oblivious, responded cheerfully despite her own struggles. "Li Pang, can you listen to my pronunciation and tell me if it's accurate?" Ma Wenwan seemed to have completely forgotten their previous banter. "Go ahead, read it aloud for me to hear." Li Kang, unwilling to dampen the enthusiasm of the chubby girl, smiled, and encouraged her. Thus, Ma Wanwan earnestly began to read aloud. Her complexion was remarkably fair and delicate, her lips a charming shade of red, slightly full and naturally upturned, often giving her an adorable appearance reminiscent of someone yearning for a kiss. Observing her endearing demeanor, Li Kang's heart raced, and he couldn't help but think that the chubby girl possessed a certain charm. "How am I doing, Li Kang?" Ma Wanwan inquired after reading twice and noticing his lack of response. "Quite well indeed. You've improved since the last time. With a bit more practice, you'll excel," Li Kang encouraged her. Upon hearing this, Ma Wanwan beamed with joy and promptly pulled Wang Lingling aside to practice. Watching the two as they diligently rehearsed, Li Kang found himself lost in thought, recalling the flutter in his chest earlier. Yesterday, upon seeing Wang Lingling, a friend from his previous life, he remembered her unfortunate past and sincerely hoped that this beautiful girl would find happiness and joy in her life, free from suffering. Yet, what exactly was his feeling towards Wang Lingling? Was it love? He was certain it was not, having lived over 30 years across 2 lifetimes. He could distinguish between love and sympathy. Ma Wanwan, the chubby girl, was indeed quite intelligent, as evidenced by her being seated with Wang Lingling. She consistently ranked 3rd in their class, with grades comparable to Zhao Hai's. Li Kang recalled that in his previous life, Ma Wanwan had gained admission to the top high school in Shenyang County, after which she seemed to vanish from his life. He was bemused that he felt his heart race for a chubby girl, realizing his resistance to girls was waning. He chuckled at himself, deciding to let things unfold naturally. After all, he was only in the 2nd year of junior high. Each stage of life had its own tasks, and it was premature to contemplate matters of love. Perhaps in the future, he and Wang Lingling would spark a romance, or perhaps, like in his past life, they would remain merely good friends. The time for free practice swiftly passed, and Teacher Lu asked Li Kang to stand and demonstrate his reading twice. With today's review coming to a close, there was still half a class period remaining, and Teacher Lu began introducing new material. Time flew by, and soon the class was over. The 4th period was dedicated to animal studies. In 1991, biology was divided into plants for the 1st year, animals for the 2nd, and physiology and hygiene for the 3rd. Students humorously remarked that 1st-year students were akin to plants, 2nd-year students evolved into animals, and only by the 3rd year did they truly become human. The teacher for the animal studies class in class 21 was named Wang Li, a striking young woman in her mid-20s. In his previous life, Li Kang, in his youthful naivety, had failed to appreciate her. He swallowed hard at the thought of her vibrant, alluring figure and slightly seductive features, which held significant allure for a psychologically mature man. It was truly unfortunate that the classroom was filled with a group of 15 and 16-year-olds who lacked the understanding to appreciate such beauty, a true waste of splendor. Wang Li arrived at class burdened by her emotions, primarily due to Li Pang. Wang Li was originally the teacher for the animal studies class in class 19, a role she found utterly perplexing. In middle school, students typically referred to their teachers by the subjects they taught, such as Chinese teacher for the language instructor or math teacher for the mathematics educator. However, she could not bear being addressed as animal teacher. Thus, during her first lesson with any class, she would firmly insist that students call her teacher Wang instead. Yet Li Pang not only privately referred to her as animal teacher, but did so audibly enough for her to hear, often causing disruptions in class that left her exasperated. After class 19 transitioned to the 3rd year of junior high, and with the discontinuation of the animal studies course, Wang Li was reassigned to teach the animal studies classes for the 2 2nd-year classes. She had hoped to finally be rid of the annoying Li Pang. But while in the staff room earlier, she overheard several teachers from class 21 discussing a student named Li Pang. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that he had repeated a grade and was now in her own taught class 21. This revelation filled her with indignation, already in a foul mood. She felt it could worsen if Li Pang continued to cause trouble. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Li spotted Li Pang, who was staring at her with a foolish expression, drooling slightly. This instantly incited her anger, causing her to lose the composure expected of a teacher. Without waiting to reach the podium, she shouted, "Li Pang, what are you looking at?" Li Pang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an unwarranted outburst directed at him. However, recalling their past interactions, he felt a sense of relief. In this life, he was actually several years older than Wang Li, and as he observed her fuming, he perceived her as a petulant little girl engaged in a battle of wills. Amused, he stood up and, fixing his gaze on her flushed face, remarked, "Hello, Teacher Wang. Your outfit is truly beautiful today." Wang Li felt as though she had struck a pillow. His clear gaze did not resemble that of a typical 15-year-old boy, but rather that of an adult appreciating her. This disconcerted her, prompting her to internally reassure herself. He is still just a child. It is not worth my time to engage with him. However, she soon reflected that at least someone had complimented her, even if he was merely a child. Remembering her husband at home, she sighed quietly, her perception of Li Kang softening considerably. With a gentler tone, she said, "Please take your seat. We will commence the lesson now." Though Wang Li was beautiful, her married life was far from blissful. Shortly after Li Kang graduated from the local school, Wang Li divorced her husband, who also taught at the same institution. This coincided with a restructuring of the junior high schools in the area, prompting Wang Li to request a transfer to the newly established 6th Middle School in Fenghuang Township, seeking to distance herself from the source of her sorrow. Meanwhile, after graduating from teacher training, Li Kang found himself assigned to 6th Middle School due to a shortage of secondary school educators, thereby becoming Wang Li's colleague. Due to the teacher-student relationship between Li Kang and Wang Li, the two became quite close at school. Wang Li firmly insisted that Li Kang no longer address her as Teacher Wang, but instead as Sister Wang. One day, noticing Li Kang lost in thought, Wang Li felt a surge of irritation. This Li Kang, having repeated a year, had shown little improvement. She felt compelled to give him a nudge and asked, "Li Kang, could you please share the common characteristics of invertebrates?" As Wang Li posed her question, the classmates turned their attention to Li Kang, only to find him sitting there, dazed and unresponsive. Li Ming, observing Li Kang's stupor and Wang Li's furious expression, gave Li Kang a hard shove and said, "Hey, the teacher is calling you." "Oh, did you call me, teacher?" Li Kang, jolted from his reverie by Li Ming, instinctively stood up and exclaimed, immediately regretting it. He caught sight of Wang Li's fiery gaze and thought to himself that he was in trouble. "Li Kang, you go outside," Wang Li said, realizing that this troublesome student could easily provoke her anger. "Oh," Li Kang scratched his head, thinking it prudent to acquiesce to Wang Li to avoid further provoking her. He walked toward the classroom door. "Come back, stand in front," Wang Li said, immediately regretting her words, realizing that she should not banish a student from the classroom simply because of her own bad mood. Thus, Li Kang stood at the front of the classroom, listening to the lesson, though whether he was actually paying attention or merely admiring the graceful figure of his teacher remained known only to him. Chapter 010. The Old Huang Restaurant. A class period passed swiftly. Wang Li collected the textbooks from the podium and addressed Li Kang, who stood beside her, saying, "Come with me to the office." Wang Li's office was in the 3rd row of the teacher's dormitory. Following her, Li Kang surveyed the surroundings. Upon entering, he noticed a desk and a chair positioned against the west wall. Further inside, a curtain hung across the wall, through which he could vaguely see a double bed. The entire room exuded a refreshing fragrance and appeared quite tidy. After entering, Li Kang stood beside the desk, watching as Wang Li placed the textbooks on it and took a seat. She lifted her familiar yet unfamiliar delicate face to look at him. As Wang Li gazed at Li Kang, she pondered how to articulate her thoughts. Although Li Kang could be mischievous and often opposed her, she recognized that he was merely a 15-year-old boy, one who, like all children, could err and was far from being beyond redemption. Her kind-hearted nature led her to believe that she should fulfill her role as a teacher, striving to guide this somewhat unruly student toward a more positive path. "Li Kang, you have opposed me in the past, but I have chosen to overlook it. Today, I was in a bad mood and lost my temper during class. Please forgive me," Wang Li said, carefully choosing her words. Li Kang had not anticipated that Wang Li would be the first to offer an apology. Considering he had not harbored any grievances about Wang Li's demeanor that day, he responded, "Teacher Wang, I understand that you are feeling upset today. In fact, I was somewhat distracted during your class, which was disrespectful to you. Your reprimand was entirely warranted. Moreover, I am no longer a child. I recognize your genuine concern for my well-being." Li Kang's words took Wang Li by surprise. She had not expected him to articulate such sentiments. As if the person before her was not merely a child, but rather an equal. "That is quite reassuring. I hope you won't always regard me solely as a teacher. I aspire to be friends with you," Wang Li replied. "That sounds wonderful. I too wish to be friends with you, Teacher Wang. I do not wish for you to perceive me as a child, especially since you are not much older than I am. How about I consider you as an older sister? I have never had an older sister throughout my life. What do you think, sister?" Li Kang playfully suggested, seeking to bridge the gap between them. After experiencing their past lives together, he found it awkward to address her as Teacher Wang. "Very well, I shall accept you as my younger brother, albeit with a probationary period. If your performance on the midterm exam does not meet my expectations, I shall revoke this brotherhood," Wang Li said with a smile. For someone who had never had a younger brother, the prospect of such a sibling brought her joy, despite Li Kang's mischievous tendencies that often vexed her. "When we are alone, you may call me sister, but in the presence of classmates or other teachers, Please continue to address me as Teacher Wang, she added. Understood, sister. Li Kang responded cheerfully, confident in her agreement, aware of Wang Li's strong desire for a younger brother. At that moment, a man entered from outside, and upon seeing him, Li Kang recognized Wang Li's husband, Yang Tao. Yang Tao was also a teacher in their hometown, currently instructing 7th grade mathematics. In their previous life, Li Kang had not been very acquainted with Yang Tao, but due to his later relationship with Wang Li, he harbored a poor impression of this man who had abandoned her. Wang Li had been reluctant to discuss the reasons behind her divorce from Yang Tao, yet Li Kang had learned the complete story through other channels. The true reason for Wang Li and Yang Tao's divorce stemmed from Wang Li's inability to conceive after their marriage, which was a significant issue for Yang Tao, the only son in his family. Although the responsibility for conception should not rest solely on the woman, Yang Tao placed all the blame on Wang Li, subjecting her to both verbal and physical abuse. Eventually, after Wang Li insisted, Yang Tao underwent a medical examination, which revealed that his own condition was the cause of their infertility. This revelation should have resolved matters. But Yang Tao perceived Wang Li's insistence on his examination as an affront to his masculinity, resulting in an even more hostile attitude towards her, ultimately leading to their divorce. After Yang Tao entered the room, he ignored Li Kang's presence entirely and addressed Wang Li. Have you given any thought to accompanying me this weekend to the second hospital for an examination? Wang Li glanced at Li Kang before lowering her gaze and replied, having undergone numerous tests at various hospitals, I have been told I am fine. I do not wish to go. Yang Tao furrowed his brow and said, I don't want to go, I really don't. But how can we have children if we don't? Wang Li, equally displeased, retorted, it's not necessarily my fault. How about we both get checked this weekend? Upon hearing Wang Li's suggestion, Yang Tao's voice involuntarily rose. What issues could a man possibly have? My health is impeccable. Have you ever seen a hen blame a rooster for not laying eggs? Wang Li, taken aback by Yang Tao's harsh words in front of his students, trembled with anger. Unable to find her voice, Li Kang, witnessing this, felt an irritable surge of anger and directly positioned himself between the two, smiling at Yang Tao, Teacher Yang. I've heard that even barren seeds 1T sprout in fertile soil. Both Yang Tao and Wang Li were caught off guard by Li Kang's intervention, momentarily stunned into silence. After a brief pause, Yang Tao's expression shifted from confusion to fury, his face turning a shade of deep crimson, while Wang Li, flustered, shot a reproachful glance at Li Kang. They were both astonished by Li Kang's audacious words. You little rascal, what did you just say? Yang Tao exploded in anger, reaching out to strike Li Kang. Old rascal, do you not understand my words? Perhaps you should reflect on yourself instead of taking out your frustrations on that woman. Li Kang boldly retorted, gripping Yang Tao's wrist without flinching. Enough. Both of you cease this at once. Li Kang, this is none of your business. Go eat your meal. Wang Li interjected, alarmed at the prospect of a physical altercation. Li Kang released Yang Tao's wrist and smiled at Wang Li, Teacher Wang. There's no need for you to get checked. If anyone should be checked, it's Teacher Yang. If he fears being called impotent, he shouldn't claim to be a man. Just leave. Wang Li was on the verge of tears, shoving Li Kang out of the dormitory. As Li Kang turned to respond, the door slammed shut with a loud bang, followed by the sounds of a man's furious shouts and a woman's sobs from within. Li Kang scratched his head, sensing he might have unintentionally made matters worse. Realizing returning would only complicate things further, he hurried to the back of Director Wang's dormitory. Knocking on the window and calling out loudly, Director Wang, Teacher Yang is hitting Teacher Wang. After saying this, he dashed away without waiting for a response. As Li Kang reached the main road of the campus, he spotted Huang Xiaosan, Huang Haijun, and Ma Jun waiting for him, prompting him to hasten his steps towards them. Weren't you supposed to have Huang Xiaosan bring us? Why are you here too? Li Kang asked with a smile upon seeing Huang Haijun. I was worried Xiaosan wouldn't be able to find you, so I came myself. Everything's all right? Huang Haijun replied. All is well. Let us go, Li Kang affirmed. Thus, the four of them set off together, leaving the school and heading towards Huang Haijun's family restaurant, which was located about 200 meters away on the main street of Phoenix Village. The restaurant was essentially 3 rooms of Huang Haijun's father's house that faced the street, with a wooden sign reading Old Huang's Restaurant hung at the entrance. Li Kang glanced at the unpretentious sign and name of the restaurant, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he entered alongside Huang Haijun. The Old Huang Restaurant comprises 3 rooms. 2 of them are furnished with several tables and chairs. Although they have not undergone renovation, they exude a sense of cleanliness. The 3rd room serves as the kitchen. Upon entering, the 4 individuals found the restaurant devoid of patrons, and Huang Haijun did not invite Li Peng and the others to sit down. Instead, he traversed the establishment and headed directly to his home. Once they entered the north room, Li Peng noticed that a round table had been set in the living room, adorned with several exquisite dishes, including a generous platter of seasoned donkey meat. After they seated themselves, Huang Haijun called out, "Dad, Li Peng is here." Hearing this, Huang Xia did not emerge, but responded from the kitchen, "Let Li Peng sit for now. Your mother and I will prepare a couple more dishes shortly." Thus, the four of them gathered around the round table, and Huang Xiaosan remarked to Huang Haijun, "Brother, I have completed my task." Li Peng, settling into his seat, inquired of Huang Haijun, "Your home is quite close to the school. What prompted you to dine there? And how did you end up in conflict with the four great kings?" Huang Haijun explained, "That day, my parents went visiting relatives, leaving me without anyone to cook for me, so I went to the school to grab a meal. The four great kings deliberately caused a ruckus. As they noticed the cafeteria was busy, when I bought my meal, Sun Gang happened to be nearby, inciting trouble. He pushed me, causing my food to spill onto Pan Wei, which led to them berating me and demanding an apology. This was not my fault, so I refused to apologize, and thus, the four great kings threatened me. You know the rest." Li Peng finally unraveled a question that had puzzled him since yesterday. Why Huang Haijun and the four great kings typically did not eat at school, yet a conflict had erupted there. Just then, Huang Mu entered the room with a dish, announcing, "Li Peng is here. You all sit tight. Haijun's father will be here shortly." She placed the dish on the table and exited. Within 2 minutes, she returned with Huang Xia. Huang Xia bore a striking resemblance to Huang Haijun. If Huang Haijun were to age 20 years, he would be an exact replica of Huang Xia. When Li Peng and Ma Jun saw Huang Fu and Huang Mu entering, they stood and greeted, "Uncle, Annie." Huang Fu and Huang Mu returned the greeting and took their seats at the dining table, smiling at Li Peng, urging him, "Come, come, do not be polite. Dig in and let us know how my dishes taste." They added, "Since you are all students, we have not prepared any wine for you." Li Peng, feeling a bit hungry as he gazed at the array of dishes, decided not to be coy. He picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of donkey meat, savoring it as the most delectable food he had ever tasted. He involuntarily closed his eyes to relish the flavor. Observing Li Peng's reaction, Huang Xia asked, "So, how is it? Did I do well with the donkey meat?" The taste was savory, fresh, and perfectly balanced. Li Peng opened his eyes and nodded appreciatively. Huang Fu, noticing Li Peng's mature demeanor, chuckled, "If it's delicious, eat more. This is my specialty, a family secret." "Thank you, Uncle," Li Peng replied politely, and with that, he took another piece and savored it. "Junzi, you must have a taste of this. It is far more delectable than what you prepare," Li Kang jested with Ma Jun. "Ma Jun can cook donkey meat?" Huang Haijun inquired with a puzzled expression, while the other three regarded Li Kang and Ma Jun with similar bewilderment. "I misspoke. It was made by Junzi's father, though it is not as exquisite as what your uncle prepares," Li Kang quickly clarified. Ma Jun remained unfazed, as he was aware that Li Kang had merely referred to a dream in which he had played the role of a chef making donkey meat. "Li Kang, I truly appreciate your help last night. Without you, Xiao San and I would have encountered significant trouble," Huang Haijun remarked as they neared the end of their meal. "Indeed, my heartfelt thanks are due. I heard that Haijun got into a scuffle with Pan Wei at school. It nearly frightened me to death," Huang's mother interjected, placing a morsel of food onto Li Kang's plate. "Haijun is quite reckless, always seeking trouble through fights. I believe Xiao Pa and Ma Jun are decent fellows. Li Kang, please keep an eye on Haijun and Xiao San at school, and inform me if anything arises. I shall handle them," Huang's father grunted at Li Kang. "Absolutely, I will," Li Kang responded, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting on how he had probably caused more trouble than Huang Haijun in the past. Though he had avoided serious repercussions due to having a county magistrate as an uncle, that is reassuring. "Do visit my home whenever you can. I shall prepare some braised beef for you," Huang's father said with a smile. "Certainly, I will make the time," Li Kang replied, a thought crossing his mind as he added, "Uncle, please ensure your secret recipe is well guarded. We wouldn't want it falling into the wrong hands." Huang's father and mother exchanged astonished glances, clearly surprised that such a young child could consider such a matter. Rest assured, if it were to be leaked, could it still be called a secret? "It's all stored in my mind. If I do not disclose it, no one can take it away," Huang's father assured. Li Kang scratched his head, choosing not to speak further and instead focusing on his meal, realizing he may have been overly concerned. After dining, Li Kang and Ma Jun made no extended stay and departed directly. Once they left, Huang's parents instructed Huang Haijun and Huang Xiaosan to remain behind to tidy the table, while they retreated to the inner room. "Do you think our grand gesture of inviting Li Kang to dinner will have any effect?" Huang's mother questioned Huang's father. "It should have some effect, to my knowledge." Director Zhang dotes on his nephew. "In any case, there is no harm in it," Huang's father replied. Upon returning to school, Li Kang and Ma Jun separated to their respective seats in the classroom, and shortly thereafter, classes commenced. Throughout the afternoon's 3 lessons, Li Kang listened attentively while also admiring the graceful silhouette of Wang Lingling and exchanging playful banter with the plump girl, which made the time pass swiftly. After lunch, instead of returning to the classroom, Li Kang turned and exited the campus, heading towards the eastern road of Phoenix Village. It was just past 6:30, and he sought to utilize the nearly hour before evening study to test his running limits. Since completing over 1,000 push-ups and achieving a standing long jump of 3 meters the previous night, his desire to gauge his running capacity had intensified greatly. At the eastern edge of Phoenix Village lies a broad, well-maintained gravel path, stretching approximately 1,500 meters. In a previous life, Li Kang frequently trained here under the guidance of his physical education teacher, Lu Bao, in preparation for the physical fitness assessment required for his graduation from the 3rd year of junior high school. Thus, when Li Kang sought to test the limits of his running, he opted for this location rather than the school as track, as the latter was somewhat short and crowded, which made him apprehensive about drawing undue attention to himself. Upon arriving at the main road at the village's eastern end, Li Kang discovered that Lu Bao was supervising a group of athletic students from classes 39 and 20 engaged in long-distance running practice. Among them were Pan Wei and Huang Haijun, who were managing to coexist peacefully under the watchful eye of their teacher. Not being an athlete himself and wishing to avoid mingling with the sports students, Li Kang chose to position himself about 10 meters away from them. He performed a series of warm-up exercises, learned during his time at the Teacher Training Institute, before gradually commencing his run. As he passed by the group of athletes, Huang Haijun merely smiled at Li Kang without uttering a word, returning to his warm-up routine as per Lu Bao's instructions. However, upon noticing Li Kang sprint by, Pan Wei could not suppress a sneer, clearly looking down upon Li Kang for his slender frame and perceived inadequacy. He provocatively challenged, "Li Kang, the sun must be rising in the west today. What brings you to run? Care for a race?" Li Kang chose to disregard Pan Wei's taunt, focusing solely on testing his own limits, and continued to run past him. Feeling slighted by Li Kang's indifference, Pan Wei loudly declared to his classmates, "I bet Li Kang won't even manage a single round trip. If he does, I'll treat you all to a meal." Most of the students training recognized Li Kang and, based on his past athletic performance, shared Pan Wei's skepticism about his ability to complete even one round trip. Hearing their remarks, Li Kang simply smiled and gradually increased his running speed. As he accelerated, Pan Wei and his peers became increasingly convinced that Li Kang would not be able to finish the distance. It is important to note that this gravel path suitable for running measured at least 3,000 meters for a round trip and for seasoned athletes like themselves. The initial phase of running required a controlled pace to conserve energy for the latter part of the distance. Li Kang's decision to speed up right from the start indicated a lack of understanding of long-distance running principles. However, Li Kang's performance soon began to challenge their assumptions. He steadily increased his speed to an extraordinary level, which, while manageable for Pan Wei and Huang Haijun, would not allow them to cover much distance. Li Kang darted forward like a swift cheetah, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. He reached the end of the gravel path and, without losing momentum, turned around and sprinted back. As Li Kang sprinted back, completing a second lap, all onlookers, including Pan Wei, craned their necks and widened their mouths in astonishment. After all, this was a distance exceeding 3,000 meters, and Li Kang maintained such a remarkable pace that it seemed he could easily manage another round. He completed 3 laps, approximately 10,000 meters, before gradually coming to a halt, a sense of resignation washing over him. It appeared that today's test of endurance would not yield the desired results. Although he felt warmth coursing through his body and his heart racing, he had yet to reach his limits. Observing the flabbergasted athletes by the roadside, Li Kang felt somewhat extraordinary and chuckled, addressing Pan Wei. "It seems you owe everyone a meal." After saying this, he prepared to return to school for evening study. However, he was halted by the physical education teacher, Lu Bao. Lu Bao had spotted Li Kang upon his arrival and recognized him, though he had not paid him much heed, as other students often came to jog and exercise during training sessions. Initially, like the other athletes, Lu Bao assumed Li Kang was merely playing around, believing that such speed could not sustain a full lap. When Li Kang completed a lap at an astonishing pace, Lu Bao realized he had discovered a promising athletic talent. By the time Li Kang finished 3 laps, Lu Bao was convinced he was not merely a good prospect, but a true sports prodigy. He resolved to recruit him for the athletic team, envisioning the honor of potentially guiding a future world champion in track and field. Therefore, upon seeing Li Kang about to leave, he swiftly intercepted him. "Li Kang, with such remarkable athletic talent, why have you not showcased it before?" Join the athletic team. Lu Bao extended his invitation. I'm sorry, Teacher Lu. I have just repeated a grade and wish to focus on my studies to improve my grades. I do not wish to join the athletic team, Li Kang replied without hesitation. Joining the athletic team would grant you eligibility for county and city competitions. Your long-distance running could surely earn you accolades, which would contribute positively during enrollment. Lu Bao presented a significant temptation. Teacher Lu, I truly do not wish to join the athletic team. My sole focus now is my studies. Li Kang reiterated his refusal. Very well then. Should you reconsider joining the athletic team, please come find me, Lu Bao insisted, not willing to give up. No need for that. I must attend evening study now. Goodbye. Teacher Lu, Li Kang stated, leaving no room for further dialogue as he walked away. Upon returning to school, with only a few minutes left before evening study began, Li Kang did not linger on campus but proceeded directly to the classroom. As he approached, he noticed Wang Li carrying a stack of homework toward the collective office. Li Kang quickened his pace, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and called out, "Sister." Wang Li turned upon hearing her name, and, recognizing Li Kang, smiled brightly. "Oh, it's you, Li Kang. Sister, from now on, please call me Xiao Pang, as my familiar acquaintances do," Li Pang remarked, surveying Wang Li's mature and voluptuous figure. "All right, henceforth I shall address you as Xiao Pang," Wang Li replied. "Sister, what happened to your head? Did that old rascal hit you?" Li Pang noticed a conspicuous bruise on Wang Li's forehead, and, unable to contain his concern, approached her, gripping her hand in a fit of anger. "No, it's just an accident. I bumped into something. You mustn't speak ill of your teacher Yang." Wang Li quickly withdrew her hand from Li Pang's grasp. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, her nervousness evident. "Do not deceive me. It was undoubtedly that old rascal's doing. I shall confront him," Li Pang declared, his heart aching for her, driven by impulse. "Do not go. Just this noon, you called in Director Wang, who has already chastised him severely. He has promised not to harm me again." Wang Li, realizing she could not hide the truth from Li Pang and fearing for his safety, anxiously grasped his hand to prevent him from leaving. "Sister, do not fear him. If he dares to bully you again, tell me, and I shall find a way to deal with him." Li Pang, moved by the almost pleading look in Wang Li's eyes, felt his heart soften but restrained himself from urging her to divorce Yang Tao, uncertain if such words would hurt the woman before him or disrupt the delicate harmony they had cultivated. "Xiao Pang, I've noticed that since you repeated a year, you've matured, resembling a little adult rather than a mere 15-year-old child," Wang Li observed, gazing at Li Pang's youthful visage that bore an air of maturity, which made her chuckle softly. "I am no longer a child. I am nearly 16. Please do not always treat me as one," Li Pang replied, scratching his head in mild frustration. "All right, off you go to class, my little adult brother." Wang Li affectionately ruffled Li Pang's hair. "Yes, I shall attend class now. Sister, I genuinely worry for you. If Yang Tao strikes you again, you must tell me," Li Pang cautioned, his concern palpable as he headed towards the classroom. Wang Li watched as Li Pang departed, sensing that he had changed significantly since his retention, no longer resembling a child, which compelled her to regard him as an equal. If only he could age another decade. Wang Li mused silently. Feeling her cheeks flush, she touched her face and then clutched her assignment book. Making her way to the staff office. Chapter 012. Mandarin. As Li Pang reached the classroom door, he spotted Wang Lingling peering out expectantly. Upon seeing him, she greeted him with a radiant smile before returning her attention to her book. Today, Wang Lingling wore a pink top, her signature twin ponytails accentuating her youthful charm. After taking his seat, Li Pang noticed Wang Lingling turning her head to cast a playful, reproachful glance at him. Li Pang instinctively touched his nose and chuckled. "I haven't offended you today, have I, young lady?" Wang Lingling wrinkled her nose and lowered her head, saying, "Li Kang, I asked the teacher to move you from the back row to the front because I wanted you to help me with my English and Mandarin studies. However, I didn't see you at noon, and even in the afternoon, you only appeared just before class. Were you intentionally avoiding me? Do you find me so unpleasant?" With that, she lifted her head, her expressive, watery eyes fixed intently on Li Kang. Li Kang, observing the playful yet irritated expression on Wang Lingling's charming face, chuckled apologetically. "Didn't I already assist you with English pronunciation during this morning's class?" Wang Lingling replied, "That doesn't count." Li Kang conceded, "I suppose I was at fault. How about you set a schedule for me? I can't possibly devote all my free time to teaching you. I have my own commitments as well." Content with Li Kang's attitude, Wang Lingling smiled and proposed, "What if you help me practice after school every afternoon, once you've had your meal, until the evening study session?" Realizing that he had no pressing matters before his evening study, Li Kang agreed. Wang Lingling, thrilled by his willingness, turned to grab her Chinese textbook, exclaiming, "Let us get started." Li Kang looked at the exuberant Wang Lingling with confusion and asked, "Started what? Didn't we say we would begin before the evening study? Class is about to commence. Let us just postpone it for today." "Absolutely not. Today is your punishment," Wang Lingling insisted playfully. "Very well." Li Kang thought it cruel to deny the request of such a lovely girl and acquiesced. However, he inquired, "You don't mean for me to teach you how to read the text, do you?" Wang Lingling, having opened her textbook, replied, "Of course. How else are we going to practice?" Li Kang explained, "To master Mandarin, one must engage in systematic practice. Merely reading the text is insufficient. It's not only inefficient, but also lacks focus." He recalled how his teacher had instructed him during his teacher training on the importance of structured learning in Mandarin. "I see. So, what do you suggest for systematic training?" Wang Lingling asked, closing her textbook. "In simple terms, first, you need to understand the characteristics of Chinese pronunciation and the distinctions between our dialects and Mandarin. Then, targeted training is essential," Li Kang elaborated confidently. "Unlike English, where each word may contain multiple syllables, a Chinese character typically represents a single syllable, and there are 4 tones in Mandarin. Therefore, to excel in Mandarin, you must accurately pronounce each initial and final pinyin. Mastering common tone combinations for correct pronunciation is the first step." Li Kang reminisced about his days as a teacher. He produced a notebook, inscribing all the initials and finals in pinyin, which he slid toward Wang Lingling, saying, "Please read these aloud so I can assess your fundamental pronunciation." Wang Lingling glanced at the notebook, recognizing the initials and finals she had learned in 1st grade. Nonetheless, she diligently read through what Li Kang had written and then looked to him, awaiting his evaluation. Wang Lingling's foundation in pinyin was commendable, her pronunciation was accurate, and she effectively grasped the tonal nuances. Li Kang once again inscribed several common phonetic combinations in his notebook and asked Wang Lingling to read them aloud. During the transition from the 1980s to the early 1990s, rural primary and secondary schools did not impose strict requirements for teachers to use Mandarin in their lessons. Consequently, educators, including language teachers, predominantly conducted their classes in the local dialect of Phoenix Township. Thus, the students educated in such an environment exhibited a rather limited proficiency in Mandarin. It was evident in Wang Lingling's pronunciation, which distinctly bore the characteristics of her regional dialect. Li Kang refrained from directly correcting Wang Lingling's pronunciations, as his prior actions were merely intended to assess her current level of Mandarin proficiency, allowing him to tailor his training accordingly. After a series of evaluations, Li Kang had a comprehensive understanding of Wang Lingling's Mandarin skills and habitually proceeded to summarize. "Lingling, your foundation in pinyin is quite solid. However, due to the lack of targeted training, your reading of these phonetic combinations reveals a pronounced dialectal influence. Do not worry, for I shall provide focused training in these areas. And before long, your Mandarin will improve significantly." As their interaction progressed, the initial awkwardness between Li Kang and Wang Lingling gradually dissipated. Unconsciously, Li Kang began to address Wang Lingling with terms of endearment from a past life. She noticed this change, but shyly bit her lip, refraining from rejecting the alteration in address. Just as Li Kang was preparing to initiate the next phase of training, he observed Wang Lingling standing up nervously, calling out, "Teacher Tian." Turning around, he saw their homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, smiling at him from the 4th row of the corridor. Suddenly, it struck him that the class bell had likely rung some time ago, and he had been so immersed in the role of a teacher from a previous existence that he had subconsciously overlooked the sound of the bell. "Teacher Tian, I apologize for not noticing that class had begun," Li Kang said, rising to address Tian Feng. "Not a problem at all. I arrived earlier, but chose not to interrupt, as I could see how diligently you were both engaged in your learning. Li Kang, your teaching is genuinely commendable. I have greatly benefited from it," Tian Feng responded nonchalantly. "Teacher, I have an idea," Wang Lingling suddenly interjected, directing her gaze toward Tian Feng. "What idea do you have? Please share." Tian Feng encouraged his esteemed student with a smile. Wang Lingling had consistently ranked first in her grade since the 1st year of junior high and was known for her obedient nature, prompting Tian Feng to generally accommodate her requests. Otherwise, Li Kang would not have been so smoothly assigned to the front of the class. "Many of our classmates struggle with Mandarin. I would like Li Kang to utilize the evening study sessions to teach us all Mandarin. What do you think?" Wang Lingling glanced at Li Kang before addressing Tian Feng. "That is a splendid idea. Li Kang, what are your thoughts?" Tian Feng nodded approvingly at Wang Lingling before directing the question to Li Kang. "Well, all right, but I will need to prepare for it. Perhaps next week," Li Kang replied with a chuckle. Li Kang had not anticipated that Wang Lingling would propose such a suggestion. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse, but upon reflection, given that his Mandarin had already garnered the approval of both his teacher and classmates, maintaining a low profile was evidently no longer feasible. It would be more gracious to agree, as it posed no significant challenge to him. Well, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the entire class. Tian Feng remarked with a smile, then stepped up to the podium to announce the decision, which instantly elicited a chorus of cheers from the class. Hey, what made you think of such a suggestion? Taking advantage of the moment while Tian Feng was addressing the class, Li Kang turned to Wang Lingling. Isn't it beneficial? The overall proficiency in Mandarin will improve, rather than just my own skills being enhanced. Wang Lingling expressed her strong sense of collectivism. Of course it's beneficial. It seems I will have the freedom to engage in activities every afternoon after dinner, Li Kang replied with a smile. That's wishful thinking. They can talk about their plans, but I will still need you to practice with me alone after dinner every day, Wang Lingling pouted, chiding him. Oh well, I wouldn't mind practicing Mandarin with a beauty. Li Kang's habit of being flirtatious resurfaced. What are you saying? I'm ignoring you now, Wang Lingling retorted, her cheeks flushing as she turned away from him. After Tian Feng concluded the announcement, he stayed for about 10 minutes before leaving the classroom. Li Kang, why are you silent? Wang Lingling, having read for some time without a response from him, grew worried and slightly annoyed. She turned to him and said, weren't you the one ignoring me? By the way, where's that chubby girl today? While engrossed in a book, Li Kang heard Wang Lingling's inquiry and, understanding her feelings, decided to tease her. She's on leave. Just because I'm ignoring you doesn't mean you should ignore me. It's truly frustrating. Wang Lingling felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing that Li Kang was more interested in Ma Wanwan than in her. She puffed up her cheeks in annoyance and resolutely turned away, genuinely choosing to ignore him this time. Chapter 13. Father and son. The days at school passed swiftly for Li Kang as he attended classes during the day, practiced Mandarin with Wang Linglong in the evenings, and occasionally exchanged playful banter with the chubby girl. Before he knew it, Saturday afternoon arrived. The moment the school bell rang, he hurriedly called out to Ma Jun, pulling his bicycle from the shed and pedaling home with urgency, prompting Ma Jun to exert himself to keep pace. Upon reaching the village, Li Kang and Ma Jun exchanged greetings before heading to their respective homes. By the time Li Kang arrived home, it was nearly 7 o'clock. He entered the yard and called out Mom. Lu Mei emerged from the north room, smiling as she replied, Little Kang, you're back. Where's Dad? Li Kang inquired, noticing his father was absent. He's inside. Put your bike away and come in, Lu Mei responded. Okay, Li Kang replied, heading towards the west room to store his bicycle. After securing his bike, he entered the north room, where he found his parents seated on the sofa in the living room, looking at him. Dad, Mom. Li Kang greeted them. Son, come here and tell me how your experience in the new class has been after repeating a grade. Li Jiangguo inquired with concern as he noticed his son entering the room. Li Peng walked over and settled onto the sofa, selectively recounting the events of his week at school to his parents. Naturally, he omitted any mention of his rebirth, instead emphasizing his growth and newfound commitment to diligent study. He also mentioned receiving praise from his teacher and sitting in front of Wang Lingling, the top student. Hearing that their son had received commendation from his teacher and was seated in close proximity to the academically outstanding Wang Lingling brought great joy to both Li Jiangguo and Lu Mei. However, they discerned subtle shifts in their son's demeanor from the tone and expressions he exhibited while speaking, although Li Peng endeavored to align his manner of speaking with that of a typical 15-year-old. The underlying maturity that had been nurtured by his parents over the years was unmistakable. Little Peng, nothing unusual happened at school, did it? Lu Mei asked anxiously, uncertain whether this change in Li Peng was positive or negative. Nothing at all. During the day, I listened attentively in class, and at night, I slept soundly. My appetite is excellent, and I feel fantastic, Li Peng exaggeratedly declared, hoping to divert his parents' attention. Haha, you mischievous child. Where did you learn such playful banter? Lu Mei chuckled, entertained by Li Peng's antics, and chose not to press further. Where are Xiaoqiang and Sanzai? Li Peng inquired, noticing the absence of his two younger brothers. They went out to play with some classmates, always having fun without finishing their homework first, Lu Mei replied. Children should play more, otherwise, when they grow up and face life's pressures, they won't have time for fun, Li Peng instinctively remarked, immediately regretting his words, as they seemed more fitting for a weary adult than a 15-year-old. As soon as he spoke, he caught the surprised gazes of his parents, prompting him to scratch his head in embarrassment, refraining from offering any explanation. Where did you learn such adult-like phrases? Li Jiangguo laughed. One time, as I passed by a teacher's dormitory, I overheard them chatting. Li Peng offered as a makeshift excuse. Dad, does your stomach still hurt? Li Peng, never losing sight of his father's health, asked with concern. It still aches a bit, but your Uncle Gue brought me some medicine, and I'm feeling much better now. Li Jiangguo replied, appreciating that his son was mindful of his illness. Tomorrow, when you go to the city for medicine, you must get a checkup at the hospital. Li Pang insisted, fearing his father might neglect his discomfort. There's no need. I'm almost recovered. Li Jiangguo waved his hand dismissively. Please, Dad, you must go. Li Pang's voice trembled with anxiety. This child, I said I'm fine, so I'm fine. No need for a hospital visit, Li Jiangguo remarked, sensing that his son's concern was a bit excessive. Dad. Li Pang stood up and called out emphatically. Why are you shouting? Sit down, Li Jiangguo frowned, taken aback by his son's intense reaction. However, he soon found solace, patting his son's shoulder as he resumed his seat, chuckling. All right, I shall go. My son has grown up and understands your father's concerns. Out of respect for your filial piety, I will visit the hospital for a checkup tomorrow, to ease both your and your mother's worries. Upon hearing his father's words, Li Pang could not help but exhale in relief, and then turned to Li Jiangguo, saying, Dad, please take me with you tomorrow. I wish to buy a few books at the bookstore. Buy books? What kind of books? Li Jiangguo queried, puzzled. For he recalled that since entering junior high, his son had never expressed a desire to purchase any books. I just repeated a grade and struggled with many subjects previously. Now, I find it somewhat challenging to follow the lessons. Thus, I would like to acquire some review materials, Li Pang explained. Very well then. Hearing that his son intended to buy study materials, Li Jiangguo refrained from further inquiries and readily agreed. At that moment, Lu Mei stood up, stating, You two can continue your conversation. I will check if the rice is ready. If it is, we shall eat without waiting for those two rascals. Who knows when they will return? With that, she exited the room. Once Lu Mei departed, only Li Pang and Li Jiangguo remained in the house. Li Jiangguo possessed a square face, with two prominent eyebrows that exuded a robust masculinity. As Li Pang grew older, he bore a striking resemblance to his father. In fact, as his mother would say, he seemed as if he were carved from the same mold as Li Jiangguo, not only in appearance, but also in voice. Born in 1958, Li Jiangguo, by the rural method of calculating age, was only 34 in 1991, standing at the pinnacle of his life. Typically, Li Jiangguo enjoyed excellent health, rarely suffering from any ailments. Li Pang gazed at his father, recalling a conversation he had with him in early 1992 during his previous life. Following that dialogue, his father was diagnosed with late-stage cancer, and his health deteriorated rapidly. At that time, he was too young and ignorant to think of visiting his father, even to utter a single word at his bedside. Until his father's passing, he remained in school, never having the chance for a final farewell. As Li Pang matured, the memories of those moments pierced his heart like needles, strengthening his resolve to reclaim his father from the clutches of death in this lifetime. Noticing Li Pang's unwavering gaze, which bore an incongruous sadness for his 15 years, Li Jiangguo recalled his son's earlier unusual behavior. Feeling that Li Pang had changed drastically since repeating a grade, he could not help but voice his concern. Son, has something happened at school? Dad, do you think it would be better for me to attend a teacher training college or pursue high school? Li Pang did not respond directly, but instinctively wished to revisit that fateful conversation from his previous life. What school do you wish to attend? Li Jiangguo was taken aback by his son's sudden inquiry. I want to go to high school, but many parents are enrolling their children in teacher training colleges. I fear that when I graduate, you might also want me to attend a teacher training college, Li Pang replied. Why do you not wish to attend teacher training college? Graduating from there ensures a direct transfer to a grain household and job placement after 3 years. If you go to high school and fail to enter university, you will have to return home to farm, Li Jiangguo inquired. At that time, the allure of a grain household registration was immense for a farmer. I believe the horizons within the university are far more expansive, and I am confident in my ability to gain admission, Li Pang expressed to his father. I am uncertain where your confidence stems from, especially since you have just repeated a grade, yet I am delighted to witness such ambition and determination in you, Li Jiangguo remarked while gazing at his son. Nevertheless, you must prove this to me. If you cannot achieve commendable results, all will be in vain. You must understand that gaining admission to a teacher's college is significantly more challenging than to high school, Li Jiangguo advised his son. This midterm examination will serve as evidence of my capability to select any school in Shanyang City, Li Pang assured with a pat on his chest. Haha, my boy, you are only in the second year of junior high. It is a tad premature to consider which school to attend. First, focus on improving those failing grades. Li Jiangguo chuckled, noticing his son's overflowing confidence. I understand, Li Pang replied, scratching his head. Son, whether I guide you towards high school or teacher's college upon graduation, it is for your own good. You must realize that no parent exists who does not love their child, Li Jiangguo stated. Father, I understand. Regardless of what you wish for me, I am willing to comply. You must also know that no child exists who does not love their parents, Li Pang responded, his eyes glistening as he lowered his head. Ha ha, it seems my son has truly matured, Li Jiangguo mused, smiling with pride as he observed his thoughtful child. At that moment, Lu Mei called from the kitchen, the rice is ready. If you two are hungry, come eat. The north room of Li Pang's home consisted of 5 chambers, with the central 2 serving as the living room. Li Pang resided alone in a room to the west of the living room, while the eastern side housed 2 more rooms, one occupied by Li Chang and Li Ming, and the other by Li Jiangguo and Lu Mei. After dinner, Li Pang did not linger and promptly returned to his room. He required a tranquil space to ponder the events he had experienced since his rebirth and to contemplate his future plans. In the days following his rebirth, he had been reflecting on the kind of life he truly desired and what his ideal existence entailed. Was it merely wealth, beauty, and power? Li Pang believed that with his clear understanding of future trends, these could indeed be attainable, yet he felt something was amiss. The artifacts mentioned in many fantasy novels are deemed extraordinary because they possess their own soul. Lying in bed, bathed in the serene moonlight streaming through the window, Li Pang mused, if I were to liken my life to an extraordinary artifact, what would its soul be? In other words, what is it that I truly aspire to pursue? He recalled the events he had experienced at school since his rebirth. Initially, perhaps due to having read numerous rebirth novels, he subconsciously felt a sense of superiority over those living in this era and yearned to alter the fates of certain individuals, such as Wang Lingling. However, what power did he possess to change someone else's destiny? How could someone who struggled to discern his own aspirations possibly influence the fate of others? Li Kang felt somewhat bewildered, yet he recalled that in the past few days, he had indeed accomplished certain things that brought him satisfaction, such as persuading his father to visit the hospital for a checkup and nurturing the relationships with Wang Lingling and Wang Li. At the very least, these matters were progressing in a favorable direction. For someone who had only been reborn for 4 days, this was already sufficient. The complexities could be left for the future to unravel. Perhaps one day he would attain a moment of enlightenment. For now, he decided to focus on the tasks awaiting him in the city the following day, which promised to be filled with numerous activities. Chapter 14. Father's illness. As dawn broke the next day, Li Kang was awakened by the distant roar of motorcycles in the courtyard, indicating that his father had risen early and was tinkering with the borrowed sidecar motorcycle from the Li Gui family. The Li household owned a Jialing 80 motorcycle, which Li Jiangguo typically rode to Shanyang City for medicinal supplies. However, since Li Kang was accompanying him and they needed to bring back more medicine, the Jialing 80 seemed somewhat inadequate. Thus, Li Jiangguo had borrowed the sidecar motorcycle the previous evening. Li Kang climbed out of bed and glanced at the clock in the living room. It was not yet 6 o'clock, and the day had not fully brightened. Typically, he would rise later on weekends than during school days, and after his rebirth, he had unconsciously maintained this habit. During his time at school, morning exercises would have already commenced at this hour. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he heard his father call out, "Xiao Kang, hurry up and wash your face. It's time to eat. We need to set off soon." Li Kang approached the water tap, turned it on, and splashed his face, instantly feeling invigorated. At that moment, Lu Mei had already prepared breakfast, so father and son each took a steamed bun and a bowl of millet porridge, accompanied by the pickled radish that Lu Mei had prepared. This was the first time Li Kang had tasted his mother's pickled radish since his rebirth. Although he had savored it for 30 years in his past life, he still relished it with great pleasure. After finishing their meal, Li Kang mounted the sidecar motorcycle driven by Li Jiangguo, setting off into the early morning sunlight. Shanyang City, a place steeped in several millennia of history, is one of the most ancient cultural capitals of the Huaxia civilization, home to the earliest Chinese characters and nurturing numerous historical figures and national heroes. Li Kang had always felt a sense of pride in being born in such a culturally rich city. In his previous life, Shanyang had undergone significant urban transformation amidst the wave of national city development. The old city had seen extensive renovations, and the construction of economic development zones had rejuvenated this ancient city. However, the fervent urban development had also obliterated many of Shanyang's unique cultural relics. For instance, the distinctive old town, characterized by its intricate alleys and devoid of dead ends, was lost forever during the renovation of the old city, which was undoubtedly a significant regret. After riding for nearly an hour, father and son finally entered the city, which exuded an aura of antiquity. On the way, Li Jiangguo shared his itinerary for the city with Li Pang. He planned to take Li Pang first to the hospital for an intestinal examination, then to the municipal veterinary station to procure veterinary medicine, followed by a visit to a bookstore to purchase books, if time permitted. He also intended to stroll through a park before returning home. However, Li Kang had his own agenda. He intended to accompany his father to the hospital for the intestinal examination first. While awaiting the results, Li Jiangguo could visit the veterinary station, and Li Kang would venture alone to the Xinhua bookstore. After Li Jiangguo procured the veterinary medicine, they would reconvene at the hospital to collect the examination results and then head home. As for the park, Li Kang dismissed that notion entirely, considering it far less appealing than returning home, especially for someone like him, who bore the soul of a 30-something individual reborn in a young body. Upon hearing Li Kang's suggestion, Li Jiangguo felt it might indeed save time, and thus he acquiesced. They first arrived at the People's Hospital of Shenyang City, located on Jiefeng Road in the city center, the largest and best-equipped hospital in Shenyang. Li Jiangguo, under Li Kang's insistence, found himself at this facility. Initially, he had intended to go to the second People's Hospital, but Li Kang stubbornly insisted on the People's Hospital for the examination, and he had no choice but to agree. Li Kang's insistence stemmed from a painful memory. In the early months of 1992, Li Jiangguo had undergone an examination at the second People's Hospital, which had erroneously diagnosed him with colitis and prescribed treatment accordingly. It was only after a prolonged lack of improvement that he sought a second opinion at the People's Hospital, where he was ultimately diagnosed with late-stage colon cancer. Li Kang harbored deep resentment towards the second People's Hospital for this misdiagnosis, firmly rejecting his father's desire to return there for examination, fearing yet another misdiagnosis of colitis. He could not afford to lose this battle. After registering at the hospital, they consulted a doctor for a series of tests, starting with a biochemical examination, followed by an X-ray of the intestines. The two then settled in the corridor, awaiting the results. Li Kang felt a tumult of anxiety. He knew very well what illness his father faced, yet he feared that the People's Hospital might also yield a diagnosis of colitis. This apprehension made him exceedingly tense, causing him to pace back and forth and glance anxiously towards the X-ray room. Conversely, Li Jiangguo felt remarkably at ease, convinced that he merely had colitis and puzzled over his son's anxiety. Yet he derived comfort from Li Kang's concern and chuckled. "Xiaopeng, why don't you sit down? Your pacing is making me dizzy. Soon we'll know the results, and everything will be clear." After 20 minutes of waiting, Li Kang finally heard the doctor in the X-ray room call out Li Jiangguo's name. He hurried into the examination room, nervously asking, "Doctor, how are my father's results?" The physician, amused by the sight of a 15 or 16-year-old boy rushing in with such anxiety, chuckled and replied, "There's nothing to worry about. Where's your father? Why is a child like you here alone?" At this moment, Li Jiangguo entered the room and said, "I am Li Jiangguo. This child is too anxious." Upon seeing Li Jiangguo, the doctor placed the X-ray film onto the backlight, pointing to a specific area, informing him, "A shadow has been detected in your colon. We cannot yet ascertain the cause of this shadow, and we cannot dismiss the possibility of malignancy. I have noted this on your examination form, and I hope it will prompt you to seek timely diagnosis." Li Jiangguo and Li Kang exited the examination room, holding the examination form and X-ray film. Li Kang felt a tinge of complexity in his emotions. Although he had anticipated this outcome if it were not a misdiagnosis, it still weighed heavily on him. Observing his father's troubled expression, he consoled, "Dad, it's all right. We caught it early, and with prompt treatment, you will surely recover." Li Jiangguo, inherently optimistic, found it difficult to accept this unexpected turn of events. He gently patted his son's head, attempting to reassure him with a smile. "I am fine. You look so worried, as if I were facing a terminal illness. I am in good health, and there is no ailment I cannot overcome. Besides, we have yet to receive a definitive diagnosis." Li Kang, understanding that early detection and timely treatment could lead to a positive outcome, felt a bit more at ease. He smiled and said to his father, "Let us wait for the results this afternoon. It may turn out to be nothing. Now we should part ways. Please drop me off at the Xinhua bookstore, and you can go get the medication." Li Jiangguo replied with a grin, "All right, son, let us go." He drove Li Kang to the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore in Shenyang City, handed him 20 yuan to buy books, and instructed him to wait inside the store after his purchase, cautioning him not to wander off. Afterward, he proceeded to the veterinary clinic to collect the medication. Standing at the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore, Li Kang gazed at the 4 large characters inscribed by a great leader, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Once inside, he began searching the aisles for books on computer science. Having been an exemplary master's student in computer science in his previous life, he aspired to commence his career in the field he was most familiar with. Li Kang, having extensively studied the history of computer development, vividly remembered that in 1991, Microsoft had yet to establish itself as the global software empire it would later become. Its flagship product at the time was the DOS operating system, characterized by its black screen and white text, and Windows had only recently released its third version. This DOS-dependent operating system had not garnered significant market attention. It was only after the launch of the independent 32-bit operating system, Windows 95, that Microsoft unified the global PC operating system market, employing a series of dubious market strategies, stepping over the corpses of its competitors to ascend the path of software dominance. Meanwhile, the Internet had not yet penetrated the ancient land of China. It was not until October of this year, during the Sino-American High Energy Physics Annual Conference, that the United States proposed integrating China into the Global Internet Cooperation Plan. It was not until March 1994 that China was ultimately granted permission to join the Internet. With a keen understanding of the future development of the global and Chinese computer software and Internet industries, Li Kang felt it was entirely plausible for him to partake in the forthcoming wealth feast ignited by the information sector. After searching for quite some time in the bookstore without finding a single computer book, he inquired with the bookstore attendant nearby if there were any computer books available. The attendant glanced at Li Kang without uttering a word and led him to a rather inconspicuous corner where a shelf held a row of English computer books, among which was a set of Donald's The Art of Computer Programming. Upon seeing these volumes, Li Kang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he smiled at the attendant, saying, "Thank you. I'll take a look at a few books here." The attendant, observing this young boy of merely 15 or 16, expressed skepticism regarding his ability to comprehend these entirely English texts. She cautioned him, "These books are quite expensive. If you don't understand them, please refrain from handling them carelessly. You will be liable for any damage." After delivering her warning, she remained nearby, evidently still concerned. Li Kang felt a sense of helplessness but chose not to protest. Instead, he began selecting the books he needed from the shelf, picking one on assembly language programming and another on computer architecture. After glancing at the prices, he found that the 20 yuan his father had given him was sufficient. He then picked up the set of The Art of Computer Programming, opened it, checked the price, grimaced slightly, and reluctantly returned it to the shelf. Despite his desire to acquire this revered classic of programming literature, he simply could not afford it. Thus, he approached the attendant, clutching the two chosen books, and declared, "Auntie, I would like these too." Chapter 015. A chance encounter in the bookstore after paying for his purchases. Li Kang placed the books into the bag he had stored at the entrance. He glanced outside the bookstore and noticed that his father had yet to arrive. Hence, he wandered back inside. As he meandered through the aisles, he paused in the music section, withdrawing a copy of Czerny's exercises for piano practice, which he examined with great seriousness. In his previous life, while attending a normal university, he had developed a fervent passion for music. Holding Czerny's exercises, he was transported back to the days spent diligently practicing the piano in the music room. Despite the tedium that often accompanied those sessions, they now evoked a deep sense of nostalgia. The past often resembles aged wine. As time passes, it becomes increasingly rich and fragrant. Reflecting on this, Li Kang couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Suddenly, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Turning his head, he was greeted by the bright smile of a girl, nearly his height, standing before him with her hands behind her back. She appeared to be of similar age, her neatly trimmed short hair framing an oval face, a straight nose, and long eyelashes that adorned her bright eyes, which sparkled like stars in the night sky. "Do we know each other?" Li Kang wondered, feeling an inkling of familiarity with the girl, yet he could not place her. Giggling, "Of course we do. Think hard," she exclaimed, clearly delighted by Li Kang's bewildered expression, bursting into laughter. "You are Lin Jing, the little girl who once resembled a snotty child?" Li Kang seemed to recall. He remembered encountering a man who introduced himself as Uncle Lin, accompanied by a little girl, on several occasions during his elementary school days at Ma Jun's house, the residence of Ma Jun's grandfather, Old Master Ma. The girl before him bore a resemblance to that child, who had once hung two snotty strands. Li Kang remembered how that little girl would cling to him and Ma Jun, urging them to run about the streets in playful abandon. Yet, was this refreshing and charming young lady truly that snotty child from years past? Li Kang felt uncertain and cautiously inquired. Smack! The young lady before him playfully struck Li Kang again, this time with more force than before. "You still call me snotty child? Take a good look. Do I look like I have any snot?" Lin Jing exclaimed, thrusting her face closer to Li Kang's in an attempt to demonstrate that she was no longer the same child with strands of snot. "Well, it's a habit," Li Kang replied, as the intoxicating fragrance of her youthful essence wafted toward him, causing his heart to race. He instinctively leaned back and chuckled. "Humph. If you call me snotty child again, I shall never speak to you again," Lin Jing declared playfully. "What should I call you instead? How about Jinger?" I recall Uncle Lin used to call you that, Li Kang suggested with a smile. Jinger is indeed preferable to snotty child. Not just anyone can call me Jinger. Umph. Consider yourself fortunate, Lin Jing said, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Jinger, did you come to the bookstore alone? Li Kang asked. I came with my parents. They are over there reading, Lin Jing replied, gesturing toward another corner of the bookstore. Can you play the piano? I noticed you were engrossed in a book on Czerny exercises. Lin Jing pointed at the Czerny book in Li Kang's hands. Ah, I was merely browsing, Li Kang chuckled. Humph, don't deceive me. I observed you for quite some time. First, you purchased 2 English books, then you casually reached for this Czerny book. Generally, those unacquainted with music wouldn't instinctively pick up a Czerny, Lin Jing remarked, her dissatisfaction evident. I know a little. I learned from my music teacher in middle school. Li Kang confessed, having initially refrained from admitting it for fear of Lin Jing's follow-up question regarding where he had learned. At least you are perceptive. Let me tell you, I have passed grade 10 in piano. Why not visit my home later? I shall play for you. I often reminisce about the joyful times when you and Ma Jun played with me as a child, Lin Jing said. Today may not be possible. I came with my father, and we must return soon, Li Kang replied. Is that so? Well, that's fine. However, when you come next time, you must seek me out. It has been years since we last met, and who knows when we might see each other again, Lin Jing said, her brow furrowed. I promise to visit next time. But I am unsure of where you live, Li Kang assured her. My home is in the government staff quarters. Just tell the gatekeeper you are looking for Lin Weidong, and he will direct you to my house, Lin Jing said joyfully. Lin Weidong. Li Kang noted the name, sensing that those residing in the government compound were likely not ordinary individuals. However, he could not recall Lin Weidong's position in Shanyang City in 1991. In his past life, Li Kang was a naive youth, indifferent to politics. Now, having just been reborn a few days prior, it was even less likely for him to know who Lin Weidong was. Let us hook pinkies, Lin Jing said, extending her delicate little finger, reminiscent of a slender green onion, smiling at Li Kang. All right, let's hook pinkies, Li Kang responded eagerly, willingly participating in this childlike ritual. Intertwining his little finger with Lin Jing's, his heart racing with an unbidden thrill, privately remarking on the exquisite nature of the moment. Hook and hang. 100 years without change, they both chanted together. Jinger, what are you doing? Uncle Lin asked me to come and get you. A boy approached and inquired. Call me Lin Jing. Didn't I say you could not call me Jinga? Lin Jing replied, a hint of annoyance evident in her tone. Fine, Lin Jing. Who asked this? The boy, Zhao Yang, noticed Lin Jing and the clearly rural boy engaged in their pinky promise, his expression turning hostile. What does it matter to you who he is? Zhao Yang. Don't pry into my friends, and don't follow me around unnecessarily, Lin Jing stated, clearly displeased with Zhao Yang's presence. All right, let us go. Uncle Lin is calling for you, Zhao Yang urged. Li Kang, come meet my father. You haven't seen each other in years, Lin Jing invited, clearly reluctant to leave. All right, let us go together. Li Kang thought it courteous to greet Lin Jing's father. Seeing Li Kang agree, Lin Jing gleefully skipped ahead to lead the way. Li Kang, when did you become friends with Lin Jing? Stay away from her, Zhao Yang warned as they walked side by side. What does it matter to you when I became friends with Lin Jing? Li Kang replied, finding Zhao Yang's entitled demeanor rather irksome, his tone inadvertently becoming less courteous. You. Zhao Yang was taken aback by Li Kang's bluntness. And what of it? Li Kang retorted. If I see you lingering around Lin Jing again, beware of my wrath, Zhao Yang hissed through gritted teeth. Huh, we shall see about that next time, Li Kang chuckled, shaking his head. What are you two whispering about back there? Hurry up. Lin Jing turned her head to urge them along. Zhao Yang's scowl transformed into a smile at Lin Jing's prompt, his swift change of expression leaving Li Kang quite impressed. Hello, Uncle Lin. Hello, Aunt Lin. Li Kang greeted Lin Jing's parents politely upon reaching them. Hello, little Kang. You've grown so much over the years. If it weren't for Jing, I wouldn't have recognized you. Do come over to my house to play sometime. Lin Weidong smiled, clearly remembering Li Kang. Lin's mother remained silent, scrutinizing Li Kang with a dismissive glance, a hint of disdain evident in her eyes. Certainly. I will make a point to visit Uncle Lin next time I come to the city. Li Kang spoke to Lin Weidong, directly disregarding the disdainful expressions of Lin's mother. Silently reflecting, do not underestimate the impoverished youth. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. You may look down upon me, this rural child, now. But one day, you shall gaze up at me. Weidong, it's getting late. Let us depart, urged Lin's mother from the side. Very well, goodbye, Xiao Kang. Lin Weidong replied, before leaving with Lin's mother, Lin Jing, and Zhao Yang. In the distance, Li Kang caught snippets of conversation between Lin's mother and Lin Jing. Jinger, how did you come to know this Li Kang? I met him when father took me to visit teacher Ma, Lin Jing replied. Do not associate with such wild children from the countryside. You may be led astray. Mother, Shuxian, enough. Let us refrain from further discussion, Lin's father interjected. After a brief wait at the bookstore, Li Jiangguo arrived. Upon seeing Li Kang purchasing 2 English books, he presumed they were study materials and did not inquire further. By midday, the pair sought a restaurant for lunch, and by 2 o'clock that afternoon, they visited the People's Hospital to retrieve the results of the biochemical tests conducted earlier. The findings corroborated the morning's X-ray results. Consequently, Li Kang and his father secured an appointment with an internal medicine specialist, an experienced physician who reviewed the test results. The old expert concluded that Li Jiangguo indeed had a colon tumor. However, due to the timely discovery, it remained benign and had not progressed to cancer. With prompt treatment, it could be entirely cured. He prescribed a traditional Chinese medicine regimen for Li Jiangguo to follow for a month before returning for a follow-up check, which, barring any unforeseen complications, should yield positive results. Upon exiting the hospital, Li Kang noticed Wang Li and the sullen Yang Tao emerging from the male urology clinic. He chose not to approach them and instead left the hospital with his father, heading home together. Chapter 16. Brotherhood. When Li Kang and his father returned home, it was just past 4 in the afternoon. Lu Mei was absent, likely tending to the fields to weed the millet. Xiao Kang, stay home and study. I shall check the fields for your mother, Li Jiangguo instructed, unloading the medicines from the tricycle and placing them in the medicine cabinet. He then asked Li Kang to set the Chinese herbal medicine he had obtained from the pharmacy on the square table in the north room's living area. All right, return to your mother soon. Do not overexert yourself, Li Kang replied to his father. Yes, once Xiao Chang and Sanzi return, ensure they study as well. And do not run about playing too much, Li Jiangguo reminded, having noticed the absence of his other 2 sons. Understood. I shall see you later, Li Jiangguo said. Heading out to the field with a hoe in hand, Li Kang retreated to his room, retrieving the 2 books he had purchased from the bookstore. He sat at his desk, contemplating which to read first, ultimately deciding on microcomputer architecture. Although he had studied computer architecture in his previous life, by the time he pursued his graduate studies, the world had transitioned to core processors, and the architecture of personal computers had undergone significant changes. In the year 1991, Li Kang recalled the recent launch of Intel's 486 CPU. The computer architecture at this time vastly differed from what he had encountered during his previous academic pursuits. Li Kang now aspired to develop software as a stepping stone into his career, to ensure that this software could operate seamlessly on the relatively rudimentary microcomputers of the day. He recognized the necessity for extensive optimization tailored to contemporary hardware. Thus, he prioritized acquiring 2 books on computer architecture and assembly language programming from the bookstore. Before embarking on his programming journey, Li Kang needed to undertake several preparatory steps. First, to comprehend the hardware characteristics of the 486 computer. Second, to familiarize himself with the 486 instruction set and assembly language. And third, to possess a computer along with a suitable programming environment. In his previous life, Li Kang had focused on the hardware implementation of algorithms in computer graphics during his graduate studies, during which he had crafted numerous programs using assembly language. Therefore, by simply consulting textbooks to grasp the instruction set and corresponding assembly language of the 486 computer, he felt confident in utilizing a computer equipped with an assembler to realize his software project. He did not worry about the computer, as he recalled that the Phoenix Township Government Office had purchased an IBM PC earlier this year. However, due to a lack of knowledgeable personnel, this expensive machine had remained idle, draped in a velvet cloth. Li Kang considered that if he requested his uncle to use the computer, given his uncle's affection for him, it would likely be granted. Once his software was developed, everything would improve. With a clear objective in mind, Li Kang felt invigorated and climbed onto his desk to delve into the book regarding the early architecture of Intel CPUs. Thanks to his excellent command of English in his previous life and his extraordinary memory in this rebirth, he progressed through the material with ease, hardly needing to take notes. In less than an hour, he had absorbed approximately 1/3 of the content. Just as Li Kang decided to take a break, he heard his younger brother's voice from the courtyard. Big brother, when are you and dad coming back? He then saw Li Ming darting into his room. Li Ming, 7 years his junior and only 8 years old, was a spirited child. In his previous life, while Li Kang was pursuing his graduate studies, Li Ming had completed his undergraduate degree and enrolled in a master's program at Jiangsu Jinling University of Post and Telecommunications. When Li Kang was reborn, Li Ming was in his 2nd year of graduate studies, with 1 year remaining until graduation. Though he had missed the opportunity to witness his younger brother's graduation, the chance to see him as a child once more was a delightful prospect. Perhaps, in this life, Li Ming's journey would be even more extraordinary. Reflecting on this, Li Kang couldn't help but smile. I just returned with Dad. He went to the fields. Where did you go? Li Kang inquired with a grin. I was playing with Li Lu, replied Li Ming, referring to his classmate from elementary school. Dad said that after you and Xiao Chong return, you should not run around and instead focus on your homework. Li Kang gently reminded him, ruffling Li Ming's hair. I finished my homework already. It's second brother who is slacking off. He probably hasn't completed his yet. I know where he is, and I will go fetch him. Li Ming pouted, determined. Let him play for a while. Do not call him back. Li Kang believed that elementary school students should not be burdened with excessive homework, as it stifles the essence of childhood. Thus he intervened to stop Li Ming. Brother, are you still studying at this hour? Li Ming inquired, blinking at Li Kang. I was studying for a bit, but now I've paused. I wish to hear a story. Li Kang was well aware of his younger brother's penchant for tales. In his previous life, having indulged in numerous novels, Li Ming would always pester Li Kang for stories whenever he had the time. Very well. What would you like to hear? Li Kang replied with a smile. You didn't finish telling me about the legend of the Condor heroes last time. Please continue, Li Ming urged. All right then. Today I shall resume the tale of the legend of the Condor heroes. Li Kang agreed. Wait, let me fetch our second brother. He mentioned he wanted to listen when you told that story, Li Ming said before dashing out. As Li Kang watched his brother's retreating figure, a profound sense of happiness enveloped him. Having experienced his past life and now being reborn, Li Kang had come to deeply appreciate the significance of familial bonds. He could not fathom how some individuals could neglect their elders or sever ties with siblings, discarding kinship as if it were trivial. Both in his past and present life, he held family ties in the highest regard, finding the happiness of his loved ones to be of greater importance than his own. Before long, Li Ming returned, pulling along Li Chang. Brother, Sanzi said you were going to tell the legend of the Condor heroes. That is wonderful. I shared the stories you told me with my classmates at school, and now they are all begging me to recount them, Li Chang exclaimed as he entered the room. In his previous life, Li Chang had also entered a teacher's college and became a secondary school educator, though later, Li Kang pursued further studies in the provincial capital, while Li Chang remained in Phoenix Township to teach and care for their aging mother. Thus, Li Kang held a deep gratitude for his second brother. Without his steadfastness at home, he could not have devoted himself fully to his studies, and aspirations for graduate school would have been mere illusions. After Li Chang spoke, he and Li Ming settled by Li Kang's bedside, eagerly awaiting the storytelling. Where did we leave off last time? Li Kang asked, struggling to recall where he had paused in his previous narration. We reached the part where Guijing drank the blood of the serpent raised by Liangzi Wang. Li Ming interjected eagerly. Very well, let us continue from there. Li Kang chuckled, and thus resumed the tale from that point. However, this time, he inadvertently infused some popular expressions from the internet into his narration, which elicited peals of laughter from his brothers. The three brothers became engrossed in the tale. One narrated with fervor while the others listened intently. Before they realized it, nearly an hour had passed. At that moment, Li Jiangguo and Lu Mei returned from the fields, bringing Li Kang's storytelling to a temporary halt. Hearing his parents' voices outside, Li Kang peered through the window and noticed Lu Mei looking anxious. While Li Jiangguo was attempting to reassure her, he quickly went out to greet them. Son, come tell your mother I'm fine. I have been talking to her in the fields all afternoon, yet she remains unconvinced. Li Jiangguo, upon seeing Li Kang emerge from the house, felt as though he had spotted a beacon of hope and could not help but exclaim, Mom, do not worry. Dad is fine. We consulted a specialist who assured us that his illness was detected early and is completely treatable. Li Kang stepped forward to reassure his mother. Fortunately, I insisted that you go for a checkup. Had we discovered it later, what would we have done? Lu Mei, hearing her son's words, felt a modicum of relief. Yet her eyes remained red as she replied, All right, enough worrying. Please prepare dinner. My sons and I are starving. Li Jiangguo smiled in response. Lu Mei shot her husband a glance, set down the hoe in the yard, washed her face, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Jiangguo turned to Li Kang and said, Your mother still listens to you. When I shared the hospital results with her in the fields, she burst into tears. I spent half the afternoon trying to console her. My throat feels scorched. Go on. Son, fetch your father a glass of water. You can't go yourself. You only know how to order your son around. Lu Mei interjected from the kitchen, peering out in irritation. All right, I'll go myself, dear wife. Do not fret, just continue with the cooking. After dinner, I will need my medicine brewed. Li Jiangguo chuckled before heading to wash his face. Dad, here has some water. Li Chang said as he emerged from the house with a bowl of water, just as Li Jiangguo finished washing. Such a considerate son, Li Jiangguo remarked, taking the bowl, testing the temperature, and drinking it in one go. Refreshing, he sighed. After finishing the water, he told Lu Mei, my dear, I am off to deliver the spare bicycle to old Gue. I shall return shortly. With that, he mounted the bicycle and rode off to Li Gui's home. By the time Li Jiangguo returned, Lu Mei had already prepared dinner. Thus, the family of 5 gathered around the dining table to commence their delightful evening meal. After dinner, Li Kang and his brothers watched television in the living room until Li Jiangguo and Lu Mei ushered them back to their rooms for sleep. As Monday was upon them and classes awaited, the night passed in silence, and at 6:30 the next morning, Li Kang rose and, after breakfast, went to call on Ma Jun. The two set off together towards school, ushering in a new week. Chapter 017. Director Wang hosts a gathering as the new week commenced. Li Kang and Ma Jun arrived at school after 7:30, where the campus entrance buzzed with a throng of students bustling towards the rural gates, creating a particularly vivacious atmosphere. Following the flow of the crowd, Li Kang and Ma Jun entered the school, parked their bicycles in the shed, and headed straight to the classroom. Upon entering, Li Kang noticed that Wang Lingling and the plump Ma Wenwan had already arrived, engaged in conversation. When Wang Lingling caught sight of Li Kang, her face brightened, and she greeted him with a radiant smile, evoking an inexplicable warmth in his heart that compelled him to smile back. Today, Wang Lingling wore a pale yellow-fitted sweatshirt, accentuating her youthful figure, her long and fair neck adorned with a black, glossy double ponytail tied with yellow bows, leaving Li Kang in awe of the wonders of creation. The plump girl, Ma Wenwan, donned a slightly oversized black and white striped top. Her round face was puffing up with indignation as she glared at Li Kang, clearly upset that Wang Lingling had overlooked her grievances upon seeing him. As Li Kang approached and settled into his seat, he cheerfully greeted Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan, saying, Good morning, Lingling, fatty. Wang Lingling responded with a simple good morning. Upon hearing Li Kang call her fatty, Ma Wenwan was incensed, biting her lip as she retorted, If you call me fatty again, I will not let this go. Li Kang laughed, I welcome your challenge. If you can't help it, feel free to bite me. Ma Wenwan was left speechless by his audacity, her cheeks puffed up in fury as she glared at him, clearly ready to pounce. Come on, you two, stop bickering already. Wang Lingling chimed in, accustomed to their antics, but still feeling the need to intervene. Just ignore her. Today I am going to settle the score with this insufferable Li Kang. Ma Wenwan snapped back at Wang Lingling, clearly dissatisfied with her friend's lack of support. With that, she lunged at Li Kang with a playful ferocity. Help! Ma Wenwan is going to bite me. Li Kang exclaimed dramatically, inciting a chorus of laughter from their classmates. Mingled with Ma Wenjuan's playful protests and Li Kang's exaggerated cries. After a brief tussle, the two finally ceased their antics under Wang Lingling's intervention. Once the commotion settled, Wang Lingling, seeing her friend had stopped, smiled at Li Kang and asked, Li Kang. Li Kang replied, meeting her gaze. Wang Lingling's heart raced under his gaze, and she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. My father asked me to check if you are free for lunch today. He would like you to come over for a meal. With hopeful eyes, she looked up at him. Today at noon? I don't think I'm free. Li Kang said, furrowing his brow. Oh, then never mind. Wang Lingling's disappointment was palpable, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She felt a twinge of resentment towards Li Kang, who seemed perpetually busy, as if it were a burden for him to accept an invitation for a meal. However, Li Kang quickly added, but that is not a possibility. I would be honored to dine at Lingling's home. Wang Lingling's frown transformed into a radiant smile, her earlier resentment dissipating. She playfully scolded, You mischievous Li Kang. You really know how to tease, and pretended to swat at him. Meanwhile, the irritable Ma Wenwan seized the opportunity to join in, and soon their carefree laughter filled the classroom, drifting out through the windows and resonating across the campus, lingering in the air. On the other side, Zhao Hai observed the trio's lively antics with a furrowed brow, muttering something under his breath as he shifted away, choosing to ignore the playful chaos. As time passed, the moment for morning exercises arrived. After completing their routine, with a few minutes to spare before class, Li Kang was preparing to walk to the classroom with Li Ming when he noticed their homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, approaching him. Thus, he halted in his tracks. Li Kang, come to my office for a moment, Tian Feng instructed, turning to lead the way to the staff room. You may return for now. I will check on what the teacher needs from me, Li Peng said, allowing Li Ming to leave first, and then following Tian Feng to the office. Upon arriving at the office, Tian Feng took a chair and instructed Li Peng, come here and sit down. Li Peng promptly approached, took the chair from Tian Feng, placed it beside the desk, and seated himself, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Regardless of past lives or this one. Li Peng held a deep respect for this diligent and responsible teacher. Li Peng, I called you here to inquire about the progress of your speech. Tianfeng stated as he settled into his own chair. I have some ideas and will definitely have it written before Wednesday, Li Peng thought to himself, feeling a pang of anxiety as he realized he had almost forgotten about this task, though he could not admit it outright. That's good to hear. You must take this seriously. If you encounter any issues, consult with Wang Lingling. Her writing has always been commendable, Tianfeng reassured him. His concern alleviated by Li Peng's response, yet he continued to emphasize, moreover, I have heard that this speech competition has garnered significant attention from higher authorities, and it seems that some important figures will be present. Do not take this lightly. Rest assured, teacher, Li Peng promised. Well, your time for retention is brief. But I have observed considerable improvement in you, which brings me great satisfaction. It is getting late. You should return to class, Tianfeng remarked, clearly pleased with Li Peng's progress. Goodbye, teacher, Li Peng replied before heading back to class. After the fourth period, Wang Lingling turned to Li Peng and said, Let's go to my father's dormitory after class. He has prepared a meal for us. Li Peng did not engage in unnecessary chatter, but promptly organized his books and left the classroom with Wang Lingling to her father's dormitory. As they approached Wang's dormitory, a tantalizing aroma wafted towards them, indicating that he had already prepared the dishes. Upon entering the dormitory, Li Peng, though he had visited this place multiple times in his previous life after entering the third year of junior high, took a moment to scrutinize the accommodations designated for the school's leadership, searching for any differences from his past experiences. The dormitory comprised 2 rooms, the outer room serving as a living area and kitchen, while the inner room functioned as both an office and bedroom. Given that Wang Lingling was only 15 years old, living with her father posed no inconvenience. Dad, Li Peng is here, Wang Lingling announced upon entering the room. Oh, Li Peng has arrived. Come in, came Wang's voice from within. Known as Wang Dafeng, he served as the director of Phoenix Township Middle School in Li Peng's past life. Not long after he graduated from junior high, Wang had ascended to the position of principal, a role he held for nearly 20 years. However, following the incident involving Wang Lingling, he appeared to be greatly affected and soon voluntarily resigned from his position, teaching insignificant subjects at the time, akin to retirement. Yet, at this moment, Wang Dafeng was still in the ascent of his career. As they entered the inner room, they found a round table set in the center, adorned with 4 hot dishes and a bowl of soup, an archetypal arrangement of 4 dishes and a soup. As Wang Dafeng observed the 2 individuals entering, he smiled and remarked, Li Kang, you have become quite the busy person. It seems one must queue just to share a meal with you. Come join us. I truly had prior commitments that day and could not break my word, Li Kang sheepishly explained, scratching his head. It must have been due to the altercation involving Huang Haijun and Pan Wei, correct? Frankly, had it not been for your intervention that day, I fear the situation might have escalated, Wang Dafeng acknowledged, clearly aware of the incident. Xiao San Huang is my deskmate, and I did not wish for him to come to harm, Li Kang confessed, recognizing that Wang Dafeng was informed. You handled the situation admirably, rather than reprimanding you. Commendation is in order, Wang Dafeng added. Dad, I am hungry, Wang Lingling interjected, noticing that the 2 were engrossed in conversation. Come, enough chatter. Let us sit down and enjoy a meal. Savor my culinary skills, Wang Dafeng encouraged. Li Kang, you are fortunate. It is not often I get to indulge in my father's cooking, Wang Lingling teased, her smile directed at him. Once seated, Wang Dafeng served each of them a bowl of rice, and they began to eat while engaging in light conversation. Li Kang, initially, when Lingling mentioned your proficiency in both Mandarin and English, I was somewhat skeptical. She told me she had arranged for teacher Tianfeng to adjust your seating so you could assist her in practicing both languages. Given your reputation as a notorious troublemaker in class 19, I intended to invite you here for a meal to ascertain the truth. Should it prove untrue, I would have requested teacher Tianfeng to revert your seating arrangement, Wang Dafeng spoke candidly. Dad, why bring this up? Did you not eventually come to believe it? Wang Lingling shot her father a disapproving glance, her tone playful yet firm. Indeed, on the day you were absent, I took the opportunity to observe your class during Chinese and English lessons from outside the classroom. I discovered that Lingling was indeed telling the truth. You have changed remarkably since repeating a year. All the subject teachers in your class have noticed this transformation, and gradually, I became reassured. This invitation for you to join us is genuinely to express my gratitude for the assistance you have provided Lingling. After all, I have only one daughter, and a parent's sentiments are universally shared, Wang Dafeng elaborated. There is no need for such formality. I am equally grateful to Lingling for arranging my seating. Li Kang responded graciously, feeling content with his current position. Upon hearing Li Kang address Wang Lingling casually as Lingling, Wang Dafeng cast a curious glance at him, making Li Kang feel somewhat uneasy. However, Wang Dafeng said nothing further and turned to Wang Lingling, instructing her, Lingling, do not forget to thank Li Kang. Wang Lingling, smiling, rose to her feet and bowed to Li Kang, saying, thank you, Li Kang. In response, Li Kang hastily stood and returned the bow, signaling that no thanks were necessary. A peculiar sensation washed over him, as the exchange resembled a couple engaged in a traditional bowing ceremony. He glanced at Wang Lingling, only to find her blushing and gazing back at him, clearly sensing the awkwardness as well. Wang Dafeng, witnessing this interaction, burst into hearty laughter and encouraged both to resume their meal. Li Kang, you are still in junior high school. Henceforth, you must support one another. I am confident that you will become excellent classmates. Wang Dafeng emphasized the term classmates, clearly sensing that without a gentle reminder, certain undesirable situations might arise. Haha, Director Wang. I understand. I have just repeated a grade, and I must focus on my studies, daring not to entertain other thoughts. Li Kang was certainly aware of the underlying meaning in Wang Dafeng's words. Well, as long as you understand. Upon realizing that his primary objective had been achieved, Wang Dafeng secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting on the challenges of his role. He needed to convey the intentions of the parents while being cautious with his choice of words, for a misstep could inadvertently wound their pride and yield counterproductive results. Dinner is ready. Do not get lost in conversation. Wang Dafeng sighed in relief and warmly addressed Li Kang. Under the enthusiastic hospitality of Wang Lingling and her daughter, Li Kang truly felt overwhelmed after this meal. Had it not been for his own insistence, Wang Dafeng would have urged him to consume yet another bowl of rice. Goodbye, Director Wang. Li Kang fled in a flurry. Chapter 018. Farewell to Wang Li. The final class of the afternoon was dedicated to zoology. As the bell rang, Wang Li entered class 21, textbook in hand. Upon entering, she immediately caught sight of Li Kang, who was gazing up at her with a slight smile gracing his lips, as she took her place at the podium to commence the lesson. Today, Wang Li wore a fitted white blouse and gray pencil pants, complemented by her elegantly styled medium-length hair, presenting an image of poised beauty. However, Li Kang, who was very familiar with her, noticed a hint of profound fatigue lurking in the depths of Wang Li's eyes. He recalled witnessing the expression on Yang Tao's face as he and Wang Li exited the hospital on Sunday, and thoughts began to stir in his mind. He resolved to inquire about Wang Li's situation after school. Li Kang placed the zoology textbook on his desk and retrieved his book on computer architecture, lowering his head to read. He had already delved into half of its content, gaining a solid understanding of the hardware structure of contemporary mainstream PCs. As he read, he contemplated the overall design plan for the software he intended to develop, as well as strategies for hardware optimization, occasionally jotting down his thoughts in a notebook. At that moment, he felt no trepidation about others glimpsing what he had written, for he was certain that among those around him, none could decipher the contents of his notes. Li Kang's aspiration is to develop a word processing software endowed with a WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, functionality. He firmly believes that once he successfully creates this software and promotes it through well-conceived channels, it will swiftly dominate the realm of personal desktop office software in China. He recalls that in 1989, the software maven Xiao Boujun, now based in Shenzhen, had already crafted the remarkable WPS-10, a word processing software that instilled pride in all Chinese. This software became an essential installation for PC users during the DOS era. At that time, Microsoft had already launched its Office suite, operational on Windows, equipped with rudimentary WYSIWYG editing capabilities. However, the majority of computer users in China were only familiar with WPS, oblivious to Office, underscoring the immense impact of WPS during that period. Li Kang remembers that the first software he encountered during his initial foray into computing was Xiao Boujun's WPS. Unfortunately, due to a series of missteps in decision-making by Xiao Boujun, Microsoft's Office seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Chinese market, swiftly establishing dominance. While WPS lost its unique appeal and became a mere imitation of Microsoft Office, a regrettable turn of events. Li Kang's goal is to create a superior word processing software before Microsoft Office fully captures the Chinese market, and to leverage the platform of WPS, a national software, to establish a Chinese standard for word processing documents. Armed with a solid foundation in computer graphics algorithms from his previous life, coupled with nearly 2 decades more insight into the future direction of Office software development, Li Kang believes he is entirely capable of achieving this feat. However, this is merely the first step in Li Kang's grand ambition. In his past life, he experienced a phase of profound confusion, as it seemed everyone emphasized that a computer technician must perpetually learn, lest they be swiftly rendered obsolete by the rapid evolution of technology. But is that truly the essence of the matter? What actually drives the swift advancement of IT technology? When he sought guidance from his graduate advisor regarding this conundrum, the seasoned professor imparted a few poignant words that remain etched in Li Kang's memory. Standards. The true masters of the IT industry in this era are the creators and guides of these standards, which are predominantly held by a handful of multinational IT giants. There is substantial profit embedded within these standards. All global IT companies serve the interests of these standard bearers and guides. It becomes evident that our nation had the potential to establish certain standards, yet the opportunities were squandered. Thus, Li Kang's true ambition is to accumulate strength before the formulation of universally recognized global standards, gradually claiming one standard after another, ultimately positioning himself as a creator and guide of standards. This is the essence of Li Kang's grand aspiration. Without the accumulation of small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. At present, Li Kang must devote himself to swiftly creating the word processing software of his dreams and compose a developmental plan for future desktop office software, which he intends to send to his former idol, Chiu Bojun, who is still in the entrepreneurial phase. He believes this will pique Chiu's interest. With this thought in mind, Li Kang lowered his head and inscribed the words standard in bold on his notebook, then resumed his earnest reading. As Li Kang pondered his aspirations and future plans, Wang Li was quietly observing her newly acquainted younger brother. She noticed that he was not paying attention to her lecture, but was engrossed in a book entirely in English, occasionally jotting down notes. Her curiosity about this brother grew stronger. During her lecture, she gradually strolled to the fourth row, hoping to discern what book Li Kang was reading. However, upon seeing the page filled with English words, she realized that apart from a few commonly used terms, most were unfamiliar to her. A wave of discouragement washed over her, prompting her to sulkily return to the podium to continue her lesson. As the class neared its end, Wang Li suddenly called out, "Li Kang, please answer the question I posed earlier." Li Kang, engrossed in his reading, had not heard what Wang Li had asked. He stood up, glancing at his desk mate, Li Ming, in hopes of receiving a hint. Li Ming, however, remained silent. Wang Li was evidently intent on not letting Li Kang off the hook. "Teacher, I apologize, but I didn't quite catch the question you mentioned earlier. Could you please repeat it?" Li Kang responded reluctantly. "If you don't know, come to the front," Wang Li commanded sternly. Thus, Li Kang found himself standing at the front of the classroom once again after his previous demotion. Wang Li disregarded him and resumed her lecture. Hardly 2 minutes had passed before the bell rang, signaling the end of class. "Come to my office," Wang Li instructed before picking up her textbook and leaving. Li Kang returned to his seat, tidied up his books, placed the computer tutorial on his desk, greeted Ma Jun to ask for a lunch favor, and then proceeded directly to Wang Li's dormitory. Since she had specifically mentioned her dorm rather than her office, Li Kang concluded that was where he was meant to go. Upon arriving at Wang Li's dormitory, he found her sitting at her desk, waiting for him. At that moment, she no longer bore the stern demeanor from class. Instead, she appeared lost and despondent. "Sister, what's wrong?" Li Kang asked, feeling a pang of concern at her state. "Li Kang, I'm getting divorced," Wang Li said in a soft voice. "What?" Li Kang was taken aback. He recalled that in his previous life, Wang Li had only divorced shortly after his graduation. So this development seemed to have come 2 years too soon. "On Sunday, Yang Tao and I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the results revealed he has an issue," Wang Li continued. "After we returned, he insisted on getting a divorce. I refused, saying I would support him through his treatment. And then he hit me." Wang Li spoke again, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her delicate, pale arms resembling lotus roots, marked with several shocking scars. "Sister, it's all my fault." Li Kang stepped forward, crouching down to grasp Wang Li's hands, feeling a pang of guilt. He had not anticipated that his impulsive words from the previous week would lead to such consequences. Yet, despite his guilt, Li Kang felt no regret. "Don't blame yourself. We were bound to part ways eventually. The sooner, the better," Wang Li replied with a melancholic smile, allowing Li Kang to hold her hands. The previous day, she had quarreled with Yang Tao at her in-laws' house, and after he struck her, she had come to school alone that evening. Wang Li felt a profound sorrow, yet had no one to confide in. For some reason, she thought of her newly acquainted brother, Li Kang, and felt an irresistible urge to share her troubles with him. However, her rationality as a teacher suppressed this impulse. Thus, when she saw Li Kang during class that afternoon, she could not contain her feigned anger any longer and called him to her dormitory just before the bell rang, urgently expressing her feelings, fearing that if she delayed any longer, she might lose her sanity. "Sister, if we must separate, it's not the end of the world. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged men, Li Kang advised, though a sense of relief washed over him. And he silently scolded himself for his dark thoughts. Wang Li couldn't help but chuckle at Li Kang's words. She stood up, walked to the door, locked it, then returned to take his hand. "Come with me," she said, leading him toward the curtain. As she pulled him inside, Li Kang's heart raced. Unsure of his sister's intentions, silently pleading, "Heaven, please don't play with me. I'm not ready for this yet. Can it wait a couple more years?" Once inside the curtain, Wang Li pressed the now robotic Li Kang down onto the edge of the bed and sat beside him, resting her head gently on his shoulder. "Shao Kang, don't move. Let me lean on you for a moment," she murmured. Hearing this, Li Kang calmed down and tenderly stroked Wang Li's silky hair, softly saying, "Sister, you're exhausted. Don't speak," Wang Li replied gently, wrapping her arms around his waist and closing her eyes. In that moment, silence enveloped the curtain, leaving only the faint sounds of their breathing. "Shao Kang, this feels wonderful. Thank you. I feel so much better," Wang Li eventually stated, sitting up, wiping her tears, and smiling. "Now that you're like this, I can relax. Don't worry too much. I won't let that Yang Tao get away with it." "A man who strikes his own woman is utterly shameless," Li Kang said, a hint of anger in his voice. "Why do you speak as if you're an adult? What man and woman nonsense. You're still just a little boy," Wang Li responded, feeling comforted and lighthearted, playfully tapping Li Kang's thigh. Suddenly, Wang Li's hand encountered something hard, and realizing what it was, she froze, her face burning with embarrassment. "Hee, sister, it's a natural reaction. That fellow Ma Jun is still waiting for me for dinner, so I must take my leave." With that, Li Pang fled as if his tail were ablaze. This young lad was already on the cusp of adulthood. Wang Li, observing Li Pang's hasty retreat, gently touched her flushed cheeks and murmured to herself. Chapter 019. A fury unleashed as Li Pang exited Wang Li's room. He wiped the sweat from his brow and lamented, "How embarrassing. Why did I run away?" Upon arriving at the dining hall, he noticed that most students had already finished their meals. "Hey, little Pang, over here." Ma Jun called out from a distance as he spotted Li Pang approaching. Li Pang squatted down in front of Ma Jun, lifted the bowl of porridge before him, and took a hearty sip, exclaiming, "Delicious." Ma Jun chuckled at Li Pang's eating habits, saying, "I thought you wouldn't show up. If you had been any later, I would have discarded the food and not waited for you." "Hee, I got held up with something at Teacher Wang's," Li Pang replied. "She didn't reprimand you until now, did she? What did she make you do that took so long?" Ma Jun, ever the gossip, inquired. "She didn't make me do anything specific. She just gave me a thorough scolding and has been lecturing me ever since." Li Pang began to spin a tale, feeling increasingly adept at fabricating stories since his rebirth. "That sounds terrifying. Thank goodness it wasn't me. I'd be utterly crushed," Ma Jun exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. "Indeed, Teacher Wang is quite responsible and a good teacher," Li Pang remarked. Perhaps influenced by his fondness for his friend, he subconsciously wished for Ma Jun to hold a favorable impression of Wang Li. Little Pang, hold on. Didn't you always dislike our animal teacher? Why are you defending her today?" Ma Jun questioned, puzzled by Li Pang's words. "Hee, that was when I was younger and less discerning. Now that we are older, we should be able to differentiate between right and wrong," Li Pang replied with a smile. Ma Jun fell silent. Li Pang quickly finished his porridge and devoured the 2 steamed buns that Ma Jun had bought for him. Standing up, he said to Ma Jun, "Junzi, I'm off." He then cleaned his bowl and headed towards the classroom together with him. As they passed by the dormitory, Li Pang instinctively glanced towards Wang Li's room and abruptly halted, handing his bowl to Ma Jun. "Junzi, you head back first. I'll check if Teacher Wang needs anything." Without waiting for a response, he dashed towards Wang Li's dormitory door, noticing a crowd of students outside, whispering and pointing inside. As he approached, he heard the sound of a woman weeping and the infuriating voice of Yang Tao. Quickening his pace, he reached the front of Wang Li's dormitory and angrily shouted at the onlookers, "The teacher has matters to attend to. Why are you all loitering? Disperse at once." "Oh, isn't that Li Pang? What's wrong with him? So furious?" Pan Wei sneered from within the crowd, observing Li Pang's furious expression. "Pan Wei, leave at once. If you utter another word, I shall strike you down." Hearing Pan Wei's voice, Li Kang felt a surge of fury. Nothing good ever came from Pan Wei's presence. "Ha, Li Kang, are you threatening to hit me?" Pan Wei exclaimed exaggeratedly to his sidekick, Sun Gang. Seeing Pan Wei's brazen demeanor, Li Kang resolved to settle the matter swiftly. With this group of students gathered, the situation could only worsen. To disperse them, he must confront Pan Wei directly. Thus, Li Kang charged forward, delivering a powerful high kick aimed at Pan Wei's neck. The force of the blow sent Pan Wei crashing to the ground, as if he were a mere stick. The students, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, quickly scrambled aside, creating a clear space that left only Li Kang and the fallen Pan Wei, along with the bewildered Sun Gang standing nearby. Pan Wei shook his dizzy head and rubbed his numbed neck, rising from the ground with a fierce scowl. Li Kang, you dare to strike me? What of it? If you don't leave, I shall strike you again, you worthless scum, Li Kang retorted. Hearing the commotion from the dormitory, Li Kang felt a growing urgency. Noticing that Pan Wei showed no intention of departing, he charged forward once more, executing another high kick to Pan Wei's neck. Pan Wei, wide-eyed, watched as Li Kang approached, repeating the earlier motion. Attempting to evade, he found himself too slow, raising his hand in a futile attempt to defend. The impact was harsh. He fell once again, fear flickering in his eyes. He had anticipated that Li Kang would strike with even greater force this time. Had he not raised his hand, his neck might have been broken. Li Kang, you will pay for this, Pan Wei exclaimed as he rose, humiliated and seething. He hastily grabbed the stunned Sun Gang, retreating in haste. You all should leave as well, Li Kang called out to the onlookers. Seeing even the notorious Pan Wei retreat, the others scattered in fear. With the area before the dormitory now clear, Li Kang quickly pushed open the door and entered Wang Li's room. The sight that greeted him filled him with intense rage. Wang Li was still dressed in the professional attire she had worn when Li Kang had left, but it was now in disarray due to Yang Tao's rough handling. Wang Li lay on the floor as Yang Tao yanked her hair, delivering vicious kicks to her body. Li Kang detected the overpowering stench of alcohol, indicating that Yang Tao was abusing his wife while intoxicated. Witnessing this scene, Li Kang's eyes turned red with fury. He rushed forward, shoving Yang Tao aside, helping Wang Li to her feet while confronting Yang Tao with anger. What are you doing? You again, you little brat. What business is it of yours if I discipline my wife? Yang Tao slurred drunkenly. It is my business. She is my sister. If you dare to strike her, I will strike you, Li Kang declared, guiding the sobbing Wang Li to a nearby chair to sit. He then turned to Yang Tao, stating, When did my wife acquire a brother like you? I am eager to see how you intend to harm me. Yang Tao gazed incredulously at the frail figure of Li Kang, who stood at a mere 1.60 meters. It was evident that he could scarcely believe this child had the audacity to confront him. Li Kang, casting a glance at the sobbing Wang Li seated nearby, felt his heart shatter. Observing Yang Tao's arrogant demeanor, he was momentarily compelled to rush forward. However, Wang Li clutched him tightly, pleading, Shao Kang, please don't. You cannot defeat him. Yang Tao, witnessing his wife assist an outsider, albeit a mere child, felt a sting of embarrassment, and thus he retorted angrily, Wang Li, we are not yet divorced, and you dare to flirt with others in my presence. Wang Li shot him a cold glance, reflecting on her past folly for having chosen such a petty man, one who was even less admirable than the child before her. She remained silent. Sister, do not stop me. I must confront this scoundrel today, Li Kang declared to Wang Li. Seizing a moment of distraction, he broke free from her grasp and charged at Yang Tao, executing a high kick reminiscent of his earlier success against Pan Wei. Li Kang halt. Just as his kick was about to connect with Yang Tao, the authoritative voice of Wang Dazhang echoed through the air, prompting Li Kang to reluctantly lower his leg. Director Wang, your timing is impeccable. Teacher Yang is drunk and has been assaulting Teacher Wang, even threatening me, Li Kang reported, preemptively casting Yang Tao in a negative light. Li Kang, come here, the voice of his homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, called out, causing Li Kang to ponder why he had arrived at such an inopportune moment. Upon hearing his teacher summon him, Li Kang turned to Wang Li and said, Teacher Wang, please have a word with Director Wang. I am confident he will not let this rogue go unpunished. Li Kang, did you hear me? Hurry over, Tian Feng urged as he noticed Li Kang hesitating. I'm coming, Li Kang replied, finally making his way toward his teacher. Come with me to the office. Do not linger here, Tian Feng instructed sternly, turning to leave, while Li Kang exchanged a reassuring glance with Wang Li before following him out. Upon arriving at Tian Feng's office, Li Kang was not offered a seat. Instead, Tian Feng settled at his desk, fixating his gaze upon Li Kang in silence. Under the scrutiny of his teacher, Li Kang felt a shiver run down his spine and awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling nervously. Teacher Tian, please do not stare at me like that. It frightens me. At this, Tian Feng couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, Li Kang, you were quite the hero today, first driving off Pan Wei with your kicks, and then preparing to confront Teacher Yang. Impressive indeed. Seeing the amusement in Tian Feng's expression, Li Kang felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied, Teacher Tian. As the saying goes, when one sees injustice on the road, one must draw their sword to help. If I had not driven Pan Wei away, How inappropriate it would have been for so many students to gather outside Teacher Wang's dormitory and gawk. As for the confrontation with Teacher Yang, it didn't escalate, did it? Li Kang mused inwardly. Had it not been for your timely arrival with Wang Dezhong, I might have already bested Yang Tao. Tian Feng remarked, in the past. I had merely heard of your notorious behavior in class 19, but today I have finally witnessed it for myself. Truly, the reactions are quite different. However, Li Kang, the teacher disapproves of your actions today. Nonetheless, no criticism will be directed towards you. After all, you are still young, and a certain amount of fervor is essential. What I must emphasize is that in the future, you ought to think more critically about your actions. For instance, your altercation with Pan Wei was merely a scuffle between classmates. As long as no one was seriously harmed, it is nothing more than a reprimand. However, should you ever lay a hand on Teacher Yang, the nature of the incident would be entirely different. Do you understand? Upon hearing Tian Feng's sincere words, Li Kang felt a twinge of emotion. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Tian. From now on, be more cautious. If it were not for a classmate alerting me in time today, I would have been oblivious to your fighting prowess, Tian Feng continued. Teacher, may I know who informed you? Li Kang inquired tentatively. What are you planning? Tian Feng asked, eyeing Li Kang warily. I simply wish to express my gratitude. If it weren't for him, you would not have arrived in time, and I might have ended up in a conflict with Teacher Yang, Li Kang replied, secretly resolving to take revenge on whoever had reported him. I'll extend my thanks on your behalf. I will find a way to resolve today's incident for you. You may return to the classroom now, Tian Feng stated firmly, dismissing him. Upon exiting Tian Feng's dormitory, Li Kang did not head directly back to class, but instead stealthily approached Director Wang's dormitory, peering through the window to see Director Wang reprimanding Yang Tao. While Wang Li seemed to have calmed down considerably, he then returned to the classroom for evening study. During the first session of evening study, Li Kang conducted a lively Mandarin lesson for his classmates. When the break arrived, he approached the last row of desks, calling out to Huang Xiaosan, who was chatting with Zhang Xuancai. Huang Xiaosan, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Seeing Li Kang beckon him, Huang Xiaosan eagerly followed him out of the classroom. After lunch tomorrow, join me at the river south of the village to gather some materials, Li Kang instructed Huang Xiaosan. What are we gathering? Huang Xiaosan asked. You'll find out when the time comes. No need for so many questions, Li Kang replied. All right then, bro. I just heard Xuancai say you scared off Pan Wei. Is that true? Huang Xiaosan inquired, clearly excited by the notion of Li Kang's prowess. I just kicked him a couple of times because I found him irritating. Who knew he would run away like that? Li Kang stated, realizing that his ability to drive off Pan Wei would soon become campus gossip. You're incredible, bro, Huang Xiaosan exclaimed, gazing at Li Kang with admiration. Don't be so ridiculous. Let's head back to class, Li Kang said, feeling a shiver at Huang Xiaosan's overly enthusiastic demeanor. Chapter 20. The role of rootless duckweed. On Tuesday morning during the fourth period, the lesson was on animals. Since last night's study session, Li Pang had yet to encounter Wang Li. Today, she had donned a different professional ensemble, a white lace-collared blouse paired with a black skirt, still radiating an undeniable charm. Li Pang recalled that in his past life, Wang Li had a particular fondness for wearing such professional attire, and it appeared she had retained this habit in this lifetime. While attending the animal lesson, Li Pang continued to immerse himself in his computer programming books, this time focusing on assembly language design. He knew he needed to swiftly grasp the requisite knowledge before embarking on the practical development phase. After school, he planned to visit his uncle at the township government to utilize the idle IBM computer for his software development endeavors. Wang Li stood at the podium, her gaze falling upon Li Pang in the fourth row, engrossed in yet another English book that was beyond her comprehension. The memory of his furious confrontation with Yang Tao the previous day lingered in her mind, causing her to momentarily lose her train of thought. After Director Wang reprimanded Yang Tao last night, he had vacated the dormitory immediately, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts, as he had not returned since. In truth, ever since the results of Yang Tao's examination were disclosed last Sunday, they had ceased sharing the same bed. However, one must find solace in the unexpected. Though her husband's affections had waned, she had fortuitously gained a younger brother last week, which she considered a form of compensation. With this thought, Wang Li's spirits inexplicably lifted, and her teaching voice became noticeably more buoyant. Although Li Pang was not focused on Wang Li's lecture, he noticed her sudden lightness of tone and looked up to see her smiling and waving before returning to her own book. The class passed swiftly, and Wang Li refrained from causing any further disturbance, simply gathering her materials and departing once the bell rang. After dining with Ma Jun, Li Pang waited in the classroom for Huang Xiaosan. Soon enough, Huang Xiaosan arrived, having finished his meal. Spotting Li Pang, he approached, waving a plastic bag. Brother, I've brought the items. Shall we go? Thus, the two friends made their way out of the school. Along the way, Huang Shaoxin inquired, Brother, what are we gathering today? You'll find out when we arrive, Li Kang replied with a smile. At the edge of Fenghuang village, a small river meandered. Its water shallow, reaching about waist height for an adult. The banks were lined with willows, creating a picturesque scene. Li Kang reminisced about his previous life, recalling how he and his classmates often played here during summer, as the shallow waters posed no drowning risks, allowing teachers to overlook such leisure activities. This was Li Kang's first visit to this spot in this life. Taking in the rows of willows and the flourishing weeds along the riverbank, he remembered how, years later, the village had undertaken significant efforts to enhance agricultural yields by excavating several deep wells for irrigation purposes. Everyone believed this was a positive development, yet unforeseen consequences soon followed. The excavation of deep wells severely damaged the groundwater resources of Phoenix Village. In the initial years, during the dry season, when villagers utilized the deep wells to irrigate their fields, the water level in the pond at the source of the small river would rapidly decline. The direct consequence was the cessation of the river's flow. By the time Li Kang was reborn, the pond at the river's source had completely dried up, and the once flowing river had transformed into a dry creek bed strewn with fallen leaves, devoid of the picturesque scene of babbling waters and lined willows. Brother, we've arrived. You should tell us what we are actually going to collect, Huang Shaoxin said to Li Kang. Li Kang approached the riverbank, surveyed the situation, and made his way to a water depression covered with duckweed. He instructed Huang Shaoxin, use the net I asked you to bring and gather all the duckweed from the river. I have a purpose for it. Why do we need to collect duckweed? Huang Shaoxin inquired, puzzled. Don't ask too many questions. Just do as I say, Li Kang replied. All right, I'll grab 2 nets. Let's do this together, Huang Shaoxin said, handing Li Kang a net. The two of them removed their shoes, rolled up their trousers, and waded into the river to collect the duckweed, placing it into the plastic bags Huang Shaoxin had brought. After they finished, Li Kang and Huang Shaoxin climbed onto the shore and sat down, waiting for their feet to dry before putting their shoes back on. Shaoxin, don't mention to anyone that I came to collect duckweed, Li Kang advised. Understood, brother. I won't say a word. But why exactly are you gathering this duckweed? Huang Shaoxin asked, his curiosity piqued. Hee, you'll find out this afternoon. For now, take this duckweed home, dry it over a fire, and crush it into powder to bring to school, Li Kang said with a mysterious smile. All right, Huang Shaoxin replied, seeing that Li Kang was unwilling to disclose more. At this moment, their feet had dried, so they put on their shoes and walked together towards the village. Upon reaching the village, Li Kang headed directly to school, while Huang Shaoxin returned home to dry the duckweed. As the class was about to start, Huang Shaoxin arrived at school and handed Li Kang a small plastic bag filled with powder, clearly made from the dried duckweed leaves. Li Kang tucked the duckweed powder into his pocket and couldn't help but sneer, Yang Tao, just you wait. It turned out that Li Kang had prepared these items for Yang Tao the previous night. When he hadn't been able to confront Yang Tao and recalled how he had mistreated Wang Li, he felt a surge of resentment. This reminded him of a prank he had seen online in his past life, which purportedly involved drying duckweed, grinding it into powder, and mixing it with water. The person who drank it would. As Li Kang pondered this, he stroked his chin, now adorned with a few soft hairs, and chuckled to himself. Hey, what mischievous deed are you up to, laughing so creepily? Ma Wenwan, a chubby girl who was focused on previewing her afternoon lessons, turned around, feeling goosebumps from Li Kang's laughter. Mind your own studies. I'm not laughing at you, Li Kang replied with a grin. It must be something nefarious. If I find out, I'll report you to the teacher, she muttered, turning back to her books. During the break after the second period, Li Kang felt the duckweed powder in his pocket, stood up, and left the classroom, heading towards the staff office. Upon arriving at the collective office, he noticed Yang Tao engaged in conversation with several female teachers from the school. Li Kang observed Yang Tao's lecherous gaze fixed upon one female teacher's bosom, and could not help but feel a wave of disdain. As he entered the office, Li Kang promptly altered his expression, greeting Yang Tao with a smile. Hello, Teacher Yang. Upon recognizing Li Kang, Yang Tao's previously cheerful demeanor instantly darkened. He retorted, what do you want? Teacher Yang, you may not be aware, but last night I was summoned to the dormitory by the homeroom teacher and was thoroughly reprimanded. I have come to realize my mistake. I should not have been so confrontational with you yesterday. I am here to apologize, Li Kang said, forcing a smile. Hearing this, Yang Tao felt somewhat restrained from expressing his anger, especially as a teacher and in the presence of several female colleagues. He replied in a low tone. No need for an apology. That won't do. How about I pour you a cup of water to make amends? Li Kang suggested. Picking up the teacup Yang Tao had left on the desk, discarding the old tea and replacing it with fresh Maojian tea. He then fetched a thermos from the other side of the office, brewed the tea, and returned to present it to Yang Tao, saying, "Teacher Yang, please enjoy this tea." The female teacher seized the opportunity to chime in, "Teacher Yang, the student has poured you tea as a gesture of apology. You should accept it." Faced with the encouragement of his colleagues, Yang Tao felt compelled to acquiesce, lest he appear petty. Accepting the teacup with a stern expression, he remarked, "Very well. I accept your apology. You may leave now." Seeing Yang Tao accept the teacup, Li Kang breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "All right then, Teacher Yang. Goodbye." As he exited the office towards the classroom, he turned back with a grin, uttering a cryptic phrase that left the teachers puzzled. "Teacher Yang, you had stir-fried beans for lunch today, didn't you?" Yang Tao was slightly bewildered. He had not eaten stir-fried beans at lunch. He questioned the meaning behind Li Kang's words, but dismissed it and savored a delightful sip of tea before engaging in conversation with the female teachers. Chapter 021. Yang Tao's embarrassment. Let us set aside Li Kang's return to the classroom and focus on Yang Tao. Currently, he teaches mathematics to 2 classes of first-year middle school students. This afternoon, during the 3rd period, he had a self-study tutorial. So after sipping the tea Li Kang had poured for him, he took his textbook and headed to class 23. Yang Tao was one to revel in self-aggrandizement, particularly relishing the opportunity to regale his students with tales of his illustrious past. This afternoon, having received an apology from Li Kang in front of the female teachers, he felt quite esteemed and his spirits lifted. Thus, he could not resist recounting his grand exploits to the students of class 23, even though he had already shared many of these anecdotes previously. "In my school days, whenever I participated in an examination, the only competition was for 2nd place. Do you know why?" Yang Tao rambled on, his enthusiasm unabated. The students of class 23 collectively pursed their lips in silence, secretly thinking, what is the big deal about having won a few first prizes at school? Must he repeat it not once, but twice? Yet, these unfortunate students felt helpless. It must be said that Teacher Yang, despite his penchant for boasting about his past achievements, was indeed quite adept at teaching mathematics. The novelty of his tales wore off after the first telling. Yet who could have foreseen that he would regale them repeatedly with such trivial anecdotes? He seemed unfazed by his own redundancy. As Yang Tao was reaching a critical point in his lecture, he was abruptly interrupted by a rumbling sound that emanated from his stomach, prompting him to pause. Realizing the source of the noise, he thought to himself, "I had a hearty lunch. Why is my stomach grumbling now? Has my digestive capacity increased, causing me to feel hunger sooner? This could be detrimental." Hunger arrives swiftly, and with it, the propensity to gain weight. Lost in contemplation over the rumblings of his belly, Yang Tao was suddenly overtaken by an urgent sensation that swiftly surged through him, compelling him towards an outlet for release. Thus, the esteemed Teacher Yang found himself in quite the predicament. The students in the front row had initially stifled their laughter at the sound from his stomach, but were soon astounded by the resounding blast of noxious gas that erupted forth, a veritable assault that left them reeling. They instinctively covered their mouths and noses, their bodies involuntarily recoiling. In that moment, they beheld Teacher Yang hastening out of the classroom like a donkey whose rear had been set ablaze, and just before exiting, he unleashed 2 thunderous gas bombs. This time, it was not solely the first row that suffered. The students in the first 3 rows were caught in the chaotic aftermath. The classroom erupted into pandemonium, with the front row students in disarray and those in the back erupting into fits of laughter. The entire scene devolved into utter chaos. Feeling deeply embarrassed, Yang Tao disregarded his dignity and hastily made his way to the restroom, leaving a trail of gas bombs in his wake. Upon squatting down, another earth-shattering rumble echoed, startling a male teacher nearby who had been engrossed in his reading and enjoying his moment of relief. The teacher hastily tidied himself, casting a peculiar glance at Yang Tao as he departed. Yang Tao felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly innocuous lunch would lead to such a humiliating incident? However, he soon sensed that something was amiss. Despite not having the urgent need to defecate, his stomach continued to grumble, persistently generating gas. His legs began to numb from squatting. Yet there was no sign of relief. Resolved, he pulled up his trousers and ventured out, still releasing gas as he walked. On his way, he encountered Li and Shui, the female teachers with whom he had just been chatting in the office. From a distance, they spotted Yang Tao moving awkwardly, legs pressed together, and as they approached, the peculiar sounds emanating from him elicited uncontrollable laughter. Yang Tao, already flushed with embarrassment, turned a deeper shade of crimson. "Teacher Yang, what's the matter? Did you truly overindulge in fried beans at lunch?" Shui inquired, her tone laced with amusement. Indeed, My stomach is feeling rather unwell at the moment. I shall visit the health clinic." With that, Yang Tao hurriedly dashed off to the clinic outside the school. It must have been the mischief of Li Kang. How could he feign such kindness to apologize to me? It turns out he intended to set a trap, that little rascal. I will not let this matter rest easily. And as for Wang Li, that wretched woman, it seems I was rather lenient with her yesterday. Upon hearing about the stir caused by the stir-fried beans from teacher Cui, Yang Tao realized the true nature of the situation, and a surge of animosity welled up within him, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. After the third period, while having dinner, Li Kang overheard two students from class 23 discussing Yang Tao's embarrassing incident from the afternoon. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Li Kang anticipated that by the time evening self-study commenced, the entire school would be buzzing with tales of the incident. This thought filled him with a sense of delight, prompting him to consume an additional bowl of porridge and 2 more steamed buns. In recent days, Li Kang had noticed a marked increase in his appetite compared to before. Was he on the verge of another growth spurt? He found himself somewhat dissatisfied with his slender frame, standing at merely 1.60 meters. In his previous life, he had stood at just under 1.80 meters. A sudden drop of 20 centimeters was psychologically challenging for him to accept. However, he had no choice but to adapt, as he recalled that he had only begun to grow taller after entering normal university, which meant he still had at least 2 years before any significant change. Could it be that his rebirth was causing him to develop earlier than expected? Li Kang pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, with his rebirth, his strength and endurance had significantly increased. It was not entirely implausible that he might mature sooner. Clearly, he needed to enhance his physical training. For had it not been stated in books that increased exercise could aid in bodily development? If he could surpass 1.80 meters, it would be simply perfect. Had he not needed to visit the township government to see his uncle, he would have certainly run a few laps along the road at the eastern end of Phoenix Village. After finishing his meal, Li Kang proceeded directly to the township government. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he greeted the gatekeeper. "Old son, Grandpa's son, my uncle is not out today, is he?" "No, Mayor Zhang has been here all afternoon. He has likely just concluded a meeting. You might find him in his office," Old Son replied warmly. "Thank you, Grandpa Sunday. I shall go now," Li Kang said before making his way inside. "Little Pang, has Xiao Gang been causing any trouble at school these days? If he does, you must come and inform me," Old Son inquired, clearly concerned about his grandson's Sun Gang, who had been associating with Pan Wei. "No, Xiao Gang has been very well behaved lately. If anything arises, I will certainly let you know," Li Kang replied as he walked on. "That is good to hear. If only Xiao Gang could be like you," Old Son murmured as he watched Li Kang's retreating figure, evidently aware that Li Kang's reputation at the township government far surpassed that of Pan Wei and Sun Gang. Li Kang arrived at his uncle Zhang Zhenghai's office. The door was ajar, so he entered without hesitation. "Uncle," Li Kang called out. Zhang Zhenghai, engrossed in a newspaper at his desk, lifted his gaze upon hearing Li Kang's voice. The furrow in his brow relaxed, and a smile graced his lips. "Little Pang, it has been a while since I last saw you. I've been quite busy these past few days. How is it going with your studies after being held back? Are you keeping up?" "Rest assured, I will certainly catch up on my grades by the midterm exams," Li Kang assured, though he could hardly recall how many times he had made such a promise. "Do not fret too much. Improvement will come gradually, as long as it does not hinder your enrollment," Zhang Zhenghai replied with concern. "Yes, I understand, Uncle," Li Kang said, feeling touched by his uncle's kindness, which had remained unwavering in both his past and present lives. Zhang Zhenghai treated him as if he were his own son. Li Kang observed the article in the Shanyang Daily that Zhang Zhenghai held, its bold headline proclaiming, "On the left and right of reform and opening up." The article was marked with dense annotations, illustrating Zhang Zhenghai's profound regard for it. Gazing at the report, Li Kang felt a stirring within him. Recalling the nationwide debate on reform and opening up ignited by a commentary published by Huang Puping earlier in 1991. It was only September now, and the fervent discussions surrounding whether the bold steps of reform were indeed leftist adventurism were still ongoing. It wasn't until early 1992, after the elders' southern tour, that a definitive conclusion would finally emerge. "Uncle, may I take a look at that newspaper?" Li Kang inquired. Zhang Zhenghai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Kang's interest in such a purely political publication, yet he said nothing and handed the newspaper to him. Li Kang settled onto the office sofa, meticulously examining the article that Zhang Zhenghai had studied repeatedly. Observing Li Kang's earnest demeanor, Zhang Zhenghai felt puzzled, questioning whether this young lad could truly comprehend the complexities of the text. After about 10 minutes, Li Kang lifted his head and returned the newspaper to Zhang Zhenghai. "Little Pang, what are your thoughts after reading it?" Zhang Zhenghai asked, unable to resist testing him. "Uncle, May I inquire about your perspective on the current contentious issues? Li Kang countered. You rascal, I am asking you, yet you turn the question back on me. Speak first, Zhang Zhenghai chuckled. I believe that reform and opening up is certainly not reckless. Rather, it is an indispensable pathway for our nation's strength. Furthermore, I contend that there should be no contention over the ideological framework of reform and opening up. Currently, the pace of reform should be accelerated, and the standards for evaluating its successes and failures ought to be revised, Li Kang asserted confidently, fully aware of the future political direction of his country. Little Pang. Cease talking, Zhang Zhenghai interjected, taken aback by Li Kang's audacious statements. He then rose, walked to the door to glance outside, and closed it before turning back to Li Kang with a serious expression. Do you truly understand what you are saying? Zhang Zhenghai had never anticipated that Li Kang would make such a startling declaration. Earlier that day, during a meeting in the countryside to discuss the report, the leadership had split into two factions, arguing heatedly, with the conservative faction led by the village party secretary, Yin Shouzuan, ultimately prevailing. This left Zhang Zhenghai's group feeling quite powerless, and Li Kang's remarks could lead to unforeseen consequences if they were overheard by Yan's supporters. Uncle, Yin Shouzuan's people must have conflicting views with yours, correct? Li Kang inquired with a knowing smile, fully aware of his uncle's apprehensions. Xiaopang, what have you heard? Who spoke those words to you just now? Zhang Zhenghai clearly did not believe that Li Kang could possess such insight. Uncle, I regularly read newspapers and watch the news. I am aware of many matters, Li Kang replied. Uncle, have you noticed that discussions on ideology have vanished from the central daily these past few days? Li Kang continued. It won't be long now, uncle. If you can endure for another 6 months, the faction led by Yin Shouzuan will not stir up any significant turmoil. Li Kang recalled that shortly after 1992 in his previous life, Yin Shouzuan was ousted, and it was his uncle who succeeded him as the party secretary of Fengwang Township. If you find it inconvenient to discuss here, I could write down my thoughts for you to review later. How does that sound? Li Kang did not mind giving his uncle a little push in this matter, as it might aid him in advancing his career. All right, Xiaopang. Remember not to speak of what was just said indiscreetly, Zhang Zhenghai cautioned, observing Li Kang's eloquence. He felt that this time, Li Kang had changed significantly. Previously, he had never broached any political topics with him, but he still felt a twinge of unease. I know what to say and what not to say. You can rest assured, Li Kang assured him. By the way, what brings you to see me? Surely it is not solely to discuss these matters, Zhang Zhenghai inquired. Oh, I nearly forgot. I wish to use the computer at the township government, Li Kang replied. What do you need the computer for? Do you even know how to use it? Be careful not to break it. It cost over 10,000 yuan, Zhang Zhenghai asked, his brow furrowing in concern. I read in a book that those who do not understand computers will be considered illiterate in the future, so I want to learn, Li Kang said. He was unsure when the phrase about computer illiteracy had emerged, but it certainly had not appeared by 1991. Is there really such a saying? I was unaware of it. Zhang Zhenghai responded skeptically. It's from a foreign book. The original phrase is. Li Kang, feeling cornered, resorted to delivering the phrase in English. Very well. But be cautious. If you break it, I would have difficulty explaining that, Zhang Zhenghai conceded, evidently swayed by the prospect of allowing his nephew to utilize the idle computer. Excellent. Please have Aunt Guan, the computer administrator, informed, and I shall go directly to her next time. Li Kang recalled that the township government had appointed a computer administrator, a middle-aged woman named Guan, who was not particularly adept at using computers. All right, follow me, Zhang Zhenghai replied. His decisive nature meant he preferred to resolve matters immediately without delay, a trait Li Kang greatly admired. As Li Kang exited the township government, a large roll of newspapers tucked under his arm, he whistled cheerfully on his way to school, elated that the computer issue had been resolved. Upon entering the school, he hurried toward the classroom, and just as he approached the door, he suddenly heard Yang Tao's furious shout. Li Kang, stop right there. Chapter 022. Yang Tao's curtain call. After leaving the township government compound, Li Kang headed straight back. As he neared the classroom door, Yang Tao's enraged voice echoed. Li Kang, stand still. The intensity of that roar drew the attention of all those traversing the path, their gazes converging upon the scene. They witnessed Yang Tao striding furiously towards Li Kang, with Wang Li trailing behind in disarray. It is human nature to be captivated by spectacle, and even the youngest among them were no exception. As the unfolding drama became apparent, the pedestrians halted their steps, gradually encircling the spectacle, while others craned their necks to peer through the windows. What does Teacher Yang want with me? Li Kang thought to himself. Fully aware of the reason behind Yang Tao's approach, the sight of Yang's wrathful demeanor brought a sense of satisfaction, yet upon noticing Wang Li's distressed appearance behind him, a flicker of unease crossed his features, and his hands clenched tightly. Is there something you need from me? He repeated, observing Yang Tao's advance. However, Yang Tao, inexplicably chilled, sensed an unexpected aura of intimidation emanating from the seemingly frail Li Kang, prompting him to halt his advance. You little brat. What did you feed me in the office this afternoon? Yang Tao demanded, perplexed by the sudden fear instilled by a mere child. What are you trying to accomplish? Yang Tao. Wang Li interjected, stepping between them, arms spread wide to shield Li Kang, her voice resonating with authority. At the sight of Wang Li's protective stance, Li Kang felt a jolt in his heart. His feelings for her were complex, shaped by memories from a past life that she remained oblivious to. Just last week, she had accepted him as her brother, and now, she stood against Yang Tao for his sake. Sis, it's all right, Li Kang reassured this benevolent woman, guiding her aside while gently straightening her disheveled attire, his voice soft and calming. Wang Li momentarily froze at his gesture, her heart skipping a beat. The boy before her moved with such natural ease, as if rehearsed countless times. Seeing Wang Li gaze at him with a dazed expression, Li Kang smiled softly and said, I've got everything covered. Turning to Yang Tao, he added with a smile, You certainly have a commanding presence, Yang. You little brat, speak up. What did you give me to eat this afternoon? Yang Tao snarled, feeling his pride wounded by Wang Li's defense of Li Kang, an outsider in his eyes. Despite having neglected her, she had chosen to stand against him, twisting his features into a grotesque mask of rage as he confronted Li Kang. Yang, I failed to comprehend your accusations, Li Kang replied calmly. Quit playing coy. This afternoon, you feigned an apology in my office and even poured me a cup of tea. Now, tell me, what did you put in it? You mentioned I poured you tea, so naturally, it contained tea leaves, yours, to be precise. Several witnesses can attest to that. Li Kang retorted, My tea leaves were undoubtedly fine, but after drinking the tea you prepared, I found myself troubled. There were certain things I found difficult to articulate. Yang Tao muttered, his expression darkening. Laughter erupted among the many onlookers who were well aware of Yang Tao's embarrassing incident this afternoon. Yang, did you really eat fried beans for lunch? I heard you had a rough time this afternoon, Li Kang taunted, pouring salt on Yang Tao's wounds. I did not eat fried beans. You little brat, stop being evasive. Yang Tao's face contorted with rage, and before anyone could react, he lunged forward and kicked Li Kang squarely in the chest. Li Kang cried out, collapsing to the ground. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that Yang Tao had dared to kick Li Kang in front of so many witnesses. Xiao Pang, Wang Li exclaimed upon witnessing Li Kang's fall and rushed over, bending down to check on him. At that moment, several figures rushed out from Class 21, one of whom pushed Wang Li aside, declaring, Step aside. If it weren't for you, Xiao Pang wouldn't have been hit by Yang Tao. He then leaned down, calling out, Xiao Pang, are you all right? Recognizing the voice, Li Kang knew it was Ma Jun who had arrived. However, the show must go on. He clutched his chest and said to Ma Jun, Junzi, don't blame Wang. She is a good person. Cough, cough. Seeing Li Kang in such distress, Ma Jun felt a surge of concern. I won't blame her anymore. How are you feeling? My chest hurts. I think my ribs might be broken. Hurry, go call our homeroom teacher. Xiao San. Quickly inform my uncle and tell him I was assaulted by Yang Tao. Li Kang groaned in agony. Xiao Pang, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Wang Li cried, overwhelmed with worry as she leaned closer. As Wang Li bent down, Li Kang's gaze inadvertently fell into her collar, causing him to gasp in surprise. Wow, they're so large and so fair, he thought, feeling an urge that he desperately tried to suppress. Cough, cough, sis, I'm fine, just a little pain in my chest. Why did Yang hit me? I even went to apologize to him this afternoon. Wang Li, seeing the authenticity in Li Kang's expression, was relieved, dispelling any lingering doubts about whether Li Kang had truly provoked Yang Tao earlier. Just after dinner that day, she had seen Yang Tao storming into the dormitory, furiously cursing and calling Li Kang names. When she inquired about the commotion, Yang Tao exploded like a powder keg, attacking her without a second thought. Afterward, still seething, he declared his intentions to confront Li Kang, prompting Wang Li to follow, which led to the earlier scene. At that moment, Wang Li had completely lost hope in Yang Tao. Initially, she had contemplated reconciliation when he suggested divorce. It is worth noting that in the traditional society of 1991's Phoenix Township, divorce carried a significant social stigma for women, particularly for a beautiful teacher like her. The mere thought of the judgmental glances she would receive post-divorce sent shivers down her spine. However, she could not fathom why the once courteous Yang Tao had transformed into this despicable version of himself, resorting to both physical and verbal abuse towards her, all due to mere suspicion, despite having apologized to him earlier that very afternoon. Contemplating this, Wang Li and Ma Jun helped Li Peng to his feet and, addressing the concerned Wang Lingling, Ma Wenwan, and Li Ming who stood nearby, said, "You should return to your evening study session. Ma Jun and I will accompany Li Peng to the clinic." At that moment, Huang Shaoxin had already hurried to the township government to seek out Zhang Zhenghai. Without a glance at the stunned Yang Tao, they proceeded through the crowd, making their way to the Phoenix Township Clinic. Once outside, Li Peng broke free from their support and exclaimed, "The performance ends here." Haha. Ma Jun and Wang Li were taken aback by Li Peng's vivacious demeanor. "I apologize. Junzi, sister. Had I not feigned that way, I would not have anticipated the extent of Yang Tao's outburst, which must have caused you concern," Li Peng explained. "Sister, are you truly going to divorce Yang Tao?" he inquired further, eager to ascertain Wang Li's stance in order to determine their next course of action. Recalling Yang Tao's loathsome visage over the past few days, which bore no resemblance to that of a husband, and then glancing at this large child before her, Wang Li bit her lip and nodded. "I have decided to divorce Yang Tao." "That's good," Li Peng replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Wang Li's affirmation. Both Wang Li and Ma Jun looked at Li Peng, puzzled. "Sister, we still need to visit the clinic. The act must be complete. This time, we must ensure that Yang Tao faces a most humiliating defeat," Li Peng declared. Wang Li hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Since she had resolved to sever ties with Yang Tao, he would no longer concern her. Reflecting on the care and affection Li Peng had shown her, which rivaled that of a biological brother, she consented to accompany him in this charade, while Ma Jun, harboring his own anger towards Yang Tao for his assault on Li Peng, readily agreed as well. Thus, the trio arrived at the clinic, where Li Peng first underwent a chest x-ray. The doctor, upon review, declared there to be no issues and prescribed some anti-inflammatory medication. At Li Peng's request, he was also assigned a room, where he subsequently reclined in the hospital bed. Before long, Li Peng heard a commotion outside the door. Upon peering up, he was greeted by a large group entering, led by his uncle Zhang Zhenghai, followed closely by Bai Tian, the principal of Phoenix Township, Wang Dafeng, the director, his homeroom teacher Tian Feng, and a disheartened Yang Tao. As they entered, Bai Tian smiled at Li Peng and said, "Li Peng, are you feeling better now? I am here to apologize on behalf of Yang." You all wield quite the influence, openly assaulting someone in front of so many witnesses," Li Peng retorted. "Indeed, we will address this matter with the utmost seriousness," Bai Tian replied with a forced smile, secretly lamenting, "Oh, Yang Tao, of all people, why must you strike the nephew of the township head, and in front of such an audience? I fear I can no longer protect you." Yang Tao regretted his actions the moment he kicked Li Kang to the ground. He was not ignorant. He was acutely aware of Li Kang's esteemed position in the eyes of Mayor Zhang. It was foolish of him to let his anger cloud his judgment. Indeed, as soon as the mayor learned of his nephew's assault, he rushed over, reprimanding Principal Bai before emphasizing the need for severe consequences regarding this incident. Throughout the ordeal, Mayor Zhang did not spare a glance at Yang Tao. The news of his impending dismissal from the teaching staff left Yang Tao feeling disoriented. His complexion paling as the reality of his predicament set in, he understood that this time, he might truly be finished. Wang Li and Ma Jun had stepped aside when Zhang Zhenghai and his entourage arrived. Wang Li, observing the assertive mayor, the obsequious principal, and the visibly shaken Yang Tao, felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. It was essential to recognize that all of this chaos had been orchestrated by the youth lying in bed, a fact that few would believe if revealed. Yet, there remained many unknowns for her. Last night, upon witnessing Yang Tao strike Wang Li, Li Kang's fury reached its zenith, prompting him to resolve to drive Yang Tao away from her for good. From that moment, he meticulously plotted each step of his plan. He began by verbally confronting Yang Tao and, upon seeing Wang Dafeng and Tian Feng enter Wang Li's dormitory, feigned an intent to kick Yang Tao. Fully aware that Wang Dafeng would intervene, and indeed, his homeroom teacher Tian Feng cooperatively pulled him away from the scene. The following day, while scavenging with Huang Shaoxin, Li Kang devised the scheme involving the concoction that would cause Yang Tao significant distress, an essential part of his strategy. If his sole intention were to tease Yang Tao, the now 30-something Li Kang would hardly find that entertaining. His antics served a dual purpose. Not only did they provide him with a sense of satisfaction, but they also aimed to incite Yang Tao's wrath. His parting words about eating fried beans were cleverly designed to lead Yang Tao back to him. In the evening, when Yang Tao sought him out, Li Kang deliberately provoked him with taunts, hoping to incite Yang Tao's fury to the point of physical confrontation. This would allow Li Kang to manipulate the situation further. Once his uncle, Zhang Zhenghai, learned of the assault, his fury would be palpable, simplifying the subsequent proceedings. Everything unfolded precisely as Li Kang had orchestrated, leaving him with a sense of relief as he mused to himself about the burdensome nature of scheming. Regrettably, he felt remorse for Wang Li, who had suffered another beating due to his machinations that afternoon. However, he rationalized that enduring temporary pain was preferable to prolonged suffering, though he pondered whether she would resent him upon discovering the truth. Ultimately, he decided it was better for her to remain oblivious. After inquiring about Li Kang's condition and confirming that he was unharmed, Zhang Zhenghai departed hastily. Principal Bai and Director Wang followed suit, escorting Yang Tao away. At that moment, only Li Kang, Ma Jun, and Wang Li remained in the hospital room. Wang Li turned to Ma Jun and said, "Ma Jun, I can stay here with Xiao Kang. You should return to your evening study session." Ma Jun was aware that Li Pang was merely putting on a facade, as there was truly nothing of substance happening. So he proceeded to attend his evening self-study session. Ever since that incident in Li Pang's dream where he assumed the role of a chef, he had become increasingly diligent. For deep down, he still harbored an aversion to becoming a chef. His aspiration was to be a scientist. After Ma Jun departed, Wang Li approached Li Pang's bedside, playfully twisting his ear and feigning annoyance as she inquired, "Little Pang, do tell me what transpired this afternoon with Yang Tao that provoked such ire. To the point that I, your older sister, was caught in the crossfire and received a beating?" Li Pang did not respond directly to Wang Li's question. Instead, he gazed into her eyes and softly asked, "Sister, do you blame me?" "Blame you for what?" She replied, "For dealing with Yang Tao in that manner." Wang Li was taken aback and, sitting at the edge of Li Pang's bed, gradually leaned down and climbed onto him, saying, "I do not blame you. For I understand that your actions were motivated by concern for me. Moreover, I have resolved to divorce him." "Sister." Li Pang extended his arms to embrace Wang Li's slender shoulders, resting his head in her hair, allowing silence to envelop them. Li Pang and Wang Li returned to their respective realms. Rather than re-entering the classroom, Li Pang went to Wang Li's dormitory, apprehensive that Yang Tao might still be present. However, after sitting there for a while without Yang Tao's return, he chose not to linger and went back to the classroom to summon Ma Jun for their journey home. The following morning, during the break between classes, Tian Feng approached Li Pang, requesting his presence in his dormitory. Upon arriving at Tian Feng's office, the latter promptly informed Li Pang of the disciplinary decision regarding Yang Tao. He would receive a serious reprimand for his actions, particularly considering his assault on Li Pang. "How is your speech preparation coming along?" "The speech competition is scheduled for next Monday and Tuesday," Tian Feng inquired. "It's ready. I'll fetch it for you," Li Pang replied, darting back to the classroom to retrieve a composition notebook, which he then presented to Tian Feng. As Tian Feng opened the pristine notebook, he discovered a single essay within. He began to scrutinize it intently. Tian Feng furrowed his brow. "Li Pang, is this your speech?" he asked after finishing the review. "Yes, is there a problem?" Li Pang scratched his head, pretending to be puzzled. "There are indeed some issues. Please return for now. I need to think," Tian Feng replied thoughtfully. Exiting Tian Feng's dormitory, Li Pang noted that the morning exercises had concluded, and he made his way back to the classroom. "Li Pang," Wang Lingling called out as she spotted him returning to his seat. "Lingling, what is it?" Li Pang asked with a smile, his gaze falling upon the youthful beauty before him. Since the previous occasion when Wang Dafeng had treated Li Pang to a meal, he had taken to addressing Wang Lingling simply as Lingling. Each time she heard him call her so affectionately, a warmth would bloom in her cheeks, and her heart would flutter, for no other boy in the class had ever referred to her in such a manner. Two rosy hues blossomed on Wang Lingling's face as she bit her lip, casting an admonishing glance at Li Pang before gently lowering her head and softly inquiring, "Did the homeroom teacher review your speech?" "What did he say?" "No, he merely suggested that he would think it over and then asked me to return," Li Kang replied, resting his hand on the back of his head while leaning against the desk in the rear, squinting his eyes as he gazed at the young girl before him. "Oh, I have also completed my speech draft and would like to show it to our homeroom teacher. Li Kang, could you please take a look at it first?" Wang Lingling said, looking up at him. "Sure, hand it over and I will have a look." Li Kang responded with curiosity about the type of draft Wang Lingling would produce. Wang Lingling pulled a notebook from her desk and handed it to Li Kang, quickly turning her head away and avoiding eye contact with him. Li Kang found the thoughts of this young girl quite intriguing and smiled as he opened the notebook, observing the elegant and neat handwriting within, each stroke reflecting the unique delicacy of a young girl. From the perspective of a middle school student, Wang Lingling's speech draft was already commendable. It shared the same theme as the one he submitted to Tian Feng, focusing on their hometown, with a smooth flow of words that brimmed with a young girl's love and affection for her origins. This demonstrated that Wang Lingling's consistent position as the top student in her grade was no mere coincidence. As Li Kang finished reading, class had commenced, and their English teacher, Lu Hai, entered the room with a textbook in hand. Li Kang tore a small note from one of his exercise books, wrote a sentence on it, folded it neatly, and poked Wang Lingling gently on the back. Seizing the moment while the teacher was writing words on the blackboard, Wang Lingling turned around with a frown, softly scolding. "What are you doing?" "We are in class." "Here," Li Kang replied, extending the note to her. Upon seeing it, Wang Lingling's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly clutched the note tightly in her palm, turning back around. Li Kang, observing the girl's face turning bright red, even her ears tinged with color, wondered what thoughts were racing through her mind. However, knowing Wang Lingling's shy nature, he recalled from their time together at the normal school that even the slightest jest would render her face a deep shade of red, which made teasing her all the more delightful for Li Kang. Within a minute, he noticed Wang Lingling discreetly extending her hand behind her, offering another note. Li Kang reached out to take it from her, playfully scratching her soft, delicate palm with his fingertip. "Ah!" Wang Lingling gasped, as if burned by fire, swiftly retracting her hand, yet her face grew even redder, with a visible blush creeping down her neck. In his rebirth, Li Kang sometimes found great pleasure in these little gestures shared among classmates. Having transitioned from a once aspiring youth to a laboring machine, tirelessly striving for survival, he now relished the opportunity to return to his youthful days, sitting in a classroom, listening to the teacher's incessant lecture, and occasionally engaging in playful interactions with the beautiful girl seated in front of him. Such innocent feelings brought him immense joy and made him cherish the moments even more. "Li Kang, would you read this passage for the class?" Teacher Lu Hai observed that Li Pang had done something to make the usually obedient Wang Lingling blush so fiercely. He felt compelled to offer Li Pang a subtle reminder. Thus he smiled and spoke to him. "Oh," Li Pang scratched his head, stood up, and earnestly read the designated text assigned by Lu Hai before sitting down. It was then that he finally had the opportunity to peruse the note Wang Lingling had passed him. Having previously reviewed her speech draft, Li Pang recognized it as a remarkable piece of writing, though it was somewhat overly formal, making it less suitable for a speech. This inspired him to assist Wang Lingling in refining it, leading him to jot down a note for her. "You may consider these revisions." Consequently, Li Pang undertook to infuse her speech with a more conversational tone and incorporated livelier elements, rejuvenating the entire manuscript. The result was a composition that seemed tailor-made for a young lady like Wang Lingling, who possessed a sweet voice and striking appearance. He believed that if she performed to her potential during the competition, she would undoubtedly achieve a commendable result. After class, Li Pang handed the revised speech back to Wang Lingling. She gazed at the annotated manuscript, her face lighting up with surprise 2 minutes later as she looked up at him without uttering a word before darting out of the classroom. Surely she wouldn't take it directly to the teacher, would she? That would be disastrous, Li Pang mused as he watched her flee. Indeed, before class commenced, Li Pang spotted Wang Lingling entering the classroom with a smile, announcing, "Li Pang, the homeroom teacher is looking for you." Oh, Li Pang scratched his head again, stood up, and headed directly to Tian Feng's dormitory. "Li Pang, I see the speech you revised for Wang Lingling is quite good. Why did you give me such an outline instead?" Tian Feng remarked, holding Li Pang's speech draft with a smile. "Hee, teacher, I simply didn't want to memorize a script. I believe a speech delivered with spontaneity holds greater charm, which is why I provided you with an outline," Li Pang replied. "Are you confident that you can perform better spontaneously?" Tian Feng appeared somewhat skeptical. "Yes, I believe the outline is sufficient. And I am confident in my ability to excel in the moment," Li Pang asserted, meeting Tian Feng's gaze. "How about this? Since it's Wednesday, let us have you and Wang Lingling come to my office after dinner for practice over the next few days. This way, I can offer guidance based on your progress and observe how well you can improvise. If it doesn't go well, you will need to prepare a complete speech for me," Tian Feng proposed. "All right, I'll head to class now," Li Pang responded before returning to the classroom. In the following days, Li Pang and Wang Lingling practiced their speeches in Tian Feng's dormitory every evening. Wang Lingling became increasingly proficient with her manuscript, gradually infusing it with emotional depth and incorporating gestures, leading to ever-improving results. In recent days, Tian Feng and Wang Lingling have truly witnessed Li Kang's oratorical prowess. Each time it was Li Kang's turn to practice his speech, he would skillfully elaborate upon the outline he had previously prepared. His impeccable Mandarin and poised demeanor significantly enhanced the quality of his presentations. What astonished the other two was that each of Li Kang's speeches varied slightly from the last, filled with an abundance of witty and humorous language. Consequently, after each rehearsal, Both Tianfeng and Wang Lingling found themselves eagerly anticipating Li Kang's next performance. After several days of practice, Tianfeng became thoroughly convinced of the allure of Li Kang's so-called spontaneous speeches. He felt a spark of hope within, pondering that perhaps this time Li Kang might surprise him. As the weekend approached, Li Jiangguo had yet to finish his traditional medicine, leaving Li Kang to await the results of his follow-up examination. However, by this time, Li Jiangguo had already discerned his ailment, thus eliminating the need for Li Kang to provide further reminders. As a new week commenced, on Monday afternoon, after a meal, Li Kang and Wang Lingling joined their homeroom teacher, Tianfeng, on a bus bound for Shenyang City, heading to the Shenyang County Education Bureau for reporting. The formal competition was scheduled for Tuesday. A few days prior, Tianfeng had briefed Li Kang and Wang Lingling on the essential details of the speech competition. It turned out that this contest was a county-level selection for the Shenyang City National Day Speech Competition. The top 3 representatives from Shenyang County would participate in the citywide patriotic speech contest for junior high school students. Rumor had it that a mysterious reward awaited those who secured a top 3 position in the city competition. As Li Kang sat on the bus, he contemplated the final remark made by Tianfeng during the introduction of the speech competition. What could the reward possibly be? He could not recall any such competition in his previous life, nor did he know whether Wang Lingling had participated. The bus gradually approached the Shenyang City bus station, where Tianfeng led Li Kang and Wang Lingling off the bus. They would need to catch the number 7 bus to reach the Shenyang County Education Bureau. Notably, Shenyang County did not possess an independent county seat. Instead, its governmental offices were dispersed throughout various streets of Shenyang City, with the Education Bureau located on the eastern side, quite a distance from the bus station. The trio waited by the bus stop sign for nearly half an hour before a number 7 bus finally arrived, albeit tardily. Li Kang felt a sense of exasperation at the state of public transport in 1991 Shenyang City, and he found himself reminiscing about the well-developed bus system of his previous life. In 1991, Shenyang City had yet to implement a no-ticket seller system. A middle-aged ticket seller collected the fare from Tianfeng for the 3 of them, then, like stuffing sardines, proceeded to cram them into an already overcrowded bus. The bus was exceedingly cramped, and Wang Lingling, clearly unaccustomed to such a situation, felt somewhat disoriented as she was pushed inside by the ticket seller. Nervously, she clutched at Li Kang's clothing, her large eyes blinking anxiously at him. Li Kang gazed into the pleading eyes of the young girl, then glanced at his somewhat balding homeroom teacher, Tianfeng, and couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Instantly emboldened, he seized Wang Lingling's hand and charged towards a window-side seat. With both hands, he created a small haven for Wang Lingling. After a moment of hesitation, she, noticing the watchful eyes of the older men surrounding them, cast aside her shyness and ducked beneath Li Kang's arm, inadvertently resting her hands against his chest. Li Kang, captivated by the close proximity of the girl and overwhelmed by her alluring fragrance, felt his heart race. He instinctively shifted his hips backward to avoid alarming her, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, unsure whether they were born from heat or anxiety. Li Kang, what's wrong? Why are you sweating? Wang Lingling, having momentarily overcome her bashfulness, looked up at Li Kang, who was struggling to maintain composure while drenched in sweat. Concern laced her voice. It's nothing. It's just a bit warm with so many people around, Li Kang replied awkwardly, forcing a smile as he shifted back again. I can help wipe it off, Wang Lingling said, her cheeks flushed. She retrieved a white handkerchief embroidered with blue flowers from her bag and gently dabbed the sweat from his forehead. Oh heavens! Have mercy on me, Li Kang thought, inhaling the fresh scent emanating from the handkerchief while gazing at the blushing girl before him. His heart raced even more, and he silently screamed in his mind. I'm fine now, Li Kang quickly asserted. Wang Lingling felt a rush of shyness from her bold act, tucking the handkerchief away and falling silent. As she leaned slightly closer to Li Kang, she felt a sense of security emanating from his seemingly fragile arms, which formed a small sanctuary for her. Somewhere deep within her, a door quietly opened. Tianfeng, observing the tender interactions between the 2 youngsters, sighed softly but chose to remain silent, allowing events to unfold naturally, as long as their connection did not hinder their studies. Suddenly, as the bus meandered along for nearly 20 minutes, it came to a halt at a bus stop. Li Kang spotted a familiar figure boarding the bus and intended to greet them, but, overwhelmed by the crowded conditions, decided against it. After approximately another half hour, as they approached the Education Bureau, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere of the bus. Ah! The chilling cry resonated throughout the bus, causing every passenger to fall silent as if enchanted, their gazes instinctively drawn to the source of the anguished sound. Despite the cramped space, They quickly discerned the origin of the commotion, revealing a disheveled man in his 30s, squatting on the floor, his hands clutching his groin, his face pale and contorted in agony, from whom the scream had evidently emanated. Before him stood a girl of approximately 15 or 16, her doll-like head crowned with a youthful hairstyle, adorned in a distinctive blue-green tracksuit unmistakably belonging to a particular school, with a backpack slung over her shoulder. She clasped her hands to her heart, her long eyelashes framing large, expressive eyes brimming with terror and unease. Tears welled around her eyelids, creating a poignant sight that evoked an instinctive desire to embrace her and offer solace. What transpired? The ticket attendant, alerted by the cries emanating from the rear of the vehicle, hurriedly squeezed through the front door to inquire. "Auntie, after I boarded, this man followed closely behind me, and I felt frightened, so I moved to the back. Just a moment ago, I sensed him pressing something against me, and when I gently pushed him away, he ended up like this," the girl recounted, blinking her eyes as tears cascaded down her cheeks. A sudden understanding washed over the adults on the bus as they comprehended the girl's words, their gazes turning scornful towards the man crouched on the ground. "It wasn't me," the man protested, his pallor deepening as he attempted to defend himself, but the sharp pain in a certain part of his body rendered his explanation incomplete. "Auntie, she seems very frightened," the girl murmured, instinctively seeking comfort in the ticket attendant's embrace. "Dear, there's nothing to fear with me around," the ticket attendant cooed, her maternal instincts surfacing as she gently patted the girl's back. "Zhang Asen, it's you again, you scoundrel. Why can't you ever do anything good?" The attendant bellowed at the man on the ground, clearly familiar with him. "Driver, open the door." As the door swung open, the attendant seized Zhang Asen by the collar and unceremoniously ejected him from the bus, declaring, "Zhang Asen, should I ever see you on my bus again, I shall throw you out through the window. Don't cry, dear, the bad man has been thrown out," the ticket attendant assured the girl softly. At that moment, Li Kang had squeezed his way next to the girl, tugging at her sleeve. "Hey, Jingzi." Lin Jing turned her head, and her eyes brightened upon seeing Li Kang. She playfully blinked at him, the earlier look of distress vanishing, only to be replaced by an expression of innocent vulnerability. "Thank you, Auntie," she said. Seeing that everything seemed settled, the ticket attendant returned to the front of the bus, and the vehicle resumed its journey. "What brings you here?" Lin Jing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she approached Li Kang, grasping his arm eagerly. "Who is she?" Lin Jing soon noticed Wang Lingling nestled beside Li Kang, prompting her to inquire while casting a scrutinizing glance at the girl in her simple, elegant dress. Li Kang sensed a tension brewing in the air. As beautiful women often harbor an inexplicable animosity towards one another, a sentiment devoid of age constraints. "I am Wang Lingling, a classmate of Li Kang," she replied with a smile directed at Lin Jing. Li Kang felt Wang Lingling inch closer, as if to assert her claim. "I am Lin Jing. I have known Li Kang since we were very young. I am in the second year at City No. 7 Middle School," Lin Jing said. Noticing Wang Lingling's subtle movements and leaning in closer to Li Kang, her demeanor cheerful. "Jinger, where are you off to?" Li Pang interjected hastily, sensing the escalating tension between the two. "Shoo. Hee. You saw it all just now," Lin Jing quickly interjected, sticking her tongue out at Li Pang. "What are you two up to?" Lin Jing inquired. "We're participating in a speech competition organized by our school," Li Pang explained. "Is it the citywide speech contest for middle school students?" Lin Jing asked. "Yes, but this is just the county preliminary round. Only the top 3 can advance to the city competition." "How did you know? Are you planning to participate as well?" Li Pang questioned. "I'm not participating. My Mandarin isn't good enough. I heard about it from my father," Lin Jing replied, pouting her adorable lips. "Li Pang, you must do your best. You have to secure a spot in the top 3 for the city competition. If you win an award, perhaps my father will even present it to you," Lin Jing said, her big, innocent eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Li Pang. "Yes, I will do my utmost," Li Pang responded, feeling the pure, untainted expectation radiating from Lin Jing as he nodded earnestly. Observing the lively exchange between Li Pang and Lin Jing, Wang Lingling felt a pang of melancholy, akin to the sensation of having a cherished toy snatched away. Lowering her gaze, she bit her lip, then lifted her head again, choosing silence as she quietly watched the two. Before the vehicle arrived at the Education Bureau station in Shangyang County, Lin Jing alighted, inquiring about the hotel where Li Pang and Wang Lingling would be staying, expressing her intention to visit them after school. As she hopped away, Li Pang recalled the earlier scene on the bus. He had noticed Lin Jing the moment she boarded, thus he was fully aware of the events that transpired. That rogue named Zhang Asen had followed Lin Jing since she got on, indeed harboring intentions of assaulting her. However, just as he was about to act, Lin Jing preemptively struck, incapacitating him with a swift maneuver. She then feigned a pitiful demeanor, successfully garnering the sympathy of the entire bus, especially from the ticket collector. Lin Jing, or perhaps Lin now, would be a more fitting name, Li Kang mused, chuckling to himself as he recalled the lively spirit of the little girl. The bus soon arrived at the Education Bureau. After disembarking, Li Kang and Wang Lingling were promptly escorted by Tian Feng to register. Upon reaching the registration area within the bureau, they discovered many schools had already checked in. Haha, Lao Tian, what brings you here? Does Fengwang Township also have a spot in the competition? A tall man dressed in deep blue trousers and a sky blue shirt, carrying a black briefcase, approached with two girls. Laughing heartily. In those times, such attire was considered rather fashionable. However, to the reborn Li Kang, it resembled that of a utility bill collector. Old Zhang, if you're here, how could I not be? Tian Feng replied with a smile. Our Lianggo town is aiming for a top 3 finish this time. But with your Fengwang Township in the mix, a few other towns can breathe a sigh of relief, as someone is bound to come in last, haha. Old Zhang proclaimed with an air of arrogance, attracting the curious glances of other teachers registering at the event. Not necessarily. Our 2 students from Phoenix Township possess considerable talent. Tian Feng remarked, patting Li Kang on the shoulder, a flicker of anger mingling with a sense of helplessness in his eyes. The educational standards of Phoenix Township's junior high have historically ranked near the bottom in the county, a predicament stemming from various causes beyond Tian Feng's control. Haha. How about we make a wager? If one of us secures a place in the top 3 of the county, the other shall treat them to a meal at the Shangyang restaurant. Are you brave enough to accept? Old Zhang boomed. Tian Feng hesitated. A meal at Shangyang restaurant was quite costly, nearly equivalent to 2 or 3 months' salary. If he felt confident, it would be different, but at this moment. Teacher, agree to his challenge, Li Kang urged, sensing Tian Feng's indecision. Upon seeing the confidence in Li Kang's eyes and recalling his stunning performance during recent speeches, Tian Feng's spirits lifted. He had endured Zhang Shukai's relentless jabs for too long and replied, very well, I accept the wager. But it would be prudent to have a few witnesses. As they spoke, several teachers who had registered and clearly recognized each other approached, expressing their willingness to serve as witnesses to the bet. After completing the registration at the Education Bureau, Tian Feng led Li Kang and Wang Lingling to their lodging, ensuring their accommodations were satisfactory before excusing himself to chat with other teachers. Li Kang hung his backpack on the wall of the room and sat on the edge of the bed, surveying the modest hotel room reminiscent of the early 1990s. The white walls adorned with green skirting housed a table, a chair, and a bed. As Li Kang reclined on the bed, the image of Lin Jing's ethereal face surfaced in his mind, prompting a smile as he closed his eyes to feign sleep. A sudden knock at the door jolted Li Kang from his reverie. Rising, he approached the door and opened it to reveal Wang Lingling, standing with a playful demeanor. May I come in? She inquired. Li Kang stepped aside, gesturing invitingly. Please, enter, beautiful. Wang Lingling's already shy countenance flushed a deeper shade of red as she slipped into the room, taking a seat beside the table. Casting her gaze upon Li Kang in silence. Is there something on my face? Li Kang asked, feeling his cheeks warm under her scrutiny, instinctively touching his face. Giggling at Li Kang's flustered state, Wang Lingling found amusement in his awkwardness. Li Kang, I'm worried I might not perform well in tomorrow's competition. Shall we practice twice more? She expressed her concern. Lingling, have a bit more confidence. Your delivery is already quite commendable. Teacher Tian and I have corrected your pronunciation. As long as you pay attention to your tone and expressions during the formal competition, you will be just fine, Li Kang reassured her. Wang Lingling remained silent, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Li Kang. Well, if that's the case, he conceded. Li Kang initially intended to refrain from further rehearsals. However, upon noticing Wang Lingling's earnest gaze, he felt compelled to acquiesce. As evening approached, Li Kang found himself deeply admiring Wang Lingling's tenacity, a trait that transcended both his past and present lives. Throughout the afternoon, Wang Lingling tirelessly repeated her speech, meticulously refining each detail, while Li Kang, having grown weary after merely 2 attempts, feigned a throat irritation to excuse himself from further practice. During this time, Tian Feng visited once, but, upon observing their earnest endeavor, discreetly retreated to his own quarters. In the intervals of their practice, Wang Lingling could not suppress her curiosity regarding Lin Jing, prompting Li Kang to share amusing anecdotes from their childhood, which elicited a cascade of melodious laughter from Wang Lingling. Just as Li Kang and Wang Lingling ceased their rehearsals to engage in light-hearted conversation, they were interrupted by Lin Jing's voice echoing from the corridor. Li Kang opened the door to find Lin Jing clad in her familiar turquoise sports attire, her adorable bobbed hair bobbing as she scanned the hallway. "Jinger," Li Kang called out. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Jing's face lit up with a radiant smile as she dashed over, grasping his arm and exclaiming, "Li Kang, let's go out and have some fun tonight." At that moment, Wang Lingling emerged from Li Kang's room, greeting Lin Jing with a cheerful, "Hello, Lin Jing. It's lovely to see you again." Noticing Wang Lingling's presence, Lin Jing furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What are you doing in Li Kang's room?" "We were rehearsing for tomorrow's speech," Li Kang instinctively explained, then chided himself for feeling anxious, as they had done nothing improper. "Have you finished your practice?" Lin Jing pressed further. "Yes, we have," Li Kang confirmed. "Then come with me, or perhaps Lingling would like to join us," Lin Jing suggested. "No, you two go ahead," Wang Lingling declined, shaking her head. "Li Kang, let's go. There are others waiting outside," Lin Jing urged, pulling at his arm. "Wait, I should inform my homeroom teacher," Li Kang replied. "You can go." "I've already spoken with the teacher," Wang Lingling reassured him. "Very well then. Thank you, Lingling." Li Kang expressed his gratitude before stepping outside with Lin Jing. Chapter 025. Roller skating. Upon their arrival outside the hotel, Li Kang and Lin Jing spotted several youths clad in the same uniform as Lin Jing, stationed by the roadside. "Lin Jing, over here," one of the boys called out, waving. Li Kang squinted and recognized the boy as Zhao Liang, a familiar face from their encounter at the Xinhua bookstore. Lin Jing led Li Kang before the group, smiling as she introduced him. "Allow me to present Li Kang." She then turned to Li Kang, saying, "Li Kang, these are my classmates from number 7 middle school. You already know Zhao Liang. This is Jiang Bing and Gu Haoran." "Hello," Li Kang greeted the two boys with a nod. Jiang Bing, with a fair complexion and the trendy hairstyle of the time, appeared somewhat shy. Gu Haoran, on the other hand, was a plump boy who seemed to have indulged a bit too much. "This is my dear friend, Yuan Huiqian," Wang Lingling concluded the introductions. Lin Jing pointed at the only girl among the crowd, aside from herself, and said, "Li Kang, you can call me Qian, just like Jinger." Yuan Huiqian, with her hands behind her back, appraised Li Kang from head to toe, raising her chin with a smile. "Hello, Qian," Li Kang replied with a smile in return. After everyone exchanged greetings, they followed Lin Jing along the path ahead. "Jinger, where are you taking me? Why the grand gathering?" Li Kang, noticing that Lin Jing did not mention their destination, inquired herself. "Mingzhu Shopping Mall, Black Panther Ice Rink," Lin Jing exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she walked. "Ice skating, huh?" Li Kang chuckled. "By the way, I forgot to ask, can you skate? If not, no worries, I can teach you. You see, my skating skills are absolutely top-notch," Lin Jing stated confidently, assuming that Li Kang, being a middle school student unfamiliar with the city, had never had the chance to learn. Li Kang smiled but did not respond, thinking to herself, "Oh, little Jinger, you shall be quite surprised when we arrive." At the back, Zhao Liang observed the intimate demeanor of Lin Jing and Li Kang walking side by side, a pang of jealousy igniting within him. "Li Kang, who exactly is she? Why does Lin Jing treat her so well?" Gu Haoran asked Zhao Liang. "I don't know. I only met her once at Xinhua bookstore." From Lin Jing's words, "It seems they played together as children," Zhao Liang replied, his gaze fixed on Lin Jing, his voice tinged with coldness. "I have a plan to make her look foolish," Jiang Bing said leisurely. "Quickly tell me, what is it?" Zhao Liang was keenly interested in the idea of embarrassing Li Kang in front of Lin Jing. "Think about it. A country bumpkin, could she skate?" Jiang Bing queried Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang's eyes lit up, clearly sharing the belief that the likelihood of Li Kang being able to skate was as slim as being struck by a bird's droppings on the street. "Imagine if we reach the rink, and the three of us create some obstacles for her. Then, Pia, heh, Jiang Bing said, chuckling. Zhao Liang and Gu Haoran joined in the laughter, sharing a conspiratorial glee. Before long, the group of 6 arrived at the Mingzhu shopping mall. They entered through the main entrance and took the elevator to the top floor. As soon as they stepped out, Li Kang was greeted by a thunderous wave of music. The words Black Panther Ice Rink hung prominently over the entrance. Standing at the door, Li Kang gazed at the familiar scene before her, lost in nostalgic reverie. In her past life, during her 3 years at Normal University, she had been a frequent visitor here. From 1994 to 1996, almost every weekend evening, Li Kang would come to this very place. Due to her exceptional flexibility and coordination, she quickly became a skilled skater, catching the attention of the rink's owner. Subsequently, the owner hired her as a skating coach, inviting her to the rink each weekend to guide newcomers and boost the rink's popularity. "Li Kang, come here." Upon entering, Lin Jing discovered that Li Pang was no longer by her side. Turning back, she found him standing at the entrance of the skating rink, gazing vacantly at the sign. Assuming Li Pang had never been here before, She felt a twinge of anxiety and approached him, encouraging him to venture inside. Li Kang followed Lin Jing to the ticket counter, where she promptly paid the fee, 1 yuan for 3 hours. How remarkably affordable it was in 1991. Li Kang recalled that by 1996, the cost had already escalated to 10 yuan for the same duration. A group awaited Li Kang's entrance before proceeding together to the skate rental area. At that time, inline skates had yet to emerge. Instead, a variety of double-bladed skates adorned the shelves. These skates required laces to be affixed to one's regular shoes, unlike the modern rollerblades equipped with wheels underneath. Li Kang selected a pair that fit him well, inspected the brake pads on the soles, and skillfully laced them up. Li Kang, I take it you've never been here before? Don't worry, I'll teach you shortly, Zhao Liang remarked as he took a pair of skates and sat beside him, oblivious to Li Kang's adeptness in fastening the laces. Li Kang smiled and replied, "Thank you. I'll seek your assistance if needed." Having secured his skates, Zhao Liang stood up, declaring, "I'll head in first." With that, he bent down and glided gracefully into the rink. Li Kang, after double-checking his skates, was about to rise when a delicate hand appeared before him. "Li Kang, let me guide you," Lin Jing said, having finished lacing her own skates. Seeing Li Kang still seated, she approached and extended her hand. All right," Li Kang replied, touching his nose in slight embarrassment. He grasped Lin Jing's slender hand, using it to pull himself up. He needed a moment to acclimate. After all, it had been over a decade since he last donned roller skates. Who knows if he would still remember how to glide. The two slowly made their way onto the rink, and once they reached the center, Li Kang released Lin Jing, saying, "I need to adjust slowly. You go on and enjoy yourself." Lin Jing exhaled in relief, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was uncertain why she had impulsively reached for Li Kang's hand. After all, no male other than her father had ever touched her hand since she became aware of such matters. Not counting the innocent days of childhood spent frolicking with Li Kang and Ma Jun in the fields. "I'll go ahead. If you want me to teach you, just call for me." Lin Jing smiled at Li Kang and then effortlessly glided into the rink, shedding her earlier stiffness. Li Kang stood still for a moment, closing his eyes as he sought to recall the sensation he once felt as he navigated the Black Panther skating rink. After about 2 minutes, he opened his eyes, pushed off with his left foot, and glided toward the center of the rink. Lin Jing and Zhao Liang, each with their own intentions, observed Li Kang closely. As Li Kang stood at the edge of the rink with his eyes shut, Yuan Huiqian scoffed and remarked to Lin Jing, what is this Li Kang up to? Does he think he can learn to skate just by standing still with his eyes closed?" Zhao Liang and his companions exchanged glances, smiles illuminating their faces, clearly recognizing that Li Kang's performance was that of a complete novice. It was absurd to stand still with one's eyes closed. Li Kang continually familiarized himself with the ice skates beneath his feet, gradually regaining his balance, his movements becoming increasingly fluid and his speed accelerating. "Wow, Jinger, look at Li Kang. He is learning so quickly," Yuan Huiqian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she noticed Lin Jing, who was wide-eyed, watching Li Kang intently. Zhao Liang's expression darkened. It appeared that events were unfolding beyond his expectations. He discreetly signaled to Jiang Bing and Gu Haoran, and the three of them began to encircle Li Kang. There was an unspoken rule at the skating rink: deliberate collisions would earn the disdain of all present, especially with Lin Jing in attendance. However, unintentional collisions were deemed normal occurrences, and Zhao Liang and his friends intended to create the illusion of such an accident. Jiang Bing sped towards Zhao Liang, shouting, "Get out of the way." In the midst of his swift movement, Zhao Liang deftly veered towards Li Kang's direction, only to be unexpectedly bumped by Gu Haoran, causing him to careen towards Li Kang. Li Kang had already sensed their intentions as they approached. As Zhao Liang was about to collide with him, he executed a swift turn, abruptly stopping and gliding backward towards the 9 o'clock direction, feigning panic with exaggerated movements before giving Zhao Liang a gentle shove. What was initially a staged stumble for Zhao Liang turned into a genuine tumble, propelling him forward for 2 or 3 meters before he dove to the ground, rolling nearly a meter before coming to a halt. Li Kang observed Zhao Liang rising from the floor, his expression one of frustrated defeat, and could not help but smile. Zhao Liang and his companions could no longer find an opportunity to execute their plan. As they realized Li Kang's skating skills had rapidly ascended to a level that left them in awe, it would be foolish to attempt to encircle him further. Thus, for the remainder of the time, the skating rink transformed into Li Kang's personal stage. He glided at remarkable speeds, occasionally skating backward even faster, executing lateral moves with his feet in a straight line, and occasionally performing complex maneuvers that most would find challenging, such as sudden stops and jumps. An increasing number of spectators gathered at the rink's edge, captivated by the young man's performance. Each challenging trick he executed was met with waves of applause. Lin Jing and Yuan Huiyuan, the two lovely girls, had already taken their positions at the side, cheering enthusiastically for Li Kang. Li Kang reveled in the exhilaration of the moment. He had fully reclaimed the sensation of dominance he once enjoyed at the Black Panther skating rink. As the crowd around him thinned, he suddenly felt an impulse, coming to a sudden stop before Lin Jing, extending his right hand with a smile and saying, "Shall we skate together?" Lin Jing, caught off guard by Li Kang's invitation, covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. At that moment, Li Kang radiated brilliance, resembling a prince. "Hurry up." Yuan Huqian gently tapped Lin Jing, who was momentarily stunned. Lin Jing extended her left hand and placed it in Li Kang's, and together they glided slowly into the center of the rink. At that moment, the ice was devoid of any other skaters. All the onlookers stood at the periphery, captivated by the graceful movements of the exquisite pair. The proprietor of the skating rink, having noticed the duo, had replaced the exhilarating disco music with a soothing violin melody. Upon hearing it, Li Kang recognized it as Chopin's Nocturne. As Lin Jing and Li Kang glided swiftly across the ice, she seamlessly complemented his every move, and their unspoken connection deepened with each passing moment. Eventually, with just a glance or a subtle cue from Li Kang, Lin Jing was able to harmoniously execute an array of intricate partnered maneuvers. Just as the enchanting Nocturne approached its finale, Li Kang undertook a bold maneuver. He grasped Lin Jing's shoulders firmly, lifted her effortlessly, and then cradled her waist. Spinning rapidly in the center of the rink, Lin Jing was astonished to discover the immense strength concealed within Li Kang's seemingly fragile frame, enabling him to elevate her with such ease. She instinctively assumed a beautiful pose reminiscent of a figure skating duet she had seen on television. As Li Kang's rotations grew increasingly swift, Lin Jing felt her heart soar in tandem with the exhilarating motion. When Li Kang finally halted, the lingering notes of the Nocturne drifted away, and he knelt on one leg, while Lin Jing remained poised gracefully above him. A profound silence enveloped the rink before an eruption of enthusiastic applause surged forth like a tidal wave. Li Kang gently set the blushing Lin Jing down, taking her hand and gliding toward the edge of the rink, both of them no longer wishing to linger in the spotlight. "Li Kang, Lin Jing, you were simply marvelous," Yuan Huqian exclaimed, gliding over with sparkling eyes, her admiration evident. "Jinger, Chanqian, shall we depart?" Li Kang smiled softly, glancing at Lin Jing, whose gaze had not strayed from him since they left the center. "All right," she replied, displaying an obedient demeanor, a stark contrast to her earlier vivaciousness. The trio searched for Zhao Liang and his companions, only to find they had vanished without a trace. After returning their skates, they were intercepted at the exit by a portly figure. Chapter 026. The competition begins. Wait a moment. The rotund man exclaimed with a wide grin. "What is it?" The trio paused in confusion, with Li Kang, as the sole male, speaking up. He recognized the man before him as Zhang Jun, the owner of the Black Panther Skating Palace. "Young man, with such impressive skating skills, would you and this lovely young lady be interested in joining us at Black Panther as practice partners?" Zhang Jun articulated his intentions for stopping them. Li Kang glanced at Lin Jing, who had returned to her earlier self after momentarily embodying a demure persona. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Uncle Fat, what benefits come with being a practice partner?" Zhang Jun's jowls quivered slightly, clearly feeling a mix of annoyance and flattery at being addressed as Uncle Fat by such a beautiful girl. However, the benefits of being a practice partner are undeniable. Not only can one relish the various beverages offered by the skating rink free of charge, but there is also a compensation of 20 yuan for each session. "I see. But we are still students and cannot come frequently," Lin Jing mused aloud. "You don't need to come every day, just drop by whenever you have time. As long as you complete 3 hours each time," Zhang Jun urged eagerly. "All right, I agree," Lin Jing replied with a smile at Zhang Jun, fully aware of the nature of the practice partner role. She was more than willing to accept such an opportunity that allowed her to enjoy herself while earning a little extra money on the side. "And what about this young man?" Zhang Jun turned to inquire of Li Kang upon seeing Lin Jing's acceptance. "I don't study in the city. I'm from the countryside, so I wouldn't be able to participate even if I wanted to," Li Kang shrugged, expressing his regret. "That's all right. You can come by whenever you can," Zhang Jun replied, somewhat disappointed, as his primary interest lay in Li Kang. Well then, Li Kang thought back to a previous life where he earned pocket money through this very means. He was familiar with Zhang Jun as a reliable businessman, so he acquiesced. Seeing both of them in agreement, Zhang Jun arranged practice partner certificates for each of them. Next time, as long as they presented these certificates, They could earn 20 yuan by assisting newcomers while enjoying their time. It is worth noting that in 1991, 20 yuan was a significant amount. As they exited the Pearl Shopping Center, Lin Jing invited Li Kang, "Come to my house for dinner." "No, it's getting late. I should head back." "I don't want the teacher to worry." Li Kang pondered briefly before declining. "All right then, will you return after the competition tomorrow?" Lin Jing asked, not pressing but feeling a sense of reluctance. "Yes, Jinger, you should also return. I promise to visit you next time I'm here," Li Kang reassured her. Noticing her demeanor, with no other choice, Lin Jing departed with Yuan Huiwan. By this time, dusk had begun to settle in, the streetlights flickered to life, and Li Kang strolled through the familiar yet foreign streets of Shenyang City at twilight, observing the bustling traffic and hurried pedestrians. Reflecting on the events of the afternoon, a smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps this life would be even more splendid. As Li Kang approached the inn, he stopped at a roadside eatery, ordering a bowl of rice noodles and 3 steamed buns, relishing his meal. By the time he returned to his room at the inn, night had fallen. He washed his face, adjusted his attire in front of the mirror, and made his way to Tianfeng's room. He briefly recounted his afternoon activities, and Tianfeng did not press for details, simply advising him to rest early in preparation for the competition the next day. Once in his own room, Li Kang, feeling fatigued after the vigorous activities of the afternoon, brushed his teeth and climbed into bed to sleep. Number 7 Hongqi Road in Shenyang City. The government staff quarters appeared like any ordinary residential complex. Many officials from the government and various agencies resided here, including Lin Weidong, who lived in the East Unit on the 3rd floor of Building 3. When Lin Jing returned home, her mind was still filled with images of Li Kang at the skating rink. "Jinger, why have you returned so late? Quickly wash your hands and come to dinner. Make sure to come back earlier next time," Wei Shuxian admonished upon seeing her daughter's tardiness. "I understand, Mom," Lin Jing replied as she tossed her backpack onto the sofa and skipped off to the bathroom. Passing by Wei Shuxian, she embraced her and planted a playful kiss on her cheek. "This child, Weidong, why don't you keep an eye on her? She hardly behaves like a proper young lady. She's nothing short of a wild child," Wei Shuxian remarked, wiping the drool left on her cheek and smiling at Lin Weidong, who sat steadily on the other side of the sofa. "Ah, children should be lively. Otherwise, they might grow into old hags," Lin Weidong said, setting his newspaper aside and looking up at Wei Shuxian. "Dad, when can we visit Teacher Ma in Phoenix Village again?" Lin Jing asked as she flopped onto the sofa, wrapping her arms around Lin Weidong's neck after washing her hands. Lin Weidong gently pulled her down, gazing at her in confusion. "What prompts this sudden desire to go to Phoenix Village? I recall you declined my invitation to accompany me the last few times." "Dad," Lin Jing leaned in closer, snuggling against Lin Weidong's neck and blushing. "Let's go next time. I promise to be a good daughter." "Very well, it's a deal," Lin Jing declared. "Rest assured. I won't forget," Lin Weidong assured her. "Are you eager to play with Li Kang and Ma Jun?" Lin Weidong, well acquainted with his daughter, inquired. "Indeed. I haven't seen Ma Jun in years, and thinking of his silly childhood antics brings a smile to my face," Lin Jing replied, her lips curving into a grin. "What about Li Kang? You don't miss him?" "Oh, remember we spotted him at the bookstore last time?" Lin Weidong chuckled, recalling Li Kang's mischievous nature during childhood. "Dad, I saw Li Kang today. He came to participate in the speech contest," Lin Jing blurted out, quickly covering her mouth and glancing toward the kitchen. "Jinger, did I not say to play less with those wild children from the countryside?" Wei Shuxian's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Got it." Lin Jing made a face toward the kitchen, replying to Wei Shuxian. She knew better than to oppose her. Otherwise, she would face a relentless stream of nagging, which would surely ruin dinner. "Dad, aren't you going to the finals of the speech contest? If Li Kang wins an award, would you present it to him?" Lin Jing whispered to Lin Weidong. "That depends on whether Li Kang wins. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss that now?" Lin Weidong whispered back. "Li Kang will definitely win," Lin Jing asserted confidently. "Are you so certain?" Lin Weidong inquired, puzzled by her unwavering confidence. "Dad, you have no idea. Li Kang is quite extraordinary," Lin Jing animatedly recounted the events of the afternoon. Observing his daughter's radiant enthusiasm, Lin Weidong sensed something unusual about her today, and he realized that Li Kang was the source of her excitement, igniting a newfound curiosity within him regarding this boy. The last time Lin Weidong encountered Li Kang at the Xinhua bookstore, he was struck by Li Kang's composed demeanor. He presented himself with neither arrogance nor servility, unlike a naive rural youth of nearly a decade and a half. Coupled with Lin Jing's current remarks, it piqued his curiosity about where Li Kang acquired such exceptional roller skating skills. Indeed, rather intriguing. Once Lin Jing concluded her account, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, Lin Weidong chuckled and replied, "Very well, my dear daughter. If Li Kang truly secures an award, I shall personally present it to him. After their meal, Lin Jing retreated to her room, where she sat at her desk, retrieving a diary adorned with a small lock, intended for recording the musings of a young heart. She opened the diary and began to inscribe, September 30th, 1991, Monday, clear. Today at noon, I met my childhood companion, Li Kang. In the afternoon, I arranged to go roller skating with him and a few classmates. The following morning, Li Kang and Wang Lingling were escorted by Tian Feng to the venue of the speech competition as the contest was about to commence. Chapter 27. During the competition, the Education Bureau of Shenyang County placed significant emphasis on this speech competition, forming a dedicated leadership group to oversee the event. With 36 townships in Shenyang County, each allowed 2 representatives, a total of 72 students participated. Due to the considerable number of contestants, the Education Bureau divided the 36 townships into 4 groups. The first and second groups would compete in the morning, while the third and fourth groups would do so in the afternoon. The specific assignments of the townships to each group were determined by a lottery conducted the previous evening. Tian Feng drew number 13, placing him in the second group, which meant that after the morning's competition, they could return home in the afternoon. The results would be announced 2 days later. These details were shared by Tian Feng as he led Li Kang and Wang Lingling to the competition venue. The event was held at the Shenyang Hotel, where the Education Bureau had rented 2 conference rooms to facilitate concurrent competitions for the 2 groups. Upon their arrival, several townships had already gathered, including Zhang Shukai, the leading teacher from Liangou town, who had wagered with Tian Feng, along with his 2 students. Haha, old Tian. You seem quite ambitious. It appears I shall be treating you, Zhang Shukai exclaimed, brandishing his signature black briefcase as he spotted Tian Feng approaching. Not at all. It appears I shall be the one treating. Your 2 students exhibit remarkable vigor and talent. Tian Feng jested in return. Indeed. You too, come over and greet Teacher Tian. Zhang Shukai instructed his students without hesitation. Hello, teacher, the 2 young ladies chirped in unison as they approached Tian Feng. Old Tian, let me introduce you. This is Dai Jia, who transferred from Zhongyuan City last semester. She has won first prize in the Zhongyuan City Secondary School speech competition. Zhang Shukai announced with feigned mystery, proudly gesturing toward one of the girls clad in a white blouse and green skirt. Li Kang cast a glance at the girl, who was undeniably beautiful, her brows betraying an unmistakable air of haughtiness. He couldn't help but purse his lips, thinking to himself, I have once secured the first place in the speech competition of the Central Province Normal University. Upon hearing Zhang Shukai's introduction, Tian Feng furrowed his brow, feeling an increasing sense of pressure. It seemed that this competition was indeed teeming with formidable contenders. The students from other towns were surely not to be underestimated. For Li Kang and Wang Lingling to advance past the preliminaries, they would undoubtedly have to overcome numerous challenges, which seemed daunting. Hello there, let us get acquainted. My name is Ma Nana, and this is Dai Jia. While Tian Feng and Zhang Shukai engaged in conversation, another girl approached, taking the initiative to greet Li Kang and Wang Lingling. Greetings, I am Li Kang, and this is Wang Lingling, Li Kang replied with a smile, finding her rather charming. Upon witnessing Ma Nana's forwardness in greeting Li Kang and the others, Dai Jia frowned slightly, nodding at Li Kang without uttering a word. Please don't mind her. Dai Jia is usually like this, but she truly excels in her speaking skills, Ma Nana quickly clarified, sensing Dai Jia's discomfort. It's quite all right. It's normal for someone from a big city to look down upon those from smaller locales, Li Kang said with a smile. His demeanor was such that he responded better to gentleness than harshness. Having lost his father at a young age, he harbored a profound sense of pride, bordering on insecurity, and was particularly irked by Dai Jia's indifferent attitude. You, Dai Jia, angered by Li Kang's words, glared at him, her chest rising and falling in frustration due to the emotional turmoil. And what of it? Li Kang maintained a serene expression, his eyes narrowing, the intensity of his gaze sharpening. Enough. You've only just met, and already you're at odds? Do you have some past grievance? Ma Nana interjected, sensing the potential for conflict escalating between the two. Let it be. A gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. Li Kang waved his hand dismissively, indicating his desire to move past the altercation. Dai Jia, feeling intimidated by Li Kang's piercing gaze, merely huffed in response and turned away, choosing to remain silent. After the earlier incident, a moment of awkward silence ensued. At that juncture, Tian Feng and Zhang Shukai approached, each calling to their respective students as they prepared to enter the venue. Before the speech competition commenced, an assembly would be held to outline the competition rules and feature speeches from leaders of the Education Bureau. The host began by introducing the distinguished guests in attendance, and Li Kang noted that, In addition to several officials from the Education Bureau, professors from Shenyang City Normal University were present, serving as the special judges for this speech competition. Subsequently, the host introduced the fundamental details and arrangements of the competition. Most of this had already been conveyed to Li Kang and his partner by Tianfeng. What was not mentioned was the measure taken to ensure absolute fairness during the speech contest. While the judging panel scored the participants live, each student's performance would also be recorded on video. After the event, all recordings would be compiled, and a select group of invited judges would lead the panel in re-evaluating the top 5 from each group. Ultimately, a comprehensive score combining both live and post-event evaluations would determine the top 3 contestants, who would be reported to the Education Bureau of Shenyang City. This was the reason for the 2-day delay in announcing the results. Next was the leaders' speeches. Due to time constraints, the usually verbose leaders offered only brief words of encouragement to the contestants before adjourning. The formal speech competition was about to commence. The venue for the morning's first group was the same as the meeting room, while the second group's venue was in another conference room. As Tianfeng escorted Li Kang to the entrance of the meeting room, Li Kang noticed Zhang Shukai arriving with Dai Jia and Ma Nana as well. Li Kang was momentarily speechless, reflecting on the saying, "Enemies are bound to meet." Upon entering, the order of the contestants was determined by a draw. Li Kang and Wang Lingling approached the front to draw their lots, both receiving the number 13, while Wang Lingling drew number 10. After reporting their numbers, they took their seats at the back, awaiting the competition's commencement. "Hey, is anyone sitting here?" Ma Nana inquired, tugging a reluctant Dai Jia along, pointing to the 2 vacant seats. "Go ahead, no one is here," Li Kang replied with a smile, finding the somewhat endearing Ma Nana quite likable. "What numbers do you have?" Ma Nana asked curiously. "Before you inquire about others, shouldn't you reveal your own number first?" Li Kang teased. "Why do you address people like that? I have number 3, and Dai Jia has number 6. Ma Nana blushed slightly, clearly unaccustomed to Li Kang's playful banter, but managed to share her number. Wang Lingling, observing Ma Nana's embarrassment, couldn't help but chuckle, indicating that many were not used to Li Kang's teasing demeanor. I didn't say anything about you. Why are you glaring at me? Are you a beauty?" Li Kang retorted upon noticing Dai Jia, who was seated next to Ma Nana and glaring at him. "Humph." Dai Jia scoffed, turning her head away. At that moment, the speech competition officially began. The first contestant, a girl, delivered a satisfactory performance, yet to Li Kang, her movements appeared stiff and her tone lacking. If this was the standard, victory for himself and Wang Lingling seemed assured. The first contestant scored 89 points. Soon, it was Ma Nana's turn as contestant number 3. Li Kang eagerly anticipated her performance, and she did not disappoint. Ma Nana's speech was commendable, eliciting a small crescendo of excitement within the audience. She ultimately scored 95 points, the highest thus far. Amidst the thunderous applause, Ma Nana descended from the stage and approached Li Kang, puffing out her chest, and remarked, "So, handsome, how did I do?" "Quite well," he replied, impressed. Li Kang extended a thumb of approval towards her, recognizing the remarkable adaptability of Ma Nana, who swiftly countered his teasing words with wit. The performances on the 4th and 5th were rather unremarkable, but soon it was the 6th, and Dai Jia rose with the grace of a proud swan. Stepping onto the stage, standing there, she was a striking beauty, undeniably a rare gem, and her appearance alone gave her an advantage. "Good day, esteemed teachers and judges. My name is Dai Jia, hailing from Lianggo Town High School," she introduced herself. Observing Dai Jia's effortless poise, from her eloquence to her gestures and the expressive nuances accompanying her speech, Li Kang couldn't help but furrow his brow, thinking to himself, a formidable rival. I underestimated Dai Jia. Indeed, her performance garnered unanimous acclaim from the judges, culminating in an astonishing score of 98, a mark that seemed nearly insurmountable. As Dai Jia descended from the stage, she cast a haughty glance at Li Kang, accompanied by a dismissive huff. Li Kang, unfazed, turned to Wang Lingling, only to find her brow furrowed with worry. "What is wrong? Are you nervous?" he inquired. "Yes." Dai Jia was truly impressive. "It seems I have little hope," Wang Lingling replied. "Be confident. During our practice, your performance was commendable, nearly on par with Dai Jia. The key is to believe in yourself," Li Kang encouraged. "Perhaps I should share a joke to lighten the mood," he suggested, realizing that mere consolation had a limited effect. A man entered a restroom and, after relieving himself, discovered the absence of toilet paper. What to do? He noticed a water pipe outside the door and thought, "I can manage this with my hand and simply wash afterward." He used his right hand to clean himself while turning on the faucet with his left, only to find that no water flowed. In a fit of frustration, he struck the faucet with his right hand, resulting in pain that forced his hand into his mouth, his right hand, no less. Li Kang recounted this humorous anecdote he had encountered online. Ugh, that's revolting. Wang Lingling and Ma Nana, eavesdropping, raised their fists in playful indignation at Li Kang's distasteful joke. Dai Jia shot him a disdainful glance, thinking how utterly vulgar he was for sharing such a repugnant jest. Her scorn deepening. I'm no longer nervous, Wang Lingling said after a chuckle, taking a deep breath. Exactly, why be anxious? The competitors ahead are but fleeting clouds. Easily blown away, Li Kang remarked with a smile. Indeed, all is transient, Wang Lingling affirmed, raising her tiny fist in a cheerful gesture. Next, we invite contestant number 10 to the stage, the host announced, calling for Wang Lingling. She stood, flashed a smile at Li Kang, and confidently walked up to the stage. Having conquered her nerves, Wang Lingling delivered a performance that not only matched her practice but surpassed it. Her youthful purity and sincere affection for her hometown, combined with the well-timed gestures and expressions that Li Kang had choreographed for her, significantly enhanced her speech. Ultimately, contestant number 10, Wang Lingling, received a score of 97. The host announced her score, marking it as the second highest after Dai Jia's, falling just 1 point short. Well done, Li Kang mused. Li Kang raised his thumb at Wang Lingling, who had just stepped down from the stage. Thank you, Li Kang. I never anticipated that I could perform so well. Now it's your turn, Wang Lingling replied, feeling quite content with her performance. She was aware of the gap between herself and Dai Jia. Thus, she didn't mind her score being lower. Following Wang Lingling's outstanding display, contestants 11 and 12 visibly felt the pressure mount and performed poorly. One scoring 90 and the other 88. Now, let contestant 13, Li Kang, take the stage, the host called. Li Kang stood up, took a deep breath, and walked towards the stage. As he approached, he waved a fist of encouragement to Wang Lingling, who was cheering for him. Standing at the podium, Li Kang gazed down at the audience, spotting his homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, among the leading teachers in the front rows. He noticed Tian Feng watching him with an encouraging and expectant gaze. Li Kang nodded at Tian Feng, adjusted the microphone slightly, greeted the judges and teachers, and commenced his speech. On August 28, 1963, the renowned leader of the American Civil Rights Movement, Martin Luther King Jr., delivered his famous I Have a Dream speech at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington. At that moment, this great man expressed his heartfelt sentiments to the world. Today, I stand before you to participate in this speech competition, themed my love for my hometown and my country. I believe this is not merely a competition. As a young student of the Huaxia Nation, nurtured in the spring breeze of reform and opening up, we experienced no racial discrimination. No assassinations, only the brilliance of sunshine and the warmth of spring. Yet, standing at this podium, I must also declare that I have a dream. At this point, Li Kang paused momentarily, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause from the audience. Although it was merely the beginning, his impeccable Mandarin, coupled with perfectly timed gestures and tone, left a profound impression on all judges, teachers, and fellow contestants present. Consequently, as Li Kang took a brief pause, the judges in the front row initiated a fervent round of applause. Isn't my student remarkable? How does he compare to your Dai Jia? Tian Feng remarked with pride to Zhang Shukai, who sat beside him, listening to the enthusiastic clapping. Just the beginning, why are you so pleased? Zhang Shukai replied, his expression darkening, having lost the smug demeanor he exhibited during Dai Jia's performance. Indeed, it's only the beginning, yet he has already garnered the judges' admiration and applause. Imagine what will happen when Li Kang completes his speech, Tian Feng continued. Humph, Zhang Shukai scoffed, feeling somewhat anxious. It seemed Li Kang truly possessed some talent. Wow, Lingling. Li Kang is doing wonderfully, Ma Nana exclaimed, clapping her hands excitedly as she turned to Wang Lingling. Yes, he even helped me revise my speech and guided me in my presentation, Wang Lingling replied with a smile to Ma Nana. Indeed, the remarkable Li Kang has truly impressed. His Mandarin is extraordinarily polished, surpassing even Dai Jia's standard. In Ma Nana's eyes, Dai Jia's Mandarin was the finest she had encountered in reality. Yet now Li Kang has ascended to that esteemed position. According to him, he learned by following television broadcasts. You cannot imagine, his English pronunciation is equally impeccable, surpassing that of our English teacher, resembling the clarity of a tape recording. As Wang Lingling spoke of Li Kang, a spark of excitement ignited within her, unbeknownst to her. A seed of admiration had quietly taken root in her heart. Wow, this Li Kang is truly extraordinary. From where did he acquire his English? Surely, he must have foreign relatives. Ma Nana, too, felt a surge of excitement, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Meanwhile, as the audience murmured in awe at Li Kang's stunning performance, his speech continued. With each passing moment, he felt himself returning to the pinnacle of his oratory skills, reminiscent of his days in teacher training. As he navigated through his meticulously crafted outline, Li Kang's delivery became increasingly fluid and graceful. I have a dream. When I grow up, I will traverse the vast expanse of our motherland. I will take pride in my heritage, in the magnificent landscapes of China, and I will smile inwardly for the well-being of our people. I have a dream. When I grow up, I will journey across the globe, strolling through the fashionable streets of Paris, wandering in the romantic halls of Vienna's musical sanctuaries. Wherever I go, I will feel proud of my black hair and yellow skin. For I am Chinese, deeply enamored with this land that is my nurturing mother. Mother, I love you. Having delivered his final heartfelt words, Li Kang bowed deeply, smiling as he awaited the judges' scores. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted, resounding and unrelenting, prompting Li Kang to bow once more in gratitude. Which village does this student? Number 13, hail from? His speech is remarkably eloquent, whispered the supervising teacher. Perhaps he is from Phoenix Village. I saw him arrive with Tian Feng, another teacher replied. But hasn't Phoenix Village always been at the bottom in every event? How did such a talented individual emerge this time? It seems our village has little hope. With only 2 slots available, I recall number 6 scored 98. This one likely exceeds that. What do you think? I told you Li Kang's subsequent speech would be even more magnificent, Tian Feng remarked to Zhang Shukai, reveling in the opportunity to taunt him. Humph. The scores haven't been revealed yet. What are you so pleased about? Zhang Shukai retorted, making a final desperate attempt, though he knew it was futile. How about we place another bet? If Li Kang's score surpasses Dai Jia's, you treat me to lunch at this hotel. Otherwise, I will treat you. What do you say? Tian Feng pressed on, unwilling to let Zhang Shukai off the hook. Zhang Shukai's face twitched slightly, choosing to ignore Tian Feng, thinking it absurd to gamble at a time like this, as if he had been kicked in the head by a donkey that morning. Now, let us hear the judges reveal their scores, the host announced. The 6 judges simultaneously raised their scorecards, prompting the host to exclaim, "Wow. 5 perfect scores of 101 score of 99. The audience of teachers and students behind were taken aback, although contestant number 13 had delivered an exceptional presentation. They had not anticipated such high scores from the judges. After discarding the highest and lowest scores, contestant 13 achieved a final score of 100. The host's voice grew increasingly animated. Thank you to the judges, and thank you to our host. Upon concluding, Li Kang prepared to step down from the stage. Excuse me. Could you please wait a moment? May I say a few words? A judge, approximately in his 40s and wearing black-rimmed glasses, suddenly took the microphone from the table. Li Kang halted in his tracks, looking curiously at the judge, recalling that this very judge had awarded him the sole score of 99. Your speech was remarkable in terms of both Mandarin proficiency and your emotional delivery, tone, and demeanor. It is evident that your speaking skills rival those of professional broadcasters. A consensus shared among the judges. You may have noticed that I was the only one to give you a 99. This does not imply that I found flaws in your presentation. Rather, I believe you are still a middle school student, and there is a long journey ahead of you. Do you understand my point, young student? Thank you, esteemed judge. I understand, Li Kang replied, slightly pouting yet remaining humble. May I ask you a question? Where did you learn your Mandarin? I learned it at school. My Chinese teacher, Mr. Tian Feng, is seated in the 3rd row. Li Kang did not hesitate to credit Mr. Tian, who had always supported him. Thank you, Teacher Tian, for nurturing such an excellent student, the judge said, standing and bowing toward Tian Feng. It is our duty as teachers, Tian Feng replied hastily, his face flushed with excitement. Not expecting Li Kang to attribute such honor to him. Due to time constraints, I won't elaborate further. Here is my business card. If you have the opportunity, feel free to visit me at the first high school of Shenyang, and we can have an in-depth discussion. The judge handed over a white business card, stating, Lu Bingwen, head of the Chinese language research group at Shenyang First High School. Li Kang had heard of Lu Bingwen in his previous life. The Second Normal University of Shenyang was adjacent to the First High School, and Lu Bingwen's reputation resonated throughout both institutions. As a student of the Second Normal University in his past life, Li Kang was well acquainted with the name. Lu Bingwen was a nationally recognized teacher, an expert in high school Chinese education, and a representative of the National People's Congress. The presence of such a legendary figure before him, coupled with the offering of his business card, left Li Kang feeling astonished and honored. Thank you, Teacher Lu. I will certainly take the opportunity, Li Kang replied. Descending the stage under the gaze of the audience, he returned to his seat. Li Kang, you were truly impressive, Wang Lingling said with a smile. Indeed, Li Kang. Confess honestly, did you truly learn Mandarin from television? Moreover, I have heard Wang Lingling mention that your English is quite proficient. Is that true? Manana exclaimed excitedly, resembling a starstruck girl from a later era. Li Kang shrugged, opting for silence. This inquiry had been posed to him numerous times. His experience dictated that remaining reticent was the wisest course, lest the questions multiply. What is the fuss about? Is it merely that my Mandarin is slightly better? Dai Jia glanced at Li Kang, pursed her lips, huffed softly, and turned her face away. Li Kang's perfect score had a direct impact on the performance of the subsequent contestants, causing them to falter. With the prior comparisons, the judges' scores were predictable. Soon, all participants had delivered their speeches, concluding the morning competition with Li Kang achieving a score of 100, Dai Jia 98, and Wang Lingling 97, securing the top 3 positions. Tian Feng, beaming with delight, escorted Li Kang and Wang Lingling out of the Shangyang Hotel, while Zhang Shukai had already departed with Dai Jia and Manana. As Tian Feng looked at the 2 students, his admiration grew, and in a buoyant mood, he declared, "Come, today I shall treat you both to a grand feast." "Teacher, what shall we eat?" Li Kang inquired. "Lanzhao Lamian," Tian Feng replied. Chapter 29. Aunt Guan surprised by the time Tian Feng returned to Phoenix Township with Li Kang and Wang Lingling. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the school was engaged in its second class of the day. Tian Feng led Li Kang and Wang Lingling to report their success to Principal Bai Tian, who was elated upon hearing the unexpected results. He lavished praise upon both students and expressed his intention to hold a school-wide assembly to commend them. As Li Kang and Wang Lingling exited Bai Tian's office, Li Kang wiped the remnants of saliva from his forehead, exhaling deeply. Having learned of his perfect score in the speech competition, the principal's enthusiasm was rather overwhelming. Hee. Wang Lingling couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh upon witnessing Li Kang's disheveled state. Noticing her gleeful demeanor, Li Kang felt inclined to tease her, saying, "Humans are truly peculiar creatures. When ignored, they feel lonely, yet when someone is overly enthusiastic, they cannot endure that either. Lingling, what do you think is better? To ignore you or to shower you with fervent affection?" He gazed at her with a heartfelt expression. Wang Lingling, caught off guard by Li Kang's gaze, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Flustered, she stamped her foot and retorted, "You incorrigible Li Kang, you're teasing me again. I shan't pay you any mind." With that, she turned to flee. Li Kang, seeing her turn to run, burst into hearty laughter, quickly closing the distance and catching up to her. "All right, I was only joking." Wang Lingling was acutely aware that Li Kang had merely been teasing her. However, his playful remarks inadvertently stirred the young girl's heart. She cherished the lightheartedness of being with him, and his banter, alongside his remarkable qualities, subtly captivated her. Yet, reason admonished her that she was still a middle school student and should not grow too close to boys, lest she be labeled as experiencing a premature romance. The thought was distressing enough to make her wish to avoid social interactions altogether. For many days, Wang Lingling had grappled with this inner conflict, and Li Kang's teasing had struck a chord with her emotions, prompting her to feign anger and attempt to leave. Casting a glance at Li Kang, Wang Lingling lowered her head and continued walking forward, lapsing into silence. Little did Li Kang fathom her sentiments. Noticing her withdrawal, he scratched his head and inquired, "Lingling, are you heading to class?" Wang Lingling looked at him in confusion but remained silent. "Lingling, we have a competition in the county and it's quite nerve-wracking. How about we take the afternoon off to relax?" Li Kang proposed, but Wang Lingling shook her head, clearly disapproving of his suggestion. "How about this? Once you reach the classroom, just tell the teacher that I've asked for a leave of absence for you. What do you say?" Li Kang stammered, revealing his true intention. Seeing his dejected expression, Wang Lingling chuckled and replied, "All right, you can go. I'll help you get the leave." "Thank you so much, Lingling. I'll treat you to ice cream later," Li Kang said, scratching his head in a bid to please her. "Just go, and forget about the ice cream. It's not hot anymore," she retorted playfully, lightly punching him with her small fist before turning towards the classroom. Upon exiting the school, Li Kang made his way directly to the township government. Since he had obtained permission to use the computer from his uncle, Zhang Zhenghai, during his last visit, he had been preoccupied with preparing for a speech competition and had not had the opportunity to visit the government office. Now that he had just returned from the city, he seized the chance to familiarize himself with the surroundings. After greeting Grandpa Sun Gang at the entrance, he proceeded to the office. This time, he intended to avoid seeking out Uncle Zhang, knowing that his uncle would have a plethora of questions about his absence from class, which would consume a considerable amount of time. Upon entering the office, he found 2 or 3 individuals engaged in conversation, including Guan Lanfeng, the computer administrator of the township, a woman in her 40s. "Hello, Aunt Guan," Li Kang greeted her politely as he stepped inside. "Ah, Li Kang, you're here to use the computer, aren't you?" Aunt Guan smiled, recognizing him from his previous visit with Zhang Zhenghai regarding the computer. Yes, I don't have class this afternoon, so I thought I'd come by. He replied. Come with me, Aunt Guan instructed, rising from her seat. Together, they proceeded to a room adjacent to the office, secured with a theft-proof door. Although the township government's computer had languished and used, the security measures for such an expensive piece of equipment were commendable. Upon entering the room, Li Kang beheld a white computer desk adorned with a purple velvet cover, likely concealing the township government's computer. Aunt Guan cautiously removed the velvet cover and addressed Li Pang. Xiaopeng, you've never used a computer before, have you? Do you know how to turn it on? I know how to power it on. Thank you, Aunt Guan. Please feel free to attend to your tasks. I can manage here alone, Li Pang replied. Not at all. I have no pressing matters. Go ahead and use it. I'll keep an eye on you, Aunt Guan said, clearly a bit apprehensive. Li Pang smiled, but chose not to elaborate. He approached the computer desk, settled into the chair, and scrutinized the machine before him. The 14-inch spherical monitor. The horizontal white tower housing a 3.5-inch floppy drive and a 5-inch floppy drive, lacked a CD drive. Under Aunt Guan's watchful gaze, Li Pang reached out to switch on the monitor, followed by the main unit. With a beep, the computer sprang to life. Aunt Guan exhaled in relief. It appeared that this young man indeed knew how to power it on, and he had not made any errors in sequence. In that era, the first lesson in computer literacy invariably revolved around the power sequence, with the emphasis on turning on the monitor before the main unit being a staple in every introductory manual. Within a minute, the black screen with white text of the DOS operating interface materialized. Li Pang adeptly entered several commands, invoking the program to view the computer's configuration. To his astonishment, this machine boasted 4 megabytes of RAM, a 270 megabyte hard drive, and, remarkably, a 387 numeric coprocessor along with a VGA graphics card, an impressive setup for the time. After exiting the configuration program, Li Pang skillfully typed a series of DOS commands to explore the hard drive. He discovered that the classic word processing software WPS was pre-installed, and to his immense delight, he found the Turbo C development tool, complete with assembly functionality in its full version. Li Pang thought to himself, could it be that divine intervention is at play? Before my arrival, I was apprehensive about the availability of development tools. Had I found none, I would have had to venture to the electronic market in town to purchase some, given that a single floppy disk cost several units of currency back then. Not to mention the exorbitant prices of software installation disks. The expenses for this development environment would have been quite burdensome. Now, however, everything has fallen into place, truly. I am blessed. He opened the Turbo C integrated development environment and began typing a program, compiling and running it. The first program he coded since his rebirth executed successfully. Xiaopeng, have you studied computers before? Aunt Guan inquired. Not really. I've merely perused a few computer tutorials, Li Pang replied without lifting his gaze. Oh, take your time to learn here. I'll be next door. Call me if you need anything, Aunt Guan said, her expression a mixture of astonishment and admiration as she glanced at Li Pang. All right, Aunt Guan, please do carry on with your work, Li Pang responded without turning back, entirely unaware of Aunt Guan's astonished demeanor as she observed him. When Aunt Guan witnessed Li Pang typing his first command on the computer, her astonishment was relentless. Initially, she presumed that Li Pang's interest in learning to use a computer stemmed merely from curiosity. Given her reservations about this young lad, who was still in his youth, she would have never allowed him to use the village's computer if not for the fact that he was the nephew of the village chief, who had personally come to supervise the matter. However, as she observed Li Pang deftly and swiftly inputting a series of commands, resembling a seasoned expert, her astonishment reached its zenith, especially when he quickly executed a segment of code. In 1991, when most were still oblivious to the existence of computers, being able to type rapidly already marked one as a computer virtuoso in Aunt Guan's eyes, particularly when this prodigy had never before laid his hands on a computer. As a middle-aged woman, particularly in the throes of her gossiping prime, she felt an overwhelming urge to share what she deemed monumental news. Otherwise, she would be consumed by her excitement. Hence, she was eager to return to her office to share this revelation with her idle, gossip-prone colleagues. Li Pang, however, did not rush into software development. Instead, he launched Turbo C, opened WPS, and created a new document to draft a software development plan. He titled the document Taiji Word Processing Software Development Document. Both in his past life and this one, he harbored a profound interest in the rich and profound culture of the I Ching, particularly the concept of Taiji derived from it. Thus, he resolved to name the system he intended to develop Taiji. Presently, he needed a stepping stone, so he decided to first create a word processing software. Li Pang's typing speed was remarkably swift, as he effortlessly translated the myriad thoughts he had contemplated into text on the screen. After completing the final character of the document, he stretched and noticed it was getting dark, prompting him to conclude his work. "Aunt Guan, I'm leaving," he announced to Aunt Guan, who was watching him with an unusual expression from the adjoining office. "All right, Xiaopeng, come by often," she replied with a smile. Yet Li Peng sensed something peculiar in her gaze. Stepping out of the office, he furrowed his brow, pondering for quite some time, but could not discern any reason for her unusual scrutiny. He shrugged it off, dismissing the thought. Unbeknownst to Li Peng, the following day, everyone in the township government office became aware that the village chief's nephew was a computer genius. In 1991, a computer prodigy carried an air of mystique, and thus, the news spread like wildfire throughout the township government compound. Chapter 030. Wang Li's divorce. Emerging from the township government office, Li Peng made his way directly to school. As he passed by Lao Huang's restaurant, he unexpectedly encountered Yang Tao and two male teachers from the school exiting the establishment. Yang Tao, inebriated, needed assistance to walk. Upon spotting Li Peng approaching from the west, Yang Tao's animosity flared, and he staggered toward Li Peng. "The little rabbit only. Today I shall tease you." Yang Tao cursed aloud. Upon hearing Yang Tao's scolding directed at him, Li Peng could not help but feel a surge of anger. Thus he halted his steps and fixed a cold gaze upon Yang Tao. "Yang Tao, enough. Just go back," urged a fellow teacher, hastily restraining Yang Tao. "Let me go? If it weren't for this little rabbit, Wang Li would never have divorced me," Yang Tao protested while struggling. Li Peng was taken aback by Yang Tao's words. Wang Li and Yang Tao have already divorced? Since Yang Tao's last reprimand, Li Peng, busy preparing for a speech contest, had not been in touch with Wang Li, leaving him unaware of their separation until now. "Li Peng, let's leave." Another teacher, recognizing Li Peng, called out as they realized they could not hold Yang Tao back. Preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Li, Li Peng had no desire to entangle himself further with Yang Tao, so he headed straight for the school. Upon arriving at the school, the students had already finished their meals. Li Peng did not linger and proceeded directly to Wang Li's dormitory. Upon reaching her room, he found the door ajar, and without hesitation, he entered, calling out, "Sister." As he stepped inside, he noticed the room was considerably emptier than before. All of Yang Tao's belongings had been removed. Wang Li sat at her desk, a large bag of snacks before her. Upon seeing Li Peng, her face registered shock, her alluring red lips agape, stuffed with food, a sight most enticing. "Ah, sister, indulging in snacks without inviting me," Li Peng remarked with a smile. Wang Li, her mouth full, choked momentarily from the tension, her eyes rolling back. Observing this, Li Peng swiftly handed her a cup of tea from the table, gently patting her back as he said, "Drink some water. At your age, you shouldn't choke like this." After taking a sip, Wang Li exhaled, casting him a glare. "This is all your fault." Due to his previous life as circumstances, Li Peng found himself utterly defenseless against Wang Li's charms. Her flirtatious glance captivated him, leaving him entranced by her enchanting features, her bright eyes, delicate nose, and most dangerously, her tempting red lips, igniting within him an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Yet, he managed to quell this impulse with his formidable reason, aware that acting upon such desires would lead to severe consequences. Noticing Li Peng's dazed stare, Wang Li's initial embarrassment morphed into fluster, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. In a hurried attempt to mask her own awkwardness, she playfully tapped Li Peng on the head and laughed. "You should knock before entering. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I heard you scored full marks in your speech contest. Who would have thought my brother was so impressive? Here, let me reward you with a snack." With that, Wang Li offered a piece of confectionery near his lips. As the treat approached, Li Peng's eyes fixated on her delicate hand, his heart racing. He opened his mouth to take the snack, inadvertently drawing Wang Li's finger into his mouth as well. "Ah." Wang Li hurriedly retracted her fingers, casting a scornful glance at Li Kang before turning her head away. "Sister, are you angry?" Li Kang inquired cautiously upon noticing Wang Li's refusal to acknowledge him. "Sister, I saw Yang Tao on my way to school. He mentioned that you two have divorced." He continued, observing her continued silence. "Come, Xiaopeng, have some snacks. Help yourself. I just got my divorce certificate from Yang Tao today. I was so delighted that I bought an abundance of treats," Wang Li replied with a smile. "Sister." Li Kang gazed at her, fully aware of her tendency to indulge in food whenever she faced an unhappy circumstance. "Hurry and eat. I can't finish all this by myself. Do you want me to become a big fat sister?" Wang Li teased. "Sister, don't hold back. If you feel like crying, just let it out." Li Kang, understanding Wang Li well, perceived the deep-seated sorrow and profound fatigue hidden in her eyes. He also comprehended what divorce meant for a high school teacher in the 1990s in Fengwang Township. "Xiaopeng, I'm not crying. I'm just so happy," Wang Li insisted. Still smiling, Wang Li, you foolish woman. Li Kang exclaimed, his heart breaking at the sight of her, as he enveloped her frail shoulders in an embrace and shouted. Wang Li was momentarily taken aback by his outburst, struggling briefly against his strong grip. Eventually, she ceased her resistance, resting her head against his somewhat frail chest, her shoulders trembling. Sister, let it out. Crying will make you feel better, Li Kang softly encouraged, sensing her shudders. Suddenly, Wang Li erupted into tears like a volcano, her sobs echoing like the collapse of mountains and the falling of skies. Watching her weep, Li Kang involuntarily sighed in relief. Yet a hint of worry crept over him as he glanced toward the door, thinking, dear sister, it's fine to cry, but could you keep the volume down? You might attract a pack of wolves. After all, classes haven't started yet, and the courtyard is filled with students. Wang Li cried for a good 10 minutes before gradually calming down, freeing herself from Li Kang's embrace. She lifted her head, smiling through her tears like a rain-drenched pear blossom. It's all right now, sister feels much better. Shao Kong, from now on, I will be alone. You, my little man, must take care of me, she said with a smile. Don't worry, I will take care of you. I'm not a little boy anymore. I've grown up, Li Kang proclaimed, patting his chest confidently. All right then, my big man. Come and have some snacks, Wang Li said while rising to wash her tear-stained face in a basin. Delicious. Sister, how did you know I hadn't eaten? You even prepared treats for me, Li Kang exclaimed, stuffing his mouth with several snacks. Those were specially for you. But remember, if you want anything, just come to me, and I'll get it for you, Wang Li replied, having washed her face. She approached the table but chose to stand rather than sit, gazing at her brother. She noticed that after a few days apart, he seemed to have grown taller, now almost matching her height, when just days ago he had been shorter. Moments ago, Li Peng had scolded her, yet instead of feeling anger, she experienced a wave of sweetness within, as if their roles had been reversed. She was no longer the teacher but resembled a little girl, while Li Peng assumed the role of an elder brother, evoking a sense of reliance within her. Wang Li found herself increasingly perplexed by her younger brother. At times, he was as mischievous as a child, prompting her instinctively to care for him, while at other moments, he exhibited a maturity akin to that of an elder, inciting in her an unconscious desire to lean on him. Li Peng, with his mouth full, was unable to engage in conversation. Little Peng, do visit your sister often and keep me company, Wang Li remarked. Li Peng lifted his head, smiled at Wang Li, and replied, I will. Wang Li beamed, and for a moment, it felt as if the dark clouds had dispersed, revealing bright sunshine. As Li Peng exited Wang Li's dormitory, it was nearly time for evening classes, and he whistled as he strolled through the campus. With Wang Li's divorce, Li Peng felt a surge of relief. The thought of Yang Tao living under the same roof as Wang Li had previously made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. He acknowledged his selfishness, subconsciously regarding Wang Li as his own. In this life, I shall take care of you, sister. You will be the happiest person in the world. Let that Yang Tao go to hell, Li Peng resolved quietly, quickening his pace towards the classroom. Before long, Friday arrived, and as afternoon classes were set to commence, the homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, entered the classroom with a cheerful demeanor and called out to Li Peng and Wang Lingling. Li Peng, Wang Lingling, please come to my office. Chapter 031. Competition results. Li Peng, Wang Lingling, please visit my office, Tian Feng said with a smile directed at Li Peng. Observing the teacher's expression, Li Ming cheerfully remarked to Li Peng, it must be good news. Li Peng patted Li Ming's shoulder, smiled in response, and, accompanied by Wang Lingling, followed Tian Feng to his office. Li Peng, the results of the competition are in. Do you believe you have passed the selection? Tian Feng inquired with a smile. Judging by the teacher's expression, I must have passed, Li Peng replied, scratching his head. Indeed, I went to the county this morning to collect the results. And you have become well known throughout the county. In the re-evaluation, you scored full marks again, so you have certainly passed the selection, Tian Feng chuckled. Wang Lingling did not fare poorly either. She placed fourth in the county. Although she did not pass the selection, this achievement is noteworthy, especially considering our village's previous performances in various activities, which often ranked at the bottom. You both have brought glory to our school and our village, Tian Feng continued. Upon hearing her ranking, Wang Lingling felt a tinge of disappointment, though it was as expected. Do not be disheartened, Lingling. You performed admirably. Not passing the selection is not a reflection of your abilities. The top three, aside from Li Peng, included Dai Jia, who previously won first prize in a speech contest while studying in Zhongyuan City, and the third was a girl from another village, reportedly trained specifically for such events. You have improved remarkably in a short span of time to achieve fourth place, which is no small feat. Your father is very proud of your results. Moreover, This time the county has provided rewards for the students who placed in the top 5 of the competition. If you choose to enroll in Shangyang County No. 1 high school upon graduation, you will receive an additional 3 points. Observing Wang Lingling's slight despondency, Tian Feng offered words of comfort. It's all right, teacher, Wang Lingling replied. Her spirits lifted by Tian Feng's remark, and she smiled at him. Congratulations, Li Pang. She then turned to Li Pang, who stood beside her. Hee, it's nothing. Li Pang responded, but then added, by the way, Lingling, have you decided which school you will apply to after graduation? Will it be high school or a normal university? Although Li Pang already knew the answer, he felt compelled to inquire. My father wants me to apply to a normal university. It seems the extra points won't apply. Wang Lingling replied. Li Pang felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared that history would continue on its predetermined path, and his desire to effect change was still rather feeble. At that moment, he wished to advise Wang Lingling to firmly reject anyone who might introduce her to someone named Ho Jun. What about you? Which school are you considering? Wang Lingling countered. I haven't decided yet. There are still less than 2 years to go, Li Pang answered. Tian Feng remained silent, a smile gracing his face as he observed the exchange between the two. Had it not been for the favor of Mayor Zhang, he would have been reluctant when Li Pang's father approached him, hoping to have Li Pang repeat a year in his class. Yet, the more he observed Li Pang, the more he found himself favoring him. By the way, this afternoon, the principal plans to hold an assembly to announce your accomplishments and commend you all, Tian Feng said. Teacher, that really isn't necessary. It's not such a significant matter, Li Pang replied. How can it not be important? You have achieved the best results in the history of Fenghuang Township Middle School. Doesn't that merit recognition? Tian Feng chuckled. All right then, Li Pang conceded, realizing there was no point in arguing. Well, you all may return to class. Additionally, Li Pang, make sure to prepare a speech for me in the next few days. We will go to the city for the finals together next Monday afternoon, Tian Feng instructed. Understood, teacher, Li Pang replied before stepping out with Wang Lingling. Li Pang, since you secured first place, you must treat us, Wang Lingling said, her earlier disappointment replaced by enthusiasm. Sure, I'll treat you. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you, Li Pang replied with a grin. Let me think about it, Wang Lingling said, tilting her head and twisting her 2 ponytails. Take your time, Li Pang remarked, his heart warming at her adorable demeanor, recalling the tragic fate of this girl in a past life. All right, I'll let you know once I've decided. Just make a note of it, Wang Lingling said. Upon entering the classroom, Wang Lingling couldn't help but share the news of Li Pang's first-place victory in the county-wide speech competition with Ma Wenwan. Through Ma Wenjuan's enthusiastic announcement, the entire class soon learned of the news, and they all congratulated Li Pang. After school that afternoon, during the assembly, the principal delivered an impassioned speech. As Li Pang stood on stage, basking in the admiration of the entire faculty and student body, he felt drowsy, inwardly thinking, this is hardly commendation. It feels more like a veiled punishment. At long last, the meeting concluded, and Li Kang, clutching his prize, made a hasty retreat. He could no longer endure the incessant stares and whispers directed at him, reminiscent of a giant panda. He placed his award in the classroom and exchanged pleasantries with Ma Jun, requesting him to procure a meal before heading towards the township government. Today marked the beginning of his formal software design journey. Upon arriving at the government compound, he observed a peculiar phenomenon. Those at a distance gestured toward him, while those approaching greeted him with an enthusiasm he had never before experienced. Something felt amiss. Could it be that achieving first place in the county had garnered such widespread recognition, even reaching the halls of the township government? Little did he know, Aunt Guan had extolled his virtues to the point of elevating him to the status of a rare computer prodigy. Little Kang, let me open the door for you, Aunt Guan exclaimed from her office, her warmth palpable before he could utter a word of thanks. Thank you, Aunt Guan. Li Kang found her exuberance somewhat bewildering. Entering the computer room, he powered on the computer, first opening WPS to review the development documents he had drafted the previous day. After closing WPS, he launched Turbo C, initiated a new project, and began to code. Initially, he noticed an unusual influx of onlookers outside, with several groups stopping to gaze in. But he soon became engrossed in his work, oblivious to the bustling activity beyond the window. Time flew by amidst the rhythmic clattering of keys. Little Kang, it's getting late. Aren't you supposed to attend evening study? Aunt Guan called from outside. Shifting his gaze from the screen, Li Kang realized dusk had fallen. He saved his work, concluding the day's endeavors. The time felt too fleeting. If things continued this way, by the time his software was complete, it would be too late. He resolved to find ways to secure additional time, hoping that after the midterm exams, circumstances would improve. Upon arriving at school, He found the cafeteria deserted and surmised that Ma Jun had likely left after serving himself. Thus, he first visited Wang Li's dormitory to scrounge for a morsel to satiate his hunger before heading to evening study. During study hours, he began to contemplate the speech he had prepared for the city's oratory competition, planning to present the outline to Tianfeng the following day. Time sped by, and before he knew it, the weekend arrived. Returning home, he discovered his father, Li Jiangguo, and Uncle Li Gue engaged in merry conversation in the living room. He approached them. Uncle Gue, Li Kang greeted. Little Kang's back. Uncle Li Gue responded with a smile. What brings such joy? Li Kang inquired. Today, your father and I went to the city for a follow-up check. The tumor in your father's intestine has been contained. After a week of medication, it should disappear. Uncle Li Gue explained. Really? That is wonderful. Li Kang exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, silently vowing. Father, I have finally snatched you back from the clutches of death. However, one must not be careless. It is essential to regularly visit the hospital for checkups to prevent recurrence. Li Gue continued. Li Pang, with a stern expression, agreed, indeed. We must remain vigilant, should a relapse occur and go unnoticed. At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Li Pang's forehead. Father, you must heed Uncle Gue's advice. We cannot afford to be negligent, Li Pang urged hastily. Understood, my child. I am mindful of my own health. By the way, aren't you participating in the speech competition in the county this week? How did it go? Li Jiangguo inquired with evident cheerfulness. I secured first place in the county and will compete in the finals in the city next Tuesday, Li Pang replied casually. What position? Li Jiangguo's voice rose in excitement. Li Pang jumped slightly and reiterated, first place. Haha, first place. That's wonderful. Li Jiangguo was elated by his son's accomplishment, feeling even more joyous than when he learned that his tumor was under control. He stood up and playfully flicked Li Pang's forehead twice. Father, your joy shouldn't come at my expense. You're going to make me dazed. Li Pang exclaimed, covering his head with a grimace. The two men, Li Jiangguo and Li Gue, erupted into hearty laughter. As a new week commenced on Monday afternoon, Li Pang, under the guidance of Tianfeng, made his way to Shenyang City, this time to report to the Education Bureau for the speech competition finals. What events would unfold during his visit to the city? What astonishing performances would he deliver during the competition? To learn more about the ensuing events, one must await the next installment. Chapter 032. Mayor Lin Hongqi Road is undoubtedly the political epicenter of Shenyang City, housing the municipal committee, city government, and most city offices along its north-south axis. At precisely 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, Tianfeng escorted Li Pang to the Shenyang City Education Bureau. The bureau, situated diagonally across from the municipal government compound, faces west and is nestled within a verdant courtyard, where a quaint 3-story building stands amidst the lush greenery, exuding a poetic charm. Old Zhang, I see you've arrived early. Tianfeng called out as he and Li Pang entered the courtyard, just as Zhang Shukai and Dai Jia descended from the office building. Haha, go ahead and report. I need to arrange accommodation for Dai Jia. Zhang Shukai appeared eager to avoid prolonged interaction with Tianfeng and made his way toward the exit. Old Zhang, don't rush off just yet. It's barely past 3. Besides, we can't let the matter of our bet slide so easily, Tianfeng insisted. What bet? I wasn't aware. Old Tian, the reporting office is on the 2nd floor, room 203. You should head up first. I'm off, Zhang Shukai replied, quickening his pace to exit the Education Bureau. Seeing Zhang Shukai flee, Tianfeng felt a surge of joy and patted Li Pang on the shoulder, saying, Li Pang, you've truly brought honor to your teacher this time. Let us go report. With that, he led Li Pang up to the 2nd floor. Upon arriving at the registration office, Tianfeng approached to announce the name of Li Pang from Fenghuang Township, the official in charge of the registration. A mature woman in her 30s glanced up upon hearing Li Pang's name and remarked, Li Pang, the daughter of Mayor Lin, just came by looking for you. She asked you to wait for her here at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Li Pang and Tianfeng exchanged puzzled glances, as Tianfeng's eyes brimmed with curiosity. When had Li Pang become acquainted with the mayor's daughter? Auntie, is Mayor Lin's daughter named Lin Jing? Li Pang inquired. As the only girl with the surname Lin he knew was indeed Lin Jing. Yes, why? You weren't aware? The woman at the registration desk looked at Li Pang with a hint of confusion. I know, just wanted to confirm, Li Pang quickly replied. Next, the woman called out. As they descended from the Education Bureau's office building, Li Pang recounted to Tianfeng how he had met Lin Jing and Lin Weidong. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Weidong was the mayor of Shenyang City, and Lin Jing was the illustrious daughter of the mayor. Lin Jing had mentioned that her father might award prizes to the top 3 contestants of the speech competition, personally presenting the awards. It seemed the competition was of a notably high caliber, and Li Kang mused whether the rewards would be surprising. If the mayor were to attend the finals, perhaps he should consider revising his speech draft. He resolved to gauge Lin Weidong's sentiments if he had the opportunity to meet him that afternoon. After arranging accommodation for Li Kang, Tian Feng reminded him about his outing with Lin Jing, having already learned of the mayor's daughter seeking Li Kang's company. He cautioned Li Kang to return at a reasonable hour and to be mindful of his safety, imposing no further restrictions. As the clock approached 5, Li Kang exited the hotel and made his way to the education bureau. Upon nearing the entrance, he spotted Lin Jing in a vibrant red tracksuit, scanning the surroundings. "Jing-er," Li Kang called out as he approached her. "Li Kang, what time did you arrive this afternoon?" Lin Jing exclaimed, bounding towards him and joyfully linking her arm with his. "I got here around 3, Li Kang replied, feeling invigorated by Lin Jing's exuberance. "Let us go." Lin Jing tugged at his arm. "Where to?" "The Black Panther. Zhang Pengzi keeps pestering me, asking when you'd come. I'm almost at my wit's end," Lin Jing said with a frown. "Pengzi, I've brought Li Kang for you." Upon arriving at Black Panther skating rink, Lin Jing led Li Kang directly to Zhang Jun's office. Seeing Li Kang, Zhang Jun greeted him with a broad smile. "Li Kang, you finally made it." "Boss Zhang, my home isn't in the city, so it's inconvenient to come by," Li Kang replied. "Ah, it's all right. What matters is that you're here." Zhang Jun waved dismissively. "Enough of the pleasantries. Let us head to the skating rink." Lin Jing, impatient with their formalities, pulled Li Kang towards the exit. As Li Kang and Lin Jing donned their ice skates and entered the rink, the deafening music abruptly ceased. Zhang Jun's voice resonated through the speakers. "Friends of the Black Panther Ice Rink, we are thrilled to welcome the long-awaited ice skating prince, Li Kang, to our venue. Let us invite our little prince to perform." Immediately, 3 dark lines appeared on Li Kang's forehead. "Who bestowed such a cliched title upon me?" he lamented. Lin Jing, noticing Li Kang's distressed expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "And you still laugh?" Li Kang retorted, playfully tapping her on the head in annoyance. Lin Jing, feigning injury, looked up at him with innocent eyes. "Everyone, please welcome our little prince." The spotlight suddenly illuminated Li Kang and Lin Jing. "Go on, my little prince," Lin Jing urged, giving him a gentle push. Caught off guard, Li Kang stumbled into the center of the rink. Laughter erupted from the audience as they witnessed his clumsy entrance. "Hello, everyone," he exclaimed, regaining his balance and awkwardly bowing to the crowd. "Little Prince, Li Kang. 5 minutes. Jing-er, start the timer," he declared, raising his right hand. "All right," Lin Jing replied, glancing at her wristwatch. Li Kang bent low and began to glide around the rink, quickly escalating his speed to a level beyond the ordinary. As the spectators marveled at his velocity, Li Kang executed a jaw-dropping maneuver, abruptly twisting his feet 90 degrees and gliding sideways. The immense friction brought him to a sudden halt, only for him to pivot and accelerate again, this time skating backward. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, each person pondering the impossibility of his previous move. Li Kang then charged toward the undulating ramp at the side of the rink. Like a bolt of lightning, he raced up the slope, leaping into the air and performing a 360-degree spin, landing gracefully while maintaining his speed. "Li Kang, 5 minutes." Lin Jing signaled from the sidelines. With a dazzling series of turns, Li Kang halted before her. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome the little prince and princess as they perform a duet." Zhang Jun's voice boomed at the opportune moment. Li Kang grimaced at the monikers, thinking, this Zhang Jun truly has a penchant for mischief. "After you, princess." He gestured invitingly to Lin Jing. Blushing, Lin Jing placed her delicate hand in his, and together they began to dance on the ice. "Little prince, come dine at my home," Lin Jing chirped as they exited the Black Panther ice rink, her words playfully lingering in the air. Li Kang, adorned with dark lines of exasperation, followed her lively footsteps, having previously promised to indulge her whims. Chapter 033. A dialogue with Mayor Lin Jing led Li Kang into her home, but did not find Lin Weidong. The kitchen resonated with the sound of clattering. Li Kang surveyed the Lin residence, a 2-story duplex, with the first floor comprising a living room, a kitchen, and 2 additional rooms, while the second floor housed 2 more rooms and a small platform adorned with a black piano. The overall decor was simple yet elegantly crafted, exuding a unique charm. "Mother, I've brought Li Kang home," Lin Jing called out towards the kitchen. Wei Shuxian emerged from the kitchen, casting a cool glance at Li Kang. "Please head upstairs and wait for a moment. We will eat once your father returns," she stated before retreating back into the kitchen. Lin Jing stuck out her tongue and took Li Kang's hand to ascend the stairs. "Jing, hasn't your mother always opposed our relationship?" Li Kang inquired, puzzled. "Humph. I've battled with her for several days just to have you over for dinner, Lin Jing huffed. Indeed, that must have been quite a challenge. Do tell me how you managed to sway her, Li Kang chuckled. I pleaded with Dad to persuade Mom. She typically listens to him, Lin Jing beamed. Li Kang was at a loss for words. Upon reaching the upper floor, Lin Jing said, Li Kang, the last time I saw you at the bookstore. You were studying Czerny's finger exercises. Do you play the piano? A little, though I'm not very skilled, Li Kang modestly replied. Let me play a piece for you. What would you like to hear? Lin Jing puffed out her chest and tilted her head with pride. Perhaps your favorite? Li Kang suggested. Lin Jing approached the piano, lifted the lid, and pondered for a moment before saying, No, I must test you. I'll play a segment. And you must guess what it is. With that, she placed her hands on the keys, and, after gathering her emotions, a beautiful melody flowed from her fingertips. Observing Lin Jing play, Li Kang noted how she transformed from the lively girl next door into a graceful lady, serene and poised. As the final notes faded, Lin Jing looked up, smiling at Li Kang. Have you heard that before? Li Kang grinned. Chopin's Nocturne in F-sharp minor. It's a splendid piece, Jing. You played remarkably well. Consider yourself passed, Lin Jing declared, rising and gesturing for him to take a turn. Without hesitation, Li Kang approached the piano and began to play a Czerny exercise, needing to reacquaint himself with the feel of the instrument after years of absence. Having grown accustomed to Li Kang's impressive performances on the ice, Lin Jing watched his hesitant technique with a sense of pride, realizing there were indeed areas in which she excelled beyond him. As Li Kang's fingerwork became increasingly fluid, Lin Jing's eyes widened in astonishment, silently marveling at his rapid progress. Soon, he played a piece she had never heard before, its melancholic melody captivating her completely. It was not until the last note resonated from Li Kang's fingers that Lin Jing emerged from her reverie, excitement bubbling over as she exclaimed, Li Kang, what was that piece you just played? I've never heard it before. A piece adapted from a song is, in comparison to your Chopin, considerably simpler, Li Kang chuckled. What song? Can you sing it? Lin Jing inquired further. Fairy tale, I can sing it, Li Kang replied, revealing his fondness for Guang Liang's composition, which he had only previously played on an electronic keyboard. This was his first time performing it on the piano. Please sing it for me. Lin Jing expressed her eagerness to hear Li Kang's voice. All right, but my voice is a bit raspy, so if I don't sing well, please don't laugh. Li Kang cautioned. I want to laugh, Lin Jing immediately asserted, her expression becoming serious. Li Kang then began to play and sing. Feeling remarkably at ease in Lin Jing's company, even growing somewhat enamored with these moments, Wei Shuxian emerged from the kitchen, glanced at Li Kang singing upstairs, chose not to speak, and returned to her culinary endeavors. Li Kang, why do you sing such a sorrowful song? I feel like crying, Lin Jing remarked, her eyes reddening after hearing him finish fairy tale. Haha, don't worry, I'll sing you a song that will make you laugh heartily, Li Kang replied, acknowledging the emotional impact of the song on young ladies. Pig, your nose has 2 holes, Li Kang humorously sang. Haha, Li Kang, please stop. Don't sing anymore. My stomach hurts, Lin Jing laughed, clutching her belly at his whimsical pig song. Li Kang ceased his performance, smiling at Lin Jing, who suddenly quieted her laughter. Noticing his gaze upon her, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, as an inexplicable sentiment rippled between them. With a creak, the door opened, and Lin Weidong entered from outside. Spotting his daughter and Li Kang upstairs, he smiled and greeted, Little Kang is here. Hello, Uncle Lin. Li Kang stood up to acknowledge him. Jinger, take Li Kang to wash his hands. Dinner is almost ready, Wei Shuxian called out from the kitchen upon hearing Lin Weidong's return. Li Kang and the Lin family settled at the dining table, with Lin Jing sitting beside Li Kang, while Lin Weidong and Wei Shuxian occupied the opposite side. Li Kang, where did you learn to play the piano? Wei Shuxian asked during the meal, her tone softened. I learned from a music teacher at school, Li Kang replied. You play quite well, Wei Shuxian complimented, then fell silent. After dinner, Lin Jing assisted Wei Shuxian in clearing the table while Lin Weidong sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. Seizing the opportunity, Li Kang approached him and asked, Uncle Lin, is the city planning to launch a large lead smelting project? Lin Weidong lowered his newspaper, looked up at Li Kang, and inquired, where did you hear that? Li Kang, of course, could not reveal that he had knowledge from his past life, so he offered an excuse. I overheard someone mentioning it on the bus this afternoon. Lin Weidong nodded in response, saying, the city is discussing it. Nothing has been decided yet. With a chuckle, he remarked, you're quite the observant child, aren't you? Would Uncle Lin like to hear my thoughts as a child? Li Kang asked. Li Kang expressed his profound impression of the lead smelting plant project. In his previous life, this project eventually commenced, yet it resulted in substantial pollution due to inadequate environmental measures, leading to alarming levels of lead in the local residents' bodies. For minors, the direct consequence of excessive lead exposure is intellectual impairment. As a former educator, Li Kang was acutely aware of this issue, as the lead smelting plant had a direct impact on at least one generation in the area, situated close to the rural school where he was assigned after graduation, with the chairman of the plant being the father of Ho Jun. Please elaborate, Lin Weidong remarked with keen interest. While the initiation of the lead smelting plant could indeed yield substantial tax revenue for our city, I believe it is imperative to also consider the detrimental effects it may inflict on the local environment. Lead, a heavy metal with lethal toxicity, poses significant risks if present in excessive amounts within the human body. Li Kang, referencing various sources, conducted a thorough analysis of the potential economic benefits of the lead smelting plant alongside the hazards it posed to the locality, advocating for the principle of prioritizing environmental protection in any project initiation. It is crucial to recognize that during the early 1990s, the awareness of environmental protection among the populace, including government officials, was notably lacking, often overshadowed by the immediate economic benefits of projects, neglecting the long-term, irreparable damage that potential pollution could inflict. Once the discussion commenced, Li Kang elaborated for nearly 10 minutes, while Lin Jing and Wei Shuxian tidied up the dining utensils and joined him on the sofa, forming a family trio engrossed in Li Kang's discourse. In conclusion, I believe that while economic benefits are our primary objective, we must also pay heed to the preservation of our ecological environment. We cannot pursue economic gains at the cost of bequeathing a severely damaged environment to future generations. Such actions would be commendable in the present, but detrimental for centuries to come, Li Kang summarized, feeling that he had done all he could. Resigned to the fact that if the project proceeded, there was little he could do, being merely a boy of under 16 years of age. Jinger, please take Li Kang upstairs to play, Lin Weidong instructed Lin Jing. Li Kang, could you write down the sheet music and lyrics for the piece you just played upstairs? Lin Jing inquired, intrigued by his recent piano performance. Certainly, Li Kang replied, rising to follow Lin Jing upstairs. Chapter 034. The finals emerging from the Lin residence. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Li Kang had spent almost 2 hours there, but fortunately, the accommodation arranged by the Education Bureau for students from outside the city was not far from the Lin household. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, after breakfast, Li Kang departed with Tian Feng towards the City Education Bureau. Upon their arrival, they found that several teachers had already brought their students, creating a lively atmosphere in the once tranquil tree-lined courtyard of the Bureau. After signing in alongside Tian Feng, Li Kang stood in the courtyard, awaiting the commencement of the speech competition. Li Kang stood in the courtyard, observing the bustling teachers and participating students. Due to geographical advantages, several local schools brought along additional students to cheer for their teams. After approximately 10 minutes of watching, Li Kang noticed a pair of students approaching from outside the Education Bureau, carrying a banner that read, "Wishing the 7th middle school students a victorious start." Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but smile as he spotted the vibrant figure of Lin Jing in the crowd, clad in bright red sportswear, her playful bob gleaming with a lustrous sheen. She embodied the exuberance of youth. As Lin Jing and her group entered the courtyard, her eyes immediately landed on Li Kang, who stood there with a warm smile. She bounded over, exclaiming with delight, "How's my cheerleading team? Pretty good, right?" She pointed proudly at the 7th middle school cheerleading squad, who were energetically holding the banner. "Indeed, I must say, I never imagined you possessed such organizational skills," Li Kang remarked, genuinely impressed. "Of course, I am the head of the publicity department of the student council at Shanyang 7th middle school," Lin Jing winked, continuing to boast. "All right, esteemed head, you should return. Your fellow students are all gazing this way," Li Kang advised. "Go for it, Li Kang. If you win a prize, my father will personally present it to you," Lin Jing called out as she skipped back to her team, glancing back at Li Kang with a bright smile. Upon her return, Lin Jing was immediately surrounded by a group of girls from her team, chattering curiously about the identity of the boy, casting inquisitive glances towards Li Kang. Meanwhile, the boys in the group regarded Li Kang with a hint of hostility. After all, Lin Jing was the belle of the 7th middle school. Although lively and easygoing, she maintained a comfortable distance with the boys, making the sight of her so close to a male companion particularly noteworthy. Li Kang rubbed his nose, sensing that he was not particularly favored among Lin Jing's male classmates. Just then, Zhang Shukai, accompanied by Dai Jia, entered the courtyard. Dai Jia strutted proudly beside Zhang Shukai, huffing as she walked past Li Kang with an air of superiority. "Did I neglect to consult the almanac before stepping out today? Why is everyone so unfriendly towards me?" Li Kang mused, scratching his nose in contemplation. At that moment, a black Audi pulled into the courtyard, halting in front of the administrative building. Li Kang noted the vehicle's license plate number, which belonged to the second official car of Shenyang City. Before the door could be opened, a middle-aged, bespectacled man with a portly figure rushed down from the office building, arriving at the car door to assist the owner, his face adorned with a broad smile. Lin Weidong emerged from the car, surveying the surroundings. When his gaze landed on Li Kang, who stood beneath a large tree in the courtyard, his previously stern expression softened into a smile as he waved at Li Kang. "Hello, Uncle Lin," Li Kang greeted as he approached Lin Weidong. "Xiao Kang, your suggestion from yesterday was excellent. Make sure to perform well today," Lin Weidong said, affectionately ruffling Li Kang's hair with a grin. Standing beside Lin Weidong was a stout man, whose face was adorned with a constant smile. However, he could not refrain from sizing up the young man who had earned a rare regard from the usually aloof Mayor Lin, etching his image into memory. After Lin Weidong finished speaking, he did not linger but proceeded directly to the office building, followed closely by the stout man. Soon, the courtyard resumed its previous clamor. Yet keen observers had already committed the earlier scene to memory, while also inquiring about the identity of this remarkable youth who had garnered the mayor's attention. "Teachers leading the teams and participating students, please gather here," announced a woman with a loudspeaker, who had been responsible for registrations the day before. Once everyone was assembled, she led the students and teachers to a spacious auditorium on the third floor of the office building, which could comfortably accommodate 100 to 200 individuals. The teachers and their respective students were arranged in the central section, while the back rows were reserved for students from various municipal high schools and cheerleaders who would arrive later. Nameplates adorned the first 2 rows of seats. And at the front of the auditorium, a podium had been set up with a floor microphone, designated as the speaking area for the contestants. After all participants were seated, a moment later, a group entered through the front door of the auditorium. Each individual emanated a commanding presence, with Lin Weidong clearly exuding the most formidable aura among them. Li Kang also spotted Lu Bingyi among the crowd, indicating that he was one of the judges for this competition. Once they settled in the front rows, the woman ascended the stage to assume the role of host. "Good morning, esteemed leaders, teachers, and students. The finals of the Patriotic Middle School Student Speech Competition in Shenyang City now commence. First, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Mayor Lin, who has taken time from his busy schedule to join us today." Lin Weidong, seated in the middle of the second row, rose and turned to wave at the teachers and students behind him before resuming his seat. The host introduced each leader and judge in the front rows, and the next segment involved speeches from the authorities. The first to speak was the director of the Education Bureau of Shenyang City, who was the stout man. Due to time constraints, he refrained from lengthy discourse, while Lin Weidong declined the opportunity to speak. The tension of the speech competition officially commenced following the leaders' speeches. The order of presentations was determined by a draw, which had already been conducted by the team leaders the previous day. Tian Feng drew number 30 for Li Kang, which was already quite late in the sequence, suggesting that by the time it was his turn, it would likely be afternoon. As one contestant after another took to the stage to deliver their speeches, those yet to perform could not help but feel a significant weight of pressure. Each student who stood up to speak had triumphed over numerous challenges and had extensive experience. Meanwhile, the pressure was equally palpable for those who had already competed, as the final results would not be calculated immediately due to the high number of contestants. Instead, they would be announced collectively after the conclusion of the afternoon's events. The morning swiftly passed, and Lin Weidong, the mayor of Shenyang City, remained comfortably seated in the audience for the entire duration. When he reappeared at the competition venue in the afternoon, even Li Pang found something peculiar about Mayor Lin today. Inwardly pondering, has the mayor of Shenyang City already reached such a level? Now, let us invite student number 30 to the stage to deliver their speech. The host called out Li Pang's name. As he stepped onto the stage, his gaze swept across the audience. Catching sight of Lu Bingyi and Tian Feng's encouraging expressions, Lin Weidong's smile, and Lin Jing from the cheerleading squad waving her small fist in support, alongside Dai Jia's disdainful look. Before standing here, just as he took the stage, he had been reflecting on how fiercely competitive this speech contest was. To stand out among numerous skilled competitors, he needed to devise a unique greeting rather than the cliched "good afternoon," leaders, judges, teachers, and fellow students. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately could not come up with anything distinctive. He thought to himself that he was but an ordinary person, so he decided to embrace the mundane. Perhaps some judge would grant him extra points for the notion that great simplicity can embody great elegance. "Good afternoon, leaders, judges, teachers, and fellow students." Li Pang spoke with confidence. Laughter erupted from the audience at his opening remarks, momentarily easing the previously tense atmosphere. 16 centuries ago, the highly advanced civilization of Lulan, situated in the western regions of our great land, suddenly vanished. There are numerous theories regarding the disappearance of this beautiful kingdom. Some believe it succumbed to natural disasters, while others speculate that extraterrestrial beings abducted the Lulan people. However, recent archaeological discoveries have led an increasing number of people to believe that Lulan's demise was not due to nature's wrath, but rather a calamity wrought by human actions. Tian Feng, listening intently to Li Kang's speech from the audience, could not help but frown, thinking, what on earth is Li Kang doing? This is not at all the speech he had originally prepared. Our Shenyang city is a historic capital with a rich cultural heritage, not only steeped in profound history, but also blessed with picturesque landscapes and clear waters. These treasures belong to each and every one of us Shenyang residents. As a native born and raised in this land, I share a deep affection for it. As a child of the 1970s, I genuinely feel fortunate because I have grown up under the red flag, basked in the gentle spring breeze, and enjoyed the tremendous changes in our lives brought about by reform and opening up policies. I once had a dream where the city of Shenyang was filled with towering chimneys, dust swirling in the air, and the once clear mountains and waters had vanished. Historical artifacts were destroyed amidst the acid rain, and as fierce winds blew, yellow sand engulfed everything. Shenyang city disappeared before my eyes, and in that dream, I witnessed the truth behind the ancient Lulan-esque disappearance, which startled me awake. This was a nightmare. The future of Shenyang city is ours. As the future stewards of Shenyang city, I believe I am entitled to request that the decision-makers influencing our city's destiny engage in deeper contemplation before making each significant choice. When the time comes for you to hand over Shenyang city to us, it should not merely be a matter of a mountain of currency amassed, with economic prosperity achieved at the expense of our ecological environment. This is not the future we envision. I recall during the selection for our Shenyang County speech competition, I borrowed the phrase from the renowned African-American orator Martin Luther King Jr., I have a dream. Here, I wish to echo that sentiment once more. I have a dream that when I grow old, Shenyang city remains beautiful, its mountains and waters pristine. I have a dream that in my visions, I will not have to sift through dusty tomes to recount to my descendants the picturesque landscapes that once graced our city. Whenever I think of my hometown, tears often brim in my eyes, for I hold a profound love for this land, for my beautiful Shenyang. I am aware that my allotted speaking time has long passed. I extend my gratitude to the judges and the host for their patience. My speech has concluded. Thank you all. Li Kang bowed deeply and strolled off the stage. Lin Weidong observed the tearful-eyed Li Kang as he passed by, reflecting on the speech he had just delivered, and was moved to rise and applaud the young man. A wave of applause erupted, with everyone present honoring this youth. Upon returning to his seat, Li Kang shook his head, realizing he had acted impulsively, as it was in his nature. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all participating students had completed their speeches. The host announced a 30-minute break, after which the final results would be revealed, along with the awarding of prizes. Li Kang found himself in the courtyard of the Education Bureau, gazing at the French parasol trees whose leaves were beginning to yellow and fall. His emotions were somewhat tumultuous. Initially, he had prepared a conventional speech, confident that with his abilities, a prize was within reach. Li Kang deeply cherished his hometown and envisioned it as a refined, ancient capital suitable for human habitation, rather than an industrial city filled with factories and smokestacks. Thus, upon seeing Lin Weidong's arrival, he acted on impulse and decided to change his speech on the spur of the moment. Half an hour swiftly passed, and all contestants and their accompanying teachers returned to the conference room, awaiting the host to announce the winners. The host ascended the stage with a sheet of white paper. Smiling as he addressed the audience, esteemed teachers and fellow students, the moment of excitement has finally arrived. I shall now announce the final results of this speech competition. First to be announced were the students and their schools who achieved third place, as the host read out a list of names and institutions. Li Kang exchanged a relieved smile with Tian Feng, as it seemed they would at least secure a second prize. Next was the awarding ceremony for the third-place winners, where the students and their teachers gathered at the front, filling the stage, with the award presented by a deputy director of the Education Bureau. After the third prize winners left the stage, the announcement of the second prize winners and the awards ceremony commenced, yet the name of Li Kang was still absent. The most exhilarating moment arrived as I prepared to announce the student and school that had secured the first prize in this speech competition. They are Tang Xiaoyi from Shenyang 3rd Middle School and Dai Jia from Liangsuan Town 1st Middle School. I invite the awardees and representatives of their schools to come forward to receive their accolades. with the esteemed guest presenter being Sun Haiping, the director of the Education Bureau of Shenyang City. What could possibly be happening? Li Kang and Tian Feng exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. Was it not stated that only first, second, and third prizes would be awarded in this speech competition? Why had Li Kang not been mentioned? Could it be that Li Kang had not won a prize? Chapter 035. Unexpected reward. After the first prize award ceremony concluded, the teachers and students in the audience had begun to gather their belongings, preparing to depart. Dear students and esteemed teachers, please remain calm. Our award ceremony is not yet concluded, the host announced as he took to the stage, smiling at the audience. Upon hearing the host's words, all the teachers and students who were packing up paused, murmurs of speculation rippling through the crowd. Had it not been clearly stated in the competition rules that only first, second, and third prizes would be awarded? Having already completed the awards, what more could there possibly be? In light of the exceptional performance of one contestant, who evidently surpassed all others in eloquence, the judges have collectively agreed to establish a special award in addition to the first prize, the host clarified. A wave of excitement surged through the audience. I now announce that the recipient of the special prize in this speech competition is. The host elongated his tone for dramatic effect, Li Kang from Fengwang Township. The host, having sufficiently piqued everyone's interest, then proclaimed loudly. Li Kang exhaled a sigh of relief. Recalling a phrase from her past life, a bold life needs no justification. Please welcome Li Kang and her teacher to the stage to receive their award. The presenter for the special prize is Mayor Lin Weidong, the host stated with a smile. Li Kang and Tian Feng rose to their feet and approached the stage, awaiting Mayor Lin's arrival to present their award. As Mayor Lin stepped onto the stage, he handed the vibrant red certificate to Li Kang, smiling as he remarked, "Well done, congratulations." He then leaned in, feigning mystery, and whispered, "There's a surprise waiting for you shortly." After that, he received another certificate from a staff member and handed it to Tian Feng, saying, "Thank you for nurturing Li Kang." As the award ceremony concluded, the host stepped up to the microphone once more, smiling broadly. Now, an even greater surprise awaits everyone. Please welcome Director Sun of the Education Bureau to the stage to announce the additional rewards. Additional rewards. This must be the unexpected surprise that Uncle Lin had referenced. Li Kang mused. Sun Haiping, the director of the Education Bureau of Shenyang City, approached the stage and stood before the microphone, stating, "This speech competition has been remarkably successful. First and foremost, I wish to congratulate all the award-winning students and schools. This event received tremendous support from our higher authorities, and I would like to express my gratitude to Mayor Lin for participating in the finals amid his busy schedule. Students who stand here to deliver speeches can be regarded as the cream of the crop from various counties, districts, and schools. Particularly, the award-winning students are truly the elite among the elite. In recognition of these exceptional individuals, our city's Education Bureau has deliberated and decided not only to award certificates of achievement to the winners, but also to grant additional rewards. I hereby announce that the extra reward for this speech competition is a brief pause. All award-winning students from non-city direct institutions will receive the opportunity to apply to any city direct high school in Shenyang upon graduation." The words of Sun Haiping fell like a stone cast into calm waters, stirring up a tempest of excitement. It is essential to note that during the 1990s in Shenyang, students could only apply to high schools within a designated range during the entrance examination. For instance, students from Fengwang Township, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Shenyang County Education Bureau, could only apply to high schools in Shenyang County and were barred from applying to high schools in the city of Shenyang or other districts. The city direct high schools in Shenyang exclusively admitted graduates from junior high schools directly under the Shenyang Education Bureau. Among all high schools in Shenyang, the finest are Shenyang No. 1 High School and Shenyang No. 6 High School, both of which are nationally recognized key high schools. It is often said that gaining admission to either of these schools is akin to having one foot firmly planted on the threshold of a university. Naturally, the high admission scores required by these schools deter many students. The announcement made by Sun Haiping essentially opened the gates of city direct high schools for these award-winning students from non-city direct institutions, a precedent unprecedented in the educational history of Shenyang. Thus, the fervent reaction from the audience of teachers and students was entirely justified. Furthermore, for both city direct and non-city direct participants, those who attain second place will receive an additional 3 points towards their application to city direct high schools upon graduation, while first place winners will receive 5 points, and Li Kang will receive an impressive 10 points. Sun Haiping raised his voice and continued. Li Kang was taken aback by this unexpected opportunity. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Given such an opportunity, he would undoubtedly choose Shenyang No. One high school as his preferred institution for graduation, despite its notoriously high admission scores. However, during his previous attempt, Li Kang had already surpassed the admission score for Shanyang No. 1 High School. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to apply there and instead enrolled in Shanyang No. 2 Normal School. Although the admission score for the normal school was not significantly lower than that of Shanyang No. 1 High School, not stepping into a high school campus remained a regret for Li Kang. As for the reborn Li Kang, he felt confident about applying to Shanyang No. 1 High School this time. The points of extra credit were not of paramount concern to him. If he could gain admission, the additional points would merely be a delightful enhancement. Perhaps the campus life at Shanyang No. 1 High School would be even more vibrant. Clenching his fist, Li Kang found himself filled with anticipation, even dreaming of graduating sooner. After leaving the education bureau, Tian Feng appeared quite elated as they made their way home. By this time, night had fallen, and the two decided to return to Fenghuang Township the following day. Li Kang. As soon as Li Kang returned to the inn and had barely settled into his room, he heard Lin Jing calling his name from outside the door. Jinger, what brings you here? He inquired as he opened the door for her. Instead of answering his question immediately, Lin Jing circled around him twice with her hands behind her back, her chest puffed out. What are you doing? Li Kang asked, feeling a bit uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. Li Kang, how does it feel to win an award? Lin Jing feigned curiosity. It's simply delightful, Li Kang replied, recalling a catchy advertisement he had seen in his previous life about instant noodles from Yinan Street, and he mimicked it. That's 2 words, not 1. You're making me dizzy, Lin Jing laughed, covering her forehead. All right, enough of the antics. Jinger, you still haven't answered my question, Li Kang said. Am I not allowed to come and see you if there's nothing going on? Do you want me to leave? Have you grown tired of me? Lin Jing pretended to be forlorn. Stop looking at me like that. It frightens me, Li Kang surrendered quickly. How dull. I'm not teasing you anymore. My father sent me to invite you to dinner at our home tonight. Lin Jing pouted, a hint of shyness in her eyes. Another visit? You know I feel immense pressure facing your father. Is there any reward if I go? Li Kang asked. You want a reward for being invited to dinner? That is absurd, Lin Jing replied, laughing. No reward, no go, Li Kang insisted. Fine, you're tough. What reward do you desire? Lin Jing asked helplessly. Let me think. How about a kiss? Li Kang ventured cautiously. You incorrigible Li Kang, what are you saying? Lin Jing blushed deeply and raised her hand to swat him. If you don't agree, then I want to go, Li Kang said, catching her playful punch and smiling into her eyes. Lin Jing felt flustered under his gaze, her resolve weakening as she hesitated. Is it absolutely necessary? Absolutely, Li Kang affirmed solemnly. All right then. Determined to fulfill her task, Lin Jing closed her eyes, standing firmly with her small fists clenched, waiting for Li Kang's kiss. Haha, you fell for it. I was just teasing. Li Kang laughed heartily at her adorably earnest demeanor. How dare you trick me? I won't let you off easily, Lin Jing retorted, flustered and chasing after him to tickle his armpits. Li Kang, who was naturally ticklish, felt utterly powerless when Lin Jing unexpectedly tickled him twice, causing him to collapse onto the bed. Lin Jing, not expecting him to react so strongly, fell onto the bed with him, resulting in Li Kang lying beneath her while she rested atop him. They both suddenly froze, time seeming to stand still in that moment. Jinger, Li Kang instinctively wrapped his arms around her soft waist, his throat feeling dry. The nearly 16-year-old girl had developed quite well. Lin Jing, intending to get up, felt his embrace tighten around her waist, leaving her feeling weak and her voice involuntarily softening. Li Kang, what do you have in your pocket that is poking me? She asked. Nothing at all, he replied. Li Kang awoke from the ambiguous atmosphere shared between them, releasing his embrace around Lin Jing, and could not help but scorn himself for being so easily tempted by a young girl at his age of over 30. Lin Jing, having risen from Li Kang's side, seemed to have forgotten the playful banter they just shared, quickly returning to her lively nature as she tugged at his hand, leading him outside. As they passed by Tian Feng's room, Li Kang greeted him before stepping out with Lin Jing. At the Lin household, just like the previous evening, Li Kang and Lin Jing settled on one side of the table, while Lin's parents occupied the opposite side, engaging in cheerful conversation while dining. It appeared quite harmonious, if one chose to overlook Wei Shuxian's cold demeanor towards Li Kang. Xiao Kang, your speech this afternoon was quite impressive. Did you write the script yourself? Lin Weidong inquired. It was spontaneous. Typically, I only prepare an outline for my speeches and improvise the rest. I find it works better that way, Li Kang casually replied, regarding it as a commonplace matter. Oh, Lin Weidong observed Li Kang, momentarily taken aback. It is known that improvisation sounds simple in theory, but in practice, It demands not only a sound psychological disposition, but also a wealth of knowledge and adept linguistic skills. Xiao Kang, would you be able to write a copy of your speech for me after dinner? Lin Weidong asked. Of course, Li Kang responded, more than willing to assist with such a minor task. You are truly remarkable, achieving such an award through improvisation. Lin Jing gazed at Li Kang with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Wei Shuxian cast a glance at her daughter, furrowing her brow but ultimately saying nothing, returning her focus to her meal. Xiao Kang, I found your speech this afternoon insightful. Do you have any thoughts on the economic development of our Shenyang city? Lin Weidong queried. Uncle Lin, please do not hold it against me if I say something incorrect. Li Kang intended to impart some of his insights regarding economic development and sustainability from his past life to Lin Weidong. Please, share your thoughts, Lin Weidong encouraged, intrigued. Thus, Li Kang analyzed the current state of economic development in Shenyang City, incorporating advanced economic concepts from the future. He proposed a sustainable development path that harmonized economic growth with environmental protection, advocating for the vigorous introduction and support of low pollution, high output, technology-intensive enterprises, while reducing reliance on labor-intensive industries that are heavily polluting. He emphasized the importance of developing the tourism economy, fully leveraging Shenyang City's rich historical and cultural heritage along with its picturesque landscapes to forge a path towards green development. As Lin Weidong listened to Li Kang articulate one fresh and precise term after another, his eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. Eventually, their conversation flourished, prompting Lin Weidong to take Li Kang directly to the study on the first floor, leaving Lin Ling and Wei Shuxian exchanging bewildered glances. As Li Kang emerged from the Lin residence, night had already enveloped the surroundings. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He had conversed at length with the mayor of Shenyang City, passionately articulating visions for the city's future trajectory. To his surprise, Lin Weidong had diligently taken notes of some of Li Kang's insights. Before Li Kang departed, Lin Weidong requested that he compose a written version of his afternoon speech, and with a warm smile, he personally escorted Li Kang to the entrance. Upon returning to his hotel, it was quite late. Knowing that Li Kang was visiting the mayor, Tian Feng had retired early, feeling reassured. After a day filled with tension, Li Kang too felt fatigued and decided to wash up and retire for the night. However, an undercurrent of debate regarding the future development of Shenyang City, ignited by the dialogue between Li Kang and Lin Weidong, as well as Li Kang's speech, was quietly unfolding. The historical trajectory of Shenyang City began to diverge from its original path, veering towards an unknown destination, influenced by the metaphorical flutter of Li Kang's butterfly wings. Chapter 036. Undercurrents. The following day, Li Kang and Tian Feng took the bus back to Phoenix Township. Unbeknownst to them, the second page of the Shenyang Daily, the most widely circulated newspaper in the city, featured a full-page commentary article signed by Yu Zhang. The article was titled, Economic Development Should Foster a Dialectical Relationship Between Investment Attraction and Environmental Protection, Paving the Way for Sustainable Economic Growth in Shenyang City. The piece began by envisioning a bright future for Shenyang City amidst the tide of reform and opening up, emphasizing the unwavering commitment to these guiding principles. It predicted that Shenyang City would inevitably evolve into a central economic hub in northern Zhongyuan province. The narrative then shifted, drawing upon the speech of a high school student named Li Kang to pose a crucial question. Must economic development come at the expense of Shenyang City's ecological environment? The article contrasted the impacts of a decade of reform and opening up on the ecological landscape of Shenyang City, warning that if decision-makers pursued investment attraction without a corresponding commitment to environmental protection, the city's environment would further deteriorate. It cautioned that one day, the city's picturesque mountains and rivers might cease to exist, leaving future generations with a heavily polluted Shenyang City, uninhabitable for humanity. At this juncture, the article questioned whether this was truly the economic development outcome we desired. It called for a more rational model of economic growth that could reconcile economic development with environmental protection. By referencing successful urban development cases from developed countries, the article advocated for a sustainable path for Shenyang City's economic growth, introducing the concept of sustainable development as an economic growth model that prioritizes long-term benefits, one that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. In the course of economic development in Shenyang City, it is imperative to ensure that ecological environment is not sacrificed. There is a pressing need to vigorously attract and support a cadre of technology-intensive enterprises that produce high outputs with minimal pollution, while simultaneously reducing the approval quotas for labor-intensive enterprises that are heavily polluting and possess lower technological content. Furthermore, The development of the tourism industry in Shenyang City should be prioritized, ultimately transforming it into a green regional center city in the northern part of the Central Plains suitable for human habitation. The article concludes with the full text of Li Kang's speech. The publication of such an article has aroused the keen political instincts of perceptive individuals, who immediately discern the underlying political motives, while simultaneously cultivating a profound curiosity about the speaker, Yu Zheng, and the mentioned Li Kang, whose name quickly became synonymous with public recognition in Shenyang City. That afternoon, during a routine government meeting convened by the Shenyang City government, Mayor Lin Weidong delivered an important speech in front of the heads of various municipal agencies. During his address, Mayor Lin ardently commended the commentary published in the Shenyang Daily and urged all levels of government within the city to study the article, welcoming any contributions or suggestions regarding the future development of Shenyang City. In the following days, under the guise of soliciting advice from various leaders, Lin Weidong engaged in discussions with the principal leaders of the city government and various municipal departments, exchanging in-depth opinions on the future trajectory of Shenyang City. In stark contrast to the bustling activity of the city government, the Shenyang Municipal Committee, located on Hongqi Road, exuded a solemn atmosphere. In the office of the Municipal Committee Secretary, Han Yiqing sat before his desk, holding the Shenyang Daily that featured Yu Zheng's commentary. He inquired of his secretary, Lu Bing, who stood before him. "Xiao Lu, what is the story behind this article?" "Secretary Han, this was written by Yu Zheng, the chief editor of the Municipal Commentary section at Shenyang Daily, as instructed by Mayor Lin last night. I only learned of it this morning," Lu Bing replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, trickling down his cheeks. "Very well, you may leave now," Han Yiqing said, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before waving Lu Bing away. As Lu Bing turned to exit the office, he heard Han Yiqing add, "Xiao Lu, be attentive to any movements over there." Lu Bing acknowledged and stepped outside, gently closing the door behind him, leaving Han Yiqing alone in the office, his expression shifting amidst the swirling smoke. In a tranquil Sihiyuan in the provincial capital of Zhongyuan City, an elderly man dressed in a white martial arts uniform practiced Tai Chi in the courtyard. A middle-aged man wearing glasses entered, holding a newspaper, and stood quietly beside the elder. "Xiao Gu, what brings you here?" the elder inquired, continuing his movements. "Lin Lao, take a look at this Shenyang Daily. It's today's edition." Xiao Gu replied, raising the newspaper in his hand toward the elder. Old Lin slowly regained his composure, accepting a towel from the kindly housekeeper beside him. He wiped his face, returned the towel with a smile, and expressed his gratitude. Turning to young Gu, he took the newspaper from his hands and approached a circular stone tea table in the courtyard, where he seated himself and gestured for young Gu to join him. After donning his reading glasses, he scrutinized the paper with earnest intent. Approximately 10 minutes later, a smile graced old Lin's face as he looked up at young Gu and remarked, "Indeed, it seems my son is poised to make some moves this time." Young Gu replied with a grin, "Old Lin, do you think we should give Weidong a little push? He has faced considerable challenges in Shenyang these past few years. Han Yiqing has been rather domineering." Old Lin nodded, setting the newspaper aside while inviting young Gu, "Come, let us enjoy some tea, particularly my exquisite Maojian." After sharing a brief tea session, young Gu took his leave. The following day, major provincial newspapers across the Central Plains reprinted the article from the Shenyang Daily, igniting a robust discussion on sustainable development throughout the region. In Niuzhuang village, within a grand residence, a man in his 40s sat in the main hall, forcefully tossing a copy of the Shenyang Daily to the floor, his face twisted in rage. "Damn it, a cooked duck has flown away. It's truly frustrating." "Dad, what has upset you so?" A tall, handsome youth of 17 or 18 entered, observing his father's demeanor. He picked up the newspaper from the floor and inquired. "The approval for the lead smelting factory has been shelved, supposedly due to the mayor's personal intervention, all because of a nonsensical article in that paper. Xiao Jun, investigate who this Li Kang is, bold enough to obstruct my source of income." Xiao Jun furrowed his brow and asked, "Dad, if the factory approval falls through, won't we incur significant losses?" "Significant? It's more than that. It's as if I've been grievously harmed." "Humph, Xiao Jun, gather a few brothers and teach this Li Kang a lesson. If I cannot thrive, neither shall he." "Understood, father." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Xiao Jun's eyes as he spoke to his enraged father. After the National Day holiday, autumn had deepened, and people began to don thicker garments. Li Kang emerged from the town government office, adjusting his coat as he made his way to school. Upon entering the school grounds, he immediately spotted a striking red banner strung across the main thoroughfare. "Warm congratulations to our classmate Li Kang for winning the grand prize in the Shenyang City speech competition." As he walked through the campus, students greeted him enthusiastically, and even some shy young girls approached him, handing him envelopes. At this moment, there was hardly a soul in the school who did not recognize him, for his photograph adorned the campus notice board, alongside a red paper detailing his triumph in Shenyang. Crafted by Tian Feng. Upon returning to Fenghuang Township with Tian Feng, Li Kang was met with a hero's welcome. Historically, not only in Shenyang, but even within the confines of Shenyang County, there had been a conspicuous absence of achievements in speech competitions, let alone winning the grand prize. A myriad of accolades arrived in swift succession, leaving Li Kang somewhat taken aback. Earlier that day, the principal had even invited Zhang Zhenghai, the township head, to attend the school's commendation ceremony. Zhang Zhenghai had begun to adjust to the remarkable achievements of his nephew following his academic probation. However, he was also pleased to participate in Li Kang's recognition event. At that moment, Zhang Zhenghai was engrossed in a manuscript submitted by Li Kang, which he was meticulously examining. The term examining was indeed apt, as there were numerous novel concepts and terminologies within Li Kang's paper that he encountered for the first time, prompting him to scrutinize every word and phrase with great diligence. Upon reaching the final word of the nearly 5,000-word essay, he found himself in a quandary regarding how to address the contents of this work. Disposing of the manuscript into a drawer after reading it seemed a tremendous waste, for it contained many exhilarating viewpoints that stirred his enthusiasm. Yet, during this sensitive period of discourse surrounding reform and opening up, he felt compelled to tread carefully. Releasing the essay to the public would inevitably position him politically, as its bold assertions would unambiguously label him as a reformist. Ah, Li Kang, you have truly presented your uncle with a conundrum, Zhang Zhenghai mused. The momentum of reform and opening up was undeniable. Anything obstructing this tide would be crushed. He believed that publishing this article in a newspaper could have immeasurable repercussions for his political future. Reflecting on his dialogue with Li Kang, he was astonished by how astutely Li Kang analyzed the current domestic situation and confidently forecasted the future political trajectory of the Huaxia nation. Zhang Zhenghai contemplated his own standing within the township government and, abruptly rising, paced around his office several times before returning to his desk. He transcribed the manuscript afresh, making slight modifications to some of the more radical phrases, and subsequently placed the completed draft into his briefcase before departing. Chapter 037. Ho Jun. As Li Kang approached classroom 21, he noticed Pan Wei and a tall, handsome young man striding towards him. Li Kang. Just as Li Kang was about to pass by, Pan Wei hurriedly called out to him. Li Kang paused, regarding Pan Wei with curiosity. What is it? Li Kang. You may not recognize this gentleman beside me, but he was quite the figure in our township back in the day, Pan Wei said with an enigmatic smile. I am Ho Jun. A pleasure to meet you, Ho Jun said, extending his hand with a friendly smile. If you have something to discuss, please be direct. We are not acquainted, Li Kang replied, dismissing Ho Jun's overtures. His reluctance stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, his association with Pan Wei, and more significantly, the haunting memories of Wang Lingling from his past life, which made him harbor a deep aversion to the name Ho Jun. Whether this Ho Jun was indeed the same individual Wang Lingling had nearly wed remained uncertain, for the name was rather common. Such a unique character, Li Pang. You are truly a prominent figure in the school. Even my father holds you in high regard and specifically instructed me to come and make your acquaintance. Ho Jun, unfazed by Li Pang's cold demeanor, retracted his outstretched hand and remarked with a smile, Who is your father? Do I know him? Li Pang retorted. My father is Ho Wuqing, and my family hails from Yozhuang. With a grin, Ho Jun continued, Li Pang, you've certainly made quite a name for yourself. My father has been lamenting the closure of the lead smelting factory for nearly half a year due to your speech, and he holds you in great esteem. He asked me to come and meet you. Why don't we find a place outside of school to chat? I would be delighted to treat you. Upon hearing Ho Jun's words, Li Pang softly murmured, Niuzhuang, Ho Wuqing, Ho Jun. At that moment, he could fully confirm that the Ho Jun before him was indeed the fiancé of Wang Lingling from his past life. Unless there was another Ho Wuqing from Niuzhuang with a son named Ho Jun. I am truly honored to be invited by the son of the wealthiest man in Fenghuang Township, but I must attend evening study sessions, so I shall forego the meal. Li Pang said cheerfully, sensing that the smelting factory was indeed in jeopardy. Very well, attend to your studies then. Farewell, Ho Jun replied with a refined smile. Li Pang, why are you still standing here? Class is about to start. At that moment, Wang Lingling approached. This is Pan Wei who brought a friend for me to meet. Li Pang indicated towards Ho Jun. Oh, hurry then, or you'll be late. I'll take my leave. Wang Lingling glanced at Pan Wei and Ho Jun, feeling it inappropriate to linger as a girl, and quickly departed. Wait up. Let's go together, Li Pang called out, ignoring Pan Wei and Ho Jun, and accompanied Wang Lingling to the classroom. Truly ungrateful, Boss Ho. What shall we do now? Pan Wei spat towards Li Pang with evident disdain. Boss Ho. Pan Wei noticed Ho Jun lost in thought, gazing at the retreating figures of Li Pang and Wang Lingling, and raised his voice slightly. Weizi, what is that girl's name? Ho Jun inquired, his gaze fixated on Wang Lingling's curvaceous silhouette. Which one? The one walking with Li Pang? Pan Wei asked. Quickly tell me who she is. Ho Jun turned his head, urgency evident in his voice. Her name is Wang Lingling, the daughter of Director Wang from our school, in class 21. What's this? Boss Ho, are you interested in her? Pan Wei's curiosity was piqued. I've made up my mind. I shall make Wang Lingling my girlfriend in the shortest time possible. Ho Jun declared, stroking his chin as he observed her. Ah, a girlfriend? Boss, you can't be serious. What about Shaoli? Pan Wei exclaimed in surprise. Let Shaoli go to hell. I can always give her some money. Ho Jun waved dismissively, casting a lingering glance at Wang Lingling's figure as she vanished through the classroom door and walked alongside Pan Wei out of the school. Li Pang, why do you associate with such dubious individuals? Wang Lingling suddenly turned to Li Pang midway through the first evening study session. Dubious? Li Kang was scribbling in a notebook, contemplating the development of a word processing software named Taiji. Upon hearing Wang Lingling's remarks, he echoed her words with a relieved smile. As it seemed she had successfully categorized Ho Jun among the dubious company, he was quite reluctant to allow any interaction between Wang Lingling and Ho Jun. The misfortunes Wang Lingling faced in her past loomed over him like a haunting spell, compelling his concern. Recently demoted, Li Kang had only just begun to adjust. Although he had won the city's grand prize in a speech competition, admission to high schools and normal universities ultimately depended on academic performance. And he must not let pride consume him. Wang Lingling was once again taking on the role of a concerned elder. All right, Lingling, worry not. I have no intention of associating with such dubious characters. Let them approach me instead, Li Kang remarked. Observing Wang Lingling's serious demeanor, he promptly raised his hands in surrender. Just as well. The midterm exams are approaching, yet I see no sign of you studying. Only doodling incomprehensible diagrams on your notebook, Wang Lingling commented, glancing at a flowchart and a segment of code that Li Kang had drawn, her brow furrowing. Haha, Lingling, how about we make a bet? Li Kang suggested with a smile. A bet on what? Wang Lingling inquired, her expression still serious. What are we betting on? Ma Wanwan, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, perked up at the mention of a wager and turned to them eagerly. Step aside, I'm betting with Lingling. You shouldn't team medal, you chubby girl. Li Kang playfully tapped Ma Wenjuan's head, laughing. Li Kang, you're asking for trouble, Ma Wenjuan retorted, rubbing her head, looking at him with feigned anger. In class, she dared not raise her voice. Her round face flushed adorably. Wenjuan, stop causing a ruckus. Let us hear what bet Li Kang has in mind. Wang Lingling expressed her growing interest. Humph, you only know how to protect him. You never scold him when he bullies me, Ma Wenjuan pouted. Let us wager on our midterm exam results. If I surpass your score, you must grant me a request. If I don't, I will fulfill one of your desires, Li Kang proposed. Haha, Li Kang, are you serious? Ma Wenjuan laughed heartily. Knowing that since the beginning of their first year in middle school, no one had been able to challenge Wang Lingling's top position in any exam, big or small. Are you brave enough to bet? Li Kang asked, locking eyes with Wang Lingling. Lingling, accept his bet. He is bound to lose this time. I'll think about what request to make. How about we make him treat us to a grand feast? Ma Wenjuan encouraged. Stop it, don't cause trouble. All you think about is food. If you keep eating, you'll become a big fatty, and that one tea look good, Li Kang chuckled, playfully tapping Ma Wenjuan's head again. Ma Wenjuan reacted with mock indignation. Are you certain you wish to engage in such a wager with me? Wang Lingling asked. Absolutely. Li Kang nodded affirmatively. Very well, I accept your challenge. Wang Lingling exuded confidence in her academic abilities. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Tianfeng, glanced over at Li Kang and the others, smiling softly before returning to the task of grading assignments, pleased to witness such motivating little bets among the students. The evening study session swiftly passed with 2 classes. As Li Kang gathered his belongings, Ma Jun approached him and said, Shao Kang, let us go. Together. They pushed their bicycles out of the school and pedaled down the main road towards home. Junzi, how have you been faring in class lately? Is your study proving to be a challenge? Li Kang, reflecting on his preoccupation with his own affairs, felt a twinge of guilt for not inquiring about Ma Jun's academic progress earlier. It's manageable. I feel significantly better than when I was in class 19. However, there are still a few concepts I don't grasp, and things are a bit chaotic towards the end, Ma Jun replied. Which concepts are troubling you? When we get home, I can explain them to you. After the midterm exams, I'm confident you'll be moved to the front by the homeroom teacher. Trust me, Li Kang assured Ma Jun. Yes, I will strive for it, and aim to be among the top 10 in our class. Xiao Kang, you must also put in the effort. You promised to surpass Wang Lingling last time, Ma Jun declared, clenching his fist. Let us work hard together. Li Kang said as he bumped fists with Ma Jun in solidarity. The route to Li Kang's aunt's house required traversing a small alley, which was home to only two families reliant on welfare, rendering it exceptionally tranquil. As they rode their bicycles into the middle of the alley, Li Kang suddenly noticed two individuals on the opposite side, blocking the passageway with a long, narrow object in each of their hands, details obscured by distance. At that moment, he heard commotion from the other end of the alley. Turning around, he spotted two more individuals approaching, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. He leaned closer to Ma Jun and whispered, Junzi, dismount. We are being accosted. Chapter 38, Encountering Robbers. Junzi, dismount. We are encountering robbers, Li Kang urged Ma Jun. What should we do? Ma Jun asked anxiously as he hastily dismounted. The four individuals were now slowly closing in from both ends of the alley. Stay calm. I will distract them while you run for help, Li Kang said, fixing his gaze on the advancing assailants. He discerned that the two on the opposite side were young men in their 20s with long hair, wielding steel pipes designed for violence. Anxiety coursed through him, as this was a scenario he had never faced in either of his lives. That won't he do? If you leave, how can you handle all four of them alone? No, you go call for help, and I'll hold them off, Ma Jun insisted, shaking his head. Junzi, I possess far superior physical capabilities. I will be fine for a while. If you stay here, you won't be able to fend them off, Li Kang replied sternly, just as the assailants converged upon them. Without hesitation, Li Kang swung his bicycle at the nearest assailant. The two men were clearly taken aback by his sudden aggression. One of them was struck down by the weighty bicycle, and Li Kang seized the opportunity to charge forward, executing a high kick aimed at the throat of the standing assailant, summoning all his strength. His intent was to incapacitate the two before him swiftly, allowing Ma Jun the chance to escape. With a resounding thud, Li Kang's high kick landed heavily upon the neck of his assailant, sending the man sprawling sideways, a distance of nearly 2 meters, where he lay still upon the ground. Run, military! Li Kang shouted emphatically. Ma Jun hastily discarded his bicycle to the roadside and sprinted out of the alley. The sequence of events unfolded in a mere blink, akin to a flash of lightning. It was not until Ma Jun was on the verge of exiting the alley that the two men behind him finally reacted. One of them sought to bypass Li Kang in pursuit of Ma Jun, while the other raised the steel pipe in his hand, aiming a vicious strike at Li Kang. With gritted teeth, Li Kang braced his back against the oncoming blow, extending his hand to seize the wrist of the youth intent on pursuing Ma Jun, delivering a swift kick to the latter's midsection. The sounds of impact echoed, one from Li Kang's kick connecting with the youth's torso, the other from the steel pipe crashing against Li Kang's back. The youth crumpled to the ground in response to the kick, while Li Kang grimaced in pain, the force of the assault searing through him. It was evident that this group was intent on taking his life, striking with such ferocity. At that moment, the youth who had been felled by the bicycle rose once more, retrieving the steel pipe that had fallen to the ground, joining forces with his companion to encircle Li Kang. They were momentarily deterred from pursuing Ma Jun, having witnessed Li Kang incapacitate two of their own. Who are you? Li Kang inquired slowly, inching back against the wall of the alley. Li Kang, you have offended the wrong people. There are those who wish to break your legs. One of the men replied menacingly. Enough of the chatter, let's get to work. The one who escaped has gone to call for reinforcements, the other declared, swinging the steel pipe down upon Li Kang's head. Li Kang deftly evaded the incoming strike, simultaneously seizing the wrist of the assailant wielding the pipe. Employing his strength, he yanked the man forward while raising his knee to strike at the assailant's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the man doubled over in pain, clutching his midsection. In this rebirth, Li Kang found his strength and reflexes significantly enhanced compared to his previous life, rendering the speed of the steel pipe almost sluggish in his perception, allowing ample time for his reactions. Turning his gaze to the last standing youth, he beckoned, "Come here. You are the last one remaining." The final youth hesitated momentarily. Given the circumstances, he dared not flee. Abandoning his companions to escape alone would be a grave offense within their organization. Thus, he bellowed and charged at Li Kang. Steel pipe raised high. Ma Jun sprinted at a 100-meter dash to reach his aunt's home, bursting into the northern room, breathless, addressing Zhang Zhenghai and Li Mei, who were engrossed in watching television. "Uncle, Aunt, quickly. We encountered highwaymen. Xiao Kang is entangled with them in the alley, and I returned to alert you. Hurry." Upon hearing Ma Jun's urgent words, Zhang Zhenghai and Li Mei sprang to their feet, rushing into the inner room. Moments later, they emerged with a black object resembling a flashlight in hand. "Let us go." Li Mei, upon learning that Li Kang was still ensnared in the alley, was rendered almost speechless with fear. Seeing Zhang Zhenghai and Ma Jun hastily exit, she hurriedly followed suit. As Zhang Zhenghai walked, he inquired about the situation from Ma Jun. By the time they approached the alley, Zhang had grasped the basic circumstances. However, upon entering the alley with Ma Jun, they were confronted with a scene that left them utterly astounded. Li Penghao was leisurely seated on his bicycle, occasionally pedaling to make the rear wheel spin rapidly, while in the corner of the alley squatted four young men whose hands were bound with belts, steel pipes strewn across the ground. "Penghao, are you all right?" Zhang Zhenghai stepped forward, his concern evident. "I'm fine. However, I anticipate that, uncle, you will be quite busy tonight," Li Penghao replied, dismounting from his bicycle and gesturing towards the four youths in the corner. "Penghao, did they harm you? Let me take a look." Li Mei approached, grasping Li Penghao's arm and scrutinizing him with concern. "Aunt, I'm all right. I managed to capture them all," Li Penghao assured her. "That's a relief. You truly frightened me," Li Mei said, her heart still racing. "Penghao, you are remarkable. They were no match for you, and you apprehended all four of them." Ma Jun exclaimed excitedly as they returned home. "With faces like theirs, I could easily handle four more," Li Penghao boasted without hesitation. "But why did they try to rob us?" "We have no money," Ma Jun furrowed his brow. "I don't know. Let's not dwell on it. The villains have been apprehended, haven't they?" Though Li Penghao had a vague idea of who was orchestrating the incident, he did not wish for Ma Jun to become too involved. "Well, I'll read for a while and strive to place in the top 10 for the final exam," Ma Jun said as he settled at the writing desk in the room. Li Penghao felt a burning pain in his back, rendering him unmotivated to do anything. Yet he did not want to worry Ma Jun, so he lay down on his bed fully clothed, contemplating the events that had just transpired. "You have offended someone you shouldn't have. Someone wishes to break your legs," he recalled one of the young men's words, pondering who he had crossed to provoke such a threat. It must be Ho Jun's doing. This afternoon, his visit was rather inexplicable. It seems he was there to identify me. I had indeed thwarted his father's lead smelting factory, and I must have offended them both. Apart from them, I can't think of anyone else I might have wronged. Damn it. Ho Jun, just wait. I shall ensure you regret this for eternity. Li Penghao was a person who held grudges, and now he had set his sights on the Ho father and son. While Li Penghao, Ma Jun, and Li Mei returned home, Zhang Zhenghai was escorting the four youths to the police station with his electric baton in hand. At that time, advanced communication tools were yet to be developed, leaving Zhang no choice but to personally escort the four robbers to the station. Zhang Zhenghai felt an intense anger. How dare anyone attempt to rob his nephew? This left him, as the village chief, utterly dismayed. Thus, that evening, after delivering the four to the police station, he dragged the station head, Wu Tianjun, from his quarters and vociferously reprimanded him, expressing his profound dissatisfaction with the state of public safety in Phoenix Township. Wu Tianjun felt an immense sense of grievance, just as he was about to retire for the night. The village chief abruptly dragged him from his dormitory and berated him vehemently. Consequently, his displeasure towards the four robbers who instigated the incident was palpable. After a night of intensive interrogation, the four robbers remained resolute in their claim that they had intended to rob Li Kang and Ma Jun. Wu Tianjun found himself at a loss, and thus had to report the overnight interrogation results truthfully to Zhang Zhenghai the following day. Zhang Zhenghai, having returned home the previous night, had already inquired in detail about Li Kang's circumstances. Considering Li Kang's speculations, if indeed that individual was behind the scenes, the interrogation's outcome was unsurprising. Thus, he did not further complicate matters for Wu Tianjun, merely emphasizing the necessity of punishing the criminals severely. Consequently, a vigorous crackdown commenced in Fenghuang Township, significantly improving the local security situation. Chapter 39. The transformation of Wang Lingling's fate. Late at night, in Nujiakan, at Ho Wuqing's residence. Ho Jun sat dejectedly on the sofa, his head bowed as he smoked. Ho Wuqing paced back and forth in the room. "Father, I underestimated Li Kang this time and failed to handle the situation properly." Ho Jun spoke in a low voice. "You cannot bear the blame alone. Even I did not anticipate that this young man could defeat all four of us single-handedly," Ho Wuqing replied, waving his hand dismissively. "However, Xiao Jun, you must learn from this experience. Remember, never underestimate anyone when undertaking a task, or you will incur great losses," he continued. "Understood, father. Should we find a few capable brothers to deal with Li Kang?" Ho Jun inquired. "Let us hold off for now. The situation is too tense. For the time being, gather more funds, and arrange to have Zhang now and his associates released from the township. We cannot allow them to create chaos inside, Ho Wuqing contemplated. Understood, father. Ho Jun responded, rising to retrieve some money from the inner room before returning to his own quarters. The following day, Li Kang and Ma Jun engaged in their morning exercises and attended classes as usual. By the time Li Kang awoke, the injury on his back had significantly healed, and at this rate of recovery, he estimated he would be fully recovered by the next day. After classes that afternoon and following dinner, Li Kang returned to the township government to continue developing his software. Upon exiting the township government and nearing the entrance of Class 21, he noticed a crowd gathered, pointing and whispering about what was happening inside the classroom. He quickened his pace, parting the crowd, and entered the classroom, only to find Pan Wei and Ho Jun standing before Wang Lingling, conversing intently. A sense of apprehension gripped Li Kang as he thought, "Curse it, the inevitable has arrived," and even earlier than expected. However, he did not rush forward but instead stood quietly at the front of the classroom, observing the interaction between the three. "Lingling, why don't you accompany Ho Jun out for a meal?" Pan Wei said with a cheerful smile. "I'm sorry, I still have evening self-study." "You two should go ahead," Wang Lingling replied, looking quite resigned. Upon hearing Wang Lingling's refusal, Li Kang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed she had not disappointed him. It appeared that Wang Lingling's fate was destined to change in this lifetime. "Leave me alone. Did you not hear what Lingling said? It's truly bothersome," Ma Wenwan exclaimed, her demeanor reminiscent of a protective hen, as she scolded Ho Jun and Pan Wei. "You are Lingling's classmate, right? Why don't we go together? Once we are outside, you can order whatever you like." Ho Jun replied with a smile, furrowing his brow slightly. "Not at all. No. Go away." Ma Wenwan waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away an irritating fly, her face openly displaying her disdain. "You chubby girl, don't overstep your bounds," Pan Wei retorted sharply to the meddlesome Ma Wenwan. Observing this, Ho Jun pulled Pan Wei aside and, with a grin, addressed Wang Lingling. "Lingling, the moment I laid eyes on you yesterday afternoon, I was smitten. Look, I bought you a double lion watch. Do you like it?" A few classmates nearby gasped in astonishment, for in the 1990s, a double lion watch was certainly a luxury item. And it was surprising that Ho Jun would so casually gift one. Wang Lingling, without lifting her gaze from her book, replied, "I don't want your things. You should leave now. Class is about to start, and the teacher is coming." Her blatant disregard for Ho Jun left him feeling rather helpless. He was accustomed to leveraging his handsome looks and affluent background to win the affection of the girls he fancied, yet today, Wang Lingling seemed impervious to his charms. Li Kang, sensing it was time for him to intervene, approached and said to Ho Jun and Pan Wei, who were standing in the aisle, "Make way. Good dogs don't block the path." Pan Wei and Ho Jun turned to see it was Li Kang. Pan Wei glared at Li Kang and retorted, "Who are you talking about?" "Whoever is blocking the way. That is who," Li Kang replied with a smile. "What is the matter? Do you have a problem with that?" "You." Pan Wei fumed, ready to confront him. "Weizi." Ho Jun restrained the enraged Pan Wei, smiling at Li Kang, a flicker of sharpness gleaming in his gentle eyes. "Li Kang, we met yesterday. I hope all is well." "I'm quite unwell. I hosted 4 friends yesterday and was left utterly exhausted. Since Lingling refused to join. Why must you insist? Perhaps, Ho Jun, you could treat me to a meal. I'm quite hungry and have yet to eat dinner." Li Kang said cheerfully to Ho Junhof. "Weizi, let us go." Ho Jun's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, realizing that his objective for the day remained unfulfilled. He pulled Pan Wei along as they exited. "Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Ho Jun. Be careful not to encounter any highwaymen." Li Kang called after the departing Ho Jun. Startled by the remark, Ho Jun stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Li Kang burst into laughter at Ho Jun's awkwardness, feeling a rush of delight. "So, how does it feel to have a handsome suitor?" Li Kang teased as he settled into his seat, glancing at Wang Lingling, who was still engrossed in her book. "You came over earlier. Why did you just stand there watching? Was it entertaining?" Wang Lingling turned to face Li Kang, her gaze icy. "I am curious to see if the most beautiful girl in our class can withstand the temptations of wealth. That watch is quite expensive. Even I am tempted by it. You turned it down so readily. Do you regret your decision?" Li Pang chuckled. "Go away. You're not helping me, and just watching my misfortune. I won't pay you any attention," Wang Lingling retorted, her face flushed, as she turned to her book. "Hey, are you angry?" Li Pang prodded her back with his pen, inquiring. "Humph." Wang Lingling turned slightly, but ignored him. Li Pang smiled and refrained from further disturbing her, instead immersing himself in his thoughts about his programming. "Hey, Li Pang, are you upset?" Wang Lingling, after a prolonged silence with no response from him, couldn't he resist turning back to ask. "No, why would I be upset?" Li Pang replied with an indifferent smile. "Wang Lingling, I don't even know that Ho Jun. This afternoon, he approached me out of the blue, claiming he wanted to take me out to dinner and buy me things. Seeing Li Pang's nonchalant demeanor, Wang Lingling felt a surge of urgency to explain herself, subconsciously wanting to avert any misunderstandings. Really, it's nothing. You handled it well, don't overthink it. Focus on your studies, okay? Li Pang reassured her, noticing her eagerness to clarify. Wang Lingling's cheeks turned a deep crimson as she quickly turned away, her mind swirling with the single thought, okay. Throughout her life, only her elders had ever referred to her in such a manner. Hearing it from Li Pang, especially during her adolescent years, imbued the word with a peculiar significance, leaving her flustered. Li Pang, however, did not dwell on it. Having lived over 30 years in his past life, he found it endearing that this young girl was so anxious to explain herself to avoid any misconceptions. Little did he know the intricate and delicate emotions swirling within her. In the following days, Hojun frequently visited the school, attempting to invite Wang Lingling to dinner. But she consistently declined. He then altered his approach, beginning to compose love poems for her. Just as Wang Lingling was about to tear up these blush-inducing verses, Li Pang intervened, collecting them with the intent of keeping them as mementos, leaving her utterly embarrassed. Ultimately, after much insistence from Wang Lingling, Li Pang reluctantly conceded and burned the poems. After nearly 2 weeks of persistent efforts, Hojun, seeing no results, became somewhat disheartened, leading to a gradual decrease in his visits to disturb Wang Lingling. By this time, November was approaching, and the weather had begun to cool. Students at the school donned thick coats, yet the atmosphere of study grew increasingly intense with only a week remaining until the midterm examinations. Chapter 40, Midterm Examinations. As November settled in Phoenix Town, the chill became palpable, with the warmth of the autumn sun only felt at midday. At this juncture, the villagers had completed their agricultural tasks and commenced a long 5-month holiday. In the early 1990s, in the rural expanse of Phoenix Township, the majority of the young and able-bodied labor force had yet to cultivate the habit of seeking employment outside their community. Consequently, one could frequently observe aimless youth wandering the streets and alleys of Phoenix Village, leading to a marked increase in security incidents during this time of year. Li Pang, clad in a crisp white shirt and blue trousers, ambled through the campus of Phoenix Township, savoring the refreshing coolness brought about by a recent autumn rain. His spirits lifted considerably. In his previous life, he had always relished rainy weather, particularly the gentle drizzles of late summer and early autumn, which instilled a profound sense of comfort, an emotional inclination devoid of any particular rationale. Upon entering the classroom, Li Pang found most of his classmates engaged in review, as midterm examinations loomed in the upcoming week. Just the day prior, their homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, had rallied the class during their customary Monday meeting, elevating the atmosphere of academic diligence to an exhilarating peak. Taking his seat, Li Pang noticed his deskmate, Li Ming, furrowing his brow in frustration over a mathematical conundrum in his study guide. With a smile, Li Pang inquired, "What troubles you, my friend?" Li Ming handed over the study guide, lamenting, "I've been grappling with this problem since after lunch, and as evening self-study approaches, I'm still at a loss. If I encounter such a question in the exam, I'm doomed." "Cheer up. You, the so-called math prodigy who claims no problem can thwart you. Would simply be unfortunate if such a question arises during the test. Besides, you have me. Perhaps I can help you solve it shortly," Li Pang replied with a chuckle. "Please do assist me. Stop teasing." Li Ming laughed back. Li Pang opened the study guide, titled Comprehensive Collection of Difficult Middle School Math Problems, and was momentarily struck speechless by its imposing name. Li Ming exemplified the type who sought unnecessary challenges. He would be better served by focusing on fundamental training exercises rather than this. "Li Ming, I believe your approach to studying may need some recalibration." Li Pang decided it was prudent to offer a gentle reminder to his deskmate. In his previous life, Li Ming's relentless pursuit of obscure and difficult problems had blinded him to the essentials needed for the entrance exams, ultimately hindering his chances of enrolling in a normal university. Despite being exceptionally intelligent and diligent, he had missed the mark. Shouldn't you concentrate on mastering and understanding foundational knowledge? When tackling problems, strive to select basic exercises that target your specific knowledge gaps. This will facilitate your improvement. Only resort to difficult problems for practice when necessary. This problem you're wrestling with is essentially a combination of several fundamental concepts. Draw a perpendicular line and then bisect this angle. First, establish that these two triangles are congruent. Li Pang meticulously deconstructed the challenging geometry proof that had plagued Li Ming for half the afternoon, aiming to instill in him the significance of foundational knowledge rather than an obsession with obscure challenges. "Indeed, it seems I have been misguided in my study approach lately." Li Ming, having listened to Li Pang's explanation, has comprehended the methodology for solving the problem. However, from Li Kang's earlier discourse, he also recognized that his own study methods were indeed flawed. Consequently, he placed the tutorial book on his desk and diligently began to peruse his mathematics textbook. Li Kang smiled, realizing that this was all he could do. He preferred not to engage in lengthy admonitions, as such approaches often breed resentment. It was a matter of touching upon the essence. The extent of Li Ming's understanding ultimately depended on his own efforts. Wang Lingling, observing their dialogue while Li Kang elucidated the geometry problem, was astonished at how swiftly he could resolve a mathematical conundrum that had stumped Li Ming for an entire afternoon. She was well aware of Li Ming's mathematical prowess, which was on par with her own. Had it not been for his occasional lapses in other subjects, he would undoubtedly be a formidable competitor. Yet, in addressing this challenging question, Li Kang almost immediately began to explain it to Li Ming, providing a thorough and insightful analysis of the knowledge points examined and the intentions of the examiner. This prompted Wang Lingling to re-evaluate her perception of him, silently reflecting, so, Li Kang excels in mathematics as well. However, she recalled hearing that he had scored only in the 40s when he repeated a year. Yet, she soon remembered that his English score had also been in the 40s before he had nearly supplanted her as the favored student in Mr. Lu Hai's eyes, which made it less surprising. Nonetheless, as the top student in her grade, Wang Lingling felt a twinge of pressure. She was a girl who appeared delicate but possessed a strong will. The memory of Li Kang's confident demeanor during their bet added to her sense of pressure. As the new week commenced, the midterm examinations for this semester at Phoenix Township began. Li Kang and Ma Jun arrived at school early, and upon entering the classroom, they noticed that some students were already heading to Class 19. In accordance with tradition, the midterm examinations at Phoenix Township were conducted using a mixed class format, meaning that students from two different grades would be tested in the same classroom. For instance, half of the students from Class 21 would be placed into Class 19 for the exam, while half of the students from Class 19 would be transferred to Class 23 of the first year. This arrangement effectively isolated students of the same grade from those in other grades, thereby minimizing the potential for cheating. However, as the saying goes, where there is a high virtue, there is a greater cunning. Completely eradicating cheating during exams was evidently an unattainable goal. Each examination became a battle of wits between students and invigilators, with an array of tactics constantly emerging. Since Li Kang and Ma Jun were originally from Class 19, they were not moved this time. Li Kang's deskmate, Li Ming, went to Class 19, while Wang Lingling remained in Class 21, and her deskmate, the chubby girl Ma Wenwan, also joined Class 19. Haha, Xiaosan, come here. Upon sitting down, Li Kang noticed Huang Xiaosan entering the room, sporting a rather quirky hat. Brother, what's up? Huang Xiaosan, hearing Li Kang call him, hurried over and asked with a smile. You haha, too funny. Tell me, what is the purpose of that hat? Li Kang chuckled as he spoke. Giggling, Wang Lingling was greatly amused by Huang Xiaosan's antics. Brother, there's no need to pry into this. Suffice it to say I have my motives, Huang Xiaosan said, winking at Li Kang with an air of mystery. Xiaosan, your hat must be a prop for cheating, isn't it? Li Kang replied, feigning intrigue. How did you know? Huang Xiaosan asked, glancing around nervously, relieved that the teacher had yet to arrive. You can't go on like this. Wearing that hat will draw the teacher's attention immediately, making it difficult for you to act, Li Kang chuckled. Do you know what I plan to do? Huang Xiaosan gazed at Li Kang with wide-eyed astonishment, feeling a pang of discouragement, as this was an idea she had pondered for quite some time. Li Kang nodded, placing his hand on his head, then lowered it to perform a rather lewd gesture of slowly shaking his head from side to side, asking, is it like this? Have you already arranged with the student sitting next to you in Class 19 to help you with the answers, so you can copy? Damn, brother. How did you figure that out? Huang Xiaosan exclaimed, clearly astonished. Because I'm your brother, Li Kang replied nonchalantly. In truth, in a previous life, he had been Huang Xiaosan's deskmate at this time, employing the same method of cheating, wearing a hat, lowering his head, and using his hand to hold the hat still, allowing him to glance sideways without being detected. Such a whimsical trick could only have been devised by Huang Xiaosan. However, things took an unfortunate turn. During the first Chinese exam, Huang Xiaosan was caught by their homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, who typically dealt harshly with cheating students, resulting in Huang Xiaosan receiving a score of 0 for the exam. Xiaosan, let me teach you a method that guarantees the teacher 1T notice. There is still some time before the exam, so you have ample opportunity to prepare, Li Kang said, grinning as he picked up a pencil and wrote a line of text on the black tabletop. Due to the dark surface, the writing was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Li Kang then exhaled onto the surface, making it damp, which revealed the writing clearly. As the moisture evaporated, The text gradually faded away. What do you think? Li Kang demonstrated, smiling at Huang Shaosan. Incredible. Brother, you're truly amazing. Huang Shaosan exclaimed excitedly, hurrying back to her seat to write some notes on the tabletop before the exam commenced. Li Kang, how could you teach Huang Shaosan to cheat? If you cheat, our bet 1T count, Wang Lingling said, looking at Li Kang with a peculiar expression. Lingling. I merely wanted to prevent Huang Shaosan from being caught by the teacher with that ridiculous method. If that happens, her father will probably give her a beating. I assure you, I 1T cheat, Li Kang hastily promised. I suppose you have a point. If I catch you cheating, I'll inform the homeroom teacher about your coaching Huang Shaosan. But, Li Kang, I haven't seen you study much. Do you feel confident about this exam? Wang Lingling teased, pouting slightly. I'll manage. Without the right tools, how could I dare take on such a delicate task, especially with such exquisite porcelain? It would be disastrous if I were to damage it, Li Kang replied with a grin, the latter part of his statement carrying a slightly inappropriate undertone, leading him to silently scorn himself. I shall await your diamond drill to see if you possess the strength to wield it. Wang Lingling, oblivious to the underlying meaning in Li Peng's words, chuckled lightly. The midterm examination was scheduled to span 2 days, with the first session on Monday morning devoted to Chinese literature, overseen by invigilators Tian Feng and Huang Jinjun, the former head of Class 19, both of whom were Chinese language instructors. Upon receiving the examination paper, Li Peng briefly scanned its contents before bowing his head to commence answering the questions. Approximately an hour later, he set down his pen, exhaled deeply, stretched, then rose to take his paper to the front of the classroom. Addressing the quietly conversing Tian Feng and Huang Jinjun, teachers, I am ready to submit my paper. Li Peng, have you completed it so swiftly? Won't you review it once more? Tian Feng inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded Li Peng. His evident dissatisfaction stemmed from the fact that the Chinese examination was allocated 2 hours, and they had only just passed the halfway mark. No need. I have already reviewed it thoroughly several times, Li Peng replied confidently. Very well, hand me your paper. You may leave, but do not stray too far, for you will soon have a political examination, Tian Feng advised. Understood. Goodbye, teacher, Li Peng said as he handed over his paper and exited the room. Once outside, Tian Feng and Huang Jinjun, the 2 Chinese instructors, convened to examine Li Peng's paper. This is peculiar. Li Peng's handwriting was never this exquisite before. And while his Chinese scores were commendable, they did not reach such heights, Huang Jinjun remarked to Tian Feng. When he was in Class 19, he was quite the mischievous child, scoring merely in the 70s. Yet, judging by this paper, aside from potential deductions on the essay, I can hardly identify any errors. Moreover, the handwriting on this paper starkly contrasts with his previous style. It resembles that of a practiced adult rather than a young student. Do not be astonished. Consider Li Peng's performance post-retention. His spoken English and Mandarin are remarkably proficient, and he even secured the grand prize in the city's oratory competition. Each of these accomplishments is indeed astonishing, Tian Feng observed, clearly accustomed to Li Peng's remarkable displays of talent, rendering such feats utterly normal in his eyes. It is truly strange. I feel as though I have unwittingly bestowed a treasure upon you. You simply must treat us to lunch today, Huang Jinjun declared. As Li Peng exited the classroom, he found the campus eerily quiet, devoid of activity. He made his way to the playground, seeking a flat stone upon which to sit. His early submission of the exam paper was a calculated decision. Since his rebirth, he had been contemplating how to navigate this life without squandering the opportunity granted by the heavens. In his previous life, Li Peng was a man of contradictions. He endeavored to conform to societal norms while harboring an inner disquiet that resisted such constraints. After years of teaching, he made the resolute decision to resign, driven by a desire to pursue his so-called dreams, embarking alone to the provincial capital to carve out his own path. I am but a dancer burdened by shackles. This is Li Kang's conclusion about his past self. If it were indeed a previous life, even if he could complete the exam questions ahead of time, he would diligently check his answers as per the teacher's requirements. Even if he found no errors, he would wait until the end of the exam to submit his paper. This was his shackle. Thus, in this life, he sought to gradually transform himself through such small actions. After completing the test and meticulously verifying that there were no mistakes, he unhesitatingly chose to submit his paper early. Let the shackles be damned, he declared to himself, clenching his fist. The 2 days of examinations swiftly passed. Li Kang's submission speed increased considerably. During the Chinese exam, the essay took up a significant portion of time, but this issue did not arise in other subjects. He spent 20 minutes on politics, half an hour on mathematics, and a mere 10 minutes on zoology, as there were no extensive questions to consume time. The invigilators and his classmates gradually adapted to Li Kang's pace of submission. If he were to submit at a slower speed, it would seem rather unusual. The midterm examinations concluded on Tuesday afternoon, followed by a 2-day break for the students while the teachers remained at school to grade the papers. On Friday, the students returned to school to receive their results and attend a commendation ceremony. After completing all the subjects, Li Kang and Ma Jun set off together back to Tasi village. Chapter 041. Results. Junzi, how did you fare in today's exams? Li Kang inquired during their journey. Not bad, except during the physics exam in the afternoon. There was a multiple-choice question I was unsure about. So I randomly selected an answer, Ma Jun replied. Well, let's enjoy a couple of days at home. You've been studying quite intensively lately, Li Kang remarked. Xiao Kang, what are your plans for the next couple of days? Ma Jun asked. I'll be at home tomorrow morning, but I'll head back in the afternoon. I have some matters to attend to, Li Kang explained, intending to utilize this time to expedite his software development progress. Xiao Kang, how is your computer study at the town government going? You often skip dinner. You can't keep this up, Ma Jun noted. Things will improve after the midterms. I'm currently developing a software program, and it's nearly finished, Li Kang responded. Developing software? What does that entail? Is it difficult? Ma Jun, who had little knowledge of computers, inquired. Not too challenging. How about you come back with me tomorrow afternoon? I can teach you some basic computer skills, Li Kang suggested, believing it would be beneficial for his friend to gain some early exposure to computers. Really? Can I learn? Is it hard? Ma Jun asked excitedly. Not at all. You're quite clever, and it will be easy for you, Li Kang assured him. Wonderful. When you leave tomorrow afternoon, be sure to take me with you. I want to return as well. Upon arriving home, Lu Mei, having completed the farm work, was not outside but rather sitting in the living room of the northern room, watching television while knitting a sweater. Mom, I'm back, Li Kang announced as he entered the house. Xiao Kang is back. Come in. Lu Mei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her son. How did you do in this exam, Xiao Kang? Lu Mei asked. Quite well. Where's Dad? Li Kang replied. He went to the city with Lao Gui today. He has already completed 2 courses of medication and is due for a checkup, Lu Mei informed him. After engaging in a brief conversation with his mother, Li Kang retreated to his room. In the evening, Li Jiangguo returned home and, upon seeing his son, inquired with genuine concern about Li Kang's examination results. The transformation of his previously unruly son brought immense joy to Li Jiangguo. However, Li Kang was more preoccupied with his father's health, so he asked, Dad, how did your re-examination go today? Haha, all is well. Your father has recovered. Today, along with your Uncle Gui, I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the tumor in my abdomen has completely vanished. Li Jiangguo laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. That's wonderful. But, Dad, you must drink less and smoke fewer cigarettes. It's not good for your health, Li Kang urged with concern. Oh, look who's taking charge of their old man. Understood, Li Jiangguo playfully patted Li Kang on the head, chuckling. Li Kang let out a sigh of relief. Ever since his rebirth, the burden of his father's illness weighed heavily on his heart. Now, he could finally set that burden down. The following day, Li Kang arose early. Around 6 o'clock, after a refreshing run around the village, he returned home and practiced a set of health exercises he had learned in his previous life. He felt invigorated. During this period, Li Kang had grown remarkably, shedding the frailness of his rebirth. He now stood approximately 1.65 meters tall, with a burgeoning physique exhibiting some defined muscle groups. Coupled with his handsome features, he was undoubtedly developing into a striking young man. Xiao Kang is not at home. A youth called out as he entered Li Kang's house after breakfast. Xiangzi, Li Kang exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his old classmate, Li Jixiang, who had been a dear friend during their elementary school years. Li Jixiang had transferred to a school in the neighboring Chaoxiang city during the 4th grade. Yet he always sought Li Kang upon returning home. This encounter marked Li Kang's first meeting with Li Jixiang since his rebirth, filling him with unexpected delight. I returned yesterday, and this morning I bumped into Junzi on the street. He mentioned you were back, Li Jixiang said to Li Kang. We had an exam yesterday, and the school has given us 2 days off, Li Kang replied. As they conversed, they entered the house. Li Kang was thoroughly pleased to reconnect with his former friend. In his previous life, Li Jixiang did not pursue further education after middle school and instead chose to enlist in the military. After a year, he gained admission to a military academy, and by the time of Li Kang's rebirth, he had already attained the rank of captain. The morning passed swiftly, especially in the company of a long-lost companion. They exchanged endless stories, with Li Jixiang excitedly sharing anecdotes about his experiences at Chaoxiang City's 3rd middle school, while Li Kang selectively recounted some of his recent experiences. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. As Li Jixiang had to return to Chaoxiang City in the afternoon, he left reluctantly. After lunch, Li Kang called for Ma Jun, and the two set off together for Phoenix Village. Their first stop was at Li Kang's aunt's house, where they informed Li Mei that they would be returning for dinner. Afterward, they proceeded to the town government office together. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the town government, Li Peng took Ma Jun directly to the computer room. A few days earlier, Aunt Guan had kindly provided Li Peng with a key to facilitate his access to the computer, allowing him to bypass the need to seek her assistance each time. Li Peng began by succinctly introducing the various components of the computer to Ma Jun, teaching him how to power it on. He then wrote down several DOS commands on a piece of paper and demonstrated them, before allowing Ma Jun to practice at the computer for a while. As it was Ma Jun's first encounter with a computer, he felt somewhat anxious. Nevertheless, he earnestly repeated the commands Li Peng had shown him. Gradually, the initial nervousness dissipated, and a burgeoning curiosity about the device that could conjure a string of English characters from mere commands took hold, despite his unfamiliarity with most of those characters. Li Peng, aware that Ma Jun had managed to open WPS, taught him to use the pinyin input method for typing Chinese characters. This entire process spanned roughly an hour, after which Ma Jun stood up and said to Li Peng, "You go ahead, I'll just watch for now." Without hesitation, Li Peng took his seat at the computer, opening the software he had been developing. At this point, he had nearly completed the core functionalities, with only the crucial graphical interface remaining. Soon, he became engrossed in a state of fervent concentration. Observing Li Peng's nimble fingers flying across the keyboard, Ma Jun felt an immense sense of admiration. Having grown up together, Ma Jun had always felt that his understanding of Li Peng was nearly on par with that of Li Peng's parents. However, since the night Li Peng had experienced a troubling dream, Ma Jun found himself somewhat bewildered by the transformation in Li Peng, whose abilities now seemed to exceed his comprehension. Li Peng attributed this remarkable growth to the dream he had, yet Ma Jun pondered whether such prowess could truly stem from a mere dream. Despite his doubts, he could not articulate a rationale to explain it all. Throughout this day and a half, aside from teaching Ma Jun the basics of computer operation, Li Peng dedicated the majority of his time to programming. By Thursday evening, he was nearing completion of the software's interface, confident that it would soon emerge as an unprecedented office tool of its time. Meanwhile, after a day and a half of learning, Ma Jun had gradually mastered some fundamental computer skills and began to practice his typing technique, enviously observing Li Peng's swift keystrokes on the keyboard, which spurred him to practice diligently. On Friday morning, the once quiet Phoenix Township began to regain its lively atmosphere. Li Peng arrived at class, where some of his classmates had already gathered. They clustered in small groups, animatedly discussing a singular topic, the results of the midterm examinations. "Hey, Li Peng, are you ready to treat us?" Ma Wenwan and Wang Lingling, already in the classroom, inquired upon seeing him. In Ma Wenjuan's eyes, Wang Lingling was an unbeatable force in academics. "Are you so certain that Lingling will outperform me?" Li Kang observed the chubby girl before him with great interest. Today, her hair was styled into several adorable braids, making her look particularly charming. "Humph, I've heard that you always submit your exam papers so early," which suggests a lackadaisical attitude. "How could you possibly surpass our Lingling?" Ma Wenwan replied, blinking her round eyes at Li Kang. "Not necessarily. How about we make a bet? If my score doesn't surpass Lingling's, I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal," Li Kang said with a smile. "Sounds good. Li Kang, you are bound to lose this time. I'm pondering what I should eat, braised pork or perhaps the sauced donkey meat from Old Huang's restaurant. Both are utterly delectable." Ma Wenwan mused, her mouth watering as she completely disregarded Li Kang's chances of victory. "Hey, chubby girl, if I win, you must agree to one request of mine. What do you think?" Li Kang continued. "Humph, as if I would lose. All right, if you win, I shall grant you one request, just like Lingling," Ma Wenwan said, biting her plump finger and tilting her head at Li Kang, evidently lost in thoughts of the grand feast. Li Kang swallowed hard, thinking, "Chubby girl, could you not be so adorable? If you keep this up, I might feel guilty for leading a little girl to see goldfish." At that moment, Huang Shaoxin entered the classroom and approached Li Kang, speaking mysteriously. "Thank you. Bro, your method truly works wonders. It seems I won't have to sit in the far corner anymore." "What method?" Ma Wenwan, ever curious, inquired. Meanwhile, Wang Lingling, who had been smiling while watching Ma Wenwan and Li Kang bicker, pulled Ma Wenwan close and whispered something in her ear. Ma Wenwan's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Wow, Li Kang, you actually taught Huang Shaoxin how to cheat." Woo-woo. Seeing this naive girl about to reveal Huang Shaoxin's cheating, Li Kang quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Ma Wenwan struggled and broke free, her round face flushed, tears welling in her eyes. She ceased her loud protests and turned to her seat, burying her face in her arms and sobbing. Wang Lingling hurried over to comfort her. Li Kang was taken aback. Previously, no matter how much he teased this girl, she never seemed to mind. What had changed today? He quickly sent Huang Shaoxin away, realizing he needed to soothe this girl. Hey, chubby girl, what's this performance all about? Why are you crying? Li Kang gently nudged her back. Ma Wenwan squirmed, her sobs growing louder. Stop crying. How about we make a bet, and regardless of the outcome, I will treat you to that grand meal. Li Kang revealed his trump card. Really? Ma Wenwan turned to look at Li Kang, her face still tear-streaked, but he could see her eyes transforming into heart shapes. Indeed, a man's word is his bond, Li Kang affirmed, thumping his chest. Oof, you're wise to concede. I shall not hold you accountable, Ma Wenwan huffed. Hey, chubby girl, you must enlighten me on how I have offended you, Li Kang pressed. Li Kang, somewhat disheartened, inquired about the lavish dinner he had treated everyone to. The chubby girl's face flushed crimson, her demeanor turning shy and on the verge of tears, prompting Li Kang to hastily raise his hand and exclaim, All right, I won't ask anymore. Please don't cry, don't cry. Wang Lingling, observing Li Kang's flustered state from the side, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Clearly amused by his predicament. As class time commenced, Tian Feng entered the classroom holding a sheet of paper, which immediately silenced the room. Classmates, the results of the midterm examination are out. Our class has achieved remarkable results, with the top 3 students in the grade being from our class. Additionally, most students have shown significant improvement, which brings me great joy. I hope that those who have excelled will remain humble and continue to strive for excellence. I will now announce the overall scores. The detailed subject scores will be placed on Wang Lingling's desk for you to review after class, Tian Feng remarked with a smile. Clearly in good spirits. Li Kang, 796 points, first in the grade. Tian Feng unleashed this bombshell, causing an uproar in the classroom. It's worth noting that the perfect score was 800, and Li Kang's impressive 796 left many in awe. Lingling, it seems we have lost our bet this time. What should we do? Ma Wenwan said with a grimace to Wang Lingling, who bit her lip in silence, lost in her thoughts. Wang Lingling, 787 points. Second in the grade, Tian Feng continued, this time eliciting less astonishment, as the classmates were already accustomed to her high performance. Nevertheless, achieving 787 across 8 subjects was still extraordinarily impressive. Zhao Hai, 762, Ma Wenwan, 760, 5th in the grade. Ma Jun, 722, 6th in the class. Li Ming, 720, 7th in the class. Huang Shaoxin, 450, Zhang Xuancai, 209. As Tian Feng announced the results, the atmosphere was a mix of joy and despair, with those who excelled beaming with pride while those who did not fared with downcast expressions. The next segment involved a major rearrangement of seats. Tian Feng intended for Li Kang and Wang Lingling to share a desk, but under Ma Wenwan's resentful gaze, Li Kang retreated, requesting to keep his seat. Thus, Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan remained desk partners, while Li Kang continued to sit with Li Ming. Ma Jun, having secured 6th place, was moved to the 3rd row, and Huang Shaoxin was relocated from his previous corner to the 5th row. After the seating adjustments, Tian Feng placed the score sheet on Wang Lingling's desk and allowed the remaining time for self-study before departing. Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan leaned in together to examine the score sheet. They first noticed Li Kang's astonishing results, aside from a score of 96 in Chinese. He had achieved full marks in all other subjects. Although one could infer this from his overall score, witnessing it firsthand was a more profound shock. They exchanged glances with Li Kang, simultaneously exclaiming, Not human. Li Kang scratched his head, feeling somewhat downcast. Hey, remember the bet? You both owe me a favor. Li Kang addressed the 2 girls still engrossed in the score sheet. What wager are you referring to, Lingling? Have we made a bet with Li Pang? Ma Wenwan inquired, her expression one of perplexity as she turned to Wang Lingling. Indeed. When did we ever place a bet with Li Pang? Wang Lingling feigned ignorance in return. Li Pang, remember someone mentioned treating me to a grand feast? Don't forget that, Ma Wenwan remarked, then returned to scrutinizing the report card with Wang Lingling. Li Pang chuckled softly, choosing not to engage with the 2 girls playfully evading the issue. Instead, he settled into contemplation regarding his forthcoming endeavors and the probability of success, cognizant that such a venture had never occurred in the annals of Fenghuang Township. Pondering was futile at this juncture. Action was required first. Li Pang mused to himself. After class, physical education teacher Lu Bao sounded the assembly whistle, signaling the commencement of the awards ceremony. As the top student of the grade, Li Pang naturally garnered special attention from the principal during the event. The prestige of his recent triumph at the Shanyang City speech competition still lingered. leading to his being called to the podium to be admired by the entire faculty and student body for an extended period. Li Kang felt a tinge of exasperation, likening himself to a panda on display at a zoo. Once the assembly concluded, students returned to their respective classrooms. But Li Kang headed directly to the office of his homeroom teacher, Tianfeng. It was time to put into action a plan he had meticulously devised. Chapter 042. Negotiations for Freedom. Following the school assembly, Li Kang did not accompany his classmates back to the classroom, but instead ventured alone to Tianfeng's office. Upon arriving, he found Tianfeng engrossed in writing. He knocked on the door and announced his presence. Tianfeng lifted his head, a smile spreading across his face upon recognizing Li Kang. His appreciation for Li Kang had only grown over the semester, as the student continually surprised him with remarkable proficiency in both Mandarin and English, stellar performance in the citywide speech competition, and now, the top score in the midterm exams with near-perfect grades across all subjects. "Come in, Li Kang," Tianfeng warmly invited. "Have a seat. What brings you here?" "Teacher, I would like to discuss something with you," Li Kang replied. "What is it?" "Please, share," Tianfeng encouraged. "Teacher, you have seen my midterm results. I wonder if you are satisfied?" Li Kang asked. "Absolutely, I am pleased. Now, please get to the point without beating around the bush," Tianfeng chuckled. "Actually, I have already self-studied the entirety of the junior high curriculum. If you were to give me a set of third-year exam questions, I believe I could achieve results comparable to those of this recent exam," Li Kang continued. "Oh, is that so?" Tianfeng responded, astonished. "It is indeed true. If you doubt me, you may present me with a third-year examination paper," Li Kang asserted. "I believe you. Now, please tell me what you truly wish to discuss." Tianfeng gestured for him to proceed. "Teacher, I aspire to become a free student," Li Kang articulated with careful consideration. "A free student? Your meaning is not entirely clear to me at this moment," Tianfeng reacted, momentarily taken aback. "The term freedom student signifies that within the classroom, I am permitted to engage in any activity I desire, assuredly without disturbing my peers. Furthermore, should I have other matters to attend to, I may do so without the obligation to attend class," explained Li Kang. "Li Kang, are you aware of the implications of your request to the teacher? If the teacher acquiesces to such demands, do you still consider yourself a student? Moreover, if the teacher grants you this privilege, how would other students react?" inquired Tianfeng. "Teacher Tian, I assure you that my examination results will consistently match those of this occasion. The concerns you raised are easily resolvable. You could announce that if anyone surpasses my performance, I shall relinquish my status as a freedom student and bestow that privilege upon them. Additionally, Teacher Tian, regardless of where I may find myself in the future, I will always be your student, a student from Phoenix Township," Li Kang retorted, having anticipated Tianfeng's potential objections and prepared responses to his inquiries. "What if other teachers voice their discontent?" Tianfeng pressed. "I can assure you that I will not neglect any of my subjects. Should a teacher ever express dissatisfaction with my grades, they may petition you to revoke my status as a freedom student," Li Kang confidently asserted. "Teacher Tian, if I were to participate in the entrance examination now, I am confident I could gain admission to any school in Shenyang City, including the 1st and 6th high schools. Do you not think that remaining in class to absorb knowledge I have already mastered is merely a waste of time? I could certainly utilize this time for more productive endeavors," Li Kang continued, seeking to persuade Tianfeng further. "Li Kang, you have indeed presented a formidable challenge to the teacher. To secure the teacher's agreement, you must first ascertain whether you have genuinely completed the entirety of the junior high curriculum through self-study, thereby enabling the teacher to advocate on your behalf to other educators and classmates," Tianfeng responded, swayed by Li Kang's arguments, revealing his disposition as an open-minded educator rather than a rigid traditionalist. "How about this? You could ask the teachers of the 9th grade to provide me with a set of examination questions, which I would undertake on the spot," proposed Li Kang. "Well, let me consider it. You may return for now," Tianfeng replied, finding it difficult to reach a conclusion at that moment, and thus sending Li Kang on his way, for such matters are beyond the realm of ordinary perception. "I shall take my leave." Li Kang sensed Tianfeng's implicit agreement to his request for freedom, yet recognizing the gravity of the situation. He chose to remain cautious and said nothing further, proceeding directly to the classroom. After Li Kang departed, Tianfeng pondered the situation and made his way to consult with the director, Wang Dafeng. Upon finding Wang Dafeng, Tianfeng recounted the conversation he had just had with Li Kang, seeking his guidance. Wang Dafeng, taken aback by Tianfeng's account, felt a surge of astonishment and uncertainty, for he had never encountered such a scenario before. Consequently, the two decided to approach Principal Bai Tian together. During the day, After listening to the intentions of the two individuals, he pondered for a moment and remarked with a smile, "This is a positive development. The key lies in how we proceed. Let us consider this approach." In the afternoon, Tianfeng summoned Li Kang to his office, presenting him with a stack of manuscript paper. "Li Kang, take a look at this," he said. The announcement detailed the implementation of a free student system at Phoenix Township Middle School, aimed at fostering students' autonomy and learning while providing exceptional students with greater opportunities for development. The specifics are as follows. Rights of free students. Free students, upon fulfilling their academic responsibilities, shall have the liberty to manage their study time within the school. As representatives of the school's most outstanding students, a special list of free students will be established, permanently recording each cohort in the annals of Phoenix Township Middle School's history. Obligations of free students, as exemplars of excellence. Free students must participate in all examinations organized by the school and cannot decline to engage in various intra-school and inter-school activities without valid reasons, thereby bringing honor to the institution. Eligibility criteria for free students. To qualify, applicants must meet the following conditions and submit an application to the school. 1. Candidates must be in the second or third year of junior high. First-year students are ineligible. 2. The average score across all subjects in the most recent midterm or final examination must exceed 95. Should a student's scores fall below this standard after being granted free student status, they shall automatically forfeit their eligibility and may not reapply. Assessment for free student status. Applications will be publicly announced school-wide, with candidates required to attend a qualification assessment organized by the school within 1 week of their application date. Successful candidates must achieve an average score no lower than 95 in examinations covering the entire syllabus for the current and upcoming semester, with the difficulty level slightly above that of typical midterm or final examinations. Do you feel confident about passing this assessment for free student status? Tianfeng inquired, smiling as he observed Li Kang reviewing the nearly tailor-made system designed for him. "I am confident. Thank you, Teacher Tian." Li Kang expressed his heartfelt gratitude, surprised that Tianfeng had devised such a system in just one morning, transforming his previously excessive request into a legitimate opportunity. "Do not mention it." This was principled by Tian's suggestion. The specific regulations were drafted in consultation with Director Wang Dafeng. Tianfeng replied, "Tomorrow morning, this free student system will be announced in the school's display case. This afternoon, please write a free student application and submit it to me. It will be publicly displayed alongside the system announcement," Tianfeng instructed. "Understood," Li Kang responded. The following day, as students finished their morning reading and went to the cafeteria with their bowls and chopsticks, they discovered an additional notice in the display case, written on red paper. Alongside the original list of outstanding students from the midterm examinations, announcement of the trial implementation of the free student system at Phoenix Township Middle School. As the students passing by noticed the announcement, they found the previously unheard of system of freedom students quite novel. If one could obtain the status of a freedom student, they would have complete autonomy over their time, even to the extent of skipping classes. However, upon observing the stringent application requirements and assessment criteria, a staggering 99% of the students promptly lost interest. The application of Li Kang, the first to apply for the freedom student status, was also posted in the display case, causing quite a stir in the community. As he walked towards the school cafeteria, Ma Jun remarked with a grin, "Xiao Kang, dining with you daily has made me famous. Now the entire school recognizes me as Li Kang's good friend." "Junzi, are you jesting? Is fame truly so desirable?" Li Kang replied, feeling a sense of helplessness, reflecting inwardly that he was inherently a low-key individual, yet fate had other plans. Later that morning, upon returning to the classroom before class commenced, Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan spotted Li Kang entering, their keen eyes fixated on him. Li Kang, who considered himself somewhat thick-skinned, couldn't help but feel a flush on his cheeks, prompting him to scratch his head and inquire, "Hey, do I have something on my face that warrants such scrutiny?" "Li Kang, are you really going to apply for the freedom student status?" Wang Lingling questioned. "Indeed, hasn't it been publicly announced?" Li Kang responded, "I want to apply too." Wang Lingling asserted, her tone slightly defiant. The fact that Li Kang's grade surpassed hers had already unsettled her competitive spirit, and with his intention to apply for the freedom student status, she felt an even stronger urge to apply herself. Otherwise, she feared falling further behind him. "All right, but you must write your application first," Li Kang replied. The plump girl observed the exchange and reflected on her own grades, realizing that she was indeed eligible to apply. Excitedly, she declared, "Li Kang, I want to apply as well." Li Kang thought to himself, observing Wang Lingling and Ma Wenjuan's enthusiasm. It crossed his mind that they might as well write their applications without needing his encouragement, as if his dissent would prevent them from applying. Nevertheless, he relished the feeling of being depended upon by these two charming young ladies, each with her own unique allure. "Hey, it seems you two have forgotten something." Li Kang addressed them. "Come on, Lingling, let us write our applications quickly. Time is of the essence," Ma Wanwan urged, giving Wang Lingling an encouraging nudge. "Yes, let us hurry," Wang Lingling affirmed with earnestness. The two then turned away, heads bowed in concentration as they began to write their applications, disregarding Li Kang entirely. Li Kang found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the two girls had resolutely decided to persist in their playful banter. The examination for the Freedom Student Qualifications was scheduled for the following Monday. As the third-year students, burdened by the pressures of graduation, refrained from applying. Only the second-year students remained as candidates. Among the entire grade, only 5 students were eligible, all of whom had submitted their applications. Due to the limited preparation time of less than a week and the requirement to examine the upcoming semester's content, the other 4 students, apart from Li Kang, had engaged in varying degrees of revision. Nevertheless, the challenge of passing the assessment remained formidable, and the atmosphere among the group grew increasingly tense, eventually influencing the entire class's study environment. The homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, was quite pleased with this development, as it echoed what the principal had mentioned earlier. If they excelled, it would indeed be a positive outcome. In the midst of this intense study, time flew by, and before they knew it, the assessment day had arrived. The significance of this exam resonated throughout the school, rivaling that of the midterm examinations, although the participants had narrowed down from the entire student body to just 5 individuals. Chapter 043, Assessment for Independent Students. As the new week began on Monday, Li Kang and Ma Jun arrived at school, greeting several passing students and teachers along the way. For Li Kang, this week held profound importance, as he was to undergo the qualification assessment for independent students today. Before the first class commenced, Tian Feng entered the classroom and summoned the 4 students registered for the Independent Student Qualification Assessment to the school's conference room, where the evaluations would take place. The subjects of assessment primarily included Chinese, mathematics, foreign language, and physics, while secondary subjects such as history and geography were excluded from the testing scope. In the conference room, Li Kang, Wang Lingling, and the other students each found a seat, awaiting the arrival of their teacher to distribute the examination papers. Given the gravity of this examination, the principal by Tian, Director Wang Dafeng, homeroom teacher Tian Feng from Class 21, and Lu Hai from Class 22 all personally undertook the role of invigilators. The first subject to be assessed was Chinese. Li Kang received the examination paper from Tian Feng, quickly scanning through it and noting that, in addition to this semester's content, it also encompassed material from the upcoming semester and some extracurricular knowledge, significantly raising the difficulty level of the questions. As Li Kang glanced around, he observed Wang Lingling already engaged in answering questions, while Ma Wenwan was perusing the exam paper, mumbling to herself. Li Kang then picked up his pen and began to write. During the assessment, the invigilators paced around the students, occasionally stopping by to observe their progress. Notably, they lingered longest near Li Kang and Wang Lingling, who were fervently engaged in their responses. Tian Feng and the others nodded approvingly, their faces adorned with smiles. Indeed, what teacher could resist such diligent students? Li Kang was the first to submit his paper, and shortly thereafter, Wang Lingling emerged from the examination room as well. "Lingling, why did you submit your paper early too? I recall you usually wait until the end of the exam to hand yours in," Li Kang inquired, curious about her early submission. "I was contemplating your first-place performance. In the past, I too wished to submit early, but I always feared that the teachers might form a negative impression of me, so I typically waited until the very end," Wang Lingling replied. "Hee. As long as one fulfills their own responsibilities, why should one be overly concerned with the opinions of others? It is not worth sacrificing one's own comfort for the sake of others' ease." Li Kang recalled that in his previous life, he had heard the 7th master from the Grand Mansion utter similar words. "Indeed, I have come to understand this now. As long as I can manage my own affairs, why should I pay too much attention to how others perceive me?" "Thank you, Li Kang," Wang Lingling joyfully exclaimed. "Thank you for what?" Li Kang inquired. "Thank you for helping me grasp this principle," Wang Lingling replied. After the Chinese examination, the next hurdle was English, a subject in which Li Kang excelled. However, this time, the exam included a writing section, and the reading comprehension passages were noticeably longer and more vocabulary intensive. Nevertheless, these challenges posed no difficulty for Li Kang, who completed the exam in half an hour, as if competing in a race. Wang Lingling followed closely behind, also submitting her paper. The afternoon's math and physics exams were equally challenging, causing considerable distress for the other 3 students, while Li Kang and Wang Lingling tackled the questions with remarkable speed. Upon arriving at school the next morning, after finishing the morning reading session, Li Kang noticed a crowd gathered in front of the school's display case. He realized that the assessment results had been announced. Although he had anticipated the outcome, a hint of nervousness compelled him to take a few steps forward and gaze into the display case. The results of the first Phoenix Township Free Student Assessment were as follows. First place, Li Kang 394, passed second place. Wang Lingling 387, passed third place. Ma Wenwan 380, passed fourth place. Lu Jun 377, not passed fifth place. Zhao Hai 369, not passed. A sigh of relief escaped Li Kang. He was now free to allocate his time as he pleased. He had expected Wang Lingling to pass, but he was surprised to see that the plump Ma Wenwan had also succeeded, albeit narrowly. He recalled that her eligibility to register had also been a close call. Was it sheer luck? Not entirely. It was evident that this chubby girl possessed a high level of intelligence. Xiao Kang, congratulations. Ma Jun, who had also seen the assessment results, expressed his admiration enviously. Junzi, you must strive to do well. Perhaps next time you could qualify for the free student assessment as well, Li Kang said, noticing Ma Jun's envious expression. Yes, I will work hard. But Xiao Kang, you must help me with my studies. Ma Jun nodded. Of course. We are the best of friends. I will certainly assist you, Li Kang replied, playfully draping an arm over Ma Jun's shoulder. Indeed, we are the best of friends. I must strive not to bring shame to my dearest friend, Ma Jun laughed. And an emotion known as friendship enveloped the two. During the morning break, Tianfeng summoned Li Kang, Wang Lingling, and Ma Wenwan to his office. First of all, congratulations to the 3 of you for successfully passing the free student assessment, Tianfeng announced. However, although you have successfully passed the assessment for the status of a free student and obtained this qualification, the teacher wishes to convey that this status is both an honor and a source of pressure. Should your average score fall below 95 in the final examination, your free student status will be revoked. Hence you must strive even harder, continued Tianfeng. Teacher, we will do our utmost not to disappoint you, Li Peng assured. Indeed. I hope you can maintain this qualification until graduation, Tianfeng nodded. I am not particularly worried about Lingling and Wenwan, but Li Peng. Should you have any matters that prevent your attendance in the future, it would be best to inform me. After all, I am responsible for your safety, Tianfeng cautioned. Lingling and Wenwan, please look after Li Peng and ensure he remains diligent. Understood, teacher, Li Peng said, subconsciously rubbing his nose, thinking to himself that he must not leave a favorable impression on the homeroom teacher. Hee, rest assured, teacher, we will certainly keep a close watch on Li Peng. Ma Wenwan said with a smile. Wang Lingling turned her face away, evidently stifling a laugh. After exiting Tianfeng's office, Li Peng addressed the two. I'm going out for a lavish lunch. Those who wish to join, please sign up. I want to go, Ma Wenwan exclaimed, jumping up upon hearing of the feast. You're counted in. Is there anyone else? Li Peng inquired, looking at Wang Lingling. Count me in as well. Wang Lingling raised her hand. At noon, the 4 of them, Li Peng, Ma Jun, Wang Lingling, and Ma Wenwan, arrived at Old Huang's restaurant. As soon as they entered, the chubby girl began clamoring for stewed donkey meat. Upon seeing the 4, Huang Xia did not allow them to eat in the main hall, but instead led them to his home, claiming they could order freely without charge. Li Peng felt somewhat uncomfortable with Huang Xia's hospitality. For a businessman, it is generally said that no profit comes without effort, and offering free meals is typically not something they would do unless they had ulterior motives. Li Peng did not wish to be exploited unwittingly. He intended to pay after their meal. The 4 ordered a large plate of stewed donkey meat, a cold dish, 2 hot dishes, and each requested a bottle of soda. Originally, Ma Wenwan had clamored for beer, but Wang Lingling firmly intervened. Let us toast to our successful passage of the free student assessment. Li Peng raised his soda, stating, in truth, he was quite in favor of having beer, but seeing Wang Lingling's determined stance against Ma Wenwan, he swallowed his words. Cheers. The 4 clinked their sodas together and took a gentle sip. Li Peng, now that you have attained the status of a free student, what do you wish to do? Ma Wenwan inquired. Of course, I want to seize the opportunity to enjoy the splendid youth, perhaps stroll around the city or go hiking. Surely, that is far better than squandering such vibrant years confined to a classroom, Li Peng jested. Really? If you go, could you take me along? I have hardly been to the city in my entire life, Ma Wenwan said, blinking her eyes at Li Peng. Well, I might consider it. But it ultimately depends on your performance, Li Peng replied, shaking his head. Fatty, weren't you just covering my mouth last time? Why are you crying? Li Kang inquired, curious about the previous incident. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenjuan's face immediately flushed crimson. Wang Lingling, sipping her soda, could not contain herself upon hearing Li Kang's question and inadvertently sprayed soda all over him. I ask you, fatty, what are you so excited about? Li Kang, caught off guard, wiped the soda off himself while questioning. Haha. Wang Lingling burst into laughter, while Ma Wenjuan, her cheeks aflame, shyly buried her face in Wang Lingling's embrace, playing the role of an ostrich. What on earth is going on? Li Kang's curiosity deepened, and Ma Jun looked at Wang Lingling with intrigue. When Ma Wenjuan was little, her mother told her that a girl's mouth should not be touched by boys, or else she would get pregnant. That day, when you covered her mouth, she genuinely thought she would become pregnant, which frightened her into tears. Wang Lingling chuckled as she revealed the story. Laugh all you want. What's so funny about it? Ma Wenjuan, no longer hiding, straightened up and took a large piece of donkey meat, chewing while speaking, her round face adorably puffing up. Ha ha. Both Li Kang and Ma Jun found it amusing. The laughter of the youths echoed throughout the private room, reaching the ears of Huang Xia, who shook his head and remarked, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." Chapter 44. Zhang Zhenghai's unease at the moment when Li Kang reveled in his newfound freedom and harbored grand aspirations for his future, his uncle, Zhang Zhenghai, was consumed by unease due to an article Li Kang had previously entrusted to him. Zhang Zhenghai's time at the township government had not been easy. The wave of discussions surrounding reform and opening up that swept across the nation in the early 1990s had inevitably reached Phoenix Township. As the staunch conservative Township Party Secretary Yan Shoshuan frequently clashed with the reformist views represented by Zhang Zhenghai during meetings, resulting in heated debates. Over the course of several months, Yan Shoshuan's faction gradually gained the upper hand, placing Zhang Zhenghai on a path of marginalization. In truth, if Zhang Zhenghai could endure until the spring of 1992, when the elderly figure residing in the capital undertook a southern tour, everything would have improved. In Li Kang's previous life, it was precisely at that time that Zhang Zhenghai succeeded Yan Shoshuan as the party secretary of Phoenix Township. However, being swept along by the currents of history, Zhang Zhenghai remained unaware of this, and Li Kang, who intended to lend a hand to Zhang Zhenghai, refrained from mentioning it, resulting in Zhang Zhenghai's difficult circumstances. At this juncture, Li Kang delivered an article to him. After reading it, Zhang Zhenghai was somewhat taken aback. He had never anticipated that the boy he had always perceived as a child could compose such an insightful piece. The words within resonated profoundly, articulating the sentiments of Zhang Zhenghai, a staunch supporter of reform and opening up, and addressing many of the doubts that had long plagued him regarding the matter. When Li Kang presented the article to Zhang Zhenghai, he also recounted some conversations he had with Lin Weidong during the speech competition. Li Kang's intention was to bolster Zhang Zhenghai's confidence. Before departing, Li suggested that Zhang transform the article into a piece for publication under his own name. After perusing the article, Zhang felt a compelling urge to publish it. However, years of government work quickly tempered his enthusiasm. He was soon reminded of the potential repercussions of publishing such a piece, should the future development of Huaxia truly align with the article's assertions. Propelling the nation into a rapid reform and opening phase, his political future would inevitably be entwined with this trajectory. Conversely, if the conservative faction were to prevail, his political aspirations would come to an abrupt halt. Zhang Zhenghai pondered deeply, reflecting on Li Kang's analysis of the current political landscape, which suggested that the path of reform and openness was all but predetermined. Considering his own situation in the countryside, he realized that even without the article, if conservatives gained the upper hand, his political career would likely reach its conclusion. On the other hand, if reformists became the societal mainstream, the article could play an invaluable role in his political journey. With this clarity, he hesitated no longer. He meticulously transcribed the article Li Kang had provided, made some minor adjustments, and signed it with his name. The following day, he brought the article to the Shanyang Daily to seek out his old classmate, Duan Yujing, the editor-in-chief. Duan was taken aback and pleasantly surprised by Zhang's visit. They were both graduates of the first university cohort following the restoration of the college entrance examination and had shared a close bond during their studies. After graduation, Zhang entered politics while Duan was assigned to the Shanyang Daily, where, through years of dedication, he ascended to the position of editor of the political commentary section, often publishing municipal critiques under the pen name Yu Zhang, earning a notable reputation in the literary circles of Shanyang City. Zhang conveyed his intentions to Duan and handed him the article. Initially, Duan assumed it was a routine political commentary, accepting it with a smile. However, as he read further, he was struck by a wave of cold sweat. "Old friend, do you realize what it would mean if this article were to be published?" Duan asked solemnly, gazing intently at Zhang. "I understand. The worst outcome would be returning home to sell sweet potatoes, Zhang replied, feigning nonchalance. Your audacity is remarkable. In this sensitive time, for a mere township head to publish such an article, Duan struggled to find the right words to express his astonishment. Old friend, I am compelled by circumstance, Zhang admitted, having anticipated such a reaction, and he shared the details of his current situation and thoughts. I will do my utmost to facilitate this, but you must understand that articles in the political commentary section require prior review by relevant city leaders. I cannot make unilateral decisions, Duan stated. Very well, thank you, old classmate. Let's find a place for lunch. It has been quite some time since we gathered together. Zhang Zhenghai remarked. Indeed, Duan Yujing replied with delight. After bidding farewell to Zhang Zhenghai as he drove away, Duan Yujing returned to the newspaper office, instructing the typist to print the article. He then proceeded directly to the city hall, rather than seeking out the deputy mayor Zhang Lianyu, who oversaw the daily newspaper. He went straight to the mayor's office, for Lin Weidong had previously informed him that certain important manuscripts could be presented directly to him. Following the publication of a commentary that Lin Weidong had requested, Duan Yujing had been labeled as Lin's protege, naturally adhering to his superior's directives, while Zhang Lianyu, associated with Han Yiqing, was gradually losing influence. Please hold on to this article for now. I shall contemplate it, Lin Weidong said as he set the manuscript down. Very well. I shall take my leave, Duan Yujing replied before exiting, feeling that this was all he could do for his old classmate. Should Lin Weidong appreciate the article? Even if it were not published, Zhang Zhenghai's objectives would still be achieved. Lin Weidong picked up the article once more, scrutinizing it intently before frowning. Zhang Zhenghai from Fengwang Township, curious. He then dialed a number, instructing, please look into the profile of Zhang Zhenghai, the township head of Fengwang in Shenyang County. Before long, detailed information about Zhang Zhenghai was laid before Lin Weidong. A smile crept onto his face as he mused. This fellow is everywhere. I wonder if the perspectives in the article originated from him, or if they were indeed proposed by Zhang Zhenghai. It is likely that they stem from this young man. For a township head would hardly engage a middle school student in discussions of national significance, especially with such depth. This young man is quite remarkable. Upon his initial reading of the article, Lin Weidong recognized certain viewpoints and phrases reminiscent of his previous conversation with Li Kang. Given that Zhang Zhenghai hailed from Fengwang Township, he pondered the potential connection between Zhang Zhenghai and Li Kang, subsequently having it verified, discovering that Zhang was indeed Li Kang's uncle by marriage. At that moment, contemplating the implications of such an article, Lin Weidong thought to himself about the intentions of the young man. The audacity of Zhang Zhenghai to have the article published under his name was commendable, Lin Weidong surmised, and then made another phone call. Director Gu, I have an article for you to review, he said cheerfully into the receiver. Weidong, just call me Gu Gu. It feels distant when you address me as director. A hearty voice responded from the other end. Business is business, and personal matters are personal. When we are alone, I refer to you as Gu Gu, Lin Weidong chuckled. What article warrants a call from a mayor of your stature? Director Gu inquired. In a few days, I will have someone deliver it to you. Perhaps you can consider publishing it in the provincial newspaper, Lin Weidong replied. Is it your own writing? Director Gu asked. No. It was penned by a cadre from a township. It contains some remarkable insights, Lin Weidong clarified. I must take a closer look at the article that has been personally delivered by the mayor. Minister Gu expressed a growing interest. In the study of Lin's ancestral home in Zhongyuan City, Minister Gu sat alongside the elder Lin, observing as Lin, with his reading glasses, diligently scrutinized the article in his hands. Xiao Gu, what are your thoughts on this piece? Elder Lin inquired, setting the article down and removing his glasses to gaze at Minister Gu. Elder Lin, I perceive that this article aligns well with the current directives from our nation's leadership, possessing a significant degree of foresight. Particularly noteworthy are the 3 beneficial standards proposed for evaluating the pros and cons of the reform and opening up policy, which are quite innovative. However, I fear that should this article be published, those entrenched conservatives will surely raise their voices in protest. Secretary, he has tasked me with seeking your opinion. Minister Gu replied. Zhang Zhenghai is indeed remarkable. If all our officials could possess such insight, our nation would have no reason to falter. Xiao Gu, we must ensure that such talent does not go unnoticed, Elder Lin remarked to Minister Gu. After speaking, Elder Lin took up a pen and inscribed a few words on the manuscript, handing it to Minister Gu. Take this draft to Secretary He tomorrow and convey that my opinion is in favor of its publication. After Zhang Zhenghai submitted the article to Duan Yujing, he returned to Fengwang Township to await news. However, in the subsequent days, upon receiving the newspaper, he searched in vain for his article, only to be met with disappointment each time. Had his piece been rejected by the city's leaders? It had been over 2 weeks with no word. Zhang Zhenghai pondered silently, during which he called Duan Yujing for an update, but was merely advised to wait. Chapter 045, Taiji Text Processing Software, Revised. The day following his attainment of the free student status, Li Kang vanished from class, intent on accelerating the software development process. For several consecutive days, Zhang Zhenghai noticed Li Kang lingering at the township government office, neglecting his classes. Thus, he resolved to inquire, hoping his nephew had not become distracted by the allure of computers. Xiaohang, what have you been doing in the computer room at the township government these past few days? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Don't let your first-place ranking go to your head, Zhang Zhenghai questioned when Li Kang returned home that evening. Uncle, you may not be aware, but I have now qualified as a free student in Fenghuang Township, which means I am not required to attend classes, Li Kang responded. Free student? What does that entail? Zhang Zhenghai asked, puzzled. A free student is a designation the school grants to those capable of excelling in various areas, allowing them the freedom to manage their time without being constrained by the school's schedule. It is a form of recognition. You can inquire at the school when you have the time, Li Kang patiently explained. Very well, I shall visit the school tomorrow to clarify this. However, Xiaohang, even with your free student status, you cannot skip classes for several consecutive days. What about your studies? Zhang Zhenghai expressed his concern. Uncle, rest assured, I have independently studied the entirety of the junior high curriculum. The content of the qualification exam for free students pertains to knowledge that will only be taught next semester. One must achieve an average score of over 95 to pass, so there is no need to worry about my academic performance, Li Kang continued to explain. Is it truly the case that you have previewed the entire junior high syllabus? Zhang Zhenghai inquired, somewhat incredulous, as just recently his nephew had been held back due to poor grades. Indeed, if you don't believe me, you can ask Ma Jun, or, if that doesn't suffice, you may inquire with our homeroom teacher at school tomorrow, Li Kang replied. I shall indeed ask tomorrow. Your father entrusted your care to me and your aunt, and prior to your being held back, we did not supervise you adequately, resulting in such disappointing grades. I feel somewhat guilty towards your father. If you fail to attend classes and consequently fall behind again, I would have no face to meet your father, Zhang Zhenghai remarked. Moreover, what have you been tinkering with in the computer room at the township government these past few days? Word has spread through the courtyard that you have become a computer genius. What is the truth behind this? Zhang Zhenghai inquired further. It is no genius. It was merely Aunt Guan who spread the word because she noticed my typing speed, Li Kang explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Aunt Guan. Zhang Zhenghai furrowed his brow. I mean Guan Lanfeng, the computer administrator, Li Kang clarified. Haha, you clever child, both Zhang Zhenghai and Li Mei chuckled. You still haven't mentioned what you've been working on in the computer room. I nearly overlooked that. So, what have you been developing? Zhang Zhenghai asked, his curiosity piqued. I am in the process of developing a software application, which is nearly complete. Once finalized, I intend to let the township government use it free of charge, Li Kang stated, hoping to enlist the secretaries at the township government as testers for his software. You can develop software? Where did you learn such skills? Zhang Zhenghai asked, astonished as he regarded Li Kang. I taught myself. A few days ago, I came across a word processing software called WPS on the government computer, and I found it rather lacking, so I decided to create a better version, which is almost finished, Li Kang explained. Haha, young Pang has achieved great things. Developing software, how remarkable. I must see it as soon as you complete it. Zhang Zhenghai expressed his delight in Li Kang's accomplishment. Uncle, how about we establish 3 rules? Li Kang proposed. 3 rules? What do you have in mind? Zhang Zhenghai, now accustomed to Li Kang's myriad of inventive ideas, was intrigued. I assure you my grades will not decline. If I do not secure the top position in the final exam, I promise to return to class obediently. However, I ask that you do not impose excessive restrictions upon me. How does that sound? Li Kang sought to negotiate his freedom with Zhang Zhenghai. Very well. We shall establish 3 rules. If you do not achieve the top score in the final exam, you must return to class obediently, Zhang Zhenghai agreed. Thank you, uncle. Li Kang replied with joy. Quickly, tell your aunt and me about the software you've developed. Zhang Zhenghai expressed his keen interest in Li Kang's creation. A week after Zhang Zhenghai's conversation with Li Kang, on a Wednesday afternoon, Li Kang exhaled with relief as he stood up from the computer at the Phoenix Township government's computer room, stretching luxuriously. The software was finally complete. Gazing at the slowly rotating Taiji pattern on the computer screen, Li Kang gently tapped the spacebar, and a sophisticated word processing software manifested before him. This software boasted a fully realized graphical user interface, utilizing the file storage format and printing driver modules of WPS at its core. However, Li Kang undertook a redesign of the software's upper architecture to ensure it could deliver an excellent graphical interface and high operational efficiency on the 386 hardware. His design heavily incorporated assembly language code. Given that this computer was devoid of the mouse, an essential accessory for subsequent generations of computers, Li Kang devised a cursor simulation program to emulate mouse functionality, significantly enhancing the software's ease of use. Coupled with a vibrant array of icons and menus, the software greatly alleviated the user's burden of memorizing commands, thereby reducing the learning curve to an exceptionally low level. The most captivating feature of the software was its WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, document editing capability. That is to say, what was edited on the screen would precisely reflect on the printed output. This characteristic was a necessity for future word processing software, yet in the early 1990s, a word processing application fully operational within a DOS environment that possessed such a feature was nearly revolutionary. It is worth noting that the print preview function offered by the DOS version of WPS had already astounded countless users. Li Kang exited the Taiji word processing software, returning to the black and white DOS interface. Before stepping out of the computer room, he made his way to Zhang Zhenghai's office, spotting him through the window still at work, and thus directly entered. "Xiao Kang, what brings you here? Has your software been completed?" Zhang Zhenghai inquired. "Yes, it has just been finalized. I would like you to have the typist from the township government try it out to see how user-friendly it is," Li Kang replied. "Excellent. I shall accompany you to observe." Zhang Zhenghai expressed his interest in his nephew's software design. He had previously visited the computer room multiple times, but at that time, the design had not yet reached completion, leaving him yet to see the final product. Zhang Zhenghai led Li Kang into the office, where they summoned the township typist, Xiao Zhou, along with computer administrator Guan Lanfeng and several other intrigued colleagues, to join them in the computer room. Upon entering the computer room, Li Kang sat before the computer and entered the command to launch the Taiji word processing software at the command prompt. The screen initially displayed an animated Taiji pattern, accompanied by the text, "Taiji word processing system." Below that was a system loading progress bar, and in the left corner of the screen, it stated, "Author, Li Kang. All rights reserved." The exquisite startup screen immediately captivated the attention of everyone present, prompting a chorus of gasps behind Li Kang. After approximately 5 seconds, the progress bar indicated 100 system loading, and the startup screen gradually faded away, revealing a beautifully designed word processing system before the astonished audience. "Wow!" A chorus of astonished gasps arose behind Li Kang. It is worth noting that during the 1990s, the computer software that everyone had encountered primarily featured character interfaces. The most sophisticated offerings resembled WPS, showcasing a blue background with green text. Full-screen editing was considered remarkably impressive. They had never experienced software with an exquisite graphical interface, designed by Li Kang, which drew inspiration from the design philosophies of the later Apple operating systems. Li Kang proceeded to demonstrate the software's primary features. When typist Xiao Zhou observed Li Kang open a pre-edited WPS file, the document's formatting, typically only visible in WPS's print preview, manifested directly on the screen. Li Kang adeptly reformatted the document based on this display and subsequently printed the revised file. Upon witnessing the printed document align perfectly with the on-screen formatting, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she covered her mouth to stifle a gasp of astonishment. Although in the early 1990s, people in the township government had not fully acclimated to printing documents via computers, and typist Xiao Zhou seldom employed computers for document formatting. She was acutely aware that the software before her far surpassed the original WPS. "Xiao Zhou, would you like to give it a try? It's quite user-friendly." Li Kang smiled at her. "Go ahead and try it," encouraged Zhang Zhenghai. "All right," Xiao Zhou responded. She approached the computer, following Li Kang's guidance to create a new document. Swiftly, she entered a segment of text and adjusted the font style, size, and color as instructed. Upon printing, the text emerged from the printer, matching the on-screen display perfectly. "Township head, this software is infinitely better than the original WPS and much more aesthetically pleasing," Xiao Zhou exclaimed with delight. "Huh, that is wonderful, Xiao Zhou. From now on, you should use this software for printing documents." Zhang Zhenghai laughed heartily, filled with genuine pride for his nephew. "Everyone, give it a try." Zhang Zhenghai gestured broadly to the eager crowd gathered around. In that moment, waves of laughter and exclamations filled the computer room. "Xiao Zhang, go see what is happening in the computer room. It sounds quite lively," Secretary Yin Shoshuan instructed, emerging from his office. "The township head's nephew has just designed a software, and the township head is showing it to everyone," Xiao Zhang replied, already aware of the situation. "Not a serious pursuit," Yin Shoshuan remarked with a frown before returning to his office. As the novelty wore off, the crowd gradually dispersed from the computer room, leaving only Xiao Zhou, who remained engrossed in exploring the software. Li Kang and Zhang Zhenghai returned to the township head's office, where Zhang Zhenghai expressed his delight. Xiao Kong, well done. I never anticipated you would design such an exceptional software. Uncle, may I use a floppy disk from the township? Li Kang inquired. Of course. In a moment. Have Guan Lanfeng bring you one and mention that I requested it, Zhang Zhenghai replied. Zhang Zhenghai did not inquire why Li Kang chose to use a floppy disk. Instead, he addressed Li Kang directly, saying, All right, thank you, uncle. Li Kang joyfully replied. You're too polite, child. Zhang Zhenghai chuckled. Upon exiting Zhang Zhenghai's office, Li Kang found Aunt Guan at the township government office. He explained his purpose, and together they proceeded to the computer room, where Aunt Guan retrieved a floppy disk from a nearby filing cabinet and handed it to Li Kang, smiling as she remarked, Li Kang, you are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you already know how to design software. There are about 10 more floppy disks in this cabinet. Feel free to take what you need. Thank you, Aunt Guan, Li Kang cheerfully responded. What a polite boy, Aunt Guan thought, increasingly fond of Li Kang. And she complimented him before leaving. At that moment, Secretary Zhou was still in the computer room, so Li Kang approached her and said, What do you think, Sister Zhou? Please share your thoughts so I can make improvements. Li Kang, your software is incredibly user-friendly, but it is somewhat inconvenient to move the arrow with the cursor keys each time, Zhou replied with a smile, referring to the mouse simulator Li Kang had created. If you find it inconvenient, you can simply disable it. This is merely a simulator. Every function within the software can be accessed through the menu. And I have designed shortcut keys for all features. You can find the shortcut keys listed in the help menu, if you remember them. Your efficiency in using the software will significantly increase, Li Kang explained. Really? Let me see where it is, Zhou responded eagerly. Li Kang assisted her in accessing the help menu and opened the page detailing the shortcut keys, allowing her to learn as she observed. Zhou spent about half an hour in the computer room until someone called for her from outside, prompting her to leave. Li Kang then returned to the computer, opened the Taiji word processing system, and created a new document. He intended to write a letter to Qiu Bojun, who was far away in Shenzhen, along with sending his software and the document, after which he could patiently await the results. The following morning, Li Kang hurried to the post office to dispatch 2 letters, one addressed to Shenzhen and the other to Europe, correcting the previous error of sending it to the United States. While Li Kang was at the post office, Zhang Zhenghai finally spotted his article in the newspaper, though it was not in the Shenyang Daily, but rather in the Zhongyuan Daily. Chapter 046. Entering the city during this period. Zhang Zhenghai made it a habit to peruse the Shenyang Daily every morning upon arriving at the office, checking to see if his submitted article had been published. For nearly a month, this routine had become second nature to him. Today, as usual, he picked up the Shenyang Daily, diligently reading through each page. After experiencing disappointment once more, he began to study some political news and commentary from the first page. As a key leader in the township, it was vital for him to accurately comprehend and grasp the policies and guidelines set forth by his superiors. In the 1990s, due to the lack of the diverse information channels that would later emerge, newspapers became one of Zhang Zhenghai's primary sources of political information. Upon finishing the Shenyang Daily, he picked up the Zhongyuan Daily resting on the table and began to browse through it. To his astonishment, he spotted a navigation item on the front page bearing the title of an article he had authored. Is this not my article? How did it end up in the provincial newspaper? Zhang Zhenghai immediately flipped to the 3rd page of the provincial paper, and his eyes were greeted by the prominent title of his own work. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he glanced at the byline. Zhang Zhenghai. What is happening? I submitted it to the Shenyang Daily, yet here it is in the provincial paper. Without taking a moment to continue reading, Zhang Zhenghai swiftly picked up the phone and called his old classmate, Duan Yujing, to inquire about the situation. Duan Yujing, evidently just as surprised, explained how he had first submitted the article for review to Mayor Lin Weidong and speculated that it was most likely the mayor who had recommended the piece for publication in the provincial newspaper, deeming it a positive development. After hanging up, Zhang Zhenghai struggled to contain his emotions, pacing a few circles around the office before sitting down again to earnestly read the newspaper. His article had been published in its entirety in the provincial paper's political commentary section, untouched by edits. Following it was a commentary piece by a provincial commentator, who incisively remarked that amidst the nationwide discussions on reform and opening up, many officials, fearing missteps that could jeopardize their political futures, chose to remain cautious. In contrast, the resolve displayed by grassroots leaders like Zhang Zhenghai, who cared for the nation and boldly shared their perspectives, was commendable, regardless of the validity of Zhang Zhenghai's views. The commentator emphasized that such spirit was worthy of emulation by leaders across all levels of government in the province. In response to Zhang Zhenghai's viewpoints, The commentator offered insights aligned with the current national context, concluding that Zhang Jinghai's 3 beneficial criteria for evaluating the successes and failures of China's reform and opening up represented a pioneering theory deserving of extensive discussion both within the province and nationwide. Ultimately, regardless of the discussion's outcome, grassroots leaders like Zhang Jinghai, who dared to voice their opinions, deserve praise. Reading the commentary article brought a wave of relief to Zhang Jinghai, dissipating the sense of frustration that had lingered due to the pressures exerted by the Shuani faction. After sending off a letter, Li Kang returned to the computer room of the township government, retrieved a floppy disk from a drawer, made a copy of the completed software, tucked it into his pocket, and proceeded to Zhang Jinghai's office. Upon seeing Li Kang approach, Zhang Jinghai smiled and said, "Xiao Kang, just in time. I was about to look for you. What do you need?" "I was about to find you for something as well," Li Kang replied with a grin. "Take a look at this newspaper," Zhang Jinghai said, handing the Zhongyuan Daily to Li Kang. As Li Kang accepted the paper, he quickly noticed the bold title. With a smile, he remarked, "Uncle, I never expected you to submit your article to the provincial newspaper. I thought it would only make it to the Shanyang Daily." "Indeed. I initially submitted my article to the Shanyang Daily, but my former classmate Duan Yujing presented it to Mayor Lin, who presumably facilitated its submission to the provincial newspaper," speculated Zhang Jinghai. "That's splendid news. If it could be published in a national newspaper, it would be even better. In that case, uncle, you would truly have the ear of heaven," Li Kang remarked with a smile. "Such good fortune is rare. Merely being published in a provincial paper is already an unexpected delight. To aspire for a national publication would be sheer folly," Zhang Jinghai chuckled in response. "Uncle, have you contemplated your next steps?" Li Kang suddenly inquired with a serious demeanor. "Xiao Kang, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Jinghai ceased his laughter, regarding Li Kang with a grave expression. Having witnessed Li Kang's remarkable insights, he no longer perceived him as a mere child. "Uncle, I believe Yan Shouzuan has already seen this article, and he will undoubtedly take action soon," Li Kang reflected thoughtfully. "Indeed, that is a conclusion I can reach as well." Zhang Jinghai nodded. "Uncle, regardless of the actions Yan Shouzuan may undertake, you must remain composed. Hold steady for a few more months. I anticipate significant developments at the central level, and everything will improve then," Li Kang advised. "Major developments? You sound quite certain." Zhang Jinghai looked at Li Kang with a hint of skepticism, uncertain about the source of his confidence. "Yes. If you pay close attention to the central newspapers and news during this period, noting the subtle shifts in their rhetoric, you too would arrive at such a conclusion. For now, uncle, it would be best if you refrain from any actions. Inaction is the wisest course," Li Kang elaborated, drawing from his previous life experiences rather than analyzing rhetoric. In his past, he had observed discussions online regarding this historical period, where astute individuals had derived insights into forthcoming significant decisions by the central authorities based on changes in the language used by the media. "Is that so? I shall pay close attention then. By the way, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me?" Zhang Jinghai inquired. "I need to head into the city soon for some matters. Could you lend me some money?" Li Kang said, somewhat helplessly. Although Li Jianguo did not overly restrict his pocket money, his increasing responsibilities meant he was running short on funds. "How much do you need?" Zhang Jinghai, in high spirits due to the article's publication, asked without probing into the reasons. 50 yuan will suffice," Li Kang replied. "Very well, I shall provide it," Zhang Jinghai responded, retrieving 5 10-yuan bills from his briefcase and handing them to Li Kang. "Thank you, uncle. I will repay you once I have the means," Li Kang said as he accepted the money. "Repay? Is this not enough?" "If you need more, I have plenty," Zhang Jinghai inquired. "This is sufficient," Li Kang assured him. In the afternoon, Li Kang did not linger in the township government's computer room, but returned to school, having missed several days of classes. It was time for him to report back. "Li Kang, if you didn't return to school soon, I would have thought you had dropped out," Wang Lingling exclaimed with delight upon seeing him calmly seated at his desk before class that afternoon. "How could that be? I've been preoccupied with some matters these past couple of days, which is why I haven't come by. I promise to visit the school more often," Li Kang chuckled. 2 days? You are not aware that you have actually been absent for over a week. The homeroom teacher has inquired about your whereabouts numerous times. "As if I've hidden you away," Wang Lingling said with a look of melancholy. "Come on, I'm here now, so stop looking like a pouting little wife," Li Kang remarked, unable to resist teasing Wang Lingling, whose adorable blush never failed to charm him. Indeed, as soon as Li Kang finished speaking, Wang Lingling's face flushed a bright crimson. She shot him a glare and retorted, "What are you saying? You can't keep it proper for 3 sentences. I'm ignoring you. You always use the same tactic. Can't you come up with something fresh? It's not like you've ever truly ignored me," Li Kang mumbled softly. "You, Li Kang, are driving me crazy." Wang Lingling exclaimed, her frustration evident as she reached out to pinch him. All right, I was wrong. Please forgive me, dear sister. Li Kang quickly grasped her delicate wrist, hastily apologizing. Let go. Wang Lingling exclaimed in a fluster, attempting to free her hand from his grip, but feeling somewhat powerless. She had no choice but to plead. Li Kang released her wrist, bringing his hand to his nose and exclaiming exaggeratedly, It smells so good. I can't help it. I think I'll go 3 days without washing my hands. Haha. Realizing she couldn't win against Li Kang, Wang Lingling let out a huff, turning her head away and choosing to ignore him. Yet, her cheeks grew even rosier, and Li Kang noticed her neck had turned a shade of red as well. After school that afternoon, Li Kang had lunch with Ma Jun before heading directly to Wang Li's dormitory. Sister, are you there? He called from outside the door. Is that you, Xiao Kang? Come in. Wang Li responded from within. As Li Kang entered, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Li in casual loungewear. Her hair freshly washed and still damp, exuding a captivating charm. He found himself momentarily spellbound. Xiao Kang, what are you staring at? Have you never seen your sister wash her hair before? Wang Li teased, a light blush creeping onto her cheeks as she playfully tapped his shoulder. You look really beautiful, Li Kang admitted, scratching his head with a smile. What does a child know about beauty? Wang Li laughed. Child, I'm 16 already. Besides, I'm almost taller than you. Li Kang protested, feeling a bit indignant at Wang Li's constant reference to him as a child. He stood up beside her, measuring their heights and feigning indignation. Haha, Xiao Kang is becoming quite the young man, Wang Li observed, noticing that he had indeed grown taller over the past few days, with his once soft facial features beginning to show more definition. Of course I'm becoming a young man. It was destined to happen, Li Kang argued. Xiao Kang, after not seeing you for a few days, I wonder what you've been up to in class. It seems you've earned your freedom. You really are free. Wang Li chided lightly. I've been busy with some matters, but I'm almost done. Don't worry, sister. I haven't done anything bad, Li Kang explained. Humph. If you did something wrong, just wait and see how I deal with you, Wang Li said, pretending to be stern. Haha, I knew you were concerned about me. Li Kang replied with a smile. Now, tell me, what brings you here to see me? Wang Li inquired. Why haven't you come to see me or have a chat? Li Peng asked, his voice laced with guilt. Your nervousness betrays you. Your eyes dart about the moment you utter a falsehood, Wang Li replied with a chuckle. Ah, sister. You know me all too well. I plan to venture into the city tomorrow. I might not return until late. I've heard you have an unoccupied place there. Might I impose upon you for a night stay? I knew you wouldn't seek me out unless there was something on your mind, Wang Li laughed, turning to retreat into the curtains. She retrieved a set of keys from her bag, selecting one to hand to Li Peng. Do you know the way? She inquired. If you tell me, I shall know, Li Peng replied with a smile, for he was indeed familiar with the location from his previous life. In the family quarters of the yarn factory on Peace Road, Unit 5, West Side, Wang Li wrote the address on a slip of paper and handed it to him. Thank you, sister. You are always so kind to me. Li Peng tucked the key and note into his pocket, suddenly stepping forward to embrace Wang Li, planting a firm kiss on her cheek before dashing away. Li Peng, how dare you disrespect your sister? Come back here, Wang Li called out, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she watched him flee. The following morning, Li Peng boarded a bus to Shenyang City. Upon arrival, he took the number 7 bus to the 7th middle school, eager to find Lin Jing. It had been some time since he last saw her after the speech competition, and he found himself missing her company. Chapter 047. The bowl is driven forth. Li Peng appeared on the campus of 7th middle school, the clock indicating it was past 10, likely the 3rd period of the morning. Several classes were engaged in physical education outside. As he walked toward the teaching building, students from various classes dashed past him on the campus path, glancing at the uniquely dressed youth in their midst. Today, Li Peng wore a somewhat faded blue sweatshirt and a pair of handmade gray trousers, complemented by a hand-stitched backpack, all crafted by his mother, Lu Mei. In his previous life, he had envied the fashionable attire of his peers, feeling a sense of disdain for the handmade garments his mother cherished. Yet, in this new life, he found great affection for the clothes his mother had lovingly created, recognizing that each stitch was a testament to her selfless love. The path from the school gate to the teaching building was long. Not far from the entrance, a playground appeared on the west side, featuring a standard 400-meter track encircling a soccer field where several classes were engaged in sports. To the east lay several basketball courts, and further south were facilities for badminton and table tennis. The entire campus had been paved with concrete, lending a pristine appearance. While the infrastructure of urban schools far surpassed that of rural ones, they lacked the rustic charm that characterized rural institutions. Having grown up in the countryside and later toiling in the provincial capital, Li Kang had developed a profound appreciation for the unrefined essence of his hometown, Fenghuang Township. In this era, children in urban settings, apart from engaging in various sports activities, have begun to encounter sporadic arcades appearing in streets and alleys. Many rural children harbor a deep envy for their urban counterparts, who enjoy a wealth of recreational facilities beyond their reach. Yet, urban children too find themselves yearning for the carefree existence of rural youngsters, who can frolic in the fields, catch grasshoppers, and play blissfully in the streams during their leisure time. Li Kang, having witnessed the environmental degradation brought about by the development in Shenyang City, holds a profound appreciation for these pastoral joys. As Li Kang ambled down the road, lost in contemplation, a sudden gust of wind swept towards him. Instinctively, he darted aside just as a basketball whizzed past his nose. Turning to investigate, he spotted Zhao Liang and two other students rushing from the basketball court. Zhao Liang chuckled. "My apologies, Li Kang. I accidentally sent the basketball flying just now. Thankfully, you dodged in time. Otherwise, it would have struck you." In Zhao Liang's eyes, Li Kang discerned a hint of mockery, igniting a spark of irritation within him. From their first encounter, Zhao Liang had persistently sought to provoke him, and it was evident that today was no exception. Thus, Li Kang picked up the basketball from the ground and, with a smile directed at the approaching Zhao Liang, replied, "No worries, even horses stumble. Here, catch." With that, he executed a precise passing motion, sending the basketball soaring towards Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang had noticed Li Kang from afar as he approached the school gate. Having known Lin Jing since primary school, they both later enrolled in Shenyang City No. 7 Middle School, becoming classmates once more. Lin Jing's beauty and vivacity captivated him deeply, and his parents, for their own reasons, subtly encouraged a connection between Zhao Liang and Lin Jing. Consequently, Zhao Liang regarded her as his unattainable desire. Though this sentiment was unreciprocated, he firmly believed that with unwavering sincerity, he would one day win her heart and walk alongside her into the realm of matrimony. However, Li Kang's presence shattered his self-soothing fantasies, as Lin Jing's enthusiastic demeanor towards Li Kang sparked in Zhao Liang a profound jealousy. During the third period, their class had physical education. After the teacher led them through warm-up exercises, he tossed several basketballs to the boys and a few sets of badminton rackets to the girls, allowing them to engage freely. "This bumpkin must be here to see Lin Jing. This cannot continue," Zhao Liang grimaced to himself, contemplating a scheme to deal with this upstart. Summoning Jiang Bing from the side, he shared his thoughts, to which Jiang Bing suggested a plan that led to the earlier scene. When Zhao Liang saw Li Kang throw the basketball, he paid little mind and reached out to catch it. However, upon contact, he realized that while Li Kang's pass appeared light, it possessed an extraordinary force. The impact startled Zhao Liang, causing his arms to tingle and forcing him to stumble back a couple of steps to regain his balance. Jiang Bing, watching from the sidelines, remarked, "Li Kang, ever since we parted ways at the ice rink, we haven't crossed paths again, have we?" Frustrated, Li Kang merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. "Li Kang, I never expected your roller skating skills to be so remarkable that the owner of Black Panther Skating Rink has hired you as a coach," Jiang Bing continued. Li Kang remained silent. "Since you are here, shall we engage in a game? I just wonder if the skating prince can play basketball," Jiang Bing said, feeling somewhat uneasy under Li Kang's gaze. "Certainly." Li Kang suddenly smiled, responding with enthusiasm. Thus, the group made their way to the basketball court, where Li Kang said to Zhao Liang, "How shall we play? You set the rules." Zhao Liang exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Bing and suggested, "Let us call in another person and form teams of 2. We'll play half-court. The first team to score 10 points wins. We'll have 3 matches. The best of 3. What do you think?" Li Kang chuckled and replied, "No problem. I defer to your arrangements." "Haoran, come here," Zhao Liang called out to Gu Haoran, who was playing on the other half of the court. Gu Haoran ran over, asking, "What's up, Liang? Join us. We're going to play with Li Kang." Jiang Bing signaled to Gu Haoran. "How do we play?" Gu Haoran inquired. Jiang Bing recounted Zhao Liang's agreement with Li Kang, then added, "Haoran, you and Li Kang will be on the same team." Gu Haoran nodded eagerly, and the 4 of them positioned themselves on the court, ready to play half-court basketball. "Attention, everyone. The skating prince, Li Kang, has arrived at our school, and he is about to showcase his basketball skills. Come and watch." Zhao Liang shouted loudly to the students playing basketball nearby. Li Kang furrowed his brow but remained silent, quietly observing Zhao Liang's antics. Many students from Class 7, who had a fondness for roller skating, were familiar with Li Kang's dazzling performances at the rink. Even those who did not skate found themselves intrigued by the skating prince after hearing about him. Soon, all the basketball players gathered around. eager to witness how the skating prince would display his talents on the basketball court. Li Kang, Zhao Liang, Jiang Bing, and Gu Haoran stood on the court, and after a brief game of rock, paper, scissors, they determined which team would serve first. Unfortunately for Li Kang, he lost to Zhao Liang, who served first. Holding the basketball at the edge of the court, Zhao Liang signaled for Jiang Bing to move closer to the hoop. Jiang Bing understood Zhao Liang's intention and swiftly ran towards him from the side of the basket. As Zhao Liang passed the ball to Jiang Bing, he was startled to see a figure suddenly dart in front of him, snatching the ball and dribbling towards the basket. It was Li Kang. Jiang Bing was taken aback. Just moments ago, Li Kang had been a distance away, and now he was right in front of him. His speed was astonishing. Zhao Liang, witnessing Li Kang's successful interception, felt a surge of urgency, but then halted, laughing at Li Kang's attempt to dribble the ball towards the basket. It turned out that Li Kang's dribbling was rather clumsy, causing him to lose possession of the ball. Seeing this, Jiang Bing swiftly stepped in, seized the ball Li Kang had fumbled, and made a three-step layup, scoring effortlessly. The students waiting outside to witness Li Kang's impressive display were met with disappointment at his awkward dribbling, erupting into laughter. Li Kang shrugged his shoulders, feeling somewhat helpless, internally lamenting, "What a disgrace, my illustrious reputation is tarnished." Although he had played basketball in his previous life, his skills were far from exceptional, particularly after his rebirth. He had scarcely touched a basketball, so it was hardly surprising that he was somewhat out of practice. The reason Li Kang agreed to challenge Zhao Liang to a basketball match was his belief that his significantly enhanced physical prowess in this new life would compensate for his lack of skill. However, upon his first attempt to handle the ball, he found himself a mix of excitement and awkwardness, which led him to fumble and lose possession. As time progressed, Li Kang swiftly regained his composure. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, he easily intercepted the ball from Zhao Liang and Jiang Bing. Once he secured the ball, he no longer rushed to the basket. Instead, he retreated to the perimeter, patiently dribbling to reacquaint himself with the game. Gradually, his feel for the ball improved, and he fumbled less frequently. However, given that a match of 10 points does not require much time, coupled with his teammate Gu Haoran deliberately easing up, Li Kang ultimately lost the first game with a score of 5-10. It seems the Ice Prince isn't all that impressive after all. Zhao Liang seized the opportunity to mock Li Kang, while his two friends, Jiang Bing and Gu Haoran, chimed in, eliciting groans of disappointment from the onlooking students. Observing Zhao Liang's arrogant demeanor only fueled Li Kang's anger. He thought to himself, "Zhao Liang, I intended to keep a low profile, but you seem intent on forcing me to lose face. You three think I'm oblivious to your antics? You are mistaken. It appears I must once again make a grand display, and it is all you're doing. There's a saying, isn't there? A bull isn't merely blown. It is compelled to be strong. Only a bull that is forced to be strong is truly formidable." With this thought in mind, Li Kang smiled and said to Zhao Liang, "Let us go again." "You'll still lose. Haoran, you're still pairing with Li Kang," Zhao Liang scoffed. "That is not fair." Suddenly, a clear, melodic voice rang out from the sidelines, tinged with a hint of annoyance. Li Kang and everyone else turned to the source of the voice, discovering Lin Jing and Yuan Huiqian, clad in their school uniforms, striding toward them with visible irritation on their faces. Seeing this, Zhao Liang hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Lin Jing, where have you been? You missed our Ice Prince's spectacular performance." "Humph. So, when I'm not around, you all team up to bully Li Kang?" Lin Jing marched directly in front of Li Kang, glaring at Zhao Liang and his companions. "Li Kang, what brings you here? Did you come specifically to find me?" Lin Jing turned, her expression shifting dramatically to one of sweetness as she smiled at him. Li Kang was taken aback by Lin Jing's abrupt change in demeanor, scratching his head and smiling as he replied, "Well, I came specifically to see you this morning. It's been a few days, and I wanted to check on you." "That is wonderful." Lin Jing beamed, clearly delighted that Li Kang had come to see her. As Zhao Liang observed Lin Jing's starkly contrasting demeanor towards him and Li Pang, an overwhelming surge of jealousy surged within him. He addressed Li Pang, "Li Pang, are you still playing? If you can't handle the loss, just admit it." "Who said I'm out? I'm still in the game," Li Pang retorted. Turning to Zhao Liang, "Wait a moment. Gu Haoran is clearly in cahoots with you. You cannot conspire to bully Li Pang like this," Lin Jing interjected. "Li Pang, what do you propose?" "Stop hiding behind the girls," Zhao Liang challenged, his gaze fixed on Li Pang. "What do you want, Zhao Liang? I'm paired with Li Pang. Why don't you three take us on together?" Lin Jing countered, unyielding. "Jinger, it's all right. Just watch from the sidelines." Li Pang reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder and a smile. "Li Pang, don't be overconfident. They are clearly picking on you," Lin Jing exclaimed. "Don't worry, trust me. I will have them lost and disoriented in this round, Li Kang confidently declared, thumping his chest. Fine. Just be cautious and don't let them get too arrogant. Lin Jing relented, recognizing Li Kang's determination. Zhao Liang, it's you three against me. After all, Gu Haoran is just a spy on your team. Li Kang turned to Zhao Liang. Gu Haoran scratched his head, offering an awkward smile, but remaining silent. No way. That would clearly be unfair to you. How about a one-on-one challenge? Are you up for it? Zhao Liang sought to appear honorable in front of Lin Jing. Why should I hesitate? Bring it on, Li Kang laughed. I'll serve the ball, Lin Jing announced. As the two took their positions in the court, Lin Jing held the ball between them, tossed it into the air, and with a crisp shout of start, she dashed off the court. Li Kang leaped into the air, snatching the ball mid-flight, landing with a thud. Zhao Liang, having witnessed Li Kang's astounding vertical leap in the previous game, opted not to jump, but instead waited for Li Kang to land. Confident in his ability to snatch the ball from Li Kang, he anticipated an easy opportunity. However, upon gaining possession, Li Kang did not dribble. Instead, he forcefully hurled the ball towards the backboard. Zhao Liang was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Li Kang's intentions. Was he attempting a shot? Realizing this, Zhao Liang sprinted towards the basket, convinced that Li Kang could not possibly score. He aimed to seize the rebound. As Li Kang launched the ball towards the backboard, he too dashed towards the basket. Just as both raced beneath the hoop, the basketball struck the backboard with a resounding bang, ricocheting high into the air. What followed left all the students in attendance agape. Li Kang, now near the free throw line, suddenly leaped to an astonishing height, extending his right hand to intercept the rebounding basketball. With unyielding momentum, he executed a powerful, axe-like slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. Indeed, Li Kang yearned to execute a dunk. In the previous game, as he gradually acclimated to the feel of the ball, an exhilarating notion took hold of him. With his astonishing vertical leap and exceptional reflexes, he felt that a dunk would not pose a significant challenge. However, in a bid to avoid drawing undue attention, he suppressed his impulse to soar. Yet, Zhao Liang's incessant provocations ignited a flicker of anger within Li Kang, leading him to resolve, if you seek your own demise, so be it. I shall indulge in a moment of grandeur. As the saying goes, a bull is driven to assert itself. Today, I shall traverse the line between audacity and folly. With a resounding thud, the basketball was emphatically thrust through the hoop, causing the entire court to tremble. Zhao Liang, having halted in his tracks as Li Kang leapt, gaped in awe at the sight of Li Kang soaring past him. The dunk obliterated much of Zhao Liang's confidence, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stared vacantly at Li Kang, who hung from the rim with one hand, while the ball bounced energetically on the court below. Upon descending from the hoop, Li Kang waved at Zhao Liang, urging him, go fetch the ball, it's your turn. The spectators outside the court snapped back to reality, collectively gasping in admiration. The Ice Prince lives up to his name. That was truly remarkable. That dunk was more thrilling than what we see in the NBA, remarked one student. Indeed, NBA dunks are on television. This is a live performance, another agreed. Prince, chorused a group of infatuated girls. Lin Jing, watching Li Kang on the court, felt her heart race, filled with pride as she listened to her classmates' praises. However, upon hearing the girls' fervent cries, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her, as if her most cherished toy was about to be shared with others. Thus, she shouted towards the spectators. What are you yelling about? Quiet down, you're distracting Li Kang. The students outside, intimidated by Lin Jing's fierce demeanor, gradually fell silent. Perhaps the impact of Li Kang's dunk had been so profound that it severely disrupted Zhao Liang's performance, while Li Kang continued to excel, frequently executing dunks that elicited waves of cheers from the crowd. The enamored girls instinctively formed a cheerleading squad, chanting in unison, Prince. If their shouts were to be likened to those of Rukawa Kid, it would have been a real-life rendition of a slam dunk champion's cheerleading team. With a score of 10-4, Li Kang secured victory in the match, and Zhao Liang entirely lost his courage to continue. In the decisive third match, Li Kang triumphed with an overwhelming score of 10-2, eliciting further applause and cheers from the audience. That was incredible, exclaimed Li Kang as he pulled Lin Jing out of the school grounds, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken by the experience. Giggling, Li Kang, you've become famous at our school. Should I introduce you to one of those beautiful girls who surrounded you just now? Lin Jing teased, observing Li Kang's flustered state. Forget it. Those girls are far too exuberant for my liking, and besides, none can compare to Jing. Li Kang waved dismissively. Humph, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, I could reluctantly take on the role of your girlfriend, Lin Jing replied, her face still adorned with a smile as she gazed at Li Kang. Is what you said true? Li Kang asked in astonishment. Just kidding. Let's go. Lin Jing's eyes revealed a hint of panic as she hurriedly turned away and walked ahead. Jinger, wait for me. Li Kang pursued her closely from behind. Chapter 048. A visit to Lin Weidong. Li Kang and Lin Jing each held an ice cream, seated on a long stone bench in a garden not far from the 7th middle school, delighting in their treat. Li Kang, I've noticed that you seem to excel at everything. Piano, Mandarin, roller skating, basketball. Is there anything you don't know how to do? Lin Jing counted on her fingers, her pink tongue licking the ice cream, furrowing her brows in inquiry. Li Kang found himself flustered by Lin Jing's action of licking the ice cream, his mind wandering. Hey, are you even listening to me? Lin Jing noticed his distraction and scolded him. What did you say? Please repeat that. Li Kang finally turned back, inwardly chiding himself. It seemed that having a soul in its 30s inhabit a youthful body was not entirely beneficial. Recently, he found his resistance to feminine allure increasingly waning. I asked if there's anything you can't do. Lin Jing pinched Li Kang's ear and spoke loudly beside him. Is it necessary to be so loud? My ears are nearly deafened by your shouting, Li Kang muttered while digging into his ear with his pinky. Could you say that again? Lin Jing appeared ready to transform into a fierce tiger at any moment. Li Kang quickly raised his hands in surrender, allowing Lin Jing to gradually calm down. Li Kang, you still haven't answered my question. Is there truly something you cannot do? Lin Jing gazed at him with wide eyes, truly a persistent girl. Let me think. Surprisingly, I can come up with something I cannot do. Li Kang feigned realization. What is it? Quick, tell me. Lin Jing exclaimed with excitement. Giving birth. Just think about it. I'm a boy, so certainly, I cannot give birth. Li Kang stated with utmost seriousness. Li Kang. Lin Jing's expression shifted from excitement to embarrassment, and then to anger as she raised her small fist and playfully struck Li Kang's back. Haha, little Jing, you must really admire me. But don't. I'm merely a legend, Li Kang teased, bursting into laughter. Admire you? Huh. Lin Jing giggled uncontrollably at Li Kang's playful words. If only I could be with you every day, Lin Jing said softly, abruptly halting her laughter. Li Kang's heart raced at her words. Pondering, could this girl have feelings for him? Sensing the ambiguity in her previous statement, Lin Jing quickly clarified, Li Kang, don't misunderstand. I just find being with you very easy and joyful, nothing more. We are still just kids, right? Are you suggesting that we're still young now? But we'll be something else when we grow up, Li Kang feigned confusion. You're infuriating. You're doing this on purpose. Lin Jing realized that the more she explained, the less clear her words became, so she decided to stop explaining altogether. Hee, Li Kang chuckled while stroking his chin, looking at Lin Jing with a mischievous grin. What's with that smirk? Why do you look so lewd? Lin Jing, startled by Li Kang's laughter, instinctively crossed her arms over her chest and anxiously inquired, when does your father usually return home? After exchanging playful banter, it was time for Li Kang to address the matter at hand. He typically doesn't come home for lunch, but is usually back in the evening. Is there something you need to discuss with him? Lin Jing asked. Yes, there is a small matter, Li Kang nodded in response. Humph. I knew you weren't here just to see me, Lin Jing retorted with a playful huff. All right, Jinger, I shall treat you to lunch. What would you like to eat? Li Kang quickly offered. Now that's more like it. Let me think, Lin Jing said, her satisfaction with Li Kang's attitude evident as she tilted her head in contemplation of their midday meal. After enjoying their lunch, Lin Jing returned to school. As the winter schedule had commenced post-National Day, and classes resumed at 2 in the afternoon. Following their separation, Li Kang first visited the Xinhua bookstore in Shenyang City, eager to purchase the coveted set of books on the art of computer programming that he had long desired. After acquiring the books, he made his way to the Wang family's residence in the Peace Road textile factory compound. Wang Li, having lost her parents at a young age, was raised solely by her grandmother, who bequeathed this modest abode to her upon passing. With no other relatives, Wang Li typically resided at school, only returning to the city during winter and summer breaks. As Li Kang entered the 2-bedroom apartment he had visited numerous times in a previous life, but was now experiencing for the first time in this one, he noted its modest size yet immaculate organization. Due to Wang Li's long absence, the furniture and bedding were covered in dust cloths to prevent accumulation. Li Kang removed the coverings from the sofa in the living room and the bed in one of the bedrooms, rolled them up, and tossed them into the washing machine in the bathroom. After washing the cloths, he hung them out on the balcony, then took a cloth to wipe away the dust from the coffee table in the living room and mopped both the living room and bedroom floors, transforming the space into a semblance of home. By the time Li Kang completed these tasks, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Without lingering, he placed the books he had purchased from the bookstore on the coffee table and departed, intending to pick Lin Jing up from school by 5. Upon arriving at the school gate, He waited briefly until the dismissal bell rang. Soon after, Lin Jing appeared, bounding joyfully towards him with her backpack. "Li Kang, let us go," she exclaimed with a bright smile. Together, they made their way to her home. Upon reaching Lin Jing's residence around 6 in the evening, they found only her mother, Wei Shuxian, at home, as Lin Weidong had not yet returned. Wei Shuxian greeted Li Kang with mild surprise, maintaining a rather indifferent demeanor toward him. After exchanging pleasantries with her mother, Lin Jing eagerly led Li Kang upstairs. Once they had set down their backpacks, they made their way to the piano on the second floor. "Li Kang, where did you learn the songs you shared with me last time? I have searched everywhere these past few days, but to no avail. Even my classmates helped, yet we could not find those 2 songs, Lin Jing inquired of Li Kang. "Do you believe I wrote them myself?" Li Kang asked with a smile. "Oh, I believe you." Lin Jing confidently nodded. "Really? You believe I could compose such songs?" Li Kang was taken aback that Lin Jing actually believed he had indeed created them. "There is reason to believe it. Firstly, neither I nor our classmates have heard these 2 songs before. Secondly, based on your consistent performance, I wouldn't be surprised if you could write songs far superior to these." Lin Jing analyzed. "Well, let us just say they are my compositions," Li Kang conceded, as he had no better explanation to refute the notion. "Li Kang, you don't know? These 2 songs have already spread throughout our class, and even our school. Everyone says they are the most beautiful songs they've ever heard," Lin Jing exclaimed, thrilled that Li Kang acknowledged his songwriting ability. Suddenly, Lin Jing called out to Li Kang in a particularly sweet voice. Li Kang felt his legs weaken at her call and quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Jinger, let us talk nicely. I'm feeling a bit chilly. Could you write a few more songs for me?" Lin Jing continued in her charming tone. Li Kang, struggling to maintain his balance, leaned against the piano and sighed. "Miss Lin, if you keep speaking to me like that, I might just run away. I promise to write you another song, all right?" "Wonderful," Lin Jing exclaimed, reverting to her usual self, jumping up and grabbing Li Kang's arm. "What should I write next?" Li Kang pondered while seated at the piano, frowning. He glanced up to see Lin Jing gazing at him with eager anticipation, which made him smile. Suddenly, a classic song came to mind, and he placed his hands on the piano, beginning to sing and play. "The girl across the way, look this way." Lin Jing was startled by the lyrics Li Kang was singing, finding the song somewhat peculiar, yet undeniably pleasing. With her strong sense of rhythm, she was able to sing along with him by the second round. By the time they reached the third repetition, they were perfectly in sync, exchanging smiles. A profound connection blossoming silently between them. When Lin Weidong returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. He noticed Li Kang waiting for him and felt a surge of anticipation. Every encounter with this extraordinary youth brought him delightful surprises, and he wondered what Li Kang would unveil this time. Chapter 049, Copyright and Patent Application. When Lin Weidong arrived home, the night had fallen. A rare occurrence for the mayor. Although social obligations occasionally interrupted, he strived to be a devoted husband and father, typically returning home promptly as dusk approached. As Lin Weidong concluded a day of labor and returned home, before he even opened the door, he was greeted by the harmonious strains of an oddly enchanting song being sung by his daughter and Li Peng within. He retrieved his keys and, upon entering, observed Lin Jing rising from upstairs to gaze down at Li Peng, a slight smile gracing his features. Each encounter with this remarkable youth brought him a measure of astonishment, and he found himself curious about what surprises Li Peng might unveil this time. "Dad, you're back. Li Peng came specifically to see you today," Lin Jing announced, as she and Li Peng descended the stairs upon hearing the sound of the front door. "Welcome back, young Peng. I wonder what brings you to my abode this time. Are you here to enlighten me once more on the current state of affairs in our nation? I have perused your uncle's articles several times. It certainly contained your insights," Lin Weidong remarked, removing his leather shoes at the entrance and slipping into slippers. "Uncle, you jest. My primary purpose today is to visit you and Annie, as well as to see Jinger. I would also like to request a small favor," Li Peng replied, making his way down the stairs. "You've learned to be courteous with your uncle. Let us dine first, and we can discuss matters afterward," Lin Weidong suggested, now settled on the sofa. "Very well," Li Peng agreed, taking a seat beside him. "Jinger, come to the kitchen and help serve the dishes. Dinner will be ready shortly," called Wei Shuxian, who had been seated on the sofa, previously engrossed in the singing of Lin Jing and Li Peng. "All right, I'm starving," Lin Jing exclaimed, making a playful face at Li Peng and her father before hurrying to the kitchen with her mother. The Lin family's dinner was rather simple: a plate of celery and tofu, a dish of pickled cucumbers, a steamer of buns, and a pot of millet porridge, resembling the typical fare of common folk in Shenyang City. As Li Peng had visited the Lin household twice before, he felt at ease and proceeded to consume 2 buns along with 2 bowls of millet porridge without hesitation. After their meal, Lin Jing and Wei Shuxian settled on the sofa to watch television, while Li Peng accompanied Lin Weidong to his study. Uncle, I have a matter I would like to discuss and request your assistance with, Li Peng stated directly as they took their seats in the study. What is it? Please share, Lin Weidong replied, having subconsciously begun to regard Li Peng as more than an ordinary youth, piqued by the curiosity surrounding the request. Uncle, I wish to understand the current state of computer usage within our city government and various municipal units, and then I will elaborate on the favor I seek. Li Peng explained. The computer usage within the city government? Each of the main offices is equipped with computers, yet I am not entirely sure about their specific usage. Lin Weidong pondered, furrowing his brow. Is the city government primarily reliant on printed documents or handwritten ones? Li Peng continued, pressing on with his inquiry. Currently, handwritten manuscripts remain predominant. However, the city has convened several meetings urging various departments and municipal units to submit their documents in printed form. Nonetheless, resistance to this change remains significant. Indeed, Lin Weidong remarked. What, may I ask, is the source of this resistance? Li Kang inquired further. Despite the provision of computers to each department, the number of individuals adept at utilizing them is minimal. Furthermore, given the insufficient staffing levels across departments, not every unit can allocate a dedicated clerk for document printing. Relying solely on the municipal government's document printing office is simply unmanageable. Lin Weidong expressed with a hint of helplessness. Uncle Lin, what if there were a software that requires little to no learning curve and is far superior to the current WPS on computers? Would the municipal government consider its use? Li Kang continued. If such software exists, that would be splendid. With all these inquiries, are you suggesting you wish to sell me this software? Lin Weidong chuckled. Indeed. Uncle Lin, this floppy disk contains a software I recently developed, and I assure you it is significantly more efficient than the current WPS, Li Kang said, retrieving a floppy disk from his backpack and handing it to Lin Weidong. Little Kang, you have once again surprised me. When did you become a software developer? Lin Weidong accepted the floppy disk, placing it on the table with an astonished expression. This is a user manual for the software I created, and it was formatted and printed using the software on the floppy disk, Li Kang replied, sidestepping Lin Weidong's curiosity as he produced a stack of printed documents from his backpack and handed them over. Is this truly formatted and printed using your software? Lin Weidong took the documents, quickly flipping through them, captivated by the visually appealing layout. He had never imagined that using a computer could yield such exquisite, illustrated manuals. In awe, he asked, is it really so? Yes, the software on the floppy disk has been specifically optimized for the operational needs of the municipal government. I believe it will be exceptionally suited for the formatting and printing of official documents. If the government acquires a color printer, it could even produce documents with official headers directly, Li Kang explained. Little Kang, you are indeed a remarkable child. Here is the plan. Leave the floppy disk with me, and I shall bring it to the city tomorrow for the document printing office to trial it. If it proves effective, we can discuss the next steps, Lin Weidong proposed. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I will be in the city for the next couple of days and will return to the countryside next Monday. Here's my address. If anything arises, let Jing come find me, Li Kang added, retrieving a printed address from his backpack. You rascal, what else do you have in that backpack? Just reveal everything at once, rather than producing items one by one like a treasure display, Lin Weidong said, taking the paper from Li Kang with a smile. Also this, Li Kang said, scratching his head as he pulled out another stack of printed documents. And what might this be? A copyright and patent application for the Taiji word processing system? Lin Weidong read aloud softly as he accepted Li Kang's documents. Uncle Lin, this software is the culmination of my painstaking efforts. If I do not apply for copyright and patent protection, I risk having it pirated or imitated by others, leaving me without recourse, Li Kang remarked. He has always held a profound respect for the notorious talent for piracy in Huaxia, fully aware that a mere copyright or patent certificate cannot completely eliminate the threat of piracy. Nonetheless, it plays a significant role in preventing certain software companies from duplicating his work. Indeed, that is the rationale. Very well. I shall keep your copyright and patent applications on hand. Tomorrow, I will consult someone about the process. If it is feasible, I will assist you. However, Xiao Kang, the prerequisite is that your software must genuinely be functional. Otherwise, obtaining copyright and patent protections would be of little consequence, Lin Weidong stated. Rest assured, I have complete confidence in my software, Li Kang asserted with conviction. That is reassuring. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Lin Weidong inquired. None at all. I shall take my leave, Li Kang replied, rising to depart. Wait, before you go, I have a few inquiries for you. Lin Weidong organized his thoughts. Uncle Lin, do you have something to ask me? Li Kang expressed surprise. Yes. Could you elaborate on the article written by your uncle? Lin Weidong questioned. Which article? Li Kang feigned ignorance. Do not play coy with me. I mean the one published by your uncle in the provincial newspaper. Lin Weidong waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that article. What of it? Is there an issue? Li Kang asked. Upon my initial reading of that article, I noticed many elements that you had previously mentioned here. What is the explanation for that? Lin Weidong inquired. The points I discussed with you were all shared with me by my uncle. He incorporated them into his article this time, Li Kang clarified. Are you certain it was your uncle who shared this with you? Lin Weidong probed. Locking eyes with Li Kang. Indeed, it was my uncle who conveyed this information, Li Kang affirmed, feeling a twinge of unease under Lin Weidong's scrutinizing gaze. Despite Lin Weidong's usual amiability as the mayor, the pressure of being under such a gaze was considerable. Very well, Xiao Kong, you are no longer a child. You may leave now, Lin Weidong nodded, uttering a cryptic remark while ushering Li Kang out. What kind of person could raise such a child? It is truly remarkable. Not only is he exceptionally talented in various aspects, but his political awareness surpasses that of the average official. With a nephew like this assisting Zhang Zhenghai, there is great promise ahead, Lin Weidong mused as he gently closed the door after Li Kang's departure. Xiao Kong, have you and your father concluded your discussions after such a lengthy time in the room? Lin Jing inquired cheerfully upon seeing Li Kang emerge. Yes, it is all settled. Jinger, I must take my leave now. It is getting late, Li Kang informed Lin Jing. Stay a while longer. It is not yet 9 o'clock, Lin Jing pleaded. I cannot. Perhaps after school tomorrow, you can come to visit me. I am staying with my teacher, and Uncle Lin has my address, Li Kang replied. Very well. I shall see you off, Lin Jing offered. Goodbye, Auntie. Li Kang bid farewell to Wei Shuxian. Wei Shuxian nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The evening in the government housing complex was remarkably tranquil. Li Pang and Lin Jing strolled towards the exit, their shadows elongated by the glow of the streetlights. Jinger, you should head back. There's no need for you to accompany me further, Li Pang advised as they reached the entrance of the complex. All right. Be careful on your way. I'll visit you tomorrow if I have the time, Lin Jing replied. Upon returning to Wang Li's residence, Li Pang indulged in a warm shower before settling onto the sofa in the living room. He picked up a hefty tome he had purchased earlier that afternoon, The Art of Computer Program Design, and extracted a volume to study earnestly. He had long coveted this collection, and now that it was finally in his possession, he was eager to delve into its content. After approximately an hour of diligent reading, fatigue set in, and he succumbed to slumber, perhaps dreaming of the excitement that tomorrow might bring. Chapter 050. Having connections makes work easier in recent times. Li Pang had been under considerable stress due to the urgency of software development. This heightened state of tension persisted until he completed the first version of the Taiji word processing software. Once he submitted it to Lin Weidong that evening, he allowed himself a moment of relief. As the saying goes, one must find a balance between relaxation and diligence. Thus, he resolved to sleep in the next morning. When Li Pang finally rose from bed, it was already 10 o'clock. He opted to remain indoors, waiting for news, and engaged in some stretching exercises. Following that, he completed 500 push-ups and several flexibility routines, finally loosening his stiff body. In the 2 months since his rebirth, he had increasingly noticed the remarkable transformation of his physique. His strength, explosiveness, and flexibility had all improved considerably compared to his initial state. He even mused that soon he might be able to impersonate that man who wears his underwear on the outside, assuming, of course, that the man couldn't fly. After exercising, Li Pang freshened up and returned to the living room to continue his reading of The Art of Computer Program Design. This book was the magnum opus of the renowned computer scientist, Gonade, whom Li Pang had greatly admired in his previous life. Thus, upon discovering this collection, which he regarded as the sacred scripture of programming algorithms, at the Xinhua bookstore, he had been unable to forget it until he finally acquired it the day before. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was noon. Just as he was preparing to step out to buy some ingredients for his lunch, Lin Jing arrived to see him. Jinger, are you going home for lunch, or shall we go grocery shopping together? I'll cook for you when we return. Li Pang invited as he welcomed her into his room, observing her as she assessed the furnishings. You're going to cook? How splendid. Today, I, the esteemed young lady, shall indulge you by sampling your culinary skills, Lin Jing exclaimed joyfully, tossing her backpack onto the sofa and eagerly pulling Li Pang out for their shopping expedition. Not far from the housing complex lay a bustling market. Each morning after 10, local housewives and elderly women would flock to the market with baskets in hand, transforming it into a lively hub of activity. When Li Kang and Lin Jing arrived at the vegetable market, it was already past 12:30, and the number of shoppers had significantly dwindled. The two selected a few green vegetables, while Li Kang also purchased eggs, tomatoes, and noodles before they departed together, carrying their basket. Upon returning home, Li Kang took the groceries into the kitchen and began his culinary endeavors. Initially, Lin Jing insisted on assisting him. But after accidentally breaking an egg, she blushed and retreated to the living room, no longer daring to enter. Li Kang swiftly stir-fried 2 types of greens and placed a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the coffee table in the living room. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, making Lin Jing's mouth water. "Li Kang, is there more? Can we eat now?" she inquired, following him into the kitchen where he was cooking the noodles. "If you're eager to eat, grab a pair of chopsticks, wash them, and go ahead." Li Kang replied with a smile. "I'll join you shortly after the noodles are ready." "All right then, I'll eat first. Once the noodles are done, you one team need chopsticks." "I'll fetch them for you," Lin Jing said, washing 2 pairs of chopsticks before waving at Li Kang and heading back to the living room. Watching Lin Jing's lively and adorable demeanor uplifted Li Kang's spirits, and he began to whistle while cooking the noodles. After about 5 minutes, the noodles were ready. He took 2 bowls, filled each with half a serving, and brought them to the living room. The two began to enjoy their meal alongside the dishes he had prepared earlier. In the northern part of Central Plains Province, the local dietary custom is to have noodles for lunch. Both Li Kang and Lin Jing, being children of the north, naturally adhered to this tradition. Earlier, when Li Kang had asked Lin Jing what she wanted to eat, she had naturally chosen the noodles, and he felt delighted that they shared the same culinary preferences. "Li Kang, your stir-fried vegetables are truly delicious. Is there any more?" Lin Jing asked, having devoured her half bowl of noodles in no time. Wiping her mouth and looking at Li Kang with a hint of longing. "I still have raw noodles in the kitchen. I only cooked this much. If you want more, I can prepare another batch," Li Kang responded. "I'll cook it. How much more do you plan to eat?" Lin Jing volunteered. "Never mind, I'll handle it. You just wait here quietly," Li Kang quickly interjected, fearing that if Lin Jing attempted to cook, it might end poorly, leaving him to face the wrath of Lin Weidong. "All right, I know you care for me, but it's a pity there's no reward," Lin Jing said, returning to the sofa with a playful smile directed at Li Kang. "Just wait a moment. It will only take 5 minutes," Li Kang said, pouring a little of the dish from the plate into a bowl before heading back to the kitchen. As Lin Jing watched him walk into the kitchen, her thoughts seemed to drift, and suddenly her face flushed. She murmured something softly before rising to follow him into the kitchen. "Jinger, why have you come as well?" Li Kang asked, puzzled upon noticing her presence. "I wanted to watch you cook the noodles," Lin Jing replied softly. "Jinger, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Kang detected something unusual about her, and, while placing the noodles into the pot, asked. "I'm fine. You just focus on cooking the noodles," Lin Jing protested, covering her face and dashing out. "How strange," Li Kang murmured, shaking his head. Approximately 5 minutes later, a half bowl of freshly cooked noodles was placed before Lin Jing. "Li Pang, during our music class this morning, I sang the song you taught me yesterday, The Girl Across the Street. Our music teacher insisted I reveal where I had heard it." Lin Jing exclaimed with enthusiasm, having nearly finished her meal. She began recounting her experience in class, but abruptly covered her mouth, her bright, sparkling eyes blinking at Li Pang. "Then you exposed me, didn't you?" Li Pang remarked, observing Lin Jing's expression with resignation. "Well, Li Pang, please don't blame me. None of the 50-some students in our class had heard the song. When I said I listened to it on the tape recorder, they didn't believe me," Lin Jing pouted. "Huh, I knew it would be like that." "It's fine," Li Pang replied. His reluctance to let Lin Jing share was merely a manifestation of a reborn individual's inexplicable mindset. Since it had already been said, it mattered little. The composer of the song, Nyo, was likely unaware of the commotion. "Li Pang, I told them the song was written by you, and our music teacher doesn't believe it. He wants to meet you this afternoon. So I should take you to him," Lin Jing added, patting her chest and exhaling a sigh of relief. "I want to go. I'll be reading at home this afternoon," Li Pang firmly declined. Seeing his refusal, Lin Jing resorted to her enchanting persuasion techniques, but this time it was evidently ineffective. "No, if you think it's inappropriate to leave your teacher in the dark, just tell him the truth. If he doesn't believe you, let him find the actual composer," Li Pang insisted. "Oh," Lin Jing muttered. Her mood dampened as she poked at the leftover noodles with her chopsticks. 3 minutes later, she declared, "Li Pang, just go. I want to go." A man of honor must stand by his word. Li Pang reiterated his refusal. "Please," Lin Jing pressed. "No." At 1:30, Lin Jing headed to school, her lips pouting in disappointment from Li Pang's steadfast refusal to meet her music teacher. "Li Pang, I'll come to find you this afternoon," she called back with a smile before skipping away, entirely shedding her earlier forlorn demeanor. Throughout the afternoon, Li Pang remained at home, engrossed in his reading. By evening, Lin Jing indeed returned. This time, She urged him to visit her home. Li Kang, eager to learn about the status of his software trial with the municipal government and the progress regarding copyright and patent applications, did not hesitate to accompany her. Upon arriving at Lin Jing's home, she insisted that he write her a song. With no choice but to comply, Li Kang rummaged through his mind for a classic pop song from the future and chose to sing chose East Wind Breaks for her. Having been fond of several of Jay Chou's songs that embody Chinese style, Li Kang considered this piece a quintessential example. As the last note faded, Lin Jing's eyes sparkled with delight. For a girl endowed with considerable musical talent and a profound love for music, a beautifully crafted song would touch her heart far more than any material gift ever could. Li Kang, I have made a decision. When I grow up, I aspire to become a singer and perform the songs you have written for me, Lin Jing suddenly exclaimed. Li Kang was somewhat taken aback by Lin Jing's revelation. However, I doubt my father and grandfather would permit me to pursue such a path, especially my grandfather, as the family tends to heed his opinions. Lin Jing added with a hint of melancholy. Why does your grandfather oppose your dream of becoming a singer? Although Li Kang was not particularly keen on Lin Jing entering the entertainment industry, a realm fraught with complexities, he found himself curious. Once, during a meal at my uncle's home, when one of my cousins expressed her desire to become a singer, my grandfather became furious and declared that our family would never allow anyone to become an entertainer. My father and uncle always listened to him, so if I were to suggest singing, I would undoubtedly face reprimand, Lin Jing recounted. Your grandfather truly is quite stubborn. After all these years of liberation, he still clings to such notions, Li Kang chuckled. Do not speak of my grandfather that way. Upon hearing Li Kang's remark about her grandfather's stubbornness, Lin Jing transformed into a feisty little tiger, playfully clawing at Li Kang, clearly showcasing the strong bond between them. All right, I apologize. We are only in the second year of junior high. Contemplating our future is perhaps a bit premature. We should focus on solidifying our foundational knowledge and leave the future to be addressed later. Li Kang quickly redirected the conversation. Indeed, let us defer future matters for the time being. However, Li Kang, shouldn't you first address the matter at hand? Lin Jing's mood shifted back to cheerfulness. What matter? Li Kang inquired. Please write out the sheet music for this song, Lin Jing said with a smile. All right, I shall do it right now. After saying this, Li Kang stood and accompanied Lin Jing to her room, where he transcribed the sheet music and lyrics for East Wind Breaks before handing them to her. Jinger, I must reiterate, Li Kang began to caution. I know. If possible, keep it to yourself. You worry too much, my talented friend. Lin Jing interrupted with a smile, as he often reminded her of this every time he composed a song for her. After spending some time together upstairs, Lin Wei Dong returned home. Following dinner, Li Kang and Lin Wei Dong proceeded to the study. Xiao Kang, I delivered your software to the printing office this morning for a trial run. They provided excellent feedback, stating that the software not only features a beautiful interface, but also possesses greater functionality than the previous WPS, and it requires little to no learning curve to use. It is truly remarkable, Lin Wei Dong said with delight as they settled down. That is wonderful news. I expressed my confidence in my software yesterday, Li Kang replied. Equally pleased. Uncle, do you have any updates on the copyright and patent applications I submitted yesterday? Li Kang inquired with concern. There are no issues regarding the copyright and patent applications. However, the application letter you drafted does not meet the required standards. Please come to the municipal government tomorrow morning, and I will have someone assist you in reorganizing the application letter, Lin Wei Dong explained. Thank you, uncle. Li Kang understood that without the assistance of Lin Wei Dong, the mayor, this matter would have been quite difficult to navigate. Do not be overly courteous, my young friend. Today, the personnel at the printing office suggested that the municipal government, along with various city agencies equipped with computers, engage in a bulk procurement of your Taiji word processing software. I am curious to know your thoughts on this matter. Lin Wei Dong presented a delightful surprise to Li Kang. Uncle Lin, I wonder if you have any thoughts on this. As a mere child, I am quite ignorant, Li Kang remarked, scratching his head. You consider yourself a child? You claim to know little? Lin Wei Dong could not help but question Li Kang's self-assessment with a raised voice. Indeed, I am only 16, just a year older than Jinger, Li Kang emphasized his youth. I had forgotten. You are still quite young. Here's what I propose. Let us first secure the copyright and patent, after which I will arrange for the city to sign a software procurement contract with you. What do you think? Lin Wei Dong articulated his thoughts. Whatever you decide, Uncle Lin. Li Kang replied cheerfully. It is worth noting that during the early 1990s, the regulations regarding government procurement and bidding had yet to be established, and various procurements were primarily managed by relevant leaders. Thus, the software procurement was straightforward. All it required was a word from Lin Wei Dong. However, without his involvement. Securing a municipal procurement contract would be a Herculean task for Li Kang. It indeed resonates with the ancient adage, having someone in the court makes it easier to govern. Nowadays, it could be rephrased as having someone in the court facilitates matters. Li Kang experienced a day of unblemished success. After his discussion with Lin Weidong, he did not linger and promptly returned to Wang Li's residence. Chapter 051. Organizing materials. The following day, Li Kang arose early, forsaking his customary slumber. At 6 o'clock, he began his morning with a run around the vicinity of the residential complex for about an hour. Feeling a warmth enveloping his body, he finally stopped and sought out a street vendor for breakfast. Upon returning home, he refreshed himself and stood before the mirror to tidy his crew cut before shouldering his backpack and stepping outside. It was just past 7 when Li Kang left home, affording him ample time to walk to the municipal government to meet Lin Weidong. By this time, Shenyang City had fully awakened to the morning light, bustling with commuters rushing to work, elderly individuals returning home after their morning exercises, and students carrying backpacks on their way to school. As Li Kang traversed the sidewalk amidst the throngs of people, he observed the old houses and various historical buildings along the roadside that had yet to be demolished in the large-scale renovations of the old city. A profound sense of historical weight enveloped him. Li Kang had long harbored reservations about the extensive demolition and renovation of the old city in future times. In his view, the intricate network of alleys and lanes served as a vital testament to the historical culture of Shenyang City, deserving of preservation. Yet, the leaders of Shenyang City, under the guise of benefiting future generations, had recklessly dismantled the old city, constituting a grievous assault on history. Upon his arrival at the municipal government, it was already past 8 o'clock. Lin Weidong had requested him to meet at the mayor's office at 8:30, and it appeared he was not late. As Li Kang approached the entrance of the municipal government compound, he was halted by the security guard stationed at the door. The guard gestured for him to register at the reception before being granted access with a visitor's pass. Reluctantly, Li Kang made his way to the reception area, where a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, sat at a desk adorned with a telephone and a registration ledger. After entering, Li Kang inscribed his name in the ledger, stating his purpose for visiting the municipal government as seeking assistance. He then handed the ledger back to the man and awaited the issuance of his visitor's pass. "You wish to conduct business at the municipal government?" the man inquired, casting a cursory glance at the ledger before scrutinizing Li Kang's unrefined attire. With a tone laced with disdain, he continued, "What is it that you seek? Who are you here to see?" "I am looking for Lin Weidong. Uncle Lin instructed me to come and find him," Li Kang replied, feeling a surge of irritation at the man's condescending demeanor, inwardly cursing the man's narrow-mindedness. "Mayor Lin?" the man echoed, his skepticism evident as he continued to appraise Li Kang. "If you doubt me, feel free to call the mayor's office," Li Kang retorted, his patience thinning. "Uncle Lin specifically requested that I meet him this morning." "Just a moment," the man replied, picking up the telephone and dialing a number. "Hello, it's me, the guard. Old Li. I have a rural lad here claiming to seek Mayor Lin. I'm just verifying." Old Li's demeanor shifted entirely. He wore a smile, shedding the earlier disdain as he refrained from directly contacting Lin Weidong, opting instead to reach out to the mayor's secretary. "You wouldn't believe it. All right, thank you." Old Li concluded the call, turning back to face Li Kang, his expression now brimming with even greater skepticism. "Now, be honest, what are you really here for?" "I genuinely came to see Mayor Lin," Li Kang replied, his voice tinged with annoyance. "I just spoke with the mayor's secretary, and he claims to know nothing of you," Old Li declared, stepping outside to summon a burly security guard named Xiao Wang. "Xiao Wang, kindly escort this young man aside and ascertain his true intentions. He dares impersonate someone seeking the mayor." Upon hearing Old Li's command, Xiao Wang approached Li Kang with a serious expression, reaching out to grasp the collar of Li Kang's shirt. Infuriated, Li Kang, feeling the day had begun poorly due to such arrogance, swiftly sidestepped and firmly seized Xiao Wang's wrist. "Ouch, let go, let go," Xiao Wang yelped, taken aback by Li Kang's unexpected strength, feeling as though his wrist might shatter. "What is happening? What is happening?" Several other guards, alerted by Xiao Wang's cries, hurried over to inquire. "Make him release me. My wrist is about to break." Xiao Wang grimaced in pain. "Young man, release him. We can settle this peacefully. There's no need for violence," the other guards urged, their expressions filled with trepidation. Li Kang pondered to himself, "Had it not been for your grasp on my collar, I would never have seized your wrist." However, he was disinclined to escalate the matter, as he was there to conduct official business at the municipal government. Thus, he released Xiao Wang's wrist. "Quickly apprehend this troublemaker. He is here to cause a disturbance," exclaimed Xiao Wang, rubbing his wrist while calling out to the other security guards. At that moment, the old gatekeeper, Li, witnessed Li Kang subduing the burly Xiao Wang with a single hand and instinctively shrank back into the corner of the guardroom. The guards, having seen Xiao Wang's cries of distress at Li Kang's grip, were not about to take the situation lightly. After all, Xiao Wang possessed the greatest strength among them. Consequently, they all drew their batons, confronting Li Kang, and the atmosphere in the guardroom became tense. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, the telephone on the desk rang abruptly. Lao Wang, from the corner, approached the phone, picked up the receiver, and inquired, "Hello, who is this?" "Lao Wang, this is Lin Weidong. Secretary Zhang mentioned a rural lad has come to see me. Please direct him to my office on the 3rd floor." Everyone in the guardroom heard the voice from the receiver. Instantly, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the guards returned their batons to their waists. "Haha, young brother. You possess remarkable skills. I apologize for the earlier offense," Xiao Wang said, his demeanor shifting to one of friendliness as he addressed Li Kang. "It's quite all right. I have not suffered any harm. Is your wrist still paining you?" Li Kang, embodying the adage of not striking someone who bears a smile, inquired with a grin. Well aware of the force he had exerted in his moment of anger, Xiao Wang thought to himself, "You may not have suffered, but I certainly have. My wrist is still throbbing. Damn it. How can a mere child possess such strength?" "It's nothing. It no longer hurts," Xiao Wang replied, swallowing his pride. Recognizing that he could not afford to offend someone so familiar with his superior. "That young brother, Mayor Lin, requests your presence in his office. He is on the 3rd floor, marked by a sign on the door," Lao Li interjected, approaching Li Kang with an awkward smile. "Where's my access pass?" Li Kang chuckled at Lao Li's demeanor. Lao Li hastily retrieved a pass from his work drawer and handed it to Li Kang. "Then I shall proceed," Li Kang declared, stepping forth with confidence from the guardroom towards the municipal government courtyard, leaving behind a group of security guards and the old gatekeeper exchanging bewildered glances. The office building of the Shangan city government stood 7 stories tall, characterized by a Soviet-style architectural design. As Li Kang stood before the edifice, he felt a solemn aura envelop him. Reaching the 3rd floor, he traversed the corridor and soon encountered the door to office number 318, marked as the mayor's office. He approached and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," a commanding voice from within beckoned. Li Kang pushed the door open and entered, finding Lin Weidong seated behind a large desk, engrossed in writing. He settled onto the sofa within the office, awaiting his turn in silence. Lin Weidong lifted his gaze and, upon recognizing Li Kang, smiled and remarked, "You did not face any indignities at the guard station, did you?" "No, they were no match for me," Li Kang replied. Li Kang found it entirely unsurprising that Lin Weidong could learn about the events occurring at the gatehouse in such a brief span of time, thus he jested. Lin Weidong chuckled lightly, choosing not to prolong the topic, but rather shifted directly to the matter at hand. "Li Kang, shortly, representatives from the patent and copyright offices will arrive to assist you in refining your application and related materials." "Thank you, Uncle Lin. You have truly been an immense help to me this time," Li Kang expressed, touched by Lin Weidong's support. "Don't be so formal. It's merely standard procedure. Besides, I'm counting on you to offer a generous discount when you sell that software to the municipal government," Lin Weidong replied with a smile. "When they arrive, let us head to the printing room. I've brought the electronic version of the documents, so once we make the necessary edits, we can print them out directly," Li Kang suggested. "Sounds good. I'm sure the secretaries at the printing office will be thrilled to meet the creator of such remarkable software. Little Kang, you've become quite the celebrity at the municipal government. Everyone who has used your software is left wondering who the author, Li Kang, is when they see it launch," Lin Weidong remarked. After approximately 10 minutes in Lin Weidong's office, the personnel from the patent and copyright offices arrived. They were taken aback to discover that the individual applying for copyright and patent was a rural youth. Lin Weidong made a call to the printing office, instructing the trio to proceed there to organize the materials. Upon their arrival at the printing office, it was evident that the staff were greatly intrigued by the author of the extraordinary Tai Chi word processing system. 2 young ladies even expressed their admiration for Li Kang with an effusion reminiscent of a flowing river, leaving him somewhat elated. Li Kang retrieved a floppy disk from his bag, transferring the documents related to the software's copyright and patent application onto a computer. He then opened the documents using the Tai Chi software, and the trio commenced their adjustments on the computer. This time, Li Kang intended to apply for copyrights that encompassed both the Tai Chi word processing system and all the icons he had designed. He meticulously compiled a list of patents, including those for the software's interface design, operational methods, and technical aspects, aiming to retain firm control over his software in the future, even if others utilized pirated versions. He wished to safeguard his right to pursue any infringements. As noon approached, the three finally completed the necessary documents. Li Kang printed them out, signed his name, and filled out a few application forms, then addressed the two officials. "I appreciate your assistance, gentlemen." They promptly assured him it was their duty. Especially for a matter personally entrusted by the mayor, how could they be remiss? The two took the documents and accompanied Li Kang back to Lin Weidong's office. After bidding farewell to Lin Weidong, they exited the municipal government. Li Kang called for his pass at the gatehouse and, under the watchful eyes of the security personnel, departed. By this time, it was already noon. After purchasing a few vegetables at the market near the textile factory's residential area, Li Kang made his way to Wang Li's home. As Li Kang approached the doorstep of Wang Li's home, he discovered the door ajar and unlatched. He realized that Wang Li must have returned, for only the two of them possessed a key. "Sister, when did you come back?" he called out joyfully from the threshold before stepping inside. However, upon entering the living room, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. There sat Yang Tao alongside an elderly woman, approximately 60 years of age, occupying one side of the sofa, while Wang Li was seated on the opposite end. The trio turned their heads simultaneously towards Li Kang at the sound of his voice, and he found himself momentarily taken aback by the scenario before him. Chapter 052. The first meeting of two women. When Li Kang returned to Wang Li's residence, he noted the door was slightly ajar, prompting him to call out, "Sister, when did you arrive?" After his exclamation, he entered directly, but upon reaching the living room, he discovered Yang Tao seated with an elderly lady in her 60s. Along with Wang Li, Yang Tao furrowed his brow upon noticing Li Kang's entrance and whispered something to the elderly woman beside him. Upon hearing Yang Tao's remark, the woman scrutinized Li Kang from head to toe and, with a warm smile, addressed him. "You must be Wang Li's newly recognized brother. Please, come in and do not linger at the door." Li Kang remained silent, casting a glance at Wang Li, who beamed with joy upon seeing him, and replied, "Sister, when did you return? I happened to buy quite a bit of groceries today. Let me prepare lunch for you." Wang Li managed a faint smile and responded, "That sounds delightful. I have yet to taste the dishes cooked by Shao Kang." Li Kang placed the groceries in the kitchen and then joined Wang Li in the living room, taking a seat on the sofa beside her, directly across from Yang Tao. "Sister, we have guests. Could you introduce me to my brother?" Li Kang inquired playfully, emphasizing the word guest. "Shao Kang, this is teacher Yang's mother. You should address her as auntie," Wang Li introduced, gesturing towards the elderly woman. Despite the significant age difference, Wang Li insisted that Li Kang refer to her as auntie. "Hello, auntie." Li Kang greeted her politely. "Ah, what a well-behaved child," Aunt Yang chuckled, then turned to Wang Li and said, "Little Li, I believe Taozi has acknowledged his mistake. Look, I have brought him to apologize to you. Please, do not remain upset. Come home with us. We can arrange to have your marriage reinstated at the Civil Affairs Office in the countryside one day, and we can continue to be a family, cannot we?" "Indeed. Wang Li, I have admitted my fault. Please do not hold a grudge against me," Yang Tao chimed in, attempting to placate her. "Auntie, please do not urge me. My heart has been dead since the divorce. Let us not discuss remarriage any further." Wang Li shook her head resolutely, her voice filled with sorrow. "Little Li, I understand that you faced hardships after marrying into our family. I assure you, if you remarry Yang Tao, he will treat you well. Should he misbehave, just let me know, and I will set him straight for you. What do you say?" Aunt Yang continued to persuade. "Auntie, I have already stated that this matter requires no further discussion." Wang Li firmly shook her head. "Li Kang, I know you share a close bond with your sister. Perhaps you could persuade her. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. Do you not agree?" Yang's mother, observing Wang Li's resolute demeanor, found herself compelled to seek assistance from Li Peng. Little did she realize that Li Peng played a pivotal role in Wang Li's decision to divorce Yang Tao. "No, I believe this matter should be decided by my sister herself. Regardless of her choice, I shall unwaveringly support her," Li Peng stated, glancing at Wang Li and gently patting her hand, which was clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "Mother, please do not plead with him. Are you unaware that this rascal is the one who instigated my divorce from Wang Li? How is it that he is everywhere?" Yang Tao's animosity towards Li Peng had reached a boiling point. He had restrained his anger until now, but upon hearing Li Peng's words, he could no longer contain himself and shouted at his mother. "Yang Tao, refrain from slandering. You are well aware of whom to blame for our divorce," Wang Li retorted. Feeling a wave of disgust at Yang Tao's contemptuous attitude towards Li Peng, her chest heaving with indignation. "Sister, do not be upset. We cannot allow ourselves to be provoked by a barking dog, can we? Let us remain calm. It is of no consequence," Li Peng urged, grasping Wang Li's trembling hand in a comforting manner. "Very well, I am no longer angry," Wang Li replied, casting a glance at Li Peng and allowing him to hold her hand. Taozi, quiet down for a moment, Yang's mother admonished her son. Shaoli, I shall ask you one final time. Have you truly decided against reconciling with Yang Tao? Yang's mother inquired, gazing intently at Wang Li. I have made up my mind. Please do not attempt to persuade me further. Wang Li responded without a hint of hesitation. Very well, since you have reached your decision, I shall cease my entreaties. Now, shall we discuss the financial matters concerning your divorce? Yang's mother continued. What finances? I have already stated that I do not wish to take anything from your family. Wang Li asked, her expression mournful. Huh, you claim you want nothing from us, yet you voluntarily relinquished your claim. Is it not stipulated by law that the property acquired during marriage belongs equally to both parties? Now, does this house not belong to my son Yang Tao as well? Yang's mother responded, her demeanor unwavering. You, Wang Li exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her complexion paling as she pointed an accusatory finger at Yang's mother, momentarily rendered speechless. Wait a moment, I fail to comprehend the connection between my sister's house and Yang Tao. This property was bequeathed to her by our grandmother, Li Kang interjected. Sensing Wang Li's distress and feeling compelled to protect her from the brazen mother and son. Step aside, you little brat, what do you know? Yang Tao waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Enough, do you think I am a docile cat? Yang Tao, did you eat something foul this morning? The stench of your words is unbearable. Should you utter another insult, I shall slap you against the wall, and even your mother will be unable to pry you off. Li Kang retorted angrily, unleashing a torrent of profanity. Huh. Wang Li could not help but chuckle at Li Kang's words. Playfully striking him before grasping his hand and addressing Yang Tao and his mother. What Xiao Peng says echoes my sentiments. Madam, permit me to inquire, have you genuinely reviewed the law? For I recall it stipulates that property acquired during marriage belongs to both spouses. Are you underestimating our understanding of the law? Li Kang smiled at Yang's mother. Certainly, I observed the situation. However, what do you, a mere child, know about the law? Yang's mother, feeling somewhat guilty, reflected on her lack of legal knowledge. She had merely heard from the neighbors that property acquired during marriage is jointly owned, thus leading her to covet Wang Li's house. While I may lack legal understanding, my uncle is quite knowledgeable. How about this, next week? Let us find a time to consult him? Despite being looked down upon due to her youth, Li Kang merely smiled, confidently mentioning her uncle's esteemed status. Who is your uncle? Yang's mother inquired, puzzled. Mother, this boy's uncle is none other than our village chief, Zhang. Li Tao interjected, sensing that Li Kang was his nemesis. Every encounter with him seemed to bring misfortune. His claim of wanting to remarry Wang Li appeared to be a ruse, with his true intention being her house. However, it seemed that his plans were about to unravel. Li Kang, why haven't you closed the door? At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a cheerful girl in a school uniform, bouncing into the room. Chapter 053. Impulse. Li Kang, who are they? As Lin Jing entered the room, the atmosphere startled her. She approached Li Kang and sat beside him, wrapping her arms around one of his. This is the owner of this house, my sister Wang Li. Jinger, greet your sister. Li Kang introduced Wang Li, pointing to her. Hello, sister. You're truly beautiful. Lin Jing beamed at Wang Li. Hello, Jinger. You are quite lovely as well. Wang Li replied with a warm smile. Sister, this is my good friend Lin Jing. Her father is the mayor, Lin Weidong. Li Kang emphasized Lin Jing's esteemed background while introducing her to Wang Li. Li Kang, who are they? Lin Jing gestured for Li Kang to introduce the other two individuals. They're about to leave, so they didn't introduce themselves. Isn't that right, Teacher Yang? Li Kang looked towards Yang Tao and his mother. Ah, you all continue your conversation. We shall take our leave. Yang Tao and his mother, recovering from the shock of Lin Jing's lineage, realized their chances of acquiring the house were utterly diminished. The presence of both the village chief and the mayor's daughter loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, prompting them to hastily excuse themselves. Sister, they likely won't bother you again. By the way, you usually don't come back home. What brings you here today? With Yang Tao and his mother gone, Li Kang turned to Wang Li. They've been coming to school to find me. This afternoon, I had no classes, so I thought I'd come here to hide. I didn't expect them to follow me, Wang Li explained. Sister, who were those two? I found them quite unpleasant. Lin Jing seized the opportunity to ask out of curiosity. Those were my ex-husband and his mother, Wang Li replied. Ah, Lin Jing exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Li Kang took the opportunity to recount the recent events between Yang Tao and Wang Li. After listening, Lin Jing, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Yang Tao is utterly unreasonable, lacking ability, yet blaming others. As she spoke, Lin Jing's cheeks flushed, for it was somewhat awkward for a naive girl to discuss matters concerning relationships and childbearing. Jinger is truly a kind-hearted girl. Do not look down upon me for being divorced, Wang Li replied, though her eyes betrayed a hint of resignation and sorrow. In this day and age, a divorced woman often faces societal scorn. How could that be? Sister, you are so beautiful. You will surely find someone even better to marry in the future, and Yang Tao will be infuriated. Lin Jing sweetly chimed. Never mind, since my divorce. I have no intention of marrying again. My heart is too weary. My life is quite fulfilling as it is. Look at how free I am now. I can do whatever I please, Wang Li remarked, glancing at Li Kang with a smile. Indeed, why must a woman always marry? I have long decided that if I cannot find someone I genuinely love, I would rather remain single. Let those dreadful men be furious. Lin Jing wholeheartedly agreed. Listening to the exchange between the two women, Li Kang absent-mindedly touched his nose, realizing that he was the sole man present. Thus, he resolved to retreat from the conversation, saying, "You two continue your chat. I shall go prepare dinner." With that, he hurried into the kitchen without a backward glance. As they observed Li Kang's hasty retreat, both women erupted into laughter. "Jinger, with your exceptional qualities and beauty, you must have many admirers, right?" Wang Li, growing fond of the familiar girl, playfully inquired. "Not at all. Besides, I am not interested in them. They are utterly annoying." Lin Jing pouted. "What do you think of our little Kang? He is quite an outstanding young man. Handsome too. Do you like him?" Wang Li glanced towards the kitchen, biting her lip before asking Lin Jing. "About him? I won't tell you. Hee hee." Lin Jing peeked into the kitchen, her face warming, and she grinned mischievously. "Jinger, I must tell you that my little Kang has many admirers. If you fancy him, you should act quickly, otherwise, someone else might snatch him away." Wang Li continued. "Sister, I believe in fate. If he is meant for me, he will always be mine. If someone else can take him, then let them have him. He is not worth my yearning," Lin Jing confidently asserted, puffing out her chest. Her final remark directed towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Li Kang, while listening to the two women's conversation, busied himself washing and chopping vegetables. Humming a tune, "I love cooking, la la la," embodying the essence of a devoted homemaker. "Little Kang, after dinner, let us go shopping together. It has been ages since I last went out," Wang Li suggested during the meal. "Sister, must I go with you?" In his previous life, Li Kang once accompanied a former girlfriend on a shopping spree. That young lady led him through the bustling streets of Zhongyuan City, exploring every shop both inside and out for an entire day. By evening, Li Kang, utterly exhausted, found himself leaning over a trash can, retching from dizziness. Since that day, he had developed an inexplicable fear of shopping. "Yes, we must go," Wang Li asserted with a nod. "Very well," Li Kang replied reluctantly. "Are you planning to shop this afternoon? May I join?" Lin Jing, evidently intrigued by the prospect of shopping, inquired. "Jinger, you have classes this afternoon. It would be best if you didn't go," Li Kang promptly interjected. The thought of accompanying one woman on a shopping trip already filled him with trepidation. The idea of being surrounded by two sent a shiver down his spine. Too terrifying. "No, I can take a leave this afternoon. Please, let me go, Li Kang." Lin Jing protested, clearly unhappy with his refusal. She wrapped her arms around his, playfully shaking him, her voice sweetened to an almost unbearable degree. "No, Jinger. Be obedient and attend class. If Uncle Lin finds out you skipped, he will surely scold you." Li Kang resolutely declined. "Indeed, Jinger, you should go to class. Skipping is not the behavior of a good student," Wang Li added in support. Li Kang felt a surge of emotion, tears welling in his eyes. How caring his sister was. "If you truly wish to shop, sister, I can accompany you both tomorrow for a full day of exploration," Wang Li continued. With that, Li Kang collapsed to the ground, foam escaping his lips, and lost consciousness. Chapter 054. Heartfelt confessions between siblings. After lunch, Lin Jing left for school, her lingering, wistful gaze leaving Li Kang with an overwhelming urge to keep her by his side for shopping. However, reason warned him of the grave consequences such an act might entail. After watching Lin Jing depart, Li Kang closed the door, leaning against it with a sigh, which only amused Wang Li standing nearby, causing her to giggle. Around 2 in the afternoon, Li Kang and Wang Li set off towards the commercial center on Beidaji in Shenyang City. Beidaji was a well-established shopping street, once the commercial heart of Shenyang City before the liberation, as recounted by the elders. The old street was lined with numerous shops, primarily selling clothing. In the early 90s, Shenyang City had yet to establish large shopping complexes like Walmart or Dennis, making Beidaji the preferred shopping destination for its residents. Although Li Kang had frequently visited Beidaji in his past life, this was his first time here in this new existence, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. The street remained unchanged, yet the people were no longer the same. "Come on, Xiao Kang, why are you just standing there?" Wang Li called back to him, noticing his daze. Oh, coming. Li Kang replied, snapping out of his reverie and hastening his pace to walk alongside Wang Li. Sister, what do you plan to buy today? He inquired. Is it necessary to buy something to enjoy a shopping trip? Wang Li countered with a smile, her eyes darting eagerly across the shops lining the street since their arrival. Of course not, Li Kang replied, quickly grinning in agreement. Xiao Kong, come here. Wang Li led Li Pang into a store brimming with attire suitable for teenagers aged 16 or 17. She selected a stylish jacket from the rack and handed it to Li Pang, saying, try this one on, Xiao Pang. Sister, what are you doing? Li Pang responded, somewhat perplexed. Did Wang Li intend to buy him clothes? However, she hadn't mentioned it to him. Li Pang pondered silently. I thought I'd buy you a few outfits since you always wear those same few clothes that look rather plain. I wanted to help you spruce up your wardrobe. Wang Li smiled. Sister, that's unnecessary. I think these clothes are perfectly fine, and besides, my mother made them for me, Li Pang replied, touched by her consideration, as he had not expected Wang Li to think of buying him clothes. It's all right. Just because your mother made them doesn't mean you can't wear something new. Stop overthinking and just try it on, Wang Li urged. Okay, Li Pang acquiesced, taking the jacket from Wang Li and slipping it over his sweatshirt. Very nice. Although the pants and shoes don't quite match, a new pair of trousers and shoes would complete the look beautifully, Wang Li remarked, circling around him with her arms crossed. Afterward, she wandered around the store, picked out a pair of trousers and shoes, and returned to Li Pang, saying, Xiao Pang, head to the fitting room and try these on. I want to see how they look. Li Pang changed into the selected trousers and shoes in the fitting room and stepped out. Wow, you look incredible, Wang Li exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of him. It's noteworthy that until now, Li Pang had always donned the clothes made by his mother, which had given him the appearance of a rustic country boy in the eyes of others. Moreover, after a period of rapid growth since his rebirth, he was now nearly 1.7 meters tall, gradually developing a handsome visage. Thus, when he emerged from the fitting room clad in fashionable attire, it was a significant visual impact for Wang Li. This outfit truly suits you, the sales assistant chimed in with a smile. Li Pang approached the full-length mirror in the store, examining his ensemble from various angles, and felt quite satisfied. Wang Li's selections aligned well with his aesthetic preferences. So, are you happy with it? Wang Li inquired with a smile. Quite, Li Pang nodded. Excuse me, we'll take these clothes. Could you please pack up the ones he tried on? Wang Li instructed the sales assistant. Of course, please hold on a moment, the assistant replied, pleased by Wang Li's prompt decision to purchase the outfit Li Pang was wearing, as some ladies often took their time trying on clothes without committing to a purchase. Before long, the assistant returned with Li Pang's original clothes packaged neatly and guided Wang Li and Li Pang to the checkout, where they completed the transaction. With a smile, she watched the two depart. Sister, once I earn some money, I'll buy you beautiful clothes too, Li Pang said as they walked, feeling that any hesitation in accepting Wang Li's generosity would diminish the sincerity of her kindness. Haha, you are still young. For now, just use your sister's money. When you grow up and start earning, I hope you won't regret it when I spend your money, Wang Li said with a smile to Li Pang. How could I? I'm actually delighted that my sister is spending my money. Besides, I'll soon earn a substantial amount, Li Pang retorted. Little Pang, it truly pleases me to hear you say that, Wang Li replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having endured emotional wounds, she found herself increasingly fond of this younger brother she had come to know. As the day progressed, Li Pang fully experienced Wang Li's enthusiasm for shopping. He often thought women were peculiar creatures. They would complain of fatigue after only a few steps, yet that never seemed to hinder them while shopping. Wang Li dragged Li Pang along North Street, entering every shop they passed. Little Pang, do you think this dress looks nice? Yes, sister, you look stunning in that dress. What about these shoes I'm wearing? Beautiful, they complement your feet perfectly. And how do I look in this sports outfit? Absolutely striking. Little Pang, Wang Li suddenly exclaimed, realizing that he had slumped onto a bench outside one of the stores, overwhelmed by fatigue with a multitude of bags beside him. By the time Li Pang and Wang Li returned home, twilight had descended. Upon entering, Li Pang carelessly tossed his clothes onto the sofa and collapsed onto it, groaning. Finally home, I'm utterly exhausted. Seeing him in such a state, Wang Li took it upon herself to buy groceries. Upon returning, she prepared dinner and congee, taking care of everything. After their meal, Li Pang sat on the sofa reading, while Wang Li, in high spirits, reviewed her afternoon's acquisitions, occasionally trying on various outfits and asking Li Pang for his opinions. As he watched Wang Li change into an array of garments before him, Li Pang found it difficult to concentrate on his book. Feeling parched, his mind kept drifting back to the passionate scenes he had shared with Wang Li in a past life, oblivious to Li Pang's unusual demeanor. Wang Li continued to enthusiastically try on one outfit after another. Jit, Li Pang called out, his voice low. Little Pang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Li set down the clothes and approached him, placing her hand on his forehead. Perhaps it was the excitement from checking her purchases that had caused her cheeks to flush. Li Pang seized Wang Li's hand. Feeling an internal struggle between two conflicting selves, one voice screamed, "Go for it. She was yours in your past life," while another insisted, "Li Pang, you cannot. You are only 16. Little Pang, what's the matter? Is it my fault for dragging you shopping for so long?" Wang Li, growing anxious, allowed Li Pang to hold her hand as she inquired with concern. "Sister, I'm fine. I'm just going to take a shower," Li Pang hoarsely replied, bending slightly as he made his way to the bathroom. "This little Pang is certainly not a child anymore," Wang Li mused softly, touching her flushed face as she watched him leave. Wang Li was no longer the innocent young girl she once was. She had noticed the unusual demeanor of Li Pang. But as a mature woman, 10 years his senior and recently scarred by emotional turmoil, she feared that he might suddenly make an inappropriate request. She felt ill-equipped to confront such a situation or to refuse him. Perhaps deep down, she had no intention of declining. Thus, upon recognizing his peculiar behavior, her heart became chaotic and anxious. All she could do was feign ignorance and silently pray that the young man before her would triumph over his impulses with reason. Fortunately, Li Pang did not disappoint her. Rushing to the bathroom, Li Pang hastily stripped and doused himself with cold water, gradually extinguishing the fire of his desires. He lingered in the restroom for nearly 20 minutes before hearing Wang Li call from outside. "Xiao Pang, are you all right? Why aren't you coming out?" "I'm fine. I'll be out shortly," he replied. After dressing, he emerged from the bathroom, seated himself on the sofa, scratched his head, and feigned calmness as he remarked, "I had a bit of an upset stomach, so I took longer in there." Wang Li chuckled at Li Pang's endearing awkwardness, causing her chest to flutter. In response, Li Pang's heart raced in tandem, prompting him to secretly chastise himself for his lack of composure. "Sister, I'm heading back to bed," he announced, standing up as he decided to retreat, lest he succumb to the urge for another cold shower. "All right, you go ahead. I'm tired too. I'll rest shortly," Wang Li replied, her cheeks flushed. Li Pang lay awake, tossing and turning, for each time he closed his eyes. Visions of his past life with Wang Li flooded his mind. He resorted to counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 1,000 sheep. "Xiao Pang, are you asleep?" He heard Wang Li's voice from outside the door. "No, sister, is something the matter?" he asked, giving up on counting. "I can't sleep. I wanted to talk to you," Wang Li responded from the other side. "Come in, sister," he invited, donning a sweatshirt he had by the bed. With a soft click, the door opened, and Wang Li, clad in her sleepwear, stepped into Li Pang's room, standing at the doorway with a bright smile. Chapter 55. The surprise of Qiu Bojun. As Li Pang lay tossing and turning, counting sheep, Wang Li's voice once again broke the silence. "Xiao Pang, are you asleep?" "I can't sleep. I wanted to talk to you." "No, just a moment," he replied, switching on the bedside lamp, slipping on his sweatshirt, and pulling the covers over himself. "Sister, please come in," he said, sitting up. With another soft click, the door opened, and Wang Li entered, looking charming in her sleep attire. "Sister, come sit," Li Pang beckoned, taking a deep breath and gesturing to a low stool beside the bed. Wang Li moved gracefully to the edge of the bed and sat on the stool. As the saying goes, by the moonlight, one admires the gentleman, under the lamp, one observes the beauty. Wang Li, already a stunning woman, appeared even more alluring than usual, captivating Li Pang completely in that moment. "Sister," he said, reaching for her delicate hand resting on the edge of the bed, his voice soft and gentle. "Cease your antics. I have an inquiry for you." A blush crept across Wang Li's face as she hastily extended her other hand to press against Li Kang's, which was gently scratching her palm, causing her body to feel suddenly weak and languid. Due to his past relationship with Wang Li, Li Kang was acutely aware of every sensitive spot on her body. Her palms were particularly sensitive, and in his previous life, he relished the act of holding her hand and drawing circles in her palm, delighting in her bashful reactions. Now, as he grasped her hand, he instinctively resumed this playful gesture. "Sister, what is it that you wish to ask me?" Li Kang inquired with a smile, his hand firmly held by both of Wang Li's. Unable to form any circles, he chuckled. "Little Kang, be honest with me. I am your sister, not your little girlfriend. If you continue this way, I shall take my leave," Wang Li said, trying to withdraw her hands from his grasp, her tone playful, yet slightly reproachful. "Very well. You are my sister, and I shall heed your words. I will stop my antics. Please proceed with your questions," Li Kang replied, his expression becoming serious. "Now that is more like it. Little Kang, do you recall how you used to cause trouble for me in class 19? Wang Li asked softly. I do remember, sister. Back then, I was quite ignorant and often vexed you. Li Kang reminisced, a smile gracing his lips as he recalled the amusing incidents from before his academic setback. Indeed, you were a constant source of mischief, leaving me trembling with anger. There was a time I dreaded attending your classes, Wang Li reflected, a hint of amusement lighting up her face as she remembered those days. Sister, did you truly despise me then? Li Kang queried. When you were causing chaos, I indeed felt a strong dislike for you. However, in retrospect, I realized you were merely a child. What boy is not a little unruly? The more mischievous a child, the more promising they tend to be as adults, so I eventually ceased my irritation, Wang Li explained. Yet that is all in the past. Your brother has matured. I have grown up and now understand. I will no longer cause you trouble, Li Kang assured her. Indeed, the current little Kang is a stark contrast to his former self. I am immensely grateful to have you as my brother. Without you, I would have been at a loss as to how to navigate certain challenges, Wang Li said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at him. However, little Kang, do you not think your transformation over the past 2 months has been rather extraordinary? Let me count. Your academic performance has suddenly improved. You have become more responsible, capable of caring for others, won awards in speech competitions, grown stronger and taller. Goodness, little Kang, have you consumed some miraculous elixir to undergo such a drastic change? Wang Li enumerated with astonishment, her delicate fingers, as white as scallions, counting off the changes. Ha, you are yet unaware of my true prowess, dear sister. What you just listed is merely the surface, Li Kang boasted with a grin. What nonsense are you spouting, you rascal? Wang Li retorted, her face flushing crimson as she playfully smacked his head. Sister, what on earth are you thinking? What have I done? Li Kang protested, rubbing his head in feigned grievance. Merely a natural reaction, she replied, amusement dancing in her eyes. Li Kang glanced at the direction pointed out by Wang Li, hastily adjusted the blanket, and offered an awkward smile. He was currently in the throes of adolescence, where his body often revolted without his consent. Sister, that is not what I meant. Truly, that is not what I was saying. Noticing Wang Li's continued refusal to turn away, he took her hand and traced circles in her palm. Oh, Shao Kang, let go. I'm not angry anymore, all right? This tactic proved effective, as Wang Li immediately surrendered, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. As long as you're not angry, that's all that matters. Seizing the moment, Li Kang ceased his circular motions, simply holding her hand tightly, without letting go. It's all your fault. Now I've completely forgotten what we were discussing, Wang Li said, attempting to pull her hand away but finding it futile, so she allowed him to hold it. What I was saying earlier is that what you saw isn't the main thing. There is something truly remarkable about me that you don't yet know. But you interrupted me, and now you blame me, Li Kang explained. What is this remarkable thing? Tell me, what other talents do you possess? Wang Li, brushing aside the earlier awkwardness, inquired with curiosity. Sister, do you know why I've been in the city for several days? Li Kang smiled, deciding to share some of his recent endeavors with her. At 16, still a minor, certain matters required the intervention of an adult, and Wang Li was the best candidate for that role. By the way, I was just about to ask you the same. What have you been tinkering with instead of attending classes these past few days? Wang Li queried, puzzled. You recall I was reading 2 English books every day during class, right? Li Kang asked. I noticed, but what were those books? I couldn't understand them at all. Wang Li replied, her curiosity piqued. They were 2 computer textbooks. During this time, I developed a software application using the knowledge from those books, Li Kang revealed. You developed software? Do tell me what kind of software you created. In the 1990s, computers had yet to permeate every household, rendering them a mysterious entity for most, including Wang Li. I created a word processing software for formatting, Li Kang explained. Do you know WPS? Seeing Wang Li's puzzled expression, he continued to elucidate. No. What is that for? She asked. Never mind. Let me give you a simple example. With my software, as long as you can type and no pinyin, you can create a layout on the computer that looks just like this book, Li Kang said, feeling the challenge of explaining such concepts to someone entirely unfamiliar with computers. I think I'm starting to understand a bit, Wang Li replied, furrowing her brow, clearly struggling to grasp this entirely foreign concept. Sister, when the opportunity arises, I shall personally take you to see for yourself. My purpose in coming to the city this time is to seek assistance from Lin Jing's father in applying for the copyright of this software and some patents, as well as to explore the possibility of securing a software procurement contract with the municipal government, Li Pang stated. Is it true? Your software can indeed generate income now. You are truly remarkable, Xiao Pang, Wang Li exclaimed with surprise. Yes, as long as the copyright and patents can be successfully applied for, there should be no issues. Li Pang nodded affirmatively. That must be quite lucrative, I presume? Wang Li inquired. Not a small sum. Certainly enough to buy you some beautiful clothes, Li Pang chuckled. How delightful. I never expected that just after gaining a brother, I would have money to spend. Wang Li returned his smile. However, Xiaopeng, your achievements bring me great joy, Wang Li advised. I understand, sister. I am not a free-spirited individual. If my grades falter, I will lose my status. And I am more aware of this than anyone else, Li Pang remarked as he grasped Wang Li's hand. I am reassured knowing you think this way, Wang Li nodded. It is getting late, Xiaopeng. You should rest, and I must be on my way, Wang Li added. Sister, please stay a little longer, Li Pang said reluctantly. Let it be, Xiaopeng. You should sleep early. Wang Li gently withdrew her hand from his, standing to adjust the blanket for him. Wang Li's nightgown was quite loose, and as she bent down to arrange the covers, a glimpse of her snow-white skin caught Li Pang's eye, appearing irresistibly alluring. We shall speak of this when you grow older. I must take my leave now. Good night, you little rascal, Wang Li said hurriedly as she exited. Li Pang rose, deciding to take a cold shower to quell the turmoil within him. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to sleep. He stepped into the bathroom, the cold water soothing his restless spirit. He settled on the toilet, contemplating the nature of his feelings for Wang Li. Li Pang's emotions towards Wang Li were largely influenced by memories from his past life. Consequently, he occasionally exhibited affectionate gestures towards her, believing it to be entirely natural due to his recollections. Yet, he suddenly recognized that since his rebirth, he had overlooked Wang Li's feelings and the fact that she had not experienced a similar rebirth. The reason he and Wang Li had developed a bond in his previous life was through prolonged companionship, leading to a natural progression of affection. He sensed that Wang Li's feelings for him were akin to that of an elder sister for her younger brother. For this sentiment to evolve into romantic love would require time and his own nurturing of their relationship. However, it was not the right moment. Even though he had momentarily breached the final barrier with Wang Li, he believed she would not hold it against him. As a perfectionist, he felt this was not the outcome he desired. Thus he was grateful that Wang Li had restrained him from advancing further. Affection arises naturally. It flows effortlessly, Li Pang murmured, clenching his fist as he stood and walked toward the bathroom door. Chapter 056. The search for Li Pang the following day. Li Pang rose at 6 in the morning, finding that Wang Li was still asleep. Sister, I am heading out for some exercise. I will return shortly to bring breakfast. You should rest a bit longer. Li Kang informed Wang Li at the entrance of her home, to which she responded from within. He then departed for his run. As before, Li Kang jogged in the vicinity of the neighborhood for over half an hour. When he felt warmth enveloping his body, he ceased his exercise and made his way to a nearby breakfast stall, purchasing a morning meal for two before returning home. Upon his arrival, he found Wang Li already awake. Seeing him enter with the breakfast, a faint blush graced her cheeks as she approached to take the meal from his hands. Li Kang, you are far more diligent than I am. It should be me preparing breakfast for you, she remarked. What are you saying? I take care of you willingly, Li Kang replied, handing the breakfast to her with a smile. Go wash your hands. Let us eat, she instructed, arranging the breakfast on the coffee table. All right. Just a moment, he replied, rushing to the bathroom to wash his hands. After completing his task, they settled onto the sofa, each peeling a tea egg. Li Kang quickly finished his and offered it to Wang Li, saying, Sister, here's yours. Just then, Wang Li also presented a peeled egg to Li Kang, saying, Li Kang, this is for you. The two paused, each holding an egg before the other, and after 2 seconds, they burst into laughter. As if in perfect harmony, Li Kang brought the egg to Wang Li's lips, while she reciprocated by bringing her egg to his. After savoring the egg she had prepared, Li Kang remarked with a smile, Sister's eggs are the best. Wang Li cast a glance at him and said, Let us eat. Your little girlfriend will arrive soon. Li Kang chuckled. She is not my girlfriend, merely a close friend. Are there really such close friends between men and women? Wang Li teased with a sidelong glance. Hee. Li Kang responded, choosing not to elaborate and instead focusing on his porridge. Indeed, just as they finished their meal, they heard a knock at the door accompanied by Lin Jing's voice calling, Li Kang, open up. Upon opening the door, Li Kang was greeted by Lin Jing, who stood there with her hands behind her back. Unlike her typical school uniform, she wore a white blouse adorned with lace at the collar and a knee-length diamond-patterned skirt. A pink hairpin added to her charm, rendering her exceptionally lovely and vibrant. This transformation from her usual athletic attire left Li Kang momentarily speechless. Hey, Li Kang, are you not going to let me in? Lin Jing tilted her head, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Come in, Jing. You look remarkably different today, Li Kang exclaimed, stepping aside in admiration. As Lin Jing entered the living room, she twirled with her arms outstretched, asking, Li Kang, do you think my outfit is pretty? It's beautiful. The clothes are lovely, but you are even more so. Youthful, lively, beautiful, and adorable, he praised, propping his chin on his hand and unleashing a flurry of compliments. Really? That is wonderful. I have many more outfits at home that I've been too shy to wear. Perhaps I can show them to you next time, she replied enthusiastically. Lin Jing was quite pleased with Li Kang's admiration. The saying that a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes applies not only to mature women, but also to young girls like Lin Jing. Indeed, Jinger is beautiful. And she looks splendid in whatever she wears, Li Kang affectionately remarked as he ruffled Lin Jing's hair. Li Kang, have you both had breakfast? If so, let us set off, Lin Jing inquired upon noticing the remnants of breakfast on the coffee table. I must say, Jinger, it is barely past 8 o'clock, and shops on North Street typically do not open until 9, Li Kang replied with a hint of exasperation. That's quite all right. We can walk there. Which would serve as a pleasant stroll, Lin Jing suggested with a twinkle in her eye. Indeed, Li Kang, let us depart early. A leisurely walk would do us good. Wang Li, who had been quietly smiling at the two from the sofa, chimed in. Very well, Li Kang agreed. After Li Kang and Wang Li tidied up the leftover breakfast, the trio descended together to enjoy a day of shopping. Li Kang, hurry up, Lin Jing exclaimed, flitting ahead like a bird released from its cage, occasionally urging Li Kang and Wang Li to keep pace. Slow down, Jinger, you just mentioned a stroll. Yet it seems you're sprinting, Li Kang remarked helplessly from behind, sharing a knowing smile with Wang Li, who walked alongside him. Dear sister, I truly envy Lin Jing. She has been carefree since childhood, akin to an angel, lifting my spirits to soar as well, Wang Li said, gazing admiringly at the vivacious Lin Jing ahead. Sister, you too shall find happiness. Have faith in me. Li Kang gently squeezed Wang Li's hand. Let go. Lin Jing will see. Wang Li hurriedly pulled her hand away, blushing. It's nothing. I merely held my sister's hand. No one would think otherwise, Li Kang defended. Be serious, or Lin Jing may misunderstand. I wonder where you might find such a wonderful girlfriend, Wang Li teased, rolling her eyes at Li Kang. Sister, I've already said we are just good friends. Li Kang clarified. Is that so? Wang Li queried, a playful glint in her eyes. Haha, sister, the weather is delightful today. Look at the sun shining above. Li Kang exclaimed, dramatically pointing at the sky. Go on, hurry and find your little girlfriend. 2 suns in the sky would surely cause a stir. Wang Li playfully shoved Li Kang, laughing. All right, Jinger, wait for me. Li Kang quickened his pace to catch up with the sprinting Lin Jing. Wang Li watched Li Kang hasten away, a dreamy look in her eyes, before a smile crept onto her face as she hurried to join him. Upon reaching North Street, Li Kang regrettably found himself once again burdened as a porter. He had once heard that if a woman's shopping desire is quantified as 1, then when 2 women converge, their shopping enthusiasm is far more complex than a mere sum of 1 plus 1. Li Kang sorrowfully acknowledged that this principle also applied when an adult woman encountered a girl. By noon, just as Li Kang felt overwhelmed by the multitude of shopping bags, the 2 ladies decided to pause for a meal, replenishing their energy for an afternoon of further exploration. Li Kang, you performed remarkably well this morning, so I have decided to treat you to a meal. Pray tell, what would you like to eat? Lin Jing, with her hands clasped behind her back, strolled alongside Li Kang. Xiao Kang, could you help me by carrying these bags for a moment? Li Kang inquired, glancing at the leisurely Lin Jing while raising the bags in his hand. With a playful gesture, Lin Jing stuck out her tongue and reached for several bags from Li Kang, chuckling. You've worked hard, Xiao Kang, so let us strive for more this afternoon. Hee hee. Wang Li, observing their banter, couldn't help but smile. Sister, don't just stand there laughing. You should take a few bags too. I'm beginning to suspect that you, as the elder sister, are mistreating your younger brother, Li Kang protested. All right, I shall help you with a few bags as well, Wang Li replied, promptly taking 2 bags from Li Kang and carrying them. Upon returning home in the afternoon, Li Kang resolutely declined to cook, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. Lin Jing and Wang Li also felt fatigued, thus the trio decided to dine out. After their meal, Li Kang escorted Lin Jing home, where Lin Weidong informed him that the application would take some time to process. He requested Li Kang to leave his contact information, assuring him that he would notify him once there were any developments. Li Kang provided his uncle's phone number, reminiscing fondly about the advanced communication methods of later times. Reborn in this era, he found his home devoid of a telephone. Even in Fenghuang Township, there were no phones, let alone mobile devices. The bulky mobile phones were still a rarity, only seen on television in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and even the mayor, Lin Weidong, was not equipped with one. When Li Kang returned to Wang Li's home, she had already retreated to her room. Hearing his return, she refrained from coming out, but called out from behind her door, reminding him to retire early, as they would be heading back to Fenghuang Township the next morning. Early the next day, Li Kang and Wang Li boarded the early bus from Shenyang City back to their hometown. Upon returning to the countryside, Li Kang diligently attended classes throughout the morning. During the lunch break, he made a brief visit home to inform his parents about his absence over the weekend, despite having already sent a message with Ma Jun. He felt it necessary to explain in person. Everything at home appeared normal. Li Jiangguo was in particularly high spirits, having been confirmed by doctors as fully recovered from his illness. His son had excelled in school, achieving the top rank in exams and earning a title of outstanding student. The success of his son brought him greater joy than his own recovery. Li Kang merely mentioned to his parents that he had some matters to attend to in the city over the weekend, omitting the specifics. Li Jiangguo and his wife, having assumed that Li Kang's frequent visits to the city were for school competitions, did not press for further details. Upon returning to the countryside in the afternoon, Li Kang chose not to vanish from the classroom, but instead opted to remain dutifully in class. However, his desk now bore an additional, substantial set of English textbooks, significantly thicker than the two he had previously. Li Kang had several tasks ahead of him. Firstly, he needed to contemplate the development of the Taiji integrated office system. Drawing from the experiences of later generations, a comprehensive desktop office system should encompass numerous subsystems, with the word processing system being just one pivotal component. Additionally, it ought to include electronic spreadsheets, document presentations, and a series of other components. He aimed to seize the desktop office territory before Microsoft Windows 95 and Office entirely dominated the PC landscape, thereby laying the groundwork for a complete computer ecosystem. This ecosystem should represent a holistic solution that spans from computer hardware to operating systems, network communications, and ultimately to the end-user desktop, extending even to future mobile terminals. This grand plan, if successfully established on a global scale, would give rise to a vast information empire belonging solely to Li Kang. This was the true ambition that drove him. Another endeavor that occupied Li Kang's thoughts was the development of a fully 32-bit, multitasking operating system, Taiji OS. This represented an even more monumental software engineering project than the Taiji integrated office system, complex to the extent that it could no longer be accomplished solely by Li Kang. Therefore, he needed to deliberate not only on the core architectural design of this system, but also on various other aspects, including the development and promotion of the Taiji operating system. The most significant obstacle to the future promotion of Taiji OS was the established alliance between Microsoft and Intel. Finding a way to dismantle this alliance was a matter that required Li Kang's serious consideration. As Li Kang was designing the complete Taiji integrated office system and contemplating future strategies, Qiu Bojun, currently employed at Kingsoft in Hong Kong, received a letter one day. Qiu Bojun could be regarded as a representative figure of the software personal hero era. In 1988, he joined Kingsoft, focusing on the development of WPS, and in 1989, he independently completed WPS 10, successfully promoting it as the de facto standard for Chinese desktop office software at the time. By 1991, Qiu Bojun was experiencing a rapid ascent in his career and was filled with confidence about his future. On that afternoon, after concluding a meeting with company employees and heading home, his secretary delivered a letter to him. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered a floppy disk and a piece of paper. Extracting the paper, he read a message that stated, "Hello, Mr. Qiu Bojun. Please review the software and documentation on the floppy disk. If you are interested, feel free to contact me. I am Li Kang from the Zhongyuan province, Shenyang City. Fenghuang Township Middle School." Qiu Bojun, intrigued, wondered what kind of software was contained on the floppy disk mentioned by Li Kang. He then retrieved the floppy disk from the envelope, opened his computer, and inserted the disk into the floppy drive. Chapter 57. The Temple Fair. Upon opening the letter, he discovered a sheet of paper inscribed with the following words: "Greetings, Mr. Qiu Bojun. After you have reviewed the software and documents on the diskette, should you feel inclined, please feel free to contact me. I am Li Pang from the Zhongyuan province, Shenyang City, Phoenix Township High School." A smile crept across Qiu Bojun's face as he presumed this to be yet another piece of subpar software crafted by someone who fancied themselves a programming virtuoso. Since the tremendous success of his WPS, he had occasionally received similar correspondence, predominantly from self-proclaimed programming experts touting their so-called exquisite software. He inserted the diskette into his computer's drive, typed in a few commands, and skimmed through the contents of the diskette. Among them, he found a WPS document and a directory. Upon entering the directory, he discovered a precompiled software application, devoid of the customary source code that accompanied submissions from those programming savants. With a tap of the command line, Qiu Bojun initiated the software. In an instant, the computer screen transformed, revealing a spinning Taiji symbol at the center with the words Taiji Word Processing System emblazoned beneath it. Below that, a system loading progress bar appeared, and in the lower left corner, it stated, Author, Li Kang, all rights reserved. The progress bar swiftly reached completion, and as the screen shifted once more, an interface of remarkable elegance unfolded before Qiu Bojun's eyes. The software then prompted him with a dialog box, inquiring whether to automatically load the WPS document from the diskette. He clicked yes, and the WPS document stored on the diskette was seamlessly integrated into the software. The document bore the title Desktop Office System, the Future Battlefield. As Qiu Bojun examined the software and the document before him, he mused, the interface of this software is truly exquisite. However, I wonder about its functionality. I hope it is not merely a decorative facade, hollow within. Let me peruse the document first. The document commenced with an analysis of the current development status of IBM PC operating systems worldwide. It asserted that, with the accelerating democratization of PCs, it was foreseeable that within 5 years, IBM PCs and their compatible counterparts would achieve widespread acceptance as true personal computers. At that point, the mainstream users of computers would extend beyond the current confines of universities, research institutions, and certain governmental agencies. With the popularization of computer users, the simplicity and aesthetic appeal of an operating system would become a significant factor in determining its market dominance. Second only to the advancements in technology and security of the operating system itself. Undoubtedly, graphical user interfaces possess inherent advantages. And while other companies have released several finished products in this realm, their applications have not penetrated the PC domain. In this sphere, Microsoft has already begun to forge ahead on a global scale. Should Microsoft, through its years of development and exploration, one day unveil a truly comprehensive graphical user interface operating system, it would swiftly dominate the PC graphical operating system market, potentially evolving into a super software empire. Thanks to the formidable alliance of Microsoft and Intel Technologies. As one of the most significant software systems for personal computers, the desktop office suite faces a prevailing challenge. With the proliferation of PCs, the success of a desktop office system hinges on its simplicity, user-friendliness, and intuitiveness. The article subsequently analyzes the global development of current desktop office systems, asserting that graphical interfaces are an inevitable trend in their evolution. With the extensive dissemination of personal computers, the future market for desktop office systems is poised to be vast enough to captivate any computer company. Currently, this market remains in its developmental phase. Undoubtedly, in China, WPS, a crucial component of desktop office systems, stands at the forefront of innovation. However, should WPS fail to innovate, it risks being overshadowed by Microsoft, which has successfully monopolized the PC operating system market. Microsoft may very well target this segment, leveraging its operating system's inherent advantages to potentially usurp the market that WPS has diligently cultivated, leading us into an era dominated solely by Microsoft Office, devoid of WPS. To secure victory in this impending, silent conflict, preparations must commence immediately. The aforementioned analyses and predictions may appear somewhat hollow. Thus, Li Kang, while composing this document, foresaw this concern. Consequently, he dedicates a significant portion of the article to a detailed introduction of the Taiji word processing system, designed by Qiu Bojun, encompassing its design philosophy, functional implementation, and operational methodology. Li Kang also addresses the current challenges posed by Chinese character input systems used in domestic word processing systems. The Taiji word processing system employs an advanced design mechanism, enabling it to intelligently recognize the prevalent Chinese character input interfaces and automatically invoke the corresponding drivers for processing. Nevertheless, Li Kang emphasizes that input systems are merely transitional products of current computer hardware development. As hardware continues to evolve, these input systems will inevitably become obsolete within the next 3 to 5 years. Thus, the design of the word processing system itself is paramount. In conclusion, the document suggests that once Qiu Bojun fully comprehends the functionalities and characteristics of the Taiji word processing system, he should be presented with a choice. If both systems bear the same price, which one would he opt to purchase? Qiu Bojun swiftly perused the entirety of the document. Following the instructions within, he meticulously explored each feature of the Taiji text software. Initially skeptical about the various predictions mentioned in the article, he gradually became a firm believer. As a seasoned computer software expert, his perspective was broad. He comprehended all that the document described. Yet, he had not delved deeper into the implications of the matter. Nor had he considered the possibility that, years later, Microsoft's desktop office system might dominate the market entirely, a notion he found difficult to accept. He had invested so much emotion into WPS, which he regarded as his child. Nevertheless, despite his emotional reluctance towards the question posed by Li Kang at the end of the article, he found himself faced with a choice. As Qiu Bojun grew increasingly familiar with the Taiji word processing system, his interest in the remarkable programmer, Li Kang, who had developed such a comprehensive graphical interface software, intensified. He likened Li Kang to a skilled swordsman, yearning for an equal counterpart with whom to engage in dialogue. Thus, he felt an urgent desire to meet this extraordinary programmer. When Qiu Bojun powered down his computer and placed the floppy disk into his briefcase before exiting the office, night had fully descended. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent over 2 hours in the office. The following day, he began to organize the work of the WPS development team during this period. After completing all his tasks, he resolutely embarked on a train journey to Central Plains Province, commencing his quest to find the enigmatic programmer, Li Kang. At the same time that Qiu Bojun was preparing for his visit to Li Kang, Ma Jun, and Huang Shaosan were bustling among the throngs of people at the temple fair in Phoenix Village, as the last fair of 1991 commenced. Chapter 58. Li Kang rescues the fair. Maiden Phoenix Village holds 2 temple fairs annually, one in spring and another in autumn, for the local villagers. The temple fair is a significant event. During this time, households prepare grand feasts to welcome relatives and friends who come to partake in the festivities. On the eve of the fair, Zhang Jinghai, the village chief, opted not to go to work, instead bringing several young people from the township government to the village market for extensive shopping. As the fair approached, visitors seeking to pay their respects to the chief flocked to him, many indulging in a few drinks at the table, a rare opportunity, as such occasions seldom allowed them to drink at the chief's residence. As one of the biannual grand events, the temple fair in Phoenix Village typically grants students a day off, while teachers seek out their relatives and friends in the village to celebrate. Students often gather in groups of 3 or 5, navigating the bustling crowds at the fair. While they may not purchase items, simply observing the myriad of goods displayed along the streets and reveling in the lively atmosphere is a rare delight. In his previous life, Li Kang would often join Ma Jun and other classmates in throngs at the Phoenix Village Fair, an activity colloquially known among students as crowding the fair. However, as a reincarnated individual with the spirit of a man in his 30s housed within a youthful body, he found little enthusiasm for participating in such events. Yet, around 10 in the morning, the exuberant Huang Shaosan arrived at Li Kang's grandaunt's home, insisting that Li Kang and Ma Jun accompany him to the fair. Unable to resist Huang Shaosan's persistence, Li Kang reluctantly agreed to join him, reasoning that it would be a pleasant opportunity to unwind. The trio made their way to the main street of the fair, where the crowd was already thick with people jostling for space. Huang Shaosan eagerly took the lead, with Li Kang placing a hand on his shoulder and Ma Jun following suit by resting his hand on Li Kang's shoulder. Forming a cohesive unit as they navigated through the bustling throng, they pushed their way from one end of the street to the other, encountering several groups of students equally intent on enjoying the fair, exchanging greetings before continuing on their separate paths. Throughout their journey, Huang Shaosan animatedly shouted with excitement, drawing the attention of passers-by. Initially exasperated by his antics, Li Kang gradually loosened up and began to join in the exuberance, relishing the rare opportunity to indulge in youthful folly. As they continued their trek from the east into the west, Li Kang spotted Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan in the distance. Naturally, the 2 girls did not form a line like the boys, but were simply there to enjoy the fair. "Hey, Li Kang, you're here at the fair too," Wang Lingling exclaimed, easily recognizing Li Kang and Ma Jun amidst the lively commotion. The 2 girls approached, with the cheerful Ma Wenwan calling out as they walked. "Yes, you both made it. Have you bought anything yet?" Li Kang inquired with a smile as the girls reached them. "Not yet. We just got here, and it's so crowded," Wang Lingling replied, frowning as she surveyed the bustling crowd. "What do you want to buy? I can help you decide," Li Kang offered with a grin. "That sounds great." Wang Lingling began to respond, but Ma Wenwan had already enthusiastically raised her hands in agreement. "All right then, let's head this way. There's not much further east," Li Kang suggested. "Yes, we were planning to go west too," Wang Lingling nodded in affirmation. "Friends, the crowding event concludes here. Next, it's time to accompany the ladies for shopping," Li Kang declared, waving his hand to signal the dissolution of their small crowding team. Thus, the 5 of them moved together through the throng. And after only a few steps, Li Kang noticed that the 2 attractive middle school girls, aged around 15 or 16, possessed a significant allure to the various men of different ages at the fair. This dynamic led to Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan receiving special attention from the gentlemen passing by. Immediately aware of this situation, Li Kang instructed Huang Shaosan and Ma Jun to surround the 2 girls, ensuring that Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan felt much safer amidst the crowd. Li Kang, I am truly grateful for your unwavering care and attention, Wang Lingling expressed as they walked together. It is nothing, Li Kang replied with a sense of righteousness. Caring for girls is a duty that every gentleman should undertake. Hey, Wang Lingling, don't forget to express your gratitude to the rest of us as well. Huang Xiaosan chimed in from the side. Humph, if it weren't for Li Kang, you wouldn't even think to offer assistance to girls, Ma Wenwan retorted swiftly. Oh heavens, how unfair can you be? Huang Xiaosan exclaimed dramatically, casting her eyes skyward. Her exaggerated gestures elicited laughter from the group, particularly from the two girls, whose giggles caused Li Kang to feel an increased pressure within the protective circle they formed around him. As the five of them pressed forward, Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan frequently paused at roadside stalls, captivated by an array of charming trinkets. Along the way, they each collected 2 to 3 hairpins and bracelets, adding to their adornments. Before long, the group found themselves at the entrance of Old Huang's restaurant, where Huang Xia was diversifying his offerings. He had set up a stall selling sauced donkey meat right in front of the restaurant, while beside it, a large pot was busily frying dough sticks and vegetable pastries. The latter venture evidently drew more customers, leaving only Huang Haijun's mother to oversee the donkey meat stall, while Huang Haijun assisted his father at the dough stick stand. Brother, look, Huang Xiaosan exclaimed, pointing at Huang Xia as if she had discovered a new world. Following her gesture, Li Kang and the others turned to see that Huang Xia's pants were unzipped at the front, revealing his red long johns. Coincidentally, the long johns had a sizable opening, inadvertently exposing Huang Xia's more private attributes. Huang Xiaosan, are you trying to get us killed? Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan exclaimed in embarrassment, their faces flushing crimson as they quickly turned away, scolding Huang Xiaosan. Xiao Kang, why don't you go and discreetly inform him? It's quite unbecoming, Ma Jun suggested with a chuckle. All right, Li Kang agreed, feeling it necessary to alert Huang Xia, and thus made his way towards the dough stick stand. Just as he approached, Huang Haijun, having noticed his father's embarrassing state, frowned and said, Dad, you're exposed. Oh, it's nothing. It'll be fine once I fry it in the oil, Huang Xia replied, thinking Huang Haijun was referring to the filling of the pastries. Dad, it's not appropriate. Huang Haijun felt embarrassed speaking in front of so many people, so he attempted to indirectly hint to Huang Xia. What is inappropriate? If you think it's bad, just eat it yourself, Huang Xia retorted, slightly irked by his son's public criticism of the pastries he had made, raising his voice in response. Hearing the banter between Huang Haijun and his father, Li Kang couldn't help but burst into laughter, doubled over with mirth. Those who were aware of the situation joined in, and even Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan, their cheeks flushed, could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter as well, confused by the laughter surrounding him. Huang Xia ceased his work on the pastries, stood up straight, and inquired, What is so funny? Xiao Kang, you've arrived. Laughter erupted around, with some individuals even collapsing to the ground in mirth. Uncle Huang, one exclaimed, while another chimed in, Uncle Huang, the Navy was not referring to the vegetable corner. Observing Li Pang's uncontrollable amusement, he could only point and chuckle at Huang Xia's trousers. Upon realizing the cause of the laughter, Huang Xia darted away into the restaurant like a startled rabbit. The laughter continued to ring out as Li Pang anticipated that soon this incident would spread throughout the entire village, though the time it would take for people to forget was uncertain. Satisfied with achieving his objective, Li Pang bid farewell to Huang Haijun and departed with the other 4, their laughter still echoing. Wherever there is sunlight, shadows are sure to follow. As Li Pang and his companions strolled through the temple fair, they encountered a group of 5 or 6 young men with long hair, clad in tight pants, swaggering with cigarettes dangling from their mouths. They seemed as though they could have "I am a rogue" written across their foreheads. Huang Xiaosan informed Li Pang that these individuals were members of the knife gang from Phoenix Village, out collecting protection fees. Indeed, at each stall they approached, they demanded payment from the vendors, threatening to smash their stands if they refused. Most small business owners, wishing to avoid trouble, complied and handed over the money. However, some vendors resisted, leading to a brutal display of violence where the assailants not only assaulted individuals, but also wrecked the stalls, casually taking items from the stands before moving on to the next vendor to collect their dues. Li Pang furrowed his brow, pulling his companions away from the scene. Though he disapproved of their brazen behavior, he recognized he was not a savior. Such matters were beyond the scope of a middle school student. And even if he wished to intervene, he felt powerless. Perhaps he could mention it to Zhang Zhenghai later that afternoon. After circling the fair, the 5 arrived at the entrance of the village. Li Pang decided to check if Wang Li was at school, informing his companions of his intention. Consequently, Ma Wenwan pulled Wang Lingling down another street, while Huang Shaosan, clearly still eager for more, followed Ma Jun and Wang Lingling. Before departing, Li Pang instructed Ma Jun to head directly to Zhang Zhenghai's home after their excursion, as he would return alone shortly. Sister, are you there? Li Pang knocked on the door of Wang Li's dormitory. Xiaopa, what brings you here? Come in. Wang Li opened the door, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. I just wandered around the temple fair and thought to stop by when I passed the school. Li Pang explained as he entered the room. It's rare for you to show such thoughtfulness. I'm very glad, Wang Li replied, visibly pleased by his visit. Sister, why not join me for lunch at my uncle's house? You're all alone here. It must be quite lonely, Li Pang suggested. No, it's all right. I'm used to being by myself, Wang Li said softly, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Sister, how can you be alone when you have me? Li Pang quickly reassured her, noticing her downcast demeanor. Indeed, I have you as my brother. Without you, I would truly have no family left in this world. Wang Li smiled warmly at him. Sister, I am your family. I will take care of you from now on, so cheer up. I came to see you, didn't I? Sister is not unhappy, she is joyful. Li Pang lingered at Wang Li's place for about half an hour, noticing that time was running late. He once again invited Wang Li to dine at Zhang Zhenghai's residence, only to be declined. Upon exiting Wang Li's dormitory, he was about to leave the school to head to his uncle's home for dinner when he spotted Zhang Shuangcai rushing into the school in a flurry. Shuangcai, why are you in such a hurry? Li Pang inquired curiously as he intercepted him. Li Pang, Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan are in trouble with the knife gang. Zhang Shuangcai gasped. Quickly, tell me what happened to them. Li Pang's heart raced at the news, and he grasped Zhang Shuangcai's arm. They were surrounded by several members of the knife gang, who demanded they accompany some young gang leader for drinks. Huang Shaosan and Ma Jun stepped in to intervene, but were beaten. I witnessed it and hurried to find a teacher. Zhang Shuangcai gradually regained his breath and spoke more fluently. What? Ma Jun was beaten? Where? Take me there at once. Upon hearing that Ma Jun had been harmed, Li Pang's eyes instantly welled with tears. It is essential to note that in both this life and the last, Ma Jun has been Li Pang's dearest friend. Among all his acquaintances, Ma Jun is undoubtedly his Achilles heel. Shouldn't we alert a teacher? I fear it might be unwise for just the two of us to go, suggested Zhang Shuangcai. Enough chatter, hurry. Li Pang firmly grasped Zhang Shuangcai by the collar, urging him onward. Chapter 059. A visitor from afar. The Knife Gang is a local organized crime group in Phoenix Township, its influence spanning the entire region. The gang's income primarily stems from extortion, operating underground gambling dens, and collecting debts for others. In his previous life, Li Pang had heard of this gang but had never interacted with them. In this life, he recalled having seen a group of knife gang members collecting protection fees during a recent visit to the temple fair with Ma Jun, Huang Shaosan, Wang Lingling, and Ma Wenwan. Upon hearing that Ma Jun and Huang Shaosan were assaulted for attempting to prevent the knife gang from taking Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan, Li Pang hastily dragged Zhang Shuangcai toward the scene of the incident. Utilizing his robust physical prowess, he sprinted through the bustling crowd at the temple fair, causing people to stumble as he dashed past. However, Zhang Shuangcai, fatigued from his earlier effort to navigate through the throngs, struggled to keep pace, nearly being pulled along by Li Pang. Upon reaching the location, Li Pang found that the scene had returned to normal. Ma Jun, Wang Lingling, and the others were nowhere to be seen. He approached a nearby vendor for information about the earlier events, who informed him that several members of the knife gang had dragged the two young girls towards the southern end of the village, accompanied by their two classmates. The merchants who frequently conduct business in Phoenix Village are largely acquainted with the members of the knife gang, and they are well aware of the gang's various transgressions within the village. Thus, when Li Kang inquired of a vendor, the vendor, with a sympathetic expression, recounted the events. Such wonderful young ladies, what a pity. Although Li Kang felt a surge of urgency upon hearing the vendor's account, he understood that maintaining composure was paramount in such a dire situation. He recalled that Zhang Xuan had just mentioned how the gang's lackeys had lured Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan under the pretense of inviting them for drinks. There was only one restaurant at the southern edge of the village, and it was likely that the gang had taken the two young women there. The vendor had also mentioned that Ma Jun and Huang Shaosan had accompanied them, which at least indicated that the two had not sustained any serious injuries thus far. The most pressing matter was to locate them swiftly. With this thought in mind, Li Kang expressed his gratitude to the vendor and, together with Zhang Xuan, made his way toward the southern part of the village. Young man, perhaps you should gather more people. They are numerous and intimidating. Just the two of you would be futile, the vendor cautioned as he attempted to stop Li Kang. Thank you, sir, but we are sufficient as we are, Li Kang replied, offering his thanks once more before hastening toward the village's southern edge. Ah, youth, So unaware of the dangers that lie ahead, the vendor sighed, shaking his head as he resumed attending to the surrounding customers. Li Kang and Zhang Xuan pressed on, calling out as they navigated through the bustling temple fair. After approximately 15 minutes, they finally emerged from the most crowded section. Once outside, Li Kang and Zhang Xuan sprinted, quickly reaching the southern edge of the village, where they spotted Ma Jun and Huang Xiaosan crouched near the Phoenix restaurant, peering anxiously inside. Junzi, Xiaosan, how are you? What about Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan? Li Kang called out as he ran towards them. Little Kang, you're here. Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan were taken inside the restaurant. We tried to go in, but they blocked us at the door, Ma Jun exclaimed, his face lighting up at the sight of Li Kang as he pointed toward a group of thugs by the entrance. How long have they been inside? Li Kang inquired. They just went in a few minutes ago, Ma Jun replied. Brother, why are only you and Xuan here? Did you not call for the teacher? Huang Xiaosan asked, a note of worry in his voice upon seeing that only Li Kang and Zhang Xuan had arrived. There was no time to summon anyone. Upon hearing you were in trouble, I hurried here with Xuan. You wait here while I check inside, Li Kang said with a reassuring smile, patting Huang Xiaosan on the shoulder. With that, he boldly approached the restaurant's entrance, prompting Huang Xiaosan to exclaim, Brother, there are too many of them. You cannot face them alone. We should go together. Ma Jun echoed his concern. Little Kang, are you sure you can manage alone? Perhaps we should wait a moment. I encountered some classmates earlier and asked them to fetch the teacher. Li Kang replied firmly, there is no time to wait. I must enter and ensure nothing untoward occurs. You know I can handle myself against most adversaries. But they are numerous. Ma Jun still expressed his reservations. Huang Xiaosan also remarked, indeed, Li Pang. There is a particularly large fellow inside with immense strength. He grabbed both Ma Jun and me and tossed us quite a distance. My arm still aches. Never mind. There's no time. You all wait outside for the teacher. When he arrives, you can take them in. I'll go have a look first. After speaking, Li Pang did not linger and swiftly made his way toward the entrance of the restaurant. Stop. What do you want? A group of ruffians, armed with kitchen knives, spotted Li Pang and Ma Jun alongside Huang Xiaosan from afar. Recognizing them as a group, they hurriedly blocked Li Pang's path. Of course, I'm here for a meal. What else could it be? Li Pang replied with a smile to the gang. Ah, the little brat is up to no good. I saw you with those two just now. Today, this restaurant is under the control of our young master, and no one is allowed inside. One of the ruffians, sporting a hairstyle split in half, grinned mockingly at Li Pang. What if I insist on entering? Li Pang narrowed his eyes. He had no time to engage in verbal sparring with these thugs. As he stepped into the restaurant, he faintly heard a few girls scream from within. Ho ho, brothers. It seems this little one is itching for a fight. Shall we teach him a lesson? The ruffian with the half-split hairstyle exaggeratedly pointed at Li Pang, and soon, the group of thugs surrounded him with mischievous grins, cracking their knuckles, clearly intent on delivering a lesson to Li Pang. At that moment, hearing another scream from inside the restaurant heightened Li Pang's urgency. He had no time to waste with these hooligans. So he suddenly stepped forward and delivered a high kick aimed at the ruffian's neck. He had grown increasingly adept at this maneuver. Caught off guard by Li Pang's sudden attack, the ruffian was struck on the neck and fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The unexpected turn of events startled the surrounding thugs, causing them to halt in their tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Li Pang dashed into the restaurant. This so-called Phoenix restaurant was merely a modest establishment converted from 5 rooms of a farmer's home, not particularly spacious, with a layout reminiscent of the old Huang's diner. Upon entering the hall, Li Pang discerned that the girls' screams were emanating from a private room on the left. He hastened to the door, and without knocking, delivered a powerful kick that shattered the door open. With a resounding crash, the door flung open, and Li Pang strode into the room. He spotted Ho Jun sitting at a table directly opposite the entrance, his expression one of shock at Li Pang's arrival. Next to him sat the astonished Pan Wei, while a large man twisted the struggling and screaming Ma Wenjuan's arm behind her back. And Wang Lingling was frantically attempting to strike the giant. As Li Pang kicked open the door, every action within the room seemed to freeze in time, reminiscent of a scene from a film. Upon seeing Li Pang, Wang Lingling momentarily froze before rushing towards him, tightly grasping his arm. Li Pang, please save Juanzi. Li Pang gently patted Wang Lingling's hand, which was causing him a bit of pain, and reassured her, now that I am here, everything will be all right. Do not fear. Li Kang approached the towering figure and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Hey, my friend, shouldn't you loosen your grip? What's the point of a man bullying a girl? How about we have a little spar? You can let her go, but she must stop clawing at me. Just look at my face. The large man blushed and replied. All right. Chapter 060. Dialogue and cooperation. It was then that Li Kang noticed the 3 bloody scratches on the large man's cheek, evidently the handiwork of the chubby girl. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that the chubby girl's prowess was considerable. Tiger, let her go. Ho Jun waved his hand. Fine. Tiger released Ma Wanwan and quickly distanced himself from the chubby girl. Li Kang, where have you been? I was about to be bullied to death. Ma Wanwan came to Li Kang's side, mimicking Wang Lingling by clinging to his other arm, her expression pouting, with tears welling in her eyes, ready to spill at any moment. I'm here now, it's all right. In a bit, I'll help you get even. Li Kang felt a surge of bravado as he was embraced on either side, a sensation that was quite novel to him in both this life and the last. At that moment, a group of ruffians rushed in, hesitating at the entrance to the private room, too intimidated to step inside. Scram, this is none of your business. Since Li Kang is here, let us drink together. We'll change venues shortly. Ho Jun frowned at his subordinates and waved his hand dismissively. Wait a moment. It was that guy with the big earrings and a skinny fellow with a side part who led us here. Li Kang, you must avenge us. Hey, big earrings. Where's the side-parted guy? Ma Wanwan pointed at a ruffian sporting large circular earrings. Li Kang grinned. The side-parted fellow was likely the one he had knocked unconscious at the door. He wondered if he had regained consciousness. All right, how do you want to take your revenge? Li Kang directly disregarded Ho Jun and smiled at the fuming chubby girl. I want you to bring him here so I can scratch his face a couple of times, Ma Wanwan pondered before responding. The large man standing nearby instinctively recoiled, covering his face with his hands. It seemed the chubby girl had formidable scratching skills. Okay, just wait here. Li Kang, ever indulgent of the chubby girl, smiled and gestured for the two to release him. Once they let go of his arms, Li Kang strode toward the group of ruffians. Ho Jun opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again, a cryptic smile forming on his face. He knew Li Kang was formidable, but he didn't believe one man could handle a dozen of his subordinates. Li Kang stood before the group of ruffians, grinning as he said, big earrings. The chubby girl wants to scratch you a couple of times to settle the score. Could you cooperate? The ruffians were momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. The one with big earrings theatrically pounded his chest and laughed. Oh, I'm so scared. And please, don't call me big earrings. I despise that nickname. A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in Li Kang's eyes as he suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon a group of unsuspecting ruffians. With his extraordinary strength and reflexes, in less than 2 minutes, the thugs lay sprawled on the ground. In the room, Ho Jun stared in astonishment. After the last time he had orchestrated a failed ambush against Li Kang, he had realized Li Kang was formidable, but he never anticipated the extent of his prowess. Each adversary fell with a single blow, and within 2 minutes, none of the 10 or so thugs remained standing. Wow, Li Kang, you are incredible, Ma Wanwan exclaimed, her fists raised in excitement as she bounced on her feet. Wang Lingling looked on in amazement at Li Kang. When Ma Wanwan had asked Li Kang to confront the thugs alone, she had felt a twinge of guilt, worried for his safety, but the outcome had surpassed her expectations. As she gazed at Li Kang amidst the toppled ruffians, her heart raced, and her gaze became somewhat dreamy. Hey, fat girl, Lingling, come here, Li Kang called out, grabbing the ear of the fallen thug known as Big Earring and hoisting him up. Coming, Lingling, hurry. Fat girl pulled Wang Lingling to stand before Li Kang. Go ahead. Weren't you seeking revenge? Li Kang presented Big Earring's ugly face to Ma Wanwan. Forget it, Wang Lingling interjected, tugging at Ma Wanwan. Why forget it? Ma Wanwan retorted, and without hesitation, she scratched Big Earring's face with force. A blood-curdling scream erupted from him as 4 deep scratches appeared, causing Li Kang to feel a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, this fat girl truly has a vicious streak. All right, Li Kang, let him go. I've vented my frustration, fat girl said, clapping her hands and smiling at Li Kang. Li Kang, let's head back, Wang Lingling urged, pulling at his sleeve. Very well. Just a moment, Li Kang replied. He approached the ashen-faced Ho Jun and said, Ho Jun, it seems we are fated to cross paths. I wonder how your 4 brothers are faring. Have they emerged yet? Remember, do not entertain thoughts of harming those near me, or you shall meet a grim fate. With that, he seized a teacup and crushed it with a fierce grip, the sound echoing ominously as he tossed the shattered remnants onto the table before Ho Jun. He then turned and strode out, leading Wang Lingling and Ma Wanwan with him. Ho Jun watched Li Kang's departure with a dark expression, lifting a filled wine glass to his lips and downing its contents in one gulp before smashing it to the floor. Boss Ho, you just let that brat walk away like that? Pan Wei, sitting nearby, remarked, his own expression grim as he observed Li Kang's exit. What else could I do? If you think you can take him on, go ahead. It was your foolish idea to bring Wang Lingling here for drinks. I must have lost my mind to follow your suggestion. Look at the mess we've made. Ho Jun glared at Pan Wei. Pan Wei recoiled slightly, refraining from further comment. Thinking to himself, I only suggested it because I saw how fixated you were on Wang Lingling, and now you have the audacity to blame me. Ho Jun poured another glass of wine, gesturing for the ruffians outside to disperse as they regained their faculties. He drank deeply while lost in thought. Li Kang, I will not rest until I have my revenge. Suddenly, Ho Jun stood up and shouted towards the door, startling Pan Wei, who was also engrossed in contemplation. Li Kang arrived at the entrance of the Phoenix Hotel, accompanied by two women, where Ma Jun, Huang Xiaosan, and Zhang Xuan eagerly greeted them. Little Kang, are you all right? Ma Jun inquired with concern. I'm fine. Let us head back, Li Kang replied. Along the way, the plump girl animatedly recounted Li Kang's various exploits in the hotel, eliciting waves of astonishment from Ma Jun and the others. Ma Jun seized the moment to recount how Li Kang had single-handedly subdued four assailants during their recent ordeal, which further amazed the crowd. The plump girl insisted on becoming Li Kang's disciple, only to be promptly rebuffed by Li Kang on the grounds of her excessive weight, provoking her to flail her arms in protest. Wang Lingling walked beside Li Kang, her gaze lowered in thought, occasionally stealing glances at him before blushing and averting her eyes. Halfway through their journey, Li Kang spotted Wang Dafeng approaching with a group of 5 or 6 male teachers, nearly jogging towards them. He quickly went to meet them, assuring them that all was well. Ma Wenwan once again recounted Li Kang's remarkable deeds, drawing gasps of admiration from the teachers. Li Kang, we know you possess considerable skills, but you must be cautious. You are still a child. Avoid impulsive actions and think things through, Wang Dafeng and Tian Feng admonished him after hearing Ma Wenwan's account. Li Kang listened attentively, seizing a moment when the teachers were distracted to raise his fist playfully at Ma Wenwan, causing her to retract her neck in fright. She stuck out her tongue at him and turned away, not daring to look back. After the temple fair, Phoenix Village returned to its usual tranquility. The day following the fair, Qiu Bojun emerged from the Shanyang City train station, carrying a travel bag. Chapter 61. Lin Jing's visit the temple fair in Phoenix Village concluded amidst a cacophony, and the village reverted to its former serenity, save for the heaps of litter on the streets that bore witness to the previous day's revelries. At 5 in the morning, Li Kang and Ma Jun pedaled their bicycles towards school for morning exercises. During this period, Li Kang had refrained from hastily developing other components of the Taiji office system. He needed time to reorganize the overall system architecture and design philosophy, as the development of the remaining components proved significantly more complex than that of the word processing software. Additionally, he required time to recharge, thus immersing himself in the art of computer program design with fervent enthusiasm. As they rode, Li Kang felt a sudden chill on his face. Rain was imminent. Little Kang, it seems we won't be having morning exercises today. It's starting to rain. Let's hurry, or we'll end up drenched, Ma Jun remarked, noticing the falling raindrops. All right, let us race to see who rides faster, Li Kang exclaimed, quickly accelerating his pace. Wait for me, Xiaopeng. Don't you know I got hurt yesterday? My arm still aches, Ma Jun called out from behind, hastening his cycling pace. The air was filled with the laughter and shouts of the two youths as they rode along. When they arrived at school, the rain had intensified, and indeed, there was no morning assembly. The campus was bustling with students hastily making their way to their classrooms. The two boys secured their bicycles in the rack and swiftly proceeded towards their classroom. Upon entering, they took their respective seats. Li Peng, why didn't you use an umbrella? You're all soaked. Wang Lingling, already seated, blushed slightly upon seeing Li Peng approach and gently remarked, Yes, the rain came so suddenly. It wasn't raining when I left home, but it started pouring halfway here. What bad luck, Li Peng replied as he settled at his desk, oblivious to Wang Lingling's flushed cheeks and her significantly softer tone. Here, quickly wipe yourself off. Wang Lingling hesitated for a moment before producing a white handkerchief from her pocket and extending it towards Li Peng. Thank you. Li Peng accepted it without hesitation, using it to dry his face and neck before folding it neatly and placing it in his pocket. Li Peng, give me back the handkerchief. Why are you keeping it? Wang Lingling observed as he dried himself, surprised by his action. Hee, Lingling, it's all dirty now. I'll wash it and return it to you, Li Peng chuckled. There's no need, just give it to me. I don't mind if it's dirty. Wang Lingling's face grew even redder as she extended her hand towards him softly. Li Peng was taken aback by her words and mused inwardly. What does she mean by not minding? Could it be that my heroic deed yesterday moved her? She wants it, hee. With that thought, Li Peng stroked his chin, which had sprouted a few fine hairs, and chuckled to himself. Fine, if you won't give it. You can keep laughing like that, humph. Wang Lingling, noticing his lewd grin, pouted and turned away, ignoring him. Lingling, I'll wash it and give it back to you. You're not angry, are you? Li Kang prodded her back gently. I don't want it. The handkerchief is yours now, Wang Lingling said without turning around. Cursed weather. Raining so early in the morning. At that moment, Ma Wenwan burst into the classroom, holding an umbrella. Hey, Li Kang, thanks for yesterday. Ma Wenwan placed her umbrella in an empty spot near the podium and walked over to her seat, turning to smile at Li Kang. No need to thank me. Helping a classmate is the least I could do, Li Kang replied. Honestly, without you, who knows what would have happened yesterday? That Ho Jun and Pan Wei are such troublemakers. I really want to give them a piece of my mind, Ma Wenwan said, pursing her lips. Indeed, they deserve a good scolding. How about this? The next time I see them, I'll bring them to you for a proper talking to. Li Kang's expression resembled that of a mischievous uncle inciting youthful rebellion. Great. Just remember, if you forget, I'll take it out on you. The plump girl clapped her hands joyfully. Li Kang shrank his neck, fully aware of the irritating antics of the plump girl. Li Kang, I heard you single-handedly took down a group of lackeys from the Cleaver gang yesterday. Is that true? At that moment, Li Ming arrived and, as he settled down, posed the question to Li Kang. Where did you hear such nonsense? Li Kang denied it. Last night in the dormitory, everyone was talking about it. You can't deny it. Li Ming chuckled. Let me tell you, you have no idea. Yesterday at the Phoenix Hotel, Ma Wenwan took the opportunity to come over, and her loudspeaker was about to start broadcasting again. Seeing this, Li Kang hurriedly covered Ma Wenwan's mouth. Ma Wenwan gazed at Li Kang with wide eyes, tears welling up. Li Kang quickly released his grip, awkwardly saying, Plump girl, I'm not trying to silence you, but you simply cannot control your mouth, so I had no choice. You wretched Li Kang, covering my mouth again. I hate you, Ma Wenwan exclaimed, her face flushed and eyes brimming with tears. Come now. A little mouth covering won't lead to anything serious. Why are you crying again? Li Kang found her reaction rather perplexing. You still dare to say that? Ma Wenwan retorted, playfully striking Li Kang twice, her tears on the verge of cascading down. All right, Zhuanzi, stop crying. Wang Lingling, witnessing the scene, quickly intervened, pulling Ma Wenwan aside to engage in a hushed conversation. After 3 minutes, the plump girl finally managed to smile. Li Kang let out a sigh of relief. Gently tugging at Wang Lingling's sleeve, he whispered, Lingling, what is wrong with this plump girl today? Why is she crying again? Wang Lingling shot Li Kang a glare, refusing to answer, and turned her back to focus on her book, seemingly annoyed. How perplexing, Li Kang muttered, scratching his head in frustration. Observing the commotion among the three, Li Ming imitated Li Kang's gesture, scratching his head before returning to his book. However, he believed the rumor of Li Kang single-handedly confronting the Cleaver gang's lackeys. During the morning class, Li Kang continued to read his book on computer programming, while Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan completely ignored him, not even glancing his way, which struck Li Kang as quite unusual. Just as the third class of the morning began, Tian Feng entered the classroom looking for Li Kang. Li Kang, there's an outsider here to see you. The rain continued to drizzle as Li Kang and Tian Feng shared an umbrella while walking to the school office. An outsider? What sort of outsider? Li Kang inquired. You'll know when you get there. He's currently in the principal's office. Tian Feng, somewhat puzzled, was unsure why this outsider had come to see Li Kang. Upon reaching the principal's office, Li Kang saw a young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, of medium build, seated inside conversing with Principal Bai. Li Kang has arrived, Tian Feng announced as he entered the room. The young man stood up, visibly excited. You must be Qiu Bojun. Li Kang recognized this legendary figure from the Chinese software industry from photos he had seen online, and despite looking considerably younger, Li Kang instantly identified him. You must be Li Kang. I never expected to meet someone so accomplished at such a young age. Qiu Bojun stepped forward, shaking hands with Li Kang while expressing his admiration. I am quite surprised that Mr. Qiu would personally visit our humble locale. Li Kang, gazing at the revered figure before him, felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was his idol. Mr. Qiu, shall we find another venue for our discussion? Li Kang suggested with a smile. Certainly, you are the host. I shall follow your lead. Qiu Bojun replied with a hearty wave of his hand. Principal Bai, Teacher Tian. I sincerely thank you both. Qiu Bojun turned to express his gratitude to Principal Bai Tian and Teacher Tian Feng. Oh, it's nothing at all. You carry on with your conversation. We shall not intrude. Bai Tian smiled at Qiu Bojun, having gleaned the essence of Qiu's visit during their earlier chat, though he remained curious about when Li Kang had ventured into the realm of software development. As Li Kang and Qiu Bojun exited the principal's office and walked toward the school's entrance, they passed by a row of dormitories. Li Kang paused at the corridor in front of Wang Li's dormitory and said, Mr. Qiu, please wait a moment. I will fetch someone. Of course, responded Qiu Bojan. Thus, Li Pang headed towards Wang Li's office, intending to invite her along, as certain matters required the involvement of an adult, and Wang Li was the perfect choice. Deep down, he also viewed Wang Li as someone special and wished for her to be part of his entrepreneurial journey, ensuring that they would not drift apart as he advanced rapidly into the future. Li Pang recalled that Wang Li had no classes at that moment and would likely be in her dormitory. Upon reaching her office, he found her indeed present. After discussing the situation, he requested her company. Concerned about accompanying Li Pang to meet an unfamiliar individual, Wang Li decided to join him. This is my sister, Wang Li. And this is Mr. Qiu Bojan, a renowned computer expert from Huaxia. Li Pang introduced the two. Hello, Teacher Wang, Qiu Bojan exclaimed, extending his hand towards her. Captivated by her beauty, he had not anticipated encountering such an exquisite teacher in a small town of Central Plains. Hello, Mr. Qiu, Wang Li replied with a smile, gently shaking his hand. Shall we find a place to eat and converse? Li Pang suggested. I will defer to your arrangements, dear brother, Qiu Bojan nodded. The three then departed the school grounds, heading straight for Lao Huang restaurant. Upon their arrival, Li Pang requested Huang Xia to assist in securing a clean private room. Once seated and having placed their orders, as they awaited their meal, Li Pang addressed Qiu Bojan. Our setting is modest. I hope you can forgive the simplicity. Dear brother, do not say such things. This is quite pleasant. I remember when I first resigned, I was alone in a rented room, subsisting on instant noodles, which was far less agreeable. Qiu Bojan chuckled. And please, refrain from calling me Mr. Qiu so often, it feels overly formal. You may call me brother as I call you dear brother. Although Qiu Bojan hails from the south, he possesses the forthrightness typical of northerners. With a smile, he addressed Li Kang, stating, Very well, I shall not stand on ceremony. Henceforth, I shall call you Brother Qiu. Li Kang felt a sense of pride in being able to address this esteemed programmer, regarded as the finest in Huaxia in a past life, as a brother. Mr. Qiu, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to see my younger brother? Wang Li asked, lifting her teacup and taking a sip. I have come primarily because I received a letter a few days ago, Qiu Bojan replied. A letter? Wang Li asked, puzzled. Indeed, a letter sent by my younger brother. It truly opened my eyes. I had always believed myself to be the best programmer in this country. WPS has long been my pride. However, after seeing my younger brother's software, I felt a deep sense of inadequacy. I am still quite baffled as to how he managed to develop such an exquisite piece of software under the hardware constraints of a 386 computer, all while maintaining such high operational efficiency, Qiu Bojan explained. Li Kang chuckled softly but remained silent. In his previous life, during his graduate studies, he had delved into computer graphics. He had encountered a remarkable piece of software, merely a few kilobytes in size, crafted by a talented foreign programmer. This diminutive software was capable of rendering 3D animations that far surpassed the capabilities of large-scale 3D games that could easily reach several gigabytes in size. Upon discovering this software, Li Kang was utterly astonished and subsequently sought out the author's paper on it online. After nearly 3 months of study and research, he finally grasped the algorithmic principles behind it. When designing the Taiji word processing system, he applied the algorithms he had diligently researched in order to achieve the best user interface possible within the limitations of the 386 hardware. My younger brother not only excels in software development, but also possesses a visionary outlook. The article you wrote about desktop office applications as future battlegrounds was printed out before our meeting. I read it numerous times during my journey, and the more I read, the more thought-provoking I found your insights, Qiu Bojan continued. Is WPS your creation, Mr. Qiu? Wang Li inquired, astonished. During her previous visit to Shangyang's home, Li Kang had mentioned that he had developed software with similar functionalities to WPS. After returning to school, she had asked other teachers about it, and among them were those well-versed in computers. Wang Li vividly recalled the admiration on their faces when they spoke of the software's author. Now, standing before her was the very creator of WPS, leaving her utterly astonished. WPS is indeed my creation, yet when compared to my younger brother's Taiji word processor, the gap is considerable. At this point, Qiu Bojan couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. WPS was akin to his child. He had invested so much emotion into it. However, here stood a programmer who had designed a word processing software that left him feeling inadequate. And what was most difficult for him to accept was that this remarkable programmer was merely a middle school student. At that moment, Huang Xia entered the private room, carrying a large platter of sauced donkey meat, which he placed on the dining table. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the three, he exited the room. Dear Qiu, come and savor the specialty of our Phoenix Township, the Huang sauce-marinated donkey meat. a delicacy you won't find elsewhere. Sister, you must try it too. Li Kang carefully served pieces of the donkey meat to both Qiu Bojun and Wang Li. All right, let me have a taste. Delightful, truly delicious. Qiu Bojun remarked as he savored the meat, savoring every bite. Brother Qiu, as a student, I cannot indulge in alcohol, but since you are here rarely, please drink a bit more, Li Kang suggested, pouring a glass of liquor for Qiu Bojun and raising his teacup in toast. Very well, dear brother. Do not stand on ceremony, Qiu Bojun replied, lifting his glass and taking a gentle sip. The dishes prepared by Huang Xiaocai arrived promptly, and the three began to eat and converse. Brother Qiu, I wonder what thoughts you have after reading my article? Li Kang inquired. To be honest, if it weren't for the software you provided, I would have found your article to be somewhat alarmist. The influence of WPS across the nation was not established overnight, and it certainly will not collapse instantly, Qiu Bojun expressed, revealing a profound confidence, evidently built upon his firm belief in the WPS software. However, after reviewing your software, I felt a sense of urgency. As you mentioned, the rise of Microsoft is unstoppable. If we become complacent and fail to respond promptly to Microsoft's expansion in the desktop office domain, we may very well lose our rightful share of the market, Qiu Bojun stated with gravity. Indeed, at the inception of Microsoft's new system development, we were completely unaware of its system interface, allowing Microsoft to seize the opportunity to capture market share. Should that occur, we would inevitably find ourselves in a passive position, Li Kang concurred earnestly. What are your thoughts, dear brother? Qiu Bojun asked. I have two ideas. First, we must develop superior software and strive to establish our product as the de facto standard for desktop systems, thereby increasing the difficulty for Microsoft to penetrate this threshold in the future. Second, we must influence user habits, Li Kang articulated. Influence user habits? Qiu Bojun furrowed his brow. Yes, the users are the essence of software. Thus, when developing our software, we must thoroughly consider the user experience, enabling them to cultivate strong usage habits. Such habits will serve as our most formidable weapon against Microsoft's desktop office software entering the Chinese market, Li Kang expounded. In his previous life, Microsoft employed this very strategy to ensnare PC users worldwide. Why has Microsoft turned a blind eye to China's rampant piracy market? The answer is singular: to bind users to their habits. When nearly all PC users in a country rely on Microsoft's Windows, their objective is achieved. Despite the fact that future Linux operating systems may surpass Windows in numerous aspects, they have remained ineffectual in the PC desktop market, primarily due to the overwhelming influence of entrenched user habits. As the conversation between the two individuals deepened, Qiu Bojun's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. The primary purpose of his journey to the Central Plains was to discover the identity of the remarkable individual behind such exceptional software, Li Kang. He also harbored hopes of potentially recruiting Li Kang into his WPS development team. However, upon realizing that Li Kang was merely a high school student, he believed the possibility of persuading him to join was almost non-existent. To his surprise, Li Kang presented him with an unexpected delight. Brother, I wonder what your plans are for this Taiji word processing software? Qiu Bojun inquired. Brother Qiu, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Li Kang retorted. I'm uncertain if this will suffice, but I could represent Kingsoft and propose a one-time buyout of your software, which would also encompass the technologies utilized in its development. Qiu Bojun suggested. And what sum does Brother Qiu envision for purchasing this software? Li Kang asked, a hint of amusement gracing his lips as he regarded Qiu Bojun. 500,000. What do you think? I realize it may be a modest offer, but that is all I can authorize, as I am still working for others. Qiu Bojun pondered briefly. Wang Li, who had been silently listening, exclaimed upon hearing such a substantial figure. It was worth noting that in the early 1990s, a typical teacher's monthly salary barely exceeded 100 yuan, and millionaires were a rarity. Brother Qiu, do you understand the potential profits this software could generate once it hits the market? 500,000 is merely a fraction of its true value, Li Kang stated with a steady demeanor. Xiaopeng, Wang Li tugged at Li Kang's hand, perceiving 500,000 as an astronomical sum. Don't worry, sister, just trust me. Li Kang reassured her with a pat on her hand. Brother Qiu, may I propose a suggestion for your consideration? Li Kang addressed Qiu Bojun. Go ahead, brother. Qiu Bojun encouraged. What if I were to transfer the software to you for free, including all the technologies behind its design and the rights to its branding? Li Kang boldly offered a significant proposition. And what are your conditions? Qiu Bojun was aware that nothing comes without a price, and Li Kang must have his own motives. I request that Kingsoft grants me a percentage of the profits for every unit of my software sold. We can negotiate the specifics later. Li Kang revealed his true intention. Brother, I am beginning to doubt whether you truly are a middle school student, Qiu Bojun remarked, gazing intently at Li Peng. He could no longer regard Li Peng as a mere child. Brother Qiu, you flatter me. I truly am only 16 years old. My sister can attest to that. Li Peng shrugged nonchalantly. Haha. However, brother, I am not in a position to make that decision. You know I am primarily responsible for WPS software development at Kingsoft, and I do not oversee marketing. However, I can certainly raise this matter with the headquarters upon my return, though the final decision rests with them, Qiu Bojun explained. I understand, and I appreciate all your assistance, Brother Qiu. Here, let me toast to you. Li Peng lifted his teacup in a gesture of respect towards Qiu Bojun. Confident that if he could win over Qiu Bojun, he was already halfway to success. Following the delightful gathering, after indulging in a sumptuous meal, Qiu Bojun boarded a bus to Shenyang City. Before departing, he assured Li Peng that he would provide a prompt response. Xiao Peng, just now Qiu Bojun offered you 500,000 to buy out your software. Why did you not accept? Are you so certain that the sales share will exceed 500,000? That amount is substantial. A teacher would toil a lifetime without earning such a sum. Wang Li inquired curiously on their way back to school. Rest assured, sister, I have confidence in my software. In the future, the sales share we receive will undoubtedly surpass 500,000 by a significant margin. That sum is merely a trifling amount, Li Peng replied with unwavering assurance. Are you truly that confident? If it falls through, just wait and see how I will deal with you. That is 500,000, which you have so casually dismissed. Wang Li admonished. Haha, I promise to take care of you for the rest of your life. It would be unthinkable not to earn more money. Sister, do not dwell on that 500,000. When I eventually earn 5 million or even 50 million, you will need not worry about anything but spending, Li Peng declared. Your intentions are appreciated, but I do not rely on your earnings. I have my own salary and can support myself. Save your money for your little girlfriend. Wang Li remarked, unexpectedly reminded of Lin Jing, causing her to feel a tinge of jealousy. Sister, are you feeling envious? Li Peng discerned Wang Li's unusual demeanor and smiled at her. I am your sister. How could I possibly be jealous? What nonsense are you talking? Wang Li blushed. Haha, it seems my sister is indeed jealous. Look how flushed your cheeks are. Li Peng laughed heartily, pointing at her. You rascal, just wait until I catch you. Wang Li, feeling exposed, attempted to strike Li Peng. Seeing Wang Li raise her fist, Li Peng took off running. Don't run. Xiao Peng, stop right there. Wang Li called out, chasing after him. Their laughter echoed along the path back to school. Chapter 063. Be my girlfriend after bidding farewell to Qiu Bojun. Li Peng's life returned to tranquility. Aside from teasing Wang Lingling during breaks and enjoying the sight of the young girl's bashful, flushed face, and playfully jostling with the chubby Ma Wenwan, most of Li Peng's time was dedicated to delving into the intricate art of computer program design. The students of Class 21 had grown accustomed to Li Peng's daily immersion in what they perceived to be an incomprehensible tome of English text. Perhaps in their eyes, Li Peng was a genius, and geniuses were known to engage in pursuits that others could not comprehend. Otherwise, they would have little to boast about when sharing with others that they were in the same class as a prodigy. Thus, whenever someone inquired about Li Peng, they would eagerly discuss his myriad of extraordinary qualities, relishing in the awe of their peers. However, Li Peng was too preoccupied to consider others' perceptions. He felt an increasing urgency of time. He needed to not only continue learning, but also to swiftly complete the overall architectural design of the Tai Chi desktop office system before diving into coding. Meanwhile, he awaited news regarding the results of his copyright and patent applications, as well as updates from Qiu Bojun. On the morning 2 days after Li Kang bid farewell to Qiu Bojun, a black Audi came to a halt at the entrance of Phoenix Township. A young lady clad in a white blouse and a checkered knee-length skirt alighted from the car. Jinger, find Li Kang and return to Taisai Village with him at noon. I will await you at Teacher Ma's residence. Lin Weidong instructed his daughter from the vehicle. I know, you're so verbose. You've repeated it countless times along the way. Lin Jing waved her hand dismissively before turning towards the main gate of Phoenix Township. Let us depart for Taisai Village. Lin Weidong gestured to the driver to commence their journey. The Audi slowly drove away, leaving the young lady standing at the entrance of Phoenix Township, curiously surveying her surroundings. So, this is the school Li Kang attends, Lin Jing remarked, then stepped forward into the school grounds. The disparity between urban and rural areas in the 1990s was markedly greater than in the 21st century. It was precisely recess, and Lin Jing's urban attire made her stand out conspicuously in Phoenix Township. As she walked, students cast various glances her way. The boys were captivated by her exquisite features and the stylish attire they had only seen on television, while the girls regarded her with envy. perhaps wishing they too could possess such a splendid outfit. Excuse me, could you tell me where Class 21 is located? Lin Jing inquired with a smile, stopping a boy passing by. Ah, Class 21 is over there, the boy stammered, his face flushed as he pointed in the direction of the classroom before hastily fleeing. In his haste, he stumbled over a stone, nearly losing his balance, which elicited laughter from the students nearby, who had also been observing Lin Jing. Amused by the boy's awkwardness, Lin Jing proceeded toward Class 21 as some daring boys trailed her from a distance, intrigued by the presence of such a stunning girl. Akin to a fairy from a painting, heading into their class. During the recess, Li Kang remained seated in the classroom, conversing with Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan in the front row. Fat girl, it's been several days, yet you still haven't told me why you cried last time. You're not usually one to weep so easily, Li Kang queried Ma Wenwan. Mind your own business. I can cry if I want to, Ma Wenwan retorted, her face turning crimson as she reached out to scratch Li Kang. Lingling, quickly stop her. I fear she might claw me, Li Kang exclaimed, retreating in mock terror. All right, Zhuanzi, you know Li Kang is merely teasing you, Wang Lingling intervened, restraining the flailing Ma Wenwan. Humph, Lingling, you always take his side, Ma Wenwan pouted. Hey Lingling, you must know something. Why not share it with me? Li Kang leaned in, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. You, Zhuanzi, feel free to scratch him, I want to intervene. Wang Lingling shot a disapproving glance at Li Kang, seemingly annoyed, then turned to Ma Wenwan. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenwan's face lit up with delight as she raised her hands, ready to pounce on Li Kang. Help! Ma Wenwan is out for blood, Li Kang cried out dramatically, covering his face. Li Kang. Lin Jing stood at the classroom door, her ears catching the distant sounds of Li Pang's loud calls, prompting her to chuckle and call out. Who is calling me? Come help, the chubby girl is about to commit murder. Li Pang, oblivious to the fact that it was Lin Jing addressing her, responded loudly. Li Pang, Lin Jing is here for you. Upon seeing Lin Jing at the entrance, Wang Lingling quickly grabbed Ma Wenwan, nudging Li Pang, and exclaimed, Lin Jing. Ah Jinger, you've come. Li Pang, startled by Wang Lingling's nudge, dropped her hands from her face, and, upon seeing Lin Jing, scratched her head and stood up, laughing as she approached the door. When Li Pang reached the entrance, Lin Jing eagerly clasped her arm and said, I didn't expect to find you here. Who was that plump girl beside Wang Lingling? It seems you two are quite familiar with each other. Li Pang pulled Lin Jing outside the classroom and asked, Jinger, what brings you here? Don't you have classes today? My father is visiting teacher Ma today. After pestering him for 2 days, he finally agreed to bring me along. Li Pang, I've missed you. Lin Jing's voice was tinged with a sweetness that contrasted with her usual lively demeanor. All right, Jinger, Ma Jun is also in class. I'll call him out. You haven't seen him in ages, have you? Li Pang gently stroked Lin Jing's head, sensing the deep affection in her words. Sure, I haven't seen him in years. Hurry and fetch him. Lin Jing's spirits lifted instantly, and she responded cheerfully. Wait here, Li Pang said before returning to the classroom to summon Ma Jun. When Li Pang re-entered the classroom, she noticed her classmates regarding her with curious glances. Scratching her head, she called out to Ma Jun at the door, Junzi, could you step outside for a moment? Having also seen Lin Jing calling for Li Pang, Ma Jun found her face somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had met her. Hearing Li Pang's call, he stood up and made his way outside. Lin Ling. Who is that girl? Why is she so familiar with Li Pang, even hugging her arm? The chubby girl regarded Lin Jing with a hint of hostility as she asked Wang Lingling. That's Lin Jing, a student from the 7th high school. She has known Li Pang since childhood, Wang Lingling explained, having encountered Lin Jing during a recent county speech competition and learned about her relationship with Li Pang. Still, she shouldn't be hugging Li Pang's arm. How shameless. Ma Wenwan pouted, displaying her discontent. Come on, Zhuanzi, are you feeling jealous? Wang Lingling teased with a smile. Are you not jealous, Lingling? Don't forget our pact, Ma Wenwan replied. How could I forget? But since Li Pang's legs are his own, we can't just keep him inside. Wang Lingling said with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, we must devise a plan, Ma Wenwan sighed, resting her chin on her hand. Outside, Li Pang and Ma Jun approached Lin Jing, who stood before him, hands behind her back, and asked, Ma Jun, do you remember who I am? You look familiar. Let me think, Ma Jun pondered, trying to recall the girls he knew. Junzi, it's the little nose snot, Li Pang interjected. Ah, I remember now. You are Lin Jing, the little nose snot. Ma Jun exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Li Pang, how could you? I told you not to call me that. Lin Jing playfully swatted Li Pang. Ha, Lin Jing, it has been years since we last met, hasn't it? What brings you here? Ma Jun expressed his delight at seeing Lin Jing once again. I came with my father. He went to see teacher Ma and mentioned that you all should return with me at noon, Lin Jing replied with a smile. That sounds wonderful, but it is only a little past 10. What shall we do now? Ma Jun inquired. Let's go. I'll show you the software I developed. Li Kang suggested, noting that the three of them standing at the classroom door drew attention. Considering that Lin Jing and Ma Jun had yet to see the completed software he had created, he felt that good things deserved appreciation. That sounds great. My father mentioned that you, Li Kang, created an excellent software, and you plan to sell it to the municipal government. Let us go see it, Lin Jing exclaimed joyfully. I need to ask the teacher for leave. Please wait a moment, Ma Jun said. Don't you need to ask for leave, Li Kang? Lin Jing inquired. He is a free student, so he can skip classes without needing permission, Ma Jun explained. Please tell us more about this. What does it mean to be a free student? Lin Jing asked curiously. You all go ahead. I'll join you after I've asked for leave. Let Li Kang tell you, Ma Jun said. Very well. Then, Li Kang, let us go, Lin Jing said, linking her arm with Li Kang's as they exited, attracting the gaze of more students along the way. A stylishly dressed girl walking arm in arm with a boy was quite the spectacle. But when they realized the boy was Li Kang, they were reassured. After all, a genius is naturally distinct, and being accompanied by a beautiful girl is nothing extraordinary. Upon arriving at the computer room of the township government, Li Kang turned on the computer and first showed Lin Jing the original version of WPS. To his surprise, Lin Jing mentioned that she was familiar with WPS, as she had learned it from an aunt at the document printing office while at the municipal government. Li Kang then opened his design Taiji word processing software, and its stunning interface immediately captivated Lin Jing's attention. As Li Kang demonstrated the software's features one by one, he elicited gasps of admiration from Lin Jing. Li Kang, you are truly remarkable. After completing the demonstration, when he gestured for Lin Jing to try it herself, she looked at him with admiration. Li Kang felt a sense of pride. He particularly enjoyed the way Lin Jing admired him. In that moment, the feeling was distinct from when Wang Lingling and Wang Li looked at him with similar admiration, though he couldn't quite articulate the differences. It was simply a profoundly satisfying sensation. You have no idea, Xiaopeng possesses countless talents. Even if one day he claims to have invented an airplane. I wouldn't be surprised, Ma Jun chimed in, having overheard Lin Jing's praises. Do tell us more, Lin Jing urged. That depends on Xiaopeng. He always insists that I shouldn't speak freely, Ma Jun replied, glancing at Li Kang. Lin Jing's voice, elongated and melodic, momentarily whisked away half of Li Peng's consciousness. And in a daze, he nodded at Ma Jun. With Li Peng's consent, Ma Jun proceeded to recount all of Li Peng's remarkable feats since their last dream. Speaking for nearly an hour. As the three of them left the township government around noon, riding home, Lin Jing sat behind Li Kang on the bicycle, continuously exclaiming, Li Kang, you are truly extraordinary. Li Kang helplessly thought. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from letting Ma Jun speak. Chapter 064. The demonstration meeting. As noon approached, Li Kang, Lin Jing, and Ma Jun decided to return to Tasi village together. They first went to the town to retrieve their bicycles and arrived at the school gate. Jinger, whose bicycle will you ride? Li Kang asked, balancing on his bike with one foot on the ground, smiling at Lin Jing. Of course, I'll ride with you. Who else could I choose when you possess such remarkable stamina? Lin Jing replied, coming up behind Li Kang, grasping his collar, and nimbly leaping onto the back seat of his bicycle with a grin. Be careful, or we might topple over, Lin Jing exclaimed as she suddenly jumped onto Li Kang's bicycle, causing him to wobble precariously and nearly lose control. Hey, do you even know how to ride a bicycle? You almost knocked me off. Lin Jing hurriedly dismounted and playfully slapped Li Kang's back, pretending to be angry. Haha, I want to let that happen again. Come on. Hop back on. Li Kang chuckled. Seeing that Lin Jing had settled steadily onto the back of Li Kang's bicycle, Ma Jun smiled and said to them, let us get going. Li Kang, is it true what Ma Jun said in the computer room? Can you really do over 1,000 push-ups and jump over 3 meters in the standing long jump? Lin Jing asked, gripping Li Kang's waist as they walked. Her disbelief evident. Of course it's true. If you'd like, I can demonstrate for you sometime, Li Kang replied, puffed up with pride. You're truly abnormal. Lin Jing muttered from behind. What did you say? Li Kang inquired. Lin Jing replied, I said you're abnormal, prompting laughter from Ma Jun beside them. This is called being extraordinary. What do you mean by abnormal? Honestly, Li Kang protested loudly. Exactly, abnormal is what I said. Abnormal is abnormal, Lin Jing teased, playfully punching Li Kang's back with her small fists. All right. If being abnormal is what you want to call it, then so be it. Just stop hitting me, or we might flip over, Li Kang urged. That is more like it. Hey, great abnormal one, sing us a song, Lin Jing said, satisfied with her playful teasing, but quickly presenting a new request. What would you like to hear? I'll sing for you, Li Kang responded. Anything will do. As long as it's something I haven't heard before. Fine, I'll just sing something at random. Lin Jing and Ma Jun quieted down, ready to listen to Li Kang sing. Do you remember the spring many years ago? Back then, I hadn't yet cut my long hair, had no credit card, no girlfriend, and no home with 24-hour hot water. Li Kang began to sing slowly, recalling one of his favorite songs from his past life. As the melody flowed, Li Kang gradually remembered his struggles in the provincial city, the exuberance of being accepted into graduate school, and the hardships of job hunting upon graduation. He lost himself in memories, forgetting about Lin Jing behind him and Ma Jun beside him, completely absorbed in his own reminiscence. Perhaps one day, when I am old and alone, please keep me in those moments. If one day I quietly depart, please bury me in this springtime, Li Kang sang passionately, his voice slightly hoarse due to the changes of adolescence. Lin Jing sat behind Li Pang, feeling no influence from his emotions. She was puzzled as to how he could sing such a song, a pang of heartache coursing through her. She could not comprehend the experiences that had shaped Li Pang's profound emotions. Having received a systematic musical education from a young age, Lin Jing was particularly sensitive to the emotions conveyed through music. Hadn't the teacher said that only music that is truly heartfelt is the most moving? What could Li Pang have endured to sing with such depth? With this thought, Lin Jing felt a twinge in her nose and instinctively wrapped her arms around Li Pang's waist, resting her head on his not-so-broad back. Li Pang, why do you sing such songs? It makes me want to cry, she murmured after he finished singing. Indeed, Xiao Pang. This must be a song you learned in your dreams. It's so sorrowful. Let us choose something more cheerful, Ma Jun remarked, having noticed Li Pang's unusual demeanor. What dream? Ma Jun, why didn't you mention anything about Li Pang's dream earlier? Lin Jing inquired with curiosity. He usually doesn't allow me to talk about it. Ma Jun deflected, placing the responsibility back on Li Pang. All right, Jinger, don't press Ma Jun for now. I will tell you when I have the chance. Li Pang said, gently patting her hands that were tightly wrapped around him. I want you to tell me right away. Lin Jing tightened her embrace around his arms, playfully pouting. Jinger, stop it, Li Pang replied in a low voice, still enveloped in the emotional aftermath of the song. Oh. Lin Jing felt a shiver at Li Pang's seemingly displeased tone, and she dared not press further, yet her hold on him only grew tighter. Let me sing another song for you. This time something more lighthearted, Li Pang suggested with a smile. Great. Lin Jing felt her spirits lift at the newfound lightness in his voice. How about a song that even pigs would laugh at? Li Pang proposed. The Beijingers claim they have much sand, to which the Inner Mongolians laugh, while the Inner Mongolians boast of their vast land. Li Pang whimsically sang. Haha, Li Pang. Where do you come up with such nonsensical ideas? Both Lin Jing and Ma Jun burst into laughter at his antics. Do you want to hear more? Yes. Then I'll sing again. Their laughter echoed along the path. Even the wild grass by the roadside seemed to sway joyfully in the wind, touched by the carefree spirits of the youth. Upon arriving at Taisai village, Ma Jun headed home alone, while Lin Jing insisted on accompanying Li Pang for dinner at his house. With no choice, Li Pang acquiesced. As they rode home, villagers cast curious glances at the pair of young people. They recognized Li Pang, but the beautiful girl sitting behind him sparked endless speculation among the villagers, adding much to their gossip during their leisure time. Upon arriving home, Li Jianghua and Lu Mei greeted the girl Li Pang brought home with great warmth. Lu Mei fetched several eggs from their pantry, intending to prepare a dish, while Lin Jing obediently went to the kitchen to help. Son, where did this girl come from? She doesn't seem like a child from our village, Li Jianghua asked curiously, once it was just the two of them left in the room. His father was a student of Teacher Ma, and she came to our village with him to visit Teacher Ma. Li Kangdao noted that he did not mention Lin Weidong being the mayor. Oh, so her father came to see Teacher Ma, and she followed you to our home. My son has good taste. Quickly tell your father how far things have progressed between you and this young lady, Li Jianguo asked with a chuckle, patting Li Kangdao on the shoulder. Li Kangdao rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless at his father's shamelessness. Dad, I'm only 16, what are you thinking? He replied. What's wrong with being 16? Back in my day, when I was 16, I was already with that Xiozhen from our village, Li Jianguo reminisced, realizing he had spoken out of turn and nervously glanced toward the kitchen, chuckling to himself. Dad, what do you mean by back in your day? Tell me so I can take notes, Li Kangdao teased, as if he had discovered a new world. Brother, we have guests at home, and that sister is so beautiful. At that moment, Li Chang and Li Ming returned from school. Upon seeing Lin Jing laughing and chatting with their mother in the kitchen, they rushed into the living room to inquire. Go away, you little kids, what do you know about beauty? Li Kangdao playfully gave each of them a light flick on the head. Dad, look, my brother just flicked me. Li Ming, being the younger one, tugged at Li Jiangwo's sleeve to complain. All right, stop fooling around. Let us go see if your mother has finished cooking, Li Jiangwo said, picking up Li Ming and leading the way to the kitchen. Li Kangdao, your parents are so warm. I feel stuffed, Lin Jing remarked, rubbing her belly as they left Li Kangdao's house. Haha, of course, they are warm. They treat you like a daughter-in-law, Li Kangdao joked. Oh no, what should I do? If I had known, I wouldn't have come, Lin Jing exclaimed, flustered and stamping her feet. Haha, silly Jinger, I was just kidding. Next time you come to my house, I'll have my parents truly treat you like a daughter-in-law. There might even be red envelopes. Li Kangdao laughed. You just enjoy bullying me, Lin Jing pouted, playfully twisting Li Kangdao's arm. Ouch. Jinger, are you trying to murder your husband? He gasped, taken aback. Li Kangdao, stop talking nonsense. Lin Jing threatened, reaching to twist his arm again. Help. Save me. Li Kangdao exclaimed, darting away. Don't run away. Lin Jing called after him, chasing him closely. When they arrived at Grandpa Ma Jun's home, Lin Weidong was chatting with Grandpa Ma in the yard. Old Ma was also a veteran revolutionary. After the Liberation War, he chose to stay in his hometown, Taisai Village, rather than move north with the main troop. After liberation, he was appointed as the village secretary of Taisai Village by the Revolutionary Committee, a position he held for over 30 years until he retired in 1986. Due to a shortage of teachers at the local elementary school, Old Ma, who had attended university before the liberation, also took on the role of a teacher there. During the Cultural Revolution, Lin Weidong's father was sent to Taisai Village for labor reform, while Lin Weidong attended the local primary school. During the war, Lin's father and Old Ma were comrades in arms, and thus Old Ma consistently took great care of the Lin family, treating Lin Weidong as if he were his own son. Lin Weidong regarded Old Ma with the affection of a son towards a father. After leaving Taisai Village, he made it a point to visit Old Ma almost every year. However, as his career ascended in recent years, the time he could dedicate to such visits diminished, leading to fewer encounters with Old Ma. This time, due to matters concerning Li Kang's software copyright and patent applications, Lin Weidong initially intended to merely place a call to Li Kang. However, during a recent discussion about Old Ma, he realized it had been far too long since his last visit. Furthermore, Lin Jing had been persistently urging him to see Teacher Ma, prompting him to set aside his work and travel to Taisai, resulting in this visit. Hello, Grandpa Ma. Lin Jing greeted sweetly as she arrived at Ma Jun's home and approached Old Ma. Look how much you've grown. You've transformed remarkably and are no longer the little snot-nosed child of yesteryear. Old Ma chuckled, affectionately ruffling Lin Jing's smooth hair. Grandpa Ma, please call me Jinger from now on. I no longer wish to be called a little snot-nosed child, as Li Kang and Ma Jun have teased me about it. Lin Jing pouted, her lips a rosy hue. All right, from now on, Grandpa will call you Jinger, not the little snot-nosed child. Haha, Old Ma said, clearly delighted by Lin Weidong's visit. Hello, Uncle Lin, Li Kang greeted Lin Weidong. Come, sit here, I need to discuss something with you, Lin Weidong said. Gesturing to a nearby stool, Li Kang settled into a chair opposite Lin Weidong, who remarked, Li Kang, I bring excellent news for you. Li Kang straightened his posture, remaining silent as he attentively awaited further elaboration from Lin Weidong. Your software copyright and patent applications have been approved, Lin Weidong announced. Thank you so much, Uncle. Without your assistance, I would have been at a loss, Li Kang expressed his gratitude. The credit lies primarily with your exceptional software. Without that solid foundation, my help would have been of little consequence. Lin Weidong waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Ma Jun emerged from the room with 2 chairs, signaling for Lin Jing to sit down, while the 3 of them quietly observed the conversation between Li Kang and Lin Weidong. Lin Weidong gestured, and his personal secretary and driver, Xiao Zhang, handed him a bag. Lin Weidong extracted a stack of certificates from it and presented them to Li Kang. Li Kang accepted the documents and perused them. Given the numerous projects he had applied for, there were several certificates. Due to the absence of specific software copyright regulations in Huaxia during the 1990s, the software copyright certificate Li Kang received differed somewhat from the ones seen in later years, though the patent certificates bore little distinction. Thank you, Uncle Lin. You mentioned you had more good news to share? After expressing his gratitude once more to Lin Weidong, Li Kang inquired, Xiao Kang, isn't this a remarkable achievement? You must know that the copyright and patent offices convened several meetings specifically to facilitate the acquisition of these certificates for you. This marks the very first instance of software copyright and patent application in our city, and even in the Central Plains province. Lin Weidong chuckled. Uncle Lin, please don't tease me any longer. I know you have more to share, Li Kang replied, pouting slightly. Haha, I knew I couldn't keep it from you. Sometimes, I genuinely cannot believe you are merely a teenager. You seem more like a cunning adult. Lin Weidong laughed heartily. Indeed. Shao Kang has been exceptionally clever from a young age, Mr. Ma chimed in joyfully. Shao Kang, after your software was utilized by the city government, I approached several other organizations equipped with office computers for trial usage, and they all praised your software highly. Following their deliberations, the city has decided to procure your software for installation across all units with office computers. Is that not splendid news? Lin Weidong asked Li Kang with a smile. Really? That's fantastic. Li Kang could hardly contain his excitement. This was the best news he had received since his rebirth. Haha, there's even better news. Would you like to know? Lin Weidong observed Li Kang's growing impatience and smiled. Uncle, please tell me. Li Kang eagerly assumed a posture of attentive anticipation. Well, prepare yourself over the next few days. Next Monday, a demonstration conference regarding your software will be held at the city government. Leaders from various procurement units will be invited, along with computer experts from the local Polytechnic Institute. They may have some inquiries, and I have also managed to contact key leaders from other cities to attend the hearing. You must perform exceptionally well. Lin Weidong presented Li Kang with an even greater opportunity. Uncle, are you saying leaders from other cities will be present as well? Li Kang exclaimed in delight. Indeed, if they are satisfied, they may also consider procuring your software. Isn't that wonderful news, Shao Kang? Lin Weidong affirmed. Absolutely. There is no better news than this. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Li Kang responded with excitement, realizing that the procurement from Shenyang City alone would yield him a substantial fortune. Should other cities follow suit, he might soon become the youngest millionaire in Central Plains Province. Yet, the most significant aspect was that if Taiji characters garnered a stellar reputation in these cities, it would bring him closer to his ambition of securing a foothold in government procurement for desktop office solutions. Shao Kang, prepare thoroughly over the next few days. I will ask Uncle Jean to pick you up from the countryside next Monday, Lin Weidong instructed. All right, I will do my best, Li Kang nodded vigorously. The two subsequently discussed various details and considerations, and before they realized it, nearly an hour had elapsed. Ma Jun had to leave for school, while Lin Jing, having learned about Li Kang's newfound freedom, insisted that he accompany her to play in the fields of Ta Si village that afternoon. Reluctantly, Li Kang allowed Ma Jun to return to school alone, as he was drawn by Lin Jing towards the outskirts of Ta Si village in search of childhood memories. Li Kang, hurry up. I want to go pick sour jujubes. Lin Jing darted ahead like a little bird, turning back to speak to Li Kang. Jinger, what season is it? The sour jujubes have already fallen, Li Kang remarked. I don't care. You must find me a place with sour jujubes, Lin Jing insisted. All right, but the crispy sour jujubes are gone. If you don't mind the dried red ones, I can certainly find some for you, Li Kang replied. Any sour jujubes will suffice. Hurry up, Li Kang, Lin Jing said, tugging at him impatiently as they moved forward. Li Kang recalled a long earth ridge in the southern fields of Ta Si village, where sour jujube trees were abundant. Perhaps there were still many dried sour jujubes left. So he decided to take Lin Jing there and try their luck. Since entering junior high, he had seldom visited that place to gather sour jujubes, and he was uncertain if any remained. Wow, look at all the sour jujubes. As they reached the ridge, they spotted numerous red sour jujubes hanging from the trees, albeit all dried. Li Kang, wait here for me. I will go pick some, Lin Jing volunteered, dashing up the ridge. She carefully plucked a few dried sour jujubes from the trees, wiped them with her hand, and popped one into her mouth. Li Kang, these dried sour jujubes are quite delicious. Just wait, I'll gather some for you, she called out to him from above. Jinger, be careful not to get pricked by the thorns, Li Kang cautioned from below. I know, Lin Jing responded loudly while continuing to pick. Li Kang found a hollow in the ridge and seated himself upon the thick, blanket-like dry grass. During the farming off-season, the fields were deserted, belonging solely to Li Kang and Lin Jing. He watched Lin Jing, who resembled a joyful sprite, and a delightful smile curved upon his lips. He remembered a visit to Ma Jun's house before he started school, where he had first seen a little girl with braids, her nose dripping, playing in the yard with Ma Jun, covered in mud. Due to their similar ages, the three children quickly became good friends. From that day forward, whenever Li Kang visited Ma Jun, he would sometimes encounter an uncle with glasses bringing that little girl along to visit old Ma. Together, Li Kang, Ma Jun, and the little girl explored every fun spot in Ta Si village, capturing crickets and gathering sour jujubes in the autumn. To this day, he vividly recalls the little girl's tearful face the first time she pricked her hand on a sour jujube thorn. Before Li Kang reached the second grade, he frequently encountered the girl's father bringing her to Ta Si village. However, her visits gradually dwindled until they ceased altogether. In his past life, after the 5th grade, that little girl never reappeared. Hey, Li Kang, what are you thinking about while lying here? Lin Jing inquired, having sat down beside him without his notice. I was reminiscing about our childhood. Those were such joyful times, carefree and untroubled, Li Kang replied, cradling his hands behind his head as he lay back on the grass. Indeed, that was the happiest time of my life. Subsequently, as I began my studies, the workload increased, and my father visited Grandpa and Ma less frequently. Eventually, when he did come, he would not allow me to accompany him. Lin Jing, imitating Li Pang, lay on the grass. Li Pang, tell me about your dream, she said, turning to lie beside him and gazing at him. Very well. Just this September, at the start of the school year, Ma Jun and I had to repeat a grade due to poor performance. On the day of being held back, feeling disheartened, I fell asleep and had an exceptionally long dream, Li Pang murmured. It was the second time he had recounted his past life, and now he felt somewhat perplexed. Perhaps this was indeed a dream from a previous existence, a dream after which he would still have to return to work, as usual. Maybe the past life was merely a dream, yet both the present and the past felt so remarkably vivid. Thus, I was awakened by a potato falling on me. Upon awakening, I found myself endowed with various abilities from the dream. Li Pang spoke for nearly an hour before finally exhaling deeply. Li Pang. Lin Jing gently called from beside him. Yes, Jinger, why are you crying? Li Pang responded, noticing Lin Jing, who lay next to him, softly sobbing while listening to his tale. Li Pang, you didn't include me in your dream. You didn't include me, Lin Jing exclaimed, her face streaked with tears, as she pounded her small fists against his chest, weeping. The sensitive girl discerned that what Li Pang spoke of was far more profound than mere dreams. Jinger, Li Pang said, looking at her tear-stained face, feeling a pang of pain within him. Indeed, how could there be no joyful spirit like her in the dreams of his past life? Unable to restrain himself, he embraced the sobbing Lin Jing, gently calling her my treasure. When Lin Jing was drawn into his arms, she stiffened momentarily. However, upon hearing her name softly called by Li Pang, she relaxed, resting her head against his chest, and murmured, Li Pang, you didn't include me in your dream. It hurts my heart. Jinger, that was merely a dream. In this life, you were the most important person to me. Perhaps in that dream, I also had a dream where you were the most significant person in my life, my dear. Li Pang said, tightening his embrace around her gently. Lin Jing replied softly, nestled within his arms. Jinger, will you be my girlfriend? Li Pang asked softly. Lin Jing lifted her gaze to meet his, her cheeks flushed, and she nodded gently before resting her head back against him, wrapping her arms tightly around him. At that moment, they fell into a comfortable silence, listening to the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. Gradually, they felt their breaths and heartbeats synchronizing. Li Pang tightened his hold on her, while Lin Jing clutched his arms more firmly, glancing up at him. They both smiled, realizing the beauty of having their hearts so closely intertwined. Jinger, Li Pang said, caressing her silky short hair. Lin Jing half closed her eyes, savoring his touch, her voice tinged with sweetness. Li Kang gently cradled Lin Jing's face in his hands and pressed his lips against the girl's rosy ones. At the moment their lips met, an indescribable and wondrous sensation spread between them, extending from their mouths to their bodies and etching a deep imprint in their hearts. Lin Jing let out a soft moan, leaning fully into Li Kang, awkwardly responding to his kiss. Hand in hand, they strolled from the southern part of Ta Si village toward the center, exchanging glances as if to compensate for the shortcomings of their past lives through this mutual gaze in the present. Li Kang. Yes, Jinger. Li Kang. The two delighted in calling each other's names, reveling in what might seem mundane to outsiders, yet was profoundly sweet to the love-struck youths. As they neared the village, they reluctantly released each other's hands. Lin Jing did not rush ahead, but instead walked alongside Li Kang, finding joy in the simple happiness of strolling side by side with her beloved. In the afternoon, Lin Jing and Lin Weidong returned to the city. Before departing, Lin Weidong reiterated his advice to Li Kang to diligently prepare for the upcoming presentation. After Li Kang assured him repeatedly, the Black Audi, carrying Lin Weidong and Lin Jing, drove away. Li Kang stood at the intersection, watching the car gradually vanish into the distance. As it took Lin Jing away, it also carried his heart with it. He could sense that she was looking back at him, leaving a piece of her heart behind. Chapter 066. Collaboration with Jin Shan. After bidding farewell to Lin Weidong and Lin Jing, Li Kang returned home, but did not linger. After a brief exchange with his parents, he headed back to school. It was already Tuesday, with 5 days remaining until the presentation in the city next Monday. Li Kang calculated that 5 days would suffice. Upon arriving at school, he resumed his usual routine, attending classes and returning home with his classmates. For the time being, he set aside the art of computer programming. Lin Weidong had informed him that the presentation would commence with a 10-minute introduction to Taiji characters, for which he needed to prepare materials for each attending leader. Thus, he focused on crafting his presentation and speech. The procurement from Shenyang City had largely been settled according to Lin Weidong's suggestions. But whether the invited city officials would commit to purchasing Taiji characters depended on Li Kang's ability to persuade them. In the days leading up to Friday, Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan exhibited peculiar behavior, deviating from their usual routine of chatting with Li Kang during breaks. Instead, they frequently huddled together, whispering, occasionally glancing at Li Kang. Although he noticed their unusual conduct, he was preoccupied with preparing for the presentation and did not dwell on it. By Friday, when the students of Class 21 arrived at the classroom after breakfast, they discovered that Li Kang had mysteriously vanished from the class. At that moment, Li Kang was in the computer room of the township government, intent on completing his materials for the presentation over the weekend, planning to print and bind them at the city government office on Monday morning. The bustling days always seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, it was Monday once again. Li Kang, as usual, participated in morning exercises and attended early study. After the early study session, he took his bowl and, accompanied by Ma Jun, made his way to the dining hall when Lin Weidong's official vehicle slowly entered Phoenix Township. Upon seeing the familiar black Audi pull into the school, Li Kang handed his bowl to Ma Jun and approached the car. "Xiao Kang, are you ready? Let's go. The mayor is waiting," the driver, Xiao Zhang, remarked as he rolled down the window. "All right, just a moment," Li Kang replied before dashing back to the classroom to retrieve 2 floppy disks from his desk. Then hurriedly returning outside. "Uncle, let's go," he instructed Ma Jun before opening the car door and settling into the passenger seat, addressing Xiao Zhang. Under the watchful eyes of the township students, the Audi turned around and gradually exited the campus, speeding towards the government office of Shenyang City. On the way, Xiao Zhang handed Li Kang a warm cup of milk and a large piece of bread, saying, "Mayor Lin was concerned that you might not have time for breakfast, so he had me bring you something to eat." As Li Kang sipped the milk and nibbled on the bread, he felt a touch of gratitude that a busy mayor would remember such small details. However, he soon pondered whether Lin Weidong would continue to care for him in the same manner upon discovering that he had captured the affections of his daughter. Upon arriving at the city government, it was still before 8 o'clock, yet Lin Weidong was already waiting in his office. As soon as Li Kang arrived, Lin instructed him to go to the document printing office to print the prepared materials, and then directed Xiao Zhang, the secretary, to escort Li Kang to conference room No. 1 for preparations, assuring him that he would join shortly. The demonstration meeting was scheduled to commence at 10 o'clock, and by that time, the conference room had been adequately prepared. Entering the room, Li Kang noticed a red banner hanging at the front, proclaiming the Shenyang City Taiji word processing software demonstration and government procurement meeting. The podium was adorned with nameplates for the attendees, with Lin Weidong's plate positioned at the center. To Li Kang's surprise, he discovered a nameplate bearing his own name right beside Lin Weidong's, while the other names on the adjacent plates were unfamiliar. He speculated that these must belong to the leaders from his city. In the front row beneath the podium, more nameplates displayed names that were equally unfamiliar, likely representing the heads of various departments and units within the city government. Li Kang and Secretary Zhang meticulously arranged their materials on the designated seats, then waited in the conference room for the attendees to arrive. Before long, people began to trickle in, their curiosity piqued by the presence of a young man among them. Though they paid him little mind, after exchanging warm greetings with acquaintances, they engaged in conversation within the conference room. Observant individuals soon noticed Li Kang's nameplate next to that of Mayor Lin, and as many attendees were aware that Li Kang was the author of the Taiji software, the discussion gradually shifted towards the intriguing figure of the young software creator. Li Kang sat in a seat at the back of the conference room, listening to a group of early arrivals fervently discussing his presence, ultimately designating him as the venerable professor of a certain university. Overwhelmed, he could not bear to listen any longer, fearing that if he did, he might become the old monster they were describing. Thus, he rose and, under the amused gaze of Secretary Zhang, hurriedly fled to the corridor outside. As the clock neared 10, Secretary Zhang extricated himself from a throng of leaders and beckoned everyone to take their seats. By this time, most attendees had arrived, with only the personnel on the podium yet to appear. "Xiao Kang, why are you still outside?" Lin Weidong, accompanied by 5 or 6 individuals, approached the conference room and spotted Li Kang loitering in the corridor. "I just needed some fresh air," Li Kang replied. "Don't be nervous. It's your first time at such a meeting. Come, let us go in together," Lin Weidong said, patting Li Kang on the shoulder. "All right." Li Kang nodded and followed Lin Weidong and the others into the conference room, heading straight for the podium. With Lin Weidong's arrival, the previously chaotic conference room fell silent. As the group settled in, a murmur of surprise rippled through the attendees. who had not anticipated that the youthful figure quietly listening beside them was indeed the author of the Taiji script. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you all here today for a purpose that I trust is clear to everyone. In addition to the principal leaders from various municipal departments, we are honored to have several distinguished guests with us today. Allow me to introduce them, Lin Weidong stated, surveying the leaders present as he adjusted the microphone before him. As Li Kang had surmised, the individuals seated alongside Lin Weidong on the podium were indeed leaders from various cities in Central Plains Province, with the lowest rank being that of a deputy mayor, and even 2 mayors had come in person. With Lin Weidong's introductions, applause erupted throughout the room. Finally, he pointed at Li Kang and declared, "Let us extend a warm round of applause to our pride from Shenyang City, the author of the Taiji script, Li Kang, who will provide us with a brief introduction to his work." Thunderous applause filled the room, as everyone generously offered their appreciation to this remarkable young man. Distinguished guests, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your presence here today at the Taiji script demonstration. As the author of this script, I bow deeply to each of you, Li Kang said, rising and bowing to both the podium and the audience. The applause erupted once more, and after taking his seat, Li Kang raised his hands to signal for silence. I trust that you have all had the opportunity to peruse the materials I distributed. These documents were entirely created using the Taiji script. In the time that follows, I shall provide a brief overview of the advanced and powerful features of the Taiji script. The audience below expressed their astonishment at the richly illustrated materials in their hands. It is worth noting that previously, achieving such a visually appealing effect using WPS was quite challenging. They found it hard to believe that an individual could create such materials using just a computer. The dignitaries on the stage nodded in agreement as they perused their own documents. Lin Weidong observed Li Kang, who spoke eloquently without any hint of restraint or nervousness, and his admiration for Li Kang deepened. Li Kang compared the features that a word processing software should possess, analyzing Taiji word alongside WPS and various foreign word processing programs. He then introduced the unique functionalities of Taiji word itself. Finally, Li Kang excitedly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I say this without modesty. Taiji word is currently the finest word processing software in the world. It is also the optimal choice for governments and enterprises for various document processing tasks. Allow me to share some news. Taiji word is merely a crucial component of the Taiji desktop office system that I am developing. Once the Taiji desktop office system is completed, it will provide a comprehensive and exceptional solution for the automation of office computers in government agencies and enterprises. With the Taiji desktop office system, you will effortlessly achieve computer automation in daily office tasks, including document processing, financial management, and office meetings. Furthermore, as our nation accelerates its integration into the international internet, the Taiji desktop office system will offer powerful network collaboration features, making cross-regional cooperative work no longer a dream. Thank you all. My introduction has concluded. Applause erupted from the audience, not only for the brilliance of Taiji software, but also for the remarkable qualities exhibited by this extraordinary young man. Let us take a moment of silence. We will now open the floor for questions. Please raise your hands, and I would like to grant the choice of who may ask a question to our prodigy. Li Kang, is that agreeable to everyone? The lively atmosphere in the hall inspired Lin Weidong, causing his previously serious demeanor to lighten. In an instant, many in the audience raised their hands, eager to voice their inquiries. After Li Kang selected and answered several questions, the atmosphere grew even more animated. Li Kang, I originally had numerous questions I wished to pose, but they have all been addressed by the previous speakers. Since you have called on me, may I ask you a personal question? A lady wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up to inquire. Please, ask away. I am open to all questions. Li Kang nodded in response. Li Kang, may I ask how old you are this year? The lady queried. I am 16, having just celebrated my birthday before National Day. Li Kang candidly revealed his true age. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience as they realized that, despite his youth, the confirmation of his age had a profound impact. Li Kang, do you have a girlfriend? My daughter is 15. How about I introduce you? A mayor on the stage joked. Li Kang scratched his head, falling silent as he glanced towards Lin Weidong for assistance. Sensing that the hearing might be veering into gossip territory, ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request that you pose inquiries pertinent to the Taiji software. Should you have personal matters, such as introductions for Mr. Li, please address them privately after the meeting, Lin Weidong remarked with a smile. The discussion continued in a relaxed atmosphere. Mr. Li, you previously mentioned that Taiji text is merely a component of the Taiji desktop office system. Could you elaborate on the detailed aspects of this system? Many expressed keen interest in Mr. Li's mention of the Taiji desktop office system. Certainly, Mr. Li nodded and proceeded to introduce the primary components of the Tai Chi desktop office system, including spreadsheets and document presentations. As he spoke, the audience became increasingly hopeful about the office system he described, leading to a surge of inquiries regarding the desktop office system. At the conclusion of the meeting, Lin Weidong requested each unit to report the number of computers they possessed and the number of machines requiring installation of Tai Chi text. The funding for the procurement of Tai Chi text by the Shenyang municipal government would be allocated directly from the municipal finance department, while the procurement costs for various municipal units would be funded through a combination of municipal financial allocations and self-raised funds. At noon, Lin Weidong hosted a banquet at the Shenyang restaurant for the visiting leaders attending the demonstration meeting, inviting Mr. Li to join. During the banquet, several leaders extended olive branches to Mr. Li, inviting him to present in their cities and expressing their earnest consideration of the procurement of Tai Chi text. Mr. Li was in high spirits and readily accepted the invitations. In the afternoon, the number of software packages required by various units in Shenyang was compiled. Mr. Li and Lin Weidong conducted a signing ceremony for the government procurement contract for Tai Chi text in front of the cameras of the Shenyang television station. Prior to this, Mr. Li had discussed the main terms of the contract with Lin Weidong. Based on the compiled data, Mr. Li offered 100 sets of Tai Chi text processing software at a price of 2,000 yuan per set, along with a complimentary 1-year after-sales service and technical guidance for each unit. Mr. Li solemnly signed the contract, which was prepared in duplicate. When Lin Weidong handed the signed contract to Mr. Li with a smile, Mr. Li felt a surge of excitement, realizing that he had finally earned his first substantial profit. The following day, Shenyang television station broadcasted the entire signing ceremony. As the image of Mr. Li and Lin Weidong shaking hands and smiling was captured on screen, the citizens of Shenyang instantly recognized the young face displayed before them. While the entire city buzzed with discussions about the miraculous young man, Mr. Li commenced the software installation and technical training across all procurement units. As Mr. Li busily attended to the municipal government's software procurement, Qiu Bojun, far away in Hong Kong, once again entered the headquarters of Kingsoft. Chapter 067. A letter from Europe. After bidding farewell to Mr. Li, Qiu Bojun promptly reported to his boss, Zhang Xianlong of Kingsoft, via telephone regarding Tai Chi text. Zhang Xianlong expressed great interest and requested that Qiu Bojun promptly travel to Hong Kong for a face-to-face discussion. Qiu Bojun thus did not linger in Shenyang. He purchased a ticket and boarded a train that night to the provincial capital of Zhongyuan City, and from there took a flight to Shenzhen. 3 days later, he found himself in the office of Zhang Xianlong, the head of Jinshan Company in Hong Kong. Zhang Xianlong is a quintessential Hong Kong businessman, one of the first to engage in the computer trade in Zhongguancun, Beijing. Years ago, when collaborating with Sitong to launch the super machine, a batch of devices encountered issues with their startup software. Qiu Bojun, then working at Sitong, devoted an entire night to rectify the problem, which Zhang found to be nothing short of miraculous. Although Zhang was immersed in the computer business, he possessed little understanding of computers. To him, those with technical prowess resembled enigmatic martial arts masters. Following this incident, Zhang developed a keen interest in Qiu Bojun and contemplated recruiting him from Sitong to his own company. In 1988, Qiu Bojun was transferred to Shenzhen by Sitong, tasked with overseeing a division of the company, where he fortuitously interacted with Zhang Xuanlong's brother, Zhang Xiaolong. However, business acumen was not Qiu Bojun's forte. He excelled as a programmer, yet faltered as an entrepreneur. It did not take long for him to recognize this discrepancy. At the time, he proposed developing a word processing software to replace the foreign product WordStar, but did not receive support from the upper management of Sitong. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianlong recognized the opportunity that had arisen. He promised to provide Qiu Bojun with the necessary conditions to focus solely on the development of WPS. Consequently, Qiu Bojun decisively resigned from Sitong. From May 1988 to September 1989, he sequestered himself in a room that Zhang Xianlong had arranged for him in Shenzhen, writing incessantly whenever he was awake. By September 1989, WPS-10 made its grand debut. Upon acquiring Qiu Bojun's software, Hong Kong Jinshan Company sold over 30,000 copies within a year, resulting in substantial profits for Zhang Xianlong. In the winter of 1989, Qiu Bojun transitioned from Shenzhen to Zhuhai, where he established a dedicated research and development team for WPS, still under the auspices of Hong Kong Jinshan Company. "Brother, you've had quite a journey," Zhang Xianlong remarked as he stood to greet Qiu Bojun, who had arrived without pause. Qiu Bojun, undeterred by formalities, retrieved a floppy disk from his bag and placed it on Zhang Xuanlong's desk. "Xianlong, Please take a look at the software I've mentioned. Zhang Xianlong inserted the floppy disk into his computer and opened the software. Qiu Boujun proceeded to demonstrate the myriad functions of Taiji text on Zhang's computer. Having been entrenched in the computer business for several years, Zhang's commercial instincts were acute. Midway through the demonstration, he had already recognized the software's immense potential. Brother, you've truly brought me a remarkable surprise this time. This software is among the finest in the world. I wonder how the author intends to handle it. Zhang Xianlong inquired, turning off the computer, lighting a cigar, and taking a puff as he gazed at Qiu Boujun. Qiu Boujun elucidated Li Kang's opinions regarding sales distribution to Zhang Xianlong, who chuckled softly and remarked, "It appears that Li Kang is quite remarkable. His business acumen is notably sharp, surpassing yours in this regard." To which Qiu Boujun replied with a smile, "Xianlong, please refrain from jesting. You are aware that my aspirations lie solely in becoming a programmer, devoted to the development of my own software. I must admit, however, that I perceive Li Kang's value to far exceed that of this software. My dear brother, is there any possibility of inviting him to work for us at Kingsoft?" Zhang Xianlong inquired. "Xianlong, I fear that the likelihood of this is currently quite slim. Setting aside Li Kang's own willingness, he is still a middle school student. You are aware of the circumstances in the mainland. His parents would likely be apprehensive about him traveling too far." Qiu Boujun responded, shaking his head. "Is this truly the case? You cannot be serious. It is utterly astonishing." Zhang Xianlong exclaimed, his eyes widening. Qiu Boujun anticipated Zhang Xuanlong's astonishment. Indeed, anyone hearing that a middle school student from the mainland had developed a world-class word processing software would be taken aback. "Indeed, I comprehend your incredulity. I too was astonished upon first encountering him." Qiu Boujun recounted his meeting with Li Kang in Fenghuang Township, as well as their conversation while dining at the Laohuang restaurant. Remarkable. From what he articulated, one might easily presume he is a scholar with profound insights into both domestic and international computing industries. Truly a prodigy, though it is regrettable, Zhang Xianlong lamented. "Xianlong, what are your thoughts on Li Kang's proposal?" Qiu Boujun inquired. "Is there any chance we could crack his software and develop a similar program ourselves?" Zhang Xianlong suggested. "Xianlong, it is unethical to infringe upon another's software. How would we feel if someone were to crack our WPS?" Qiu Boujun stated earnestly, though he understood Zhang Xuanlong's nature and recognized that he was merely jesting, not genuinely advocating for piracy. "Haha, I merely inquired out of curiosity. But brother, do you not find it intriguing how he achieved such remarkable results under such limited computational conditions?" Zhang Xianlong probed. Of course, I am curious. Upon receiving the software, I attempted to disassemble it myself, yet I could not decipher the encryption algorithm Li Kang employed. It was simply beyond my reach." Qiu Boujun chuckled, comforting himself with the notion that he was merely disassembling it, not cracking it. "Indeed, it seems he was well prepared to send the software to you. The foremost programmer of Huaxia," Zhang Xianlong mused. "Xianlong, shall we draft a preliminary contract? We can deliberate on the specific distribution percentages with Li Kang later," Qiu Boujun proposed. "Very well, I will notify the marketing department to prepare the contract, since you are currently residing in Hong Kong. Once the contract is ready, and as I am not too occupied during this period, we can pay a visit to this extraordinary youth from central China. What do you think?" Zhang Xianlong suggested. "Agreed, let us proceed with that plan. I await your notification." Qiu Boujun stood up, greeted Zhang Xianlong, and then departed for the accommodation arranged for him by the company in Hong Kong. 2 days later, he received a notification stating that the contract was ready for review. Although this matter pertained to the marketing department, out of respect for Qiu Boujun, who had made the introduction, they allowed him to examine it first and offer suggestions. Upon returning to Zhang Xuanlong's office, Zhang handed him a draft of the contract, saying, "Brother, please take a look." Qiu Boujun skimmed through the contract and replied to Zhang, "It would be best to consult Li Kang for his insights before proceeding. When shall we set off?" "The day after tomorrow," Zhang Xianlong responded. "I need to handle a few matters in the meantime, and then we can go together to meet that extraordinary young man." After signing the city's procurement contract, Li Kang took a day to adjust the Taiji text processing software, packaging it into an installation bundle. He incorporated the procurement contract into the installation interface and added some mature copyright clauses from later generations. Although he was confident there would be no issues with this procurement, he aimed for perfection. The following day, he conducted the first technical training session for the various units involved in the procurement software at the city government conference room. The training primarily focused on software installation and configuration. After the training concluded, he spent the next 2 days traveling in a specially assigned city vehicle to guide the installation and configuration of the software at each unit. Although the system configuration was not inherently complex, The limitations of contemporary computer hardware necessitated the installation of a dedicated Chinese character card to support the Chinese character library. The Taiji text software included a specialized configuration interface for this card, but due to the technical expertise required for its configuration, he had to personally assist each unit. After 2 days of installations, the software was successfully deployed across all units, and Li Kang was pleased to receive his software procurement payment. As he tucked away the bankbook containing a substantial sum of 200,000 yuan into his pocket, a wave of satisfaction washed over him, regardless of past or present. This was the largest sum he had ever received. Though he knew he would earn more in the future, this represented his first significant financial achievement, which held a uniquely special significance for anyone, regardless of gender. As Li Kang reveled in the promise of a bright future following his first major financial triumph, Qiu Bojun and Zhang Xianlong arrived in Shangyang, an ancient city that had once served as an imperial capital 3,000 years ago. What would they bring to Li Kang? Chapter 68. Investing in Lao Huang's restaurant. The weather seemed to have turned abruptly cold, with a biting northwesterly wind howling. A constant reminder to those walking the streets that winter had arrived. With a click, Li Kang opened the door and ushered Lin Jing, clad in a pink down jacket, into the room. This dreadful weather, it turned cold just like that. A few days ago, I felt warm wearing a shirt with a jacket, and now I have to wear a cotton coat, Li Kang remarked, rubbing his frozen hands together. Li Kang, let me warm my hands, Lin Jing said. Lin Jing's cheeks were flushed, leaving one to ponder whether it was the brisk outdoor breeze or some other reason. I've missed you, come here for warmth, Li Pang said with a smile, as he unzipped his blue down jacket, revealing the sweater beneath. You are so warm, Li Pang. This feels wonderful, Lin Jing remarked. Slipping her hands inside the open jacket and resting her head against his chest, her face illuminated with happiness. Li Pang chuckled softly, remaining silent as he tightened his embrace around Lin Jing, resting his chin atop her head, and closed his eyes. Lin Jing lowered her gaze as well, and the two stood there quietly, savoring the warmth of their shared moment. During the days Li Pang spent in the city installing software for various organizations, he had been residing at Wang Li's home. Wang Li taught classes in Fenghuang Township and could only return on Sundays. Thus, every evening after Lin Jing's classes, the place transformed into a private world for Li Pang and Lin Jing. Ever since Li Pang had broken the barrier between them in Tasi village, their relationship had blossomed at an astonishing pace, with neither wishing to part for even a moment. Yet, during the day, Li Pang was occupied with software installations while Lin Jing attended classes, allowing them only the afternoons to relish their sweet moments together. As the days passed, Lin Jing grew increasingly enamored with Li Pang's embrace, often seeking refuge in his arms at any available moment. Whether standing tightly together as they did today, or lounging on the sofa like a lazy kitten nestled in his warmth, they shared passionate kisses. Yet it seemed both preferred the serene sensation of simply being together, as Lin Jing expressed that when they embraced, their heartbeats and breaths synchronized, gradually merging into one. Li Pang, this feeling is sublime. Will we remain this way for a lifetime? Lin Jing inquired, lifting her head from his embrace. Indeed. You will be the happiest girl in the world, Li Pang replied softly, stroking Lin Jing's silky hair. Like a joyful sprite, she effortlessly enchanted everyone around her. And Li Pang felt fortunate to have this little sprite belong to him. Having completed the software installations yesterday, Li Pang received his procurement funds from the city government that morning. After resting for a few hours at home, he decided to visit his little girlfriend at the 7th high school. Upon arriving, he glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist, which he had purchased for $5 to keep track of time. As school was about to end, he chose to wait at the school gate for Lin Jing. Ever since the last incident involving a basketball dunk, he had refrained from venturing too deeply into the campus, as he had gained considerable notoriety among the students. He feared being swarmed by a group of infatuated admirers, a scenario he found quite daunting. Before long, the school day concluded, and students began to stream out of the gates. Li Pang selected a discreet spot to observe from a distance, waiting for Lin Jing to appear. Approximately 5 minutes later, he spotted her in a pink down jacket as she exited the campus. Following Lin Jing, they made their way directly to the residential area of the yarn factory. The fervent longing of young lovers for a secluded world that belongs solely to them can only be truly understood by those who find themselves within such a cherished space. Li Pang prepared 2 exquisite dishes and cooked millet porridge, and together they savored a heartfelt dinner that was exclusively theirs. After the meal, they nestled together, engaging in the tender activities that lovers in the bloom of romance ought to partake in, before Lin Jing reluctantly returned home. The following day, Li Pang arose early to exercise. After enjoying breakfast, he resolved to temporarily return to his hometown. Before departing, He paid a visit to the municipal government to bid farewell to Lin Weidong. Upon arriving, he greeted the gatekeeper, Old Li, and proceeded inside. This time, the security did not request his pass, as by now, nearly everyone at the municipal government recognized the remarkable youth favored by the mayor. Uncle Lin. Li Kang entered Lin Weidong's office. "Ah, you arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out," Lin Weidong responded warmly. "What brings you to look for me?" Li Kang inquired, somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom why the mayor would need to consult him. Could it be that some software issue had arisen that warranted the mayor's personal attention? "Do you happen to know anyone from Hong Kong?" Lin Weidong asked. "I know stars like Jackie Chung and Andy Lau from Hong Kong, but beyond that, I am unfamiliar," Li Kang joked, scratching his head. "Haha, you cheeky boy. Yesterday afternoon, a few individuals claiming to be from the Hong Kong Jinshan Company visited the municipal office looking for you, saying they had a business matter to discuss," Lin Weidong explained. "Are you referring to Jinshan Company? Where are they now?" Li Kang exclaimed, springing up from the sofa. "Sit down. Do not be hasty. They are not going anywhere. First, tell me what business they wish to discuss with you. When did you establish contact with the Hong Kong company?" "That is a foreign enterprise," Lin Weidong remarked, increasingly puzzled by Li Kang. It was well known that prior to Hong Kong's return, the region was still considered foreign within the context of Central Plains' limited openness, and attracting foreign investment was still somewhat beyond reach for Shenyang City, even for Lin Weidong. "Some time ago, after developing my Taiji software, I sent a letter to Chiu Bojun, the author of WPS, to showcase my software. To my surprise, he came to seek me out and proposed acquiring my software. I declined and instead suggested a collaboration with Chiu Bojun's company." Li Kang succinctly briefed Lin Weidong on the situation. "Young Pang, I have a request." Lin Weidong contemplated for a moment after hearing Li Kang's account. "Uncle, there's no need for formality. Feel free to express any requests. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them," Li Kang readily assured him. "Actually, it is not much. You are aware that the city recently rejected the lead smelting factory project and has intensified the scrutiny on high-pollution enterprises. Consequently, our city's efforts to attract investment have temporarily stalled. High-tech enterprises like Hong Kong Jinshan are precisely what we aim to target for future investments. Could you, after concluding your discussions with them, kindly introduce them to me? The rest will be taken care of," Lin Weidong conveyed. "Uncle, I will handle this matter. I am just unsure about the individuals who have come this time," Li Kang stated. "The comrades from the investment promotion office just reported that, besides the individual you mentioned, Chiu Bojun, there is also one Zhang Xianlong, who I have learned through connections is the vice president of Jinshan Company," Lin Weidong replied. "Zhang Xianlong is here too," Li Kang exclaimed in surprise. "You know him as well?" Lin Weidong replied, somewhat astonished, as he had taken several steps to gather this information through Minister Gu of the Provincial Publicity Department. "Yes, I have heard of him. Zhang Jinshan, the founder of Jinshan Company, has 2 sons and a daughter. Zhang Xianlong is his eldest son and the current de facto leader of Jinshan," Li Kang explained. "Dear nephew, I entrust this matter to you. They checked into the Shangyang Hotel yesterday, and I have asked Xiao Zhang to drive you there," Lin Weidong said. Upon arriving at Chiu Bojun's room, Li Kang knocked on the door and was greeted by a stunning woman in professional attire. "Are you Mr. Li Kang?" she inquired, having received a call from the city government office informing them of Li Kang's imminent arrival. "Yes, that's me," he replied with a smile. "Please come in. General Manager Zhang, General Manager Chiu, Mr. Li Kang has arrived," the alluring woman said as she ushered him inside. Upon entering, Li Kang was met by Chiu Bojun and another short, astute-looking middle-aged man. "Haha, little brother, you've arrived. We just heard about the remarkable achievement you've accomplished," Chiu Bojun exclaimed, clasping Li Kang's hand as they walked in together. "I'm just earning a little pocket money. It pales in comparison to your Jinshan's substantial wealth." Li Kang responded with modesty. "Brother, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed General Manager Zhang Xianlong of Jinshan, my direct superior," Chiu Bojun said, gesturing toward the middle-aged man. "Greetings, General Manager Zhang. How are you finding things here?" Li Kang inquired as he shook Zhang Xuanlong's hand. "All is well. Though it is quite cold, I nearly turned into a popsicle upon disembarking from the train," Zhang Xianlong chuckled, eliciting laughter from everyone in the room. Once seated, Chiu Bojun introduced the other 2 accompanying individuals, a man named Li Tao and the captivating beauty named Sun Rongfei. Li Kang discreetly compared Sun Rongfei to Wang Li and concluded that Wang Li was indeed more beautiful, with a similarly alluring figure. "Little brother, let us dispense with pleasantries. We have come primarily to discuss the software matter that Bojun spoke with you about previously. I am prepared to offer 1 million for a one-time buyout of your software. What do you think?" Zhang Xianlong stated directly. "General Manager Zhang, let us be straightforward. My position remains unchanged. I absolutely will not sell the software. I am only open to collaborating with Jinshan, Li Kang replied. Haha, General Manager Zhang. I told you so. You've lost this round, Qiu Bojun laughed. What is going on? Li Kang asked, looking at the two with confusion. Last night, Mr. Zhang proposed to test whether 1 million could secure a buyout of your software. I was of the opinion that it was unlikely. However, Mr. Zhang, undeterred, insisted on giving it a try, and thus we wagered. Qiu Bojun explained. Only someone who knows me well, like Brother Qiu, would understand. Li Kang chuckled. Had I known, I would not have asked. Only to end up with egg on my face, Zhang Xianlong lamented. Brother, this is the contract we prepared before our arrival. Please review it and let us know if you have any concerns, and we can discuss them, Qiu Bojun said as he handed a contract to Li Kang. Li Kang accepted the document and began to scrutinize it meticulously, clause by clause. Overall, the contract was drafted in accordance with the discussions held with Qiu Bojun that day. Though there were minor discrepancies with Li Kang's initial expectations, nonetheless, they remained within an acceptable range. After finishing, Li Kang returned the contract to Qiu Bojun, stating, Brother Qiu, I have no objections to the contract. It largely reflects our previous discussions. My primary concern lies with the sales commission ratio, and I am curious about your thoughts on it. Zhang Xianlong interjected, our preliminary stance is a 70-30 split, with us retaining 30% of the total sales for the younger brother. What do you think? Li Kang smiled and replied, I also propose a 70-30 division. However, I would prefer the 70 to belong to your side and the 30 to ours. You jest, my friend. Bear in mind that aside from providing the software, we are responsible for everything else, including its promotion, market penetration, and sales. For the next hour, both parties engaged in a vigorous debate regarding the sales commission, exchanging arguments with fervor, leaving no stone unturned. After nearly an hour of discourse, a consensus was finally reached. The sales commission would be set at 55% for Hong Kong Kingsoft, while Li Kang's share would be 40%. Li Kang would transfer the global sales rights for the Tai Chi word processing software to Kingsoft for 1 year and agreed to allow Kingsoft to rebrand the software, naming it Kingsoft Tai Chi Word in Chinese and KingSunups 20 in English, as a successor to WPS 10 for distribution both nationally and globally. The authorship would be attributed to Hong Kong Kingsoft Software Company, with contributions from Li Kang and Qiu Bojun. Consequently, Qiu Bojun would receive a 5% share of the sales, a stipulation Li Kang proposed, which met with Qiu Bojun's opposition but garnered Zhang Xuanlong's support. Ultimately, under the principle of majority rule, Qiu Bojun was compelled to acquiesce to what he perceived as an unwarranted 5% share. Li Kang and Zhang Xianlong endorsed this arrangement as they recognized Qiu Bojun's esteemed reputation among Chinese computer users, although it appeared that they were conceding 5% of the sales commission to Qiu Bojun. Both were acutely aware that their returns would far exceed the value of that 5%. After both parties signed the contract, Li Kang, as the host, treated Qiu Bojun and his party to a luncheon at the Shangyang Hotel that afternoon. Following several rounds of drinks, Li Kang brought up the matter of the local government in Shangyang wishing to engage with Zhang Xianlong, to which Zhang Xianlong readily agreed. Chapter 069. Shunyan. On the afternoon of the day Li Kang signed the contract with Kingsoft, he and Zhang Xianlong deliberated on the subsequent operational matters concerning the contract. Ultimately, they agreed that Qiu Bojun would temporarily remain in Shangyang to assist Li Kang in customizing the Taiji text processing software according to Kingsoft specifications, such as incorporating the Kingsoft logo, modifying the software credits, and producing the English version of the software. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianlong and his companions returned directly to Hong Kong after a meeting with Lin Weidong, leaving Li Kang unaware of any agreements reached. As Lin Weidong did not disclose any information, nor did Li Kang inquire further. To facilitate communication, Li Kang reluctantly purchased a Motorola mobile phone at the Telecommunications Bureau. Upon exiting the bureau, he gazed at the brick-like device in his hand, grimacing at its exorbitant price of over 10,000 yuan, lamenting its poor signal and subpar call quality. Lacking a computer, he and Qiu Bojun had no choice but to return to Fenghuang Township, utilizing the local government's computer to modify the software. Before returning home, Li Kang had requested Lin Weidong to customize a high-performance 486 computer in the provincial capital according to his specifications, anticipating that he would soon possess his own computer. Upon returning to his hometown, Li Kang arranged for his uncle, Zhang Jinghai, to secure Qiu Bojun a temporary accommodation at the township government. He also proactively submitted an application to the township government for the temporary use of their computer for software development. While his previous use of the government's computer could be regarded as a personal endeavor, continuing to do so would transform it into a commercial activity, and he wished to avoid any potential gossip regarding his uncle. Zhang Zhenghai readily approved the rental application, understanding that his nephew had become quite prosperous. Although he did not inquire about the exact amount of Li Kang's wealth, he was certain that a modest monthly rental fee was inconsequential to him. He eyed the brick-like device in Li Kang's hand with envy, for he, as the township head, had yet to acquire such a mobile phone. In the following days, with Qiu Bojun's assistance, Li Kang made several modifications to the Taiji text. 2 days later, Qiu Bojun set off on his return journey with the updated software. Before his departure, Li Kang entrusted him with a portion of the software's source code, while ensuring that he retained firm control over the core code. Due to the contract with Kingsoft, in which Li Kang fully transferred the national sales rights of Taiji text to the Hong Kong company, he had to halt his plans for expanding government procurement. However, the inherent excellence of Taiji text continued to attract interest from other cities, eager to invite Li Kang to introduce the software, which he gladly embraced as an opportunity to promote the Taiji software. Upon returning to Hong Kong, Qiu Bojun delivered the Taiji text to Kingsoft, which promptly launched an intensive promotional campaign in preparation for the global release of the software on New Year's Day 1992. While Kingsoft was busy promoting Taiji text, Li Kang's life gradually settled into a quieter rhythm, until his new computer arrived. He resumed attending school with the students of Fenghuang Township, appearing once again as an ordinary student. Occasionally, when Li Kang took out his large mobile phone from his backpack, it made his classmates and teachers acutely aware that this young man had already surpassed his peers, gradually becoming a figure they could only admire from a distance, destined to become a legend in the hearts of many. Li Kang, come over and see if this is your letter. One day during recess, Li Kang was playfully engaging with Wang Lingling and Ma Wenwan in the classroom when their homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, stood at the door holding a letter addressed to Li Kang. Upon reaching the doorway, Li Kang took the letter from Tian Feng, glancing at the envelope and discovering it was from Geneva, Switzerland. The recipient was none other than himself, and the sender was signed as Tim Berners-Lee. A surge of excitement coursed through him. A letter he had sent to Europe with a hopeful spirit had actually elicited a response. If one were to consider those whom Li Kang genuinely admired and respected, Tim Berners-Lee would undoubtedly be among them. While few people remain unaware of Bill Gates, many are oblivious to Tim Berners-Lee. Yet, anyone connected to the internet, whether they acknowledge it or not, is partaking in the monumental invention of Berners-Lee. Indeed, he is hailed as the father of the internet, his invention transforming the traditional paradigms of global information exchange and ushering in a new era of communication. Remarkably, Tim Berners-Lee did not seek patents for his invention or impose restrictions on its use. Instead, he generously opened it to the world, marking a monumental chapter in the globalization of the internet, thus allowing it to permeate households everywhere. In essence, Berners-Lee relinquished the opportunity for immense wealth, which could have placed him in competition with Bill Gates. It is precisely for this reason that he has become an idol in the eyes of countless internet enthusiasts and computer professionals, including the former Li Kang. Li Kang never lost sight of the internet, a realm brimming with opportunities and challenges. Nor did he forget the wisdom imparted by his mentor regarding the substantial benefits inherent in this domain. Therefore, in a field where standards reign supreme, he aspired to secure a foothold at its inception. While diligently working on his Taiji text, he simultaneously sent a letter to Qiu Bojun and composed an English article titled Hyperlink, Connecting the World. In this article, he proposed the establishment of a standard language for internet hypertext and offered concise explorations and suggestions regarding the hypertext language standards. He then dispatched the article to the European Organization for Nuclear Research in Geneva, Switzerland, addressed to Tim Berners-Lee, who was then working in the laboratory. Little did he anticipate that upon receiving his letter, Berners-Lee would respond, and he was eager to discover what the father of the internet had written in return. "This is my letter, thank you, teacher," Li Kang said. "As long as it's yours, you may return to class." Tian Feng nodded and turned away. "Dearly, I am truly delighted to have received your letter. It is astonishing to discover that someone as far away as you in the enigmatic East shares my sentiments." Tim, in his correspondence, expounded upon his perspectives regarding the establishment of a standard for hypertext markup language. "After perusing your article, I found myself inspired to merge our viewpoints into a joint paper for publication. I firmly believe that such an endeavor would be historic and have the potential to alter the course of the world. I humbly request your permission to make appropriate modifications to your work and publish it under both our names. It is with great trepidation that I make this request, but as someone deeply invested in the realm of the internet, I implore you to forgive my audacity and kindly consider my plea." Tim sincerely concluded his letter. Li, tucking the letter away, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. It seemed that fortune was favoring him. for his intent in writing was to amplify his voice in the academic domain of the internet through the father of the internet. To his surprise, Tim had proposed a collaborative publication, an opportunity too precious to decline. "Hey, when did you make foreign acquaintances?" Just as Li was placing the letter into an envelope on his desk, a curious girl leaned in, peering at the letter. She was astonished to discover that Li had received a letter from abroad, the return address barely discernible as Geneva, Switzerland. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "You didn't know, did you? I have a relative overseas who wrote to me, inviting me to inherit his fortune. Soon, I shall be wealthy." Li fabricated a tale. "Really?" The girl clasped her hands to her heart, her eyes sparkling with belief. Of course it's true," Li scratched his head, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt as he beheld the trusting expression on her face. "Jianzi, don't listen to Li's nonsense. He is deceiving you," Wang Lingling interjected, pulling the girl away. "Li, are you lying to me?" The girl looked into Li's eyes, seeking the truth. Haha, just a joke," Li stammered, feeling a bit flustered under her gaze. Mao Wenjuan's round eyes began to glisten with tears, threatening to spill over. "Hey, don't cry." Lingling quickly comforted her. "What's wrong?" Li urgently sought Wang Lingling's assistance. "Jianzi, don't cry. It's your fault. Why did you deceive her?" Wang Lingling reproached Li, then gently consoled Mao Wenjuan. Before long, the girl's tears transformed into laughter. "Such a mystery," Li murmured. Ever since he had playfully covered the girl's mouth and made her cry, he had noticed something peculiar about the behaviors of Wang Lingling and Mao Wenjuan. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact issue, it was evident that both girls were acting strangely. Today's incident was a prime example. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that Li was merely jesting, yet this girl had believed him and even cried. He was at a loss as to how he had upset her. During the break in the third class, Huang Haijun approached Li Pang, saying that his father had invited Li Pang to dinner at their home that afternoon, wishing to discuss certain matters with him. Li Pang, intrigued by Huang Haijun's request, agreed, eager to discern the motives behind this peculiar invitation. After school, Huang Haijun appeared punctually at the entrance of Class 21. Li Pang beckoned Ma Jun to join them, and the trio proceeded to Lao Huang Restaurant. As they arrived at Lao Huang Restaurant, they found Huang Xia had already set a sumptuous banquet in the main hall, awaiting their arrival. Upon entering, Li Pang was immediately reminded of the comical incident involving Huang Xia at the recent temple fair and, unable to resist, glanced down at Huang Xia. It is often said that good news seldom travels far, while misfortune spreads like wildfire. Since the embarrassing episode at the temple fair, Huang Xia had gained a certain notoriety in Fengwang Township. Nearly every villager was aware of Huang Xia's infamous saying, "If it's unpleasing to the eye, just eat it," which had even drawn curious onlookers to the restaurant, eager to catch a glimpse of the now famous Huang Xia. Despite the initial embarrassment, the once quiet business of Lao Huang Restaurant had flourished as a result, proving that a setback can sometimes lead to unexpected fortune. Noticing Li Pang's gaze, Huang Xia instinctively squeezed his thigh and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, Li Pang, you are a distinguished guest. Please, come in." "Uncle Huang, you're being too modest," Li Pang replied, following Huang Xia to the dining table, where he invited Ma Jun to sit with them. "Uncle, may I inquire what you need my assistance with?" Li Pang asked. "Haha, let us eat and discuss," Huang Xia and Huang Haijun replied, taking their seats, while Huang's mother retreated to the kitchen. Li Pang smiled, choosing not to press further. He believed that if Huang Xia had summoned him for a reason, he would reveal it in due time without any need for prodding. After the dishes had been served and enjoyed, Huang Xia set down his chopsticks and turned to Li Pang, inquiring, "Li Pang, what do you think of my culinary skills? Are they still noteworthy?" "Indeed, uncle, your culinary prowess is undoubtedly exceptional, particularly this sauce-drenched donkey meat. It is a true delicacy," Li Pang remarked, savoring a slice of the exquisitely thinly cut meat. "Indeed, I do not boast. I was once a chef in a bustling city, but due to certain circumstances, I returned to run this modest establishment. Business has been challenging these days," Huang Xia lamented. "Uncle, why such sentiments?" Li Pang sensed a deeper meaning behind Huang Xia's words and set down his chopsticks to inquire further. Both Ma Jun and Huang Haijun, sensing the seriousness of the conversation, also paused to listen attentively, awaiting Huang Xia's next words. "You are aware of the Phoenix restaurant at the southern end of the village, correct?" Huang Xia asked. Li Pang nodded, recalling, "Of course, I know it well. I even had a scuffle there during the temple fair and accidentally damaged one of their private dining room doors." The owner of the Phoenix restaurant is Huang Qiuxing, the brother-in-law of Ho Wuqing from Nujia's Wang. Huang Xia continued. "Uncle, please do not tease me with fragmented information. Just tell me everything at once." Li Pang chuckled. Huang Xia meticulously recounted the circumstances to Li Kang. It turned out that Phoenix Village boasted 3 eateries. However, due to culinary prowess, the business of the other 2 establishments paled in comparison to that of Old Huang's restaurant. The local patrons typically favored Old Huang's, allowing Huang Xia to lead a relatively comfortable life. Yet, at the beginning of this year, a new establishment, the Phoenix Hotel, opened at the southern end of the village. Initially, Huang Xia, confident in his culinary skills, paid little heed to it. However, after a few months, he noticed a dwindling number of customers at his restaurant, and even the frequency of visits from local patrons had significantly decreased. Upon inquiry, he discovered that a considerable number of his clientele had been lured away by the Phoenix Hotel. The proprietor of the Phoenix Hotel, Huang Qiuxing, was the brother-in-law of Ho Wuqing from Nujiazhuang, a man who had previously been an Inuel in the village but possessed a knack for social maneuvering. To attract customers from the other local eateries, particularly Old Huang's, the Phoenix Hotel implemented an astonishing pricing strategy that left the other restaurants astounded. Given the current economic conditions in Phoenix Township and the living standards of the villagers, the local populace prioritized economical meals over flavor, allowing the Phoenix Hotel strategy to successfully capture a substantial portion of the ordinary diners. Furthermore, under the influence of Ho Wuqing, several village officials who were closely aligned with him naturally opted for the Phoenix Hotel when selecting dining establishments, thus siphoning off a significant portion of government patronage from Old Huang's, which constituted one of its main revenue streams. To add insult to injury, in recent months, the Phoenix Hotel had recruited a group of women to engage in illicit activities within the establishment, yet no one reported it. Coupled with Ho Wuqing's influence, the local authorities turned a blind eye, leading some of Old Huang's long-standing patrons, particularly those with a penchant for such indulgences, to flock to the new establishment like moths to a flame. Having listened to Huang Xia's lament, Li Kang comprehended the dire straits in which Huang Xia found himself. Yet he pondered how this predicament related to him. "Uncle," he queried, "given your description, it seems that if no measures are taken, Old Huang's restaurant is indeed in a difficult position. But what concern is this to a middle school student like me?" "Young Kang," Huang Xia continued, "around August or September of this year, there were whispers in the township that the storefront in front of the town government would be available for lease. It is said that Huang Qiuxing has his sights set firmly on those premises. The township government's location is akin to prime real estate in our village. And if the Phoenix Hotel were to seize it, I would truly be left to fend for myself." Li Kang began to grasp Huang Xia's intent in inviting him. Thus he replied, "Uncle Huang, you are well aware of my uncle's temperament. If I were to approach him regarding this matter, it is likely that not only would I fail to achieve anything, but I would also face his ire." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Huang Xia's face as he forced a faint smile. "It matters not. If it comes to that, I can simply close my restaurant. I still have a few acres of land, and I shall not starve. Come, let us not linger on words. Let us eat." "Uncle, have you ever heard the saying?" Li Kang inquired. "What saying?" Huang Xia asked. "All roads lead to Rome," Li Kang replied. "What does young Kang mean by that?" Huang Xia inquired further. Huang Xia's face revealed a hint of surprise as he inquired, "Uncle Huang, it would be a pity to abandon such remarkable culinary skills, especially your ancestral recipe for donkey meat, which is truly one of a kind. There exists great potential for business here. Before I share my thoughts, I have a question to ask." Li Kang continued, "What is your question, young Kang?" "I am willing to do whatever it takes to preserve Old Huang's restaurant." Huang Xia replied, "I wonder if Uncle Huang has the ambition to expand his business and the courage to venture beyond Phoenix Township?" Li Kang posed the question. "Yes, I dream of it. However, opening a restaurant elsewhere requires substantial funds, which I do not possess. Moreover, I am reluctant to work for others again." Huang Xia remarked, "Uncle, I still have some spare capital and wish to partner with you to expand Old Huang's restaurant to the city. I hope you will consider this proposition." Li Kang added, "Oh, young Kang, you must understand that establishing a restaurant in the city cannot be accomplished without tens of thousands. Over the past few years, I have managed to save 20,000, yet it is still insufficient." Huang Xia expressed skepticism regarding the amount of spare money Li Kang mentioned. "I can initially contribute 50,000. If that proves inadequate, I can provide additional funds later. Once we begin to profit, we can distribute dividends according to our shareholding ratio. And if we incur losses, I will bear the responsibility without burdening you. How does that sound?" Li Kang proposed. At this moment, Huang Xia could no longer contain his excitement. He stood up abruptly, momentarily losing his composure before sitting back down. He said to Li Kang, "Young Kang, I underestimated you. If you can indeed provide 50,000, it would suffice to establish a mid-range restaurant in the city. With my culinary skills and prior experience in a prestigious hotel, I assure you that this restaurant will not incur losses, but will prosper instead." By that time, Phoenix Restaurant will be of little consequence. Haha. Huang Xia's spirits soared. Huang Haijun and Ma Jun exchanged astonished glances with Li Kang. Huang Haijun was surprised at Li Kang's ability to procure such a large sum, while Ma Jun was not taken aback by the amount itself. He simply had not anticipated Li Kang would offer Huang Xia so much money, considering it represented a quarter of his earnings during this period. Once the source of funding was resolved, Huang Xia's enthusiasm surged, and he eagerly began to impart business wisdom about running a restaurant to the 3 middle school students at the table. He continued until Huang Mu, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted him, prompting him to pause reluctantly. Huang Xia, known for his decisiveness, that very afternoon collaborated with Li Kang to draft a contract. The agreement stipulated that Li Kang would invest 50,000, while Huang Xia would contribute 20,000 to establish the Old Huang restaurant in Shenyang City. Li Kang would hold 60% of the shares, while Huang Xia would possess 40%, sharing both profits and losses, with Huang Xia primarily responsible for daily operations. Though Huang Xia initially intended to change the name of the restaurant, deeming Old Huang Restaurant too rustic, Li Kang suggested retaining the name. In the modern era, those who venture into the restaurant business often favor grandiose names, such as a restaurant or B-hotel. This trend began to emerge in the commercial landscape of the 1990s, with the streets becoming increasingly adorned with various large establishments, evoking a sense of inaccessibility for the average consumer. In contrast, the humble name Old Huang's restaurant fosters a sense of familiarity. Given that the restaurant's target demographic is the general public, there is little need for an ostentatious name that would only serve to distance it from ordinary patrons. After signing the contract, Li Peng engaged in a thoughtful discussion with Huang Xia regarding the future development of Old Huang's restaurant. He introduced concepts of chain operations and franchising, along with promotional strategies for the establishment, which left Huang Xia enlightened and brimming with confidence for their future venture. As Li Peng departed from Huang Xia's home, the school day was nearing its end. Rather than returning to school, he opted to visit the local government's computer room, where he penned a reply to Tim. In his letter, Li Peng consented to Tim's collaboration as a co-author to revise and publish their paper, Hyperlinks, Connecting the World. Thus, a groundbreaking paper destined to astonish the world was crafted through a correspondence spanning vast distances between East and West. This work would lay the groundwork for Li Peng's esteemed position in the soon-to-be-established Internet Standards Committee, and it would play an unexpectedly significant role in his company's future endeavors in the realm of Internet commerce. The following day, Li Peng and Huang Xia traveled to Shenyang City, where they opened a joint bank account, depositing Li Peng's 50,000 yuan alongside Huang Xia's 20,000 yuan. Subsequently, Li Peng assumed a hands-off role in the business. After bidding farewell to Huang Xia, he made his way to the 7th middle school, eager to see his young girlfriend. Chapter 071. The Taiji character release conference. With ample time before his appointment, Li Peng chose to walk to the 7th middle school rather than take a vehicle. Although he had spent more time in the city recently than in the countryside, his visits had been hurried and fleeting. He relished the solitude of strolling through unfamiliar streets, basking in the experience of anonymity amidst the crowd. Stopping at a small roadside shop, he spent a yuan to purchase a pack of cigarettes and a box of matches. He waved off the proprietor's offer of change, leaving the shop under the owner's puzzled gaze. Outside, the sky was overcast and the northern wind howled. Finding a sheltered spot, Li Peng struck a match and lit his cigarette, tossing the match aside and inhaling deeply as he ambled toward the school. As Li Peng walked down the street, no one could have fathomed that the smoking youth passing by was the very prodigy who had recently captivated the entire city. Since Li Kang's rebirth in September, several months have elapsed. Despite the brevity of this time, he has garnered various accolades, and all who know him regard him with admiration or envy. His family members are filled with pride and joy for him. Yet, at times, Li Kang feels a profound sense of loneliness, as if he inhabits a single-player game where everyone around him is merely an NPC, leaving him as the sole player. This sensation is profoundly disheartening, often robbing him of sleep and igniting an urge to confide in someone about his extraordinary circumstance. Perhaps this is the price one must pay for rebirth. He extinguished the last remnants of his cigarette and lit another, inhaling deeply as he strode forward, leaving behind a wisp of smoke. Upon reaching the entrance of the 7th middle school, Li Kang glanced at his watch. It was still before 11 o'clock, prompting him to step into the campus. Within the grounds, some classes were still engaged in physical education. As he walked along the path, he attracted the attention of several students who recognized him as the boy who had performed a slam dunk that day. However, contrary to his expectations, no throng of infatuated girls approached him. In truth, the girls of this era retained a rare innocence. and such displays of admiration were typically reserved for specific environments and circumstances. Had this been a later time, the situation would likely have unfolded differently. Li Kang's anxious heart began to ease as he pocketed his hands and proceeded toward Lin Jing's classroom. Before he reached the classroom, the melodious sound of an accordion wafted through the air, accompanied by the harmonious voices of students singing. With a slight touch to his nose, he gathered his courage and knocked on the door of Lin Jing's classroom. The music ceased, and a stunningly beautiful teacher in her late 20s, cradling the accordion, opened the door. She frowned at Li Kang and inquired, "Which class are you from? Is there something that cannot wait until after class?" Li Kang, momentarily taken aback by the beauty of the teacher, thought to himself, "What a coincidence. Chun Yan. Lin Jing's music teacher is Chun Yan. Teacher. He has come to see me," Lin Jing exclaimed joyfully from within the classroom upon spotting Li Kang. "What do you need from Lin Jing?" Chun Yan asked, glancing at Lin Jing before turning her attention back to Li Kang. "It's nothing serious. I was just in town for some errands and thought I'd drop by to see Lin Jing. I apologize for the interruption, Teacher Chun. I'll wait downstairs for a while," Li Kang replied, turning to leave for the lower level of the building. "Wait a moment. You mentioned you aren't a student of the 7th middle school. What is your name?" Chun Yan inquired. "Please continue your class. I wouldn't want to disturb you." Li Kang quickened his pace, recalling Lin Jing's mention of the music teacher wanting to meet him. He already had enough on his plate and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. "Li Kang," Chun Yan called after him. Li Kang hesitated, but quickly regained his composure and dashed down the stairs. After approximately 2 minutes, Lin Jing descended from the upper floor, her face adorned with an expression of contrition as she addressed Li Pang, stating, "Li Pang, the teacher has asked me to summon you." "Just now?" The teacher inquired if you were Li Pang, and I nodded in affirmation. Observing Lin Jing's demeanor, Li Pang felt a pang of sympathy, reaching out to gently caress her cheek before responding with a smile. "It is not your fault. When the teacher inquires, one cannot deceive her. I shall accompany you upstairs." The pair returned to the classroom, where Chun Yan gestured for Lin Jing to return to her seat. With a playful smile directed at Li Pang, she remarked, "Li Pang, you truly possess an impressive air. I have asked Lin Jing to fetch you several times without success." Teacher, I am merely a naive lad from the countryside," Li Pang replied with a sheepish grin. Chun Yan interjected, pointing at the accordion that had been placed on the lectern. "Can you play it?" "Haha, no. I cannot possibly play the accordion." Li Pang vehemently shook his head in denial. "Is that so?" Chun Yan inquired, her gaze piercing into Li Pang's eyes. "Well, I know a little," he admitted, feeling a trickle of cold sweat as he was scrutinized by Chun Yan, whose striking beauty was enough to render any man defenseless under her gaze for more than 10 seconds. "Please, play us a piece," Chun Yan gestured invitingly. "Very well then." Li Pang, no longer hesitant, approached the lectern and reached for the accordion. "Big brother, do you know my mother?" A soft voice emerged from behind the lectern, belonging to a diminutive girl of about 2 years old, her hair styled in little braids. Li Pang navigated around the lectern, spotting the cherubic girl seated on a small chair, her large, sparkling eyes fixed upon him. He smiled and crouched down to her level. "Little sister, I do not know your mother." He recognized the girl, who seemed to be a constant presence wherever Chun Yan went, including during work hours. Chun Yan's exquisite beauty and exceptional musical talent, combined with her daughter's charming demeanor, led nearly all superiors to overlook the unconventionality of her bringing her child to work. The little girl had been obscured behind the lectern moments prior, hence Li Pang's failure to notice her. "Then how did you know my mother's surname is Chun?" The little girl, despite her tender age, was not easily appeased. "Haha, it was the big sister from earlier who informed me," Li Pang teased as he gently tugged at her braid. The little girl shook her head in disapproval of Li Pang's playful action, yet she seemed to accept his explanation. Pouting, "Did not my mother ask you to play the accordion? What are you doing here?" Li Pang rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, "Was it not you who called me over?" However, he found it pointless to debate with the 2-year-old. Thus, in a playful act of retribution, he tugged at her braid once more, then stood up, disregarding her displeasure, cradling the accordion in his arms as he turned to Chun Yan. "Teacher Chun, what should I play?" "The piece you are most proficient at," she replied. Li Pang smiled, glanced down at the accordion in his hands, and began to play a lively tune. He did not dare to play any challenging pieces, opting instead for a simple children's song. And he even intentionally played a few notes incorrectly. Halfway through, Chun Yanting furrowed her brow, although Li Kang held the accordion with the ease of a seasoned player. The music produced was a stark contrast to his initial display of skill. Nevertheless, she allowed him to finish his performance. "Hee, how shameless. You've made several mistakes, and you still can't play as well as Nuan Nuan," the little girl Nuan Nuan remarked, standing up and scrunching her small nose in front of Li Kang. Li Kang, is this really your level? Chun-Yin observed him with a hint of amusement. Yes, as a country boy, I only know a few children's songs. I'm quite clumsy. Li Kang shrugged. Most of the students below could sing the songs Li Kang had written for Lin Jing. And coupled with his stunning performance during the basketball game at the 7th middle school, they had high expectations when he picked up the accordion. However, his performance left them disappointed, save for Lin Jing, who looked at him with a smile. She understood his intentions. Bolstered by the unwavering trust of a girl in love for her boyfriend. Are you sure? I can't shake the feeling that something is off, Chun-Yin said, her brow furrowing. Absolutely certain, teacher. Just let me go. I'll wait for Jing outside the classroom, Li Kang affirmed. Not so fast. Play that wahaha again for me. Chun-Yin insisted, unwilling to let him off the hook. All right, Li Kang relented, once again playing the piece, this time deliberately making a few more errors. Hee, Li Kang. You are indeed cunning. I see what's going on. Chun-Yin laughed upon hearing him play again, her radiant smile leaving Li Kang momentarily dazzled. Li Kang remained silent, curious about what he had done wrong that allowed Chun-Yin to detect the flaw. Li Kang, play the part you messed up again, Chun-Yin instructed. Teacher Chun. I'm not sure where I went wrong, he replied, internally thinking, I want to fall for your trick. Stop pretending. Play the ending part again, she insisted. Fine. Li Kang acquiesced, once more playing the ending of Wahaha. Stop, right there. Play it again. Chun-Yin gestured for him to pause. He complied, repeating the segment and then looking at her, awaiting her next words. Li Kang, do you really think someone who can execute such finesse at the end would make mistakes on a simple tune like Wahaha? Chun-Yin inquired, her expression a blend of intrigue and skepticism. Hearing her words, Li Kang thought to himself, I was careless, such a waste of effort. If one were to ask which instrument Li Kang was most proficient with in his past life, it would not be the piano, but rather the accordion and harmonica. The former was taught by Chun-Yin, while he had self-taught the latter. The melody of Waha was the first piece that Li Kang mastered while learning the accordion. Hence, when he sought a simple tune earlier, he instinctively chose Waha. As an accomplished accordionist, it would be a trivial matter for him to intentionally misplay a few notes. However, whether on the piano or the accordion, Li Kang enjoyed treating certain notes with a personal touch. For instance, the subtle yet exceptional technique he employed at the conclusion of Waha was a nuance that only a few could replicate, a habit cultivated under Chun-Yan's influence. Hee. Teacher Chun, you truly have an insightful eye, Li Kang remarked with a smile. Humph. Big brother, deceiving your mother is not the behavior of a good child. The little girl interjected playfully. Big brother, the way you played just now is how I heard my mother play, but I could never manage it. Did your mother teach you? The little girl, who had been immersed in music since infancy, certainly displayed remarkable talent. Little sister, it was merely a coincidence. Li Kang replied. My name is Nan Nan, not little sister, the girl retorted, playfully biting her finger. All right, Nan Nan, Li Kang conceded, tugging at her pigtail. Li Kang, reveal your true abilities. Don't try to deceive me, Chun-Yin said, her expression turning serious. Realizing the situation was escalating, Li Kang decided to take the plunge. After all, Chun-Yin was not a ferocious beast. He nodded and said to Chun-Yin, Teacher Chun, if I play one more piece, will you let me go? Play first. Chun-Yin replied impatiently. Li Kang ceased speaking, inhaled deeply, glanced at the accordion in his hands, and then with a vigorous pull to the sides, he pushed inward, unleashing a powerful strike on the keys. The accordion emitted a fierce roar, followed by a heart-wrenching lament that resonated through the air. Chun-Yin furrowed her brow. Despite her extensive musical knowledge, she had never encountered this piece, yet it felt eerily familiar, evoking a deep pain within her. As the music softened, Li Kang's hands danced across the keys, intertwining two distinct yet beautifully melancholic melodies. The sound resembled two lovers in fervent conversation, cherishing their time together. Lin Jing, seated in her spot, cradled her chin in her hands, captivated by the melodies emanating from her beloved. Memories of joyous days spent with Li Kang flooded her mind, causing her lips to curve into a delicate smile. Their eyes met momentarily, and a profound understanding passed between them. Such exquisite moments are always bittersweet. As everyone became enveloped in the enchanting atmosphere crafted by Li Kang, the music gradually intensified, introducing dissonant notes that caused the audience to furrow their brows in unison. The once harmonious lovers found themselves at odds, embroiled in conflict. Following a surge of passionate melodies, the lovers parted ways, leaving behind a solitary girl in a room, whispering softly to her reflection in the mirror as the music diminished into a whisper. Lin Jing sat in her seat, tears slowly tracing down her cheeks. Her heart ached, and she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What was happening to Li Kang? She recalled the last time he sang in spring, when his expression mirrored the same sorrow. With a sharp crack, a tense silence enveloped the crowd as the girl shattered the mirror. She approached the window, flung it open, and leaped into the void. Li Kang closed his eyes. That afternoon, the sky was overcast. Chun Yin summoned her most esteemed student, Li Kang, to the music room, where she played the piece on both the piano and the organ. Afterward, she handed him the sheet music, saying, "Take good care of this. The teacher must leave. Wan has gone to her grandmother's house." The following morning, the lifeless body of Chun Yin was discovered, already cold, beneath the school dormitory. Li Kang watched from a distance as they covered her with a pristine sheet and carried her away. Instead of approaching, he ran frantically to the music room, where he spent the entire day mastering the piece. The initial segment, which was absent from the original, was a personal addition by Li Kang. Once he had learned it, he burned the sheet music and resolutely tore up the acceptance letter from the music academy, opting to return to his rural home to teach. As the haunting melody concluded amidst heart-wrenching sorrow, Li Kang opened his eyes, gazing deeply at the still figure of Chun Yin beside him, and asked, "Teacher Chun, are you satisfied?" Li Kang. Lin Jing suddenly stood from her seat, approached him, and grasped his hand. Li Kang smiled at her, patted her hand, and said, "Shall we go?" Lin Jing nodded, leaning against him as they exited the classroom. "Li Kang, what is the name of that piece?" Chun Yin inquired as Li Kang was about to leave, not stopping him this time. "Shang," he replied, halting momentarily without turning back. "Did you compose it?" "No. It was taught to me by a beautiful female teacher, much like you." "Who is she?" "You wouldn't know her. She has passed away." Li Kang responded before descending the stairs with Lin Jing, leaving behind a group of stupefied students and a contemplative Chun Yin. Neither Li Kang nor Lin Jing spoke as they exited the school gates. "Jinger, let's not take a bus. Accompany me for a walk," Li Kang suggested, feeling a heaviness in his heart. "All right," Lin Jing nodded, tightly wrapping her arms around his, and they began to stroll slowly forward. The sky grew increasingly overcast, and halfway along their path, Li Kang felt a chill on his face. Looking up, he realized it was about to snow. "Jinger, it's snowing," he remarked. Lin Jing glanced up at him, offering a sweet smile without uttering a word or inquiring about the earlier events. She understood that if Li Kang wished to speak, he would do so. If not, questions would be futile. The snow fell more heavily, quickly blanketing the ground in white. A gust of wind made Lin Jing shiver. Li Kang unzipped his down jacket and said, "Come here." Lin Jing nestled into the warmth of his jacket, wrapping an arm around his waist as they hurried forward through the flurry of snowflakes. The snowfall intensified, prompting Li Kang and Lin Jing to seek a bus stop to return home. "Li Kang, is that you?" Just as they stood waiting under the bus stop, a quivering voice called from behind. Li Kang turned to see the plump girl, Ma Wan, standing outside the bus shelter. "Fatty, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" "Oh, I forgot. You're also a free student." Li Kang was somewhat taken aback, yet pleasantly surprised to see the chubby girl at that moment. "I had come to the city with my parents, who had some matters to attend to, and had asked me to wait at my relative's house." Ma Wenjuan's voice sounded peculiar as she fixed her gaze on Lin Jing. Nestled in Li Kang's embrace, "You should find some shelter. The snow is too heavy. And do you have an umbrella?" Li Kang suggested. "No, my relative's house is nearby." She replied. "Li Kang, is Lin Jing your girlfriend?" Ma Wenjuan inquired with a smile. "You've figured it out." "Indeed, she is," Li Kang admitted, feeling no need for concealment. And he tightened his hold around Lin Jing, smiling. "You both wait for the bus here. I must be off." The chubby girl blushed, and after speaking, dashed into the swirling snow. With a sudden slip, she fell to the ground, and Li Kang shouted from behind, "Take it easy. The road is slippery." The chubby girl said nothing, picked herself up without brushing off the snow, and continued running. However, she soon fell again. Rising once more, she attempted to run ahead, only to tumble yet again. This time, she sat on the ground, lost in thought. The onlookers waiting for the bus erupted into laughter at her clumsy antics. "What are you laughing at?" Li Kang, feeling an inexplicable surge of irritation, shouted at the laughing crowd. "Li Kang, go help her," Lin Jing urged. Releasing her grip on him, he approached the spot where the chubby girl had fallen. Upon seeing him, she called out, "Don't come over," and with great effort, scrambled to her feet and hurried away. "What is wrong with her today? She's acting rather strange," Li Kang mused, observing her retreating figure. Yet, he remembered that she had been off lately, so he brushed it aside. "Li Kang, I've seen her before. She's Wang Lingling's deskmate, isn't she?" Lin Jing asked as she nestled back into Li Kang's arms upon his return. "Yes, her name is Ma Wenjuan. Usually, she's quite cheerful, but today she seems different," Li Kang replied. Lin Jing's expression turned inscrutable as she bit her lip, remaining silent, her arms tightening around his waist as if to meld into him. The bus arrived 10 minutes later, and Li Kang and Lin Jing boarded. Unbeknownst to them, as the bus turned a corner and moved forward, the chubby girl emerged from a hidden corner and squatted down, watching the bus disappear into the distance, becoming a solitary figure amidst the snow. A white snowman in her own right. A dignified man and an elegant woman hurriedly approached from the roadside, glancing around anxiously, their faces revealing a sense of urgency as they searched for something. Suddenly, the woman pointed in the direction of the squatting chubby girl, prompting them to rush over. The woman lifted the girl from the ground, gently brushing the snow off her, and together with the man, they walked away, embracing her tenderly. The snow continued to fall heavily, as if attempting to blanket the world's discontent and unhappiness. But could it truly cover it all? Chapter 073. A Kiss of Emotion. Li Kang and Lin Jing visited the family quarters of the cotton mill. After enjoying a heartfelt lunch prepared by Li Kang, the two settled on the living room sofa, embracing each other. "Jinger, aren't you curious about my accordion playing this morning?" Li Kang inquired, noticing that Lin Jing had not asked about his earlier performance. "Of course I'm curious. When did you learn to play the accordion? You've never mentioned it to me." Lin Jing pouted, her curiosity piqued. Unable to resist, Li Kang planted a kiss on Lin Jing's lips and chuckled. "I learned it in my dreams." "Do you believe that?" "I do." "Come on, Li Kang, tell me what else you learned in your dreams." Lin Jing replied with an innocent expression. Though she knew he had not truly learned in a dream, she chose to believe him. "I've learned so much, but I can't recall everything at the moment." "We are destined to be together for a lifetime, and you will eventually know all of it," Li Kang smiled. "Li Kang, do you really think we will get married and be together forever?" Lin Jing asked as she sat up from his embrace. "Silly Jinger, why are you worrying? We will be together for a lifetime," Li Kang affirmed with a nod. "Hee hee, that's wonderful," Lin Jing exclaimed, bouncing up in joy before returning to Nestle against him. "Jinger, there are things I wish to share with you, but I struggle to find the right words. Please forgive me." Li Kang gently caressed Lin Jing's hair. "Okay, Li Kang. I want to ask. Whenever you feel ready to share, just know that as long as you keep me in your heart, I am content." Lin Jing nodded. "Jinger." Li Kang cupped her face and kissed her deeply. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone broke the enchanting moment, jolting them from their embrace. "Damn it," Li Kang muttered, retrieving the phone from his bag with a hint of displeasure. "Hello, who is this?" "Haha, little brother, it's Zhang Xianlong," came the familiar voice, thick with a southern accent. "Oh, it's you, big brother. What brings you here?" Li Kang replied. "Well, the Tai Chi text release conference is set to take place in Shenzhen," Zhang Xianlong announced. "Really? That's fantastic. When is it?" Li Kang asked eagerly. "December 20th, little brother. You must come. It wouldn't be the same without you." "The author," Zhang Xianlong insisted. "You know I'm still a student and have classes to attend. I won't be going. Can't Xiaogu attend instead?" Li Kang declined, reluctant to be the center of attention at the conference. Despite Zhang Xuanlong's persistent invitations, Li Kang remained resolute in his refusal. After parting ways with Lin Jing that afternoon, he returned to Phoenix Township. The following day, Li Kang arrived at class only to discover that Ma Wanwan was absent. Assuming the plump girl was still in the city, he refrained from asking. However, as the next 2 days passed with her seat remaining empty, and her books mysteriously vanished, he began to feel a sense of unease. "Lingling, what's happened to the plump girl? Why hasn't she come to school, and where did her books go?" Li Kang couldn't help but inquire of Wang Lingling. "You finally decided to ask. Zhuanzi has transferred schools," she replied. During this period, Wang Lingling has been rather indifferent towards Li Kang. Upon hearing his inquiry, she turned her head and shot him a glare. "Transferred schools? What on earth happened?" Li Kang questioned in confusion. "You still dare to ask me? I want to ask you instead. What heinous act did you commit?" That day at noon, Zhuanzi came over to collect her books, saying she was transferring schools. When I inquired about it, she wouldn't speak a word. Upon mentioning you, she burst into tears. "Honestly, how could you reduce such a lively person to this state?" Wang Lingling said, somewhat agitated. Li Kang frowned at her words, reflecting on the peculiar behavior of the chubby girl over the past few days, and recalling her unusual actions 2 days prior in Shenyang City. A thought struck him. Could it be that if she truly transferred, perhaps in time she might forget about him? Yet, the absence of her banter and playful arguments in the classroom left an unsettling void. With this in mind, Li Kang chose not to press further and turned his gaze back to his book. December 20th, 1991, Friday, was an extraordinarily significant day for the teachers and students of Phoenix Township. However, for Li Kang, it held particular importance as it marked the day of the Taiji Word Processing System press conference in Shenzhen. Though he did not attend, he remained ceaselessly attentive to the developments surrounding the event. The Hong Kong Kingsoft company regarded this software launch with utmost seriousness. Following the contract signed between Zhang Xianlong and Li Kang in Shenyang City, he hastily returned to Hong Kong to organize a team to promote Kingsoft's Taiji word processing system, generating momentum for the successful execution of the conference. Living a tranquil life in the northern central plains of the mainland, Li Kang was nonetheless stirred by a recent advertisement published in major newspapers across various coastal open cities in China. WPS creator Qiu Boujun strikes again. The era of WPS 20 is imminent. This announcement sent ripples through the computer industry in both coastal regions and first-tier cities of the mainland. Given WPS's formidable influence in the realm of Chinese computer processing, the publication of this advertisement caused an uproar within the industry. Observant individuals had already discerned the remarkable differences in the upgraded product from mere screenshots of the new version of WPS featured in the ad. WPS was already an exceptional Chinese processing system. What kind of surprises could its upgraded version bring? Anticipation ran high among all. Therefore, when Kingsoft declared the WPS 20 launch event scheduled for December 20th in Shenzhen, applications flooded in, including those from nearly all influential computer publications in the country. Even several major mainstream newspapers and television stations joined the fray. Location: Shenzhen Bay Hotel, Shenzhen time, December 20th, 1991. At 2:00 p.m. the launch conference for Kingsoft's Taiji word processing system, the upgraded product of the pride of China's software industry, WPS, was grandly held in the Beehive Building's Chinese restaurant at Shenzhen Bay Hotel. At 9 a.m., the press conference commenced with guest registration from various parties. By 1 p.m., representatives from invited media, government, and enterprises began to arrive at the Beehive Tower Chinese restaurant. At 2 p.m., the product launch for the Kingsoft Taiji word processing system officially began. When the representatives of Kingsoft, led by Zhang Xianlong and Qiu Boujun, made their entrance, the host announced the commencement of the event to a resounding applause. The conference opened with a brief address by Zhang Xianlong, who extended a warm welcome and gratitude to all attendees. He then shifted his discourse to share his insights on the forthcoming Taiji word, conveying his high regard for the product and unwavering confidence in its future prospects. Following Zhang's remarks, the second segment featured a demonstration and explanation of the system's functionalities by software developer Qiu Boujun. Despite his reluctance to embrace the title of software author, having not penned a single line of code, he felt compelled to present due to the company's promotional requirements. As Qiu Boujun took the stage, the audience erupted in sustained applause for this legendary programmer, only ceasing when he gestured for them to do so. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. I am immensely grateful for your presence at the Taiji word product launch amidst your busy schedules. It is my honor to present the features of this groundbreaking product. Ideally, someone more suited to this task should be here, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I am reluctantly stepping in. Please direct your attention to the screen. When Qiu Boujun mentioned a more suitable individual, the audience largely perceived it as a modest remark, with only a few astute journalists and corporate representatives noting Zhang Xuanlong's approving expression. As Qiu Boujun pointed, a rotating Taiji emblem appeared on the screen against a blue backdrop, emblazoned with the Kingsoft logo and the Taiji word processing system, Kingsynapse version 20. Below the emblem was a system loading progress bar, and in the bottom left corner, the authorship was credited to Li Kang and Qiu Boujun. The stunning startup screen captivated the attention of all present, as they had never witnessed a software launch interface of such exquisite design before. After a brief pause of 4 to 5 seconds, the operational interface of Taiji word materialized before the audience. Wow! A chorus of astonishment erupted from the audience, as media journalists wielding cameras fervently clicked their shutters. The entirely graphical user interface of the Taiji text software, meticulously crafted by Li Kang and drawing heavily from the design of contemporary computer graphic interfaces, left nearly everyone witnessing it for the first time utterly captivated. Qiu Boujun felt no surprise at the audience's reaction. He himself had worn a similar expression upon first encountering the software. The press conference proceeded with orderly grace, and as Qiu Boujun completed his demonstration and elucidation of the software's myriad functions, the participants were left with little doubt regarding its market potential. Their primary concern shifted to how many copies the software would sell and whether it might eclipse the sales record set by WPS. Following Qiu Boujun's address, the session transitioned into a period of open questions. Attendees, comprising both media representatives and corporate delegates, eagerly raised their hands, brimming with inquiries. Hello, I am a reporter from Computer World. I have several questions for Mr. Qiu Boujun. Earlier, Mr. Qiu mentioned a more suitable person to demonstrate and introduce the software. May I inquire who this individual is? Is it the other author, Li Kang, featured in the software's launch screen? Additionally, why has Li Kang been placed ahead of you? Mr. Chiu, could you provide a brief elucidation on these matters? The reporter from Computer World inquired. Indeed, the more suitable person I referred to is Li Kang. Regrettably, due to his personal wishes, I am not at liberty to disclose any information about him. However, I must emphasize that Li Kang is the true developer of this software, and among the programmers I genuinely admire. My role in its development was merely one of negligible assistance, Chiu Bojun replied. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience at Chiu Bojun's revelation. What manner of programmer could earn the respect of such a distinguished figure as Chiu Bojun, the foremost programmer of the land? As discussions burgeoned, a myriad of questions about Li Kang ensued, yet both Chiu Bojun and Zhang Xianlong deftly deflected them, citing concerns over personal privacy. Although the media remained unsatisfied with their responses, there was little recourse. The QA session concluded, leaving attendees yearning for more. The conference then included activities such as user experience demonstrations and a raffle. At the culmination of the event, Zhang Xianlong announced that all guests would receive a complimentary set of the Kingsoft Tai Chi text processing system, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo of excitement. That evening, Zhang Xianlong called Li Kang, exuberantly recounting the thrilling scenes from the press conference and expressing regret that Li Kang could not attend. After concluding the call, Li Kang tucked his phone away and returned to the classroom, already envisioning the tidal wave that the release of Tai Chi text would unleash upon the Chinese computing industry. Let the storm come, let the winds blow fiercely. Li Kang could not help but exclaim. Li Kang, what are you doing outside during evening self-study? Why are you making such a commotion? Questioned the homeroom teacher, Tian Feng, as he addressed Li Kang in the classroom. Li Kang scratched his head and turned back to the classroom. Chapter 074. The Mouse Loves Rice following the software launch conference. Numerous media outlets dedicated extensive coverage to the Kingsoft Taiji word, with television networks and daily newspapers leading the charge. Upon first opening Kingsoft Taiji word, one is immediately captivated by its stunning and opulent interface. Utilizing such software is, above all, a visual delight. Kingsoft and Chiu Bojun have undoubtedly invigorated the lagging Chinese software industry, bringing it back in line with global standards. The Kingsoft Taiji word processing system is, without question, a remarkable software that transcends its era, boasting a dazzling full graphical interface and an extraordinarily simple operational mode that is unprecedented and groundbreaking. The mainstream media unanimously focused their reports on the innovative full graphical operation and the elegant software interface of Taiji word. Many outlets expressed a keen interest in Li Kang, the principal author of Taiji word, and engaged in various speculations about this enigmatic and reserved programmer. Opinions varied widely. Some media conjectured that Li Kang was an overseas student who graduated from a prestigious university, dedicated to serving his homeland, while others suggested he was a computer professor at a renowned domestic university. This speculation echoed similar conjectures made by officials at the previous Taiji Software Validation Conference in Shenyang City. While mainstream media tended to emphasize the external presentation of the Taiji software, certain specialized computer media provided far more detailed and profound reports. Nearly all professional outlets opted for software reviews to comprehensively assess Taiji software. Through our extensive evaluation of Kingsoft Taiji word, it becomes evident that it possesses not only a beautiful exterior, but also a powerful core. We found ourselves perplexed at how Taiji word could deliver such an exquisite user interface and formidable word processing capabilities on the limited hardware resources of an ordinary 386 computer. Capabilities typically reserved for small computers and workstations. Although Taiji word offers significantly more powerful features than its predecessor, WPS, we can confidently assert that its manual will be a fraction of WPS's, or perhaps even unnecessary, as the ubiquitous instant help system allows an average computer user to effortlessly master the software. This indeed spells a tragedy for publishers that thrive on producing computer software tutorials. If the aforementioned reports thrilled Li Kang, Zhang Xianlong, and Chiu Bojun, then a phone call received a week after the software launch took that excitement to new heights. On the call, an individual claiming to be a reporter from CCTV's news broadcast expressed a desire to interview the principal author of Kingsoft Taiji word 3 days hence. Zhang Xianlong relayed this news to Li Kang and extended an invitation for him to travel to Shenzhen for the interview, which was declined. Subsequently, Chiu Bojun found himself seated before the CCTV reporter 3 days later. 2 days hence, a report titled The Pride of National Software, focusing on the Kingsoft Taiji word processing system, was broadcast on the CCTV news program. instantly capturing the attention of government officials at all levels across the nation. Following the airing of this report, the number of inquiries received by Kingsoft's Shenzhen office surged dramatically. Concurrently, under the intentional promotion by Kingsoft in Hong Kong, regions utilizing Chinese, such as Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia, began to extensively cover the Taiji software. On the final day of 1991, December 31st, Kingsoft held a product launch for the traditional Chinese version of Taiji software at its Hong Kong headquarters. Just as the media frenzy heightened public anticipation for the Taiji word processor, on January 10, 1992, Kingsoft officially commenced the acceptance of large customer pre-orders for both the simplified and traditional Chinese versions of the Taiji word processing system. Following this announcement, inquiries regarding the pre-order status overwhelmed Kingsoft's sales department. Haha, my dear brother, you seem to be quite carefree, while I am utterly exhausted, Zhang Xianlong lamented to Li Kang over the phone. Come now, stop your lamentations. I can hardly detect any sorrow in your voice. How many software packages have been pre-ordered? Li Kang was more concerned about the pre-order figures, as they significantly impacted his financial prospects. Haha, you've caught on. Why don't you take a guess? Zhang Xianlong replied, evidently in good spirits, even finding time to joke with Li Kang over international long distance. Could it be 20,000 packages? Li Kang ventured, recalling that when WPS was first launched, annual sales reached 30,000. You underestimate your older brother, don't you? Add a bit more, Zhang Xianlong teased. Could it be 100,000 packages? Li Kang suggested, a figure he himself found hard to believe. Well, enough of the suspense. We have 40,000 orders from the mainland, 20,000 for the traditional version, and a little extra, totaling 70,000, Zhang Xianlong boasted over the line. Li Kang was momentarily speechless, his mind racing with calculations. At 200 per package, that equates to 22 million for 10,000 packages and 70,000 packages. Good heavens, that amounts to 140 million. With a 40 share, he calculated, trembling slightly as his thoughts spiraled. Why so silent, my brother? Zhang Xianlong's voice broke through the reverie. I'm fine. Are you sure about the accuracy of these figures? You're not jesting with me, are you? Li Kang tentatively inquired. Are you questioning your brother's integrity? Zhang Xianlong feigned indignation. No. It's just that this fortune has come so swiftly that it leaves me somewhat incredulous. Li Kang chuckled. Brother, you're now worth several tens of millions. When you next visit Shangyang, you must treat me generously, Zhang Xianlong laughed. That's a certainty, Li Kang affirmed. After conversing with Zhang Xianlong for a while longer, Li Kang hung up the phone and turned towards the classroom, feeling as though his feet were barely touching the ground. As if he were in a dream. He pinched his arm hard, wincing in pain, while internally exclaiming, 56 million. I am now a millionaire. I shall buy a car, a house, perhaps even an airplane. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Wang Li, who admonished, Hey, Li Kang, behave yourself. This is a classroom. Why are you flailing about? Wang Li was somewhat irritated by Li Kang's sudden departure from her class to take a phone call, a recurring issue that she had tolerated more than once. However, when he returned, exuberantly gesticulating, all the students turned their attention to him, and she could no longer contain her frustration. I apologize, Li Kang mumbled, abruptly pulled from his excitement. His face flushed as he hurried back to his seat. Once seated, he found himself unable to concentrate on his studies. So he leaned over to Li Ming and asked, Hey, Li Ming, what would you do with 50 million? 50 million? What? Li Ming replied, puzzled. In RMB. Li Kang clarified. I've never thought about it. If I had $50, I would consider going to Lao Huang's restaurant for a big piece of sauced donkey meat. By the way, why has Lao Huang's been closed lately? Li Ming scratched his head, mirroring Li Kang's signature gesture. A move that most boys in the class had adopted by now. What a waste of potential. Forget it. Just pay attention, Li Kang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Li, who was glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. He quickly dismissed Li Ming and feigned attentiveness. Wang Li, amused by Li Kang's antics, found herself laughing, but quickly composed herself and resumed her lecture. Li Kang rested his chin on his hands, gazing at the alluring figure of Wang Li, clad in a professional outfit, feeling certain parts of him stir with desire. He adjusted himself into a more comfortable position, internally reflecting, the ancients were indeed correct. When one is well fed, desires awaken. After class, Wang Li called out, Li Kang, come to my office. She then gathered her books and swayed her captivating figure away. Upon reaching Wang Li's office, he announced, reporting for duty. Come in, came her voice from within. Hello. Teacher Wang, Li Kang said as he entered, catching a glimpse of Wang Li sitting on her bed behind the curtain. It struck him as odd, as she usually sat outside the curtain. He approached and sat beside her bed, adopting a serious demeanor. Huh, you little rascal, spare me the act. Wang Li chuckled at his earnest expression. Dear sister, what is it that you require? Li Kang inquired, noting her avoidance since their last encounter. When he had impulsively kissed her at her home. Li Kang, with the final exams approaching, you've been skipping classes and not paying attention lately. How is your coursework? Don't jeopardize your eligibility for free studies, Wang Li cautioned. Don't worry, dear sister, I am well aware of my studies. Would you like me to recite the animal textbook for you, my animal teacher? Li Kang responded with a grin. Please be serious. If you continue to call me animal teacher, I will have no choice but to confront you. Wang Li feigned anger, feeling somewhat helpless towards Li Kang, who clearly did not regard her as a teacher at all. All right, dear sister, I shall refrain from calling you animal teacher. How about animal sister instead? Li Kang raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. If you dare to, I'll make you regret it, Wang Li retorted, turning to strike at him playfully. Oh dear, sister, you are truly ruthless, Li Kang exclaimed, dramatically seizing her fist. Let go of me. Wang Li, reminded of the events that had transpired between them at home, felt a wave of softness wash over her cheeks flushing as her tone softened. Sister, has Yang Tao troubled you again during this time? Li Kang inquired, releasing her hand. Wang Li shook her head. No, he is merely a bully who fears the strong. After you intimidated him that day, he wouldn't dare show his face again. Little Kang, you heartless creature. It's been ages since you last visited me. Wang Li lamented after a moment of silence. The past few weeks had been challenging for her, although she was free from Yang Tao's abuse. Being a divorced woman came with its own set of troubles. She had to endure the peculiar glances from some teachers and villagers, and fend off unwanted advances from male teachers and villagers who harbored fantasies about her. Were it not for her need for this job and her ties to this place, she would have longed to escape this realm of turmoil. I'm sorry, sister, Li Kang, preoccupied with matters concerning Taiji text, had devoted most of his energy to designing the system architecture for the Taiji office system at school, thereby neglecting Wang Li. Yet, upon witnessing her forlorn expression, all his excuses faded away, leaving him to ponder whether he truly had no time even to spare a few moments with her. Sister, I understand you've been busy. Hee, I presume you've earned quite a bit lately, having sold numerous software packages to the municipal government. Wang Li forced a smile, attempting to sound casual. Indeed, the income I've amassed could sustain you for a lifetime, Li Kang declared, calculating his assets without a hint of exaggeration. Is that truly the case? How wonderful. Pray tell, how much have you earned? Wang Li teased, playfully brushing a strand of hair from her face. Her innocent, flirtatious gesture sent Li Kang's heart racing, and though he instinctively reached for her hand, she deftly evaded his grasp. Now, sister, brace yourself. You might be in for a shock when I reveal the numbers. Li Kang chuckled, scratching his head. Just tell me already. I assure you, my emotional fortitude is not so feeble. Let go. Wang Li playfully swatted at him. Yet he held her hand firmly. After a few futile attempts to break free, she resigned herself to his grip. I sold a total of 100 software packages to the government, each priced at 2,000 yuan. Let me do the math, Li Kang said, instinctively tracing circles in her palm. Do not move, little brother. This won't count. 100 multiplied by 2,000 equals 200,000. Wow, little brother. You've earned 200,000. Wang Li felt a bit weak as Li Kang drew circles in her palm, and her gaze towards him became teary. In a moment of emotional turmoil, she solved a simple multiplication problem, only to be startled by the immense sum she calculated. Even the sensation of Li Kang's drawing faded away. Indeed, if my sister's multiplication is correct, Li Kang chuckled. Giggling, my brother has truly achieved something remarkable. Earning so much at once, Wang Li exclaimed, for 200,000 was an astronomical figure in her eyes. Sister, I promise to support you for a lifetime. You need not worry about me being unable to provide for you now, Li Kang said, pleased to see Wang Li's joy. Giggling, I wasn't worried at all. My little brother is the best. Let me think, I want to buy so many beautiful clothes and a plethora of cosmetics. Little brother, will you buy them for me? Wang Li asked, resembling a little girl, feigning a pitiful expression as she looked at Li Kang. Li Kang felt a twinge of sadness. Most of Wang Li's clothes were cheap finds from street vendors, and she rarely used cosmetics. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but her meager monthly salary of 100 or so simply could not sustain such expenses, although her natural beauty masked the frugality of her attire and bare face. It could not conceal her fervent longing for beautiful clothing and cosmetics. Of course, sister, I will buy you any clothes you desire. How about we go on a shopping spree this weekend? Li Kang gently caressed Wang Li's cheek. This time, Wang Li did not resist his touch. Instead, she pressed his hand against her soft, smooth cheek and softly said, "Little brother, I know it's not easy for you to earn this money. You should save it to honor our parents. If there's anything left, keep it for your future wife. As long as you come to chat with me often, I will be content." Sister, Li Kang nearly revealed the 5 million sales commission he was about to receive, but held back, fearing it would overwhelm Wang Li and lead to unintended consequences. "Do not speak. Let me rest against you for a moment. I feel a bit tired," Wang Li said, leaning against Li Kang's broadening chest and closing her eyes. Li Kang ceased speaking, wrapping one arm around Wang Li and gently stroking her silky hair with the other. Wang Li was a woman who loved fiercely and hated just as passionately. Otherwise, she would not have given up the opportunity to teach at an elementary school in the city after graduating from teachers' college. Following Yang Tao without hesitation to the impoverished Phoenix Township, where both salary and living conditions were vastly inferior. At that time, her grandmother had already passed away, and she had entrusted her entire being to her deep love for Yang Tao. However, her fervent devotion did not yield equal returns, and gradually, her heart became wounded and shattered. Just when she felt her heart was on the brink of dying, Li Kang appeared. Initially, Wang Li regarded him merely as a mischievous middle school boy. When Li Kang expressed his desire to have her as an older sister, she agreed, motivated by the hope of guiding a wayward youth onto the right path. However, as Li Kang repeatedly defended her and provided her with a protective shield, even resorting to physical confrontations on her behalf, her once dwindling heart began to revive. Thus, when Yang Tao proposed divorce, she acquiesced. At times, Wang Li exhibited a certain timidity. Upon informing Li Kang of her separation from Yang Tao, she found herself swayed by his repeated assurances of care, even his promise to support her for a lifetime. Yet, she hesitated, plagued by the vast age difference and their respective circumstances. Encountering Lin Jing, Wang Li perceived the tender attentiveness and almost indulgent affection Li Kang bestowed upon her, which unsettled her. Subconsciously, she feared the day he might abandon her. That night, restless in her room, she found herself inexplicably knocking on Li Kang's door. Upon seeing him, words eluded her, and she resorted to trivial inquiries. When Li Kang kissed her passionately, her heart fluttered, and she willingly reciprocated, contemplating that perhaps this was a favorable turn of events. Yet, as he sought to progress further, she once again recoiled. For days, she wrestled with her feelings, horrified to realize she had developed an uncontrollable affection for this boy nearly a decade her junior. Occasionally, she contemplated severing the confusion, thinking that perhaps a pure sibling relationship with Li Kang could be delightful. However, even the thought of such a course of action caused her heart to ache, rendering her breathless, let alone the prospect of actualizing it. As she grappled with the complexities of her relationship with Li Kang, she noticed his absence had stretched for quite some time. The days without him were dreary, compelling her to summon him to her dormitory after class. Typically, she conversed with him from beyond the curtain, but this time she seated herself within, on her bed, perhaps unconsciously yearning for something to transpire. "Little Kang, will you truly care for me for a lifetime?" Wang Li inquired. "Indeed, I have promised to take care of you forever," Li Kang affirmed. "If I remarry and am mistreated again, will you defend me as you did before?" As she posed this question, her heart ached, nearly choking her breath. "Absolutely. Regardless of whether you marry, I will. If that man dares to harm you, I shall confront him. If he does not amend his ways, I shall eliminate him," Li Kang declared, his teeth clenched, his arm trembling slightly. Suddenly, Wang Li placed her hand over Li Kang's mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Little Kang, please don't say that. I understand. I won't remarry. I will let you care for me for the rest of my life." His resolute words illuminated certain truths for her. "Sister, I need not explain. You understand. Little Kang, kiss me." Tears streamed down Wang Li's cheeks, yet a radiant smile graced her face, illuminating the room. Wang Li wrapped her arms around Li Kang's neck, her eyes gently closed, as she leaned in to press her rosy lips against his. Chapter 076, Unraveling the Heart's Knot. La la la, la la la. "I'm a little newspaper vendor," Li Kang hummed cheerfully as he exited Wang Li's dormitory. At that moment, his mood was as delightful as enjoying an ice pop on a sweltering summer day. He had not anticipated that today would bring him not only the joyous news of a successful sale of Tai Chi software, but also a significant breakthrough in his relationship with Wang Li. It seemed he had not consulted the almanac, as today was indeed a day of fortuitous fortune. Feeling elated, Li Kang found everyone around him pleasing, even Pan Wei, whom he greeted warmly as they passed each other, leaving Pan Wei looking bewildered. Perplexed, Pan Wei scratched his head as he walked away, unaware of when he had picked up this subconscious gesture. Suddenly, the large mobile phone in Li Kang's backpack rang. He retrieved the device, which resembled a brick. from his bag. Ever since he acquired it, he had carried it everywhere, reminiscing about the sleek, modern phones and advanced wireless networks of the future whenever he made or received a call. Standing by the roadside, he pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Guess who I am. Lin Jing's cheerful voice came through the line. Upon hearing her voice, Li Kang felt an inexplicable anxiety, akin to that of a husband caught in infidelity by his wife. The earlier elation evaporated, replaced by a contemplative dread over how to navigate the complex relationship between Lin Jing and Wang Li. Both women were immensely significant to him, and he found it difficult to choose between them. He wished for a harmonious coexistence, reminiscent of the ancient legends of a Huang and Nuing sharing a husband. Yet he perceived such a scenario as improbable as the world ending in 2012. Whatever will be, will be. I shall take one step at a time and find a resolution, Li Kang reassured himself. Hello, Li Kang, is that you? Why are you silent? Lin Jing's voice chimed in again. Yes, it's me, Jing Er. What brings you to call me at this hour? Li Kang replied. Humph. Can't I call you without a reason? I have nothing urgent. I'm hanging up now. Lin Jing feigned annoyance. Li Kang glanced at the students passing by, clearly intrigued by the bulky device he held. Each one slowed their pace, fixated on the legendary mobile phone that seemed to belong only to gang leaders in Hong Kong action films, as if they would not relent until they had scrutinized it thoroughly. Don't hang up, my dear Jing Er. Are you missing me? Li Kang moved to a more secluded area, lowering his voice. What are you doing, sneaking around? Have you done something to wrong me? Lin Jing inquired. The speaker's words were uttered without intent, yet they bore significant weight to the listener. Upon hearing this, Li Kang was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He forced a chuckle and said, Jing, how could a person as pure as I commit any wrongdoing against you? Do you no longer trust me? At that moment, he felt a tinge of disdain for himself. I am currently at the campus, surrounded by people. Surely, you wouldn't want our private conversation to be overheard by others? Li Kang continued to explain. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. My father asked me to call and inform you that your computer has been returned. When you have the time, come to my house to retrieve it, Lin Jing stated, revealing the purpose of her call. Is that true? How wonderful. I will go to your house tomorrow. Li Kang exhaled with relief, his heart swelling with joy at the news of his long-awaited computer, his voice buoyant with excitement. All right then, Li Kang. I will take a leave of absence tomorrow to wait for you at home. I miss you. Lin Jing's voice was soft and tender. Okay, I miss you too. Li Kang replied, neglecting to inquire about Lin Jing's studies. In his view, academic performance was merely a hurdle designed for the ordinary, for Lin Jing. As long as her grades were not too poor, she could choose any high school in Shenyang City after graduating from middle school, regardless of Lin Weidong's wishes. Sometimes, the world is inherently unjust. More accurately, fairness has never existed in the world. Thus, Li Kang was far more concerned about Lin Jing's happiness. Grades were but ephemeral concerns. Since Lin Jing mentioned taking a leave to wait for him at home, he readily agreed. After exchanging a few sweet nothings with Lin Jing, Li Kang ended the call, only to be struck by another question. Where would he place the computer once it was retrieved? It certainly could not remain at the township government. It would be more convenient to use the government-esque computer. With this thought, Li Kang turned and headed back to Wang Li's dormitory, reasoning that temporarily storing it with her might be the best option. First, the fact that he acknowledged Wang Li as his sister was already well known among the teachers and students in the township, making it uncontroversial for the computer to be placed with her. Secondly, with the computer at school, he could spend the entire day at Wang Li's side while remaining informed about any school activities. Thirdly, driven by his personal desires, Li Kang, having recently made significant progress in his relationship with Wang Li, hoped to have more opportunities for solitude with her. Having the computer at her place would serve as a perfect excuse. Lastly, Li Kang believed that as his partner, Wang Li should be privy to certain aspects of his life, and, if possible, he hoped she could assist him with some matters. Just as Wang Li finished arranging her appearance, she noticed Li Kang returning, a blush rising to her cheeks. Earlier, she felt a surge of emotion from having initiated a kiss with him, and after their passionate embrace, she had insisted he leave. Now, seeing him again, she assumed he had returned to seek something from her. Remaining behind the curtain, she sat on her bed and asked, Xiao Kang, why are you back again? Unbeknownst to her, her voice trembled slightly. Li Kang's thoughts were entirely absorbed in the tasks he intended to undertake after acquiring his new computer. Completely oblivious to Wang Li's unusual demeanor, he expressed his desire to leave the newly purchased computer at her place and mentioned that he would be going into the city the following day, inviting her to join him. Feel free to leave it, she replied, but I have classes tomorrow, so I want to be going. Is there anything else? Wang Li observed Li Kang standing outside the curtain without entering, disappointment flickering across her face. Nothing else, Li Kang responded. It's fine, you can go, Wang Li said. Oh, I'll retrieve the computer tomorrow and bring it straight to you when I return. I'll take my leave now, Li Kang concluded before stepping out. Wooden block. Little rascal, you insufferable Li Kang. After he departed, Wang Li, in a fit of frustration, seized the pillow from her bed and began to throw it repeatedly as a means of venting her anger. However, she quickly recognized her own loss of composure. Her face burning with embarrassment, she covered her face with her hands, inwardly lamenting. Wang Li, how could you behave like a petulant child, harboring such trivial anger? Oh dear, what a disgrace. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Kang boarded a bus heading to the city. Upon arrival, still before 9 o'clock, he first went to North Street, purchasing several winter outfits for Wang Li. Relying on his memory of her measurements, he boldly acquired a few sets of lingerie at the local shop, enduring the peculiar gaze of the shopkeeper. Among them was a set that, in the 1990s, was considered quite avant-garde, though in the eyes of modern beauties, it appeared rather conservative. The reasons behind his choice remained solely in Li Kang's heart. He placed the purchased garments at Wang Li's home in the yarn factory compound before making his way to the municipal government compound. By 10 o'clock, he stood at the entrance of Lin Weidong's residence, ringing the doorbell. Li Kang, come in quickly, it's cold outside. Lin Jing greeted him with a bright smile as she opened the door, her joy palpable. Once inside, she closed the door and embraced Li Kang, planting a light kiss on his lips, exclaiming, Li Kang, I've missed you terribly. Feeling somewhat guilty, he glanced around and asked, aren't your parents home? Don't worry. My father will be back for lunch, and my mother is out. She won't return until after 11:30, Lin Jing reassured him, noting his anxious demeanor. That's good to hear, Li Kang replied, though a slight burden of apprehension lingered, as this space was not as familiar to him as Wang Li's home in the yarn factory compound, which fully belonged to him in her absence. Jinger, shall we go upstairs? I feel a bit uneasy down here, Li Kang suggested, still somewhat anxious. He coward. All right, follow me, Lin Jing teased, playfully tapping his nose as she led the way. As they ascended the stairs, Li Kang noticed a box containing a computer beneath the staircase and inquired, Jinger, is that my computer? Yes. Dad said you should wait at home for him. After lunch, Uncle Zhang will drive you back, Lin Jing explained. Li Kang nodded and followed Lin Jing into her room. Once inside, Lin Jing casually closed the door and looked at Li Kang with glistening eyes. Li Kang, sing me another song. It has been a long time since you wrote one for me, she said from behind him. What song do you wish to hear? Li Kang inquired. I want to hear a love song. I want you to sing it for me. Lin Jing pondered for a moment before responding. Let me think. A love song, Li Kang mused, then softly began to hum. I hear your voice, a special sensation, making me yearn, daring not to forget you. I love you. Loving you, just like a mouse loves rice. No matter the storms we face, I will always be by your side. As he sang with deep affection, he turned to look at Lin Jing. When the song concluded, Lin Jing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She gently embraced Li Kang's head against her chest and said, that was beautiful, albeit a bit peculiar. Li Kang, I cannot bear to be apart from you even for a moment. Without you by my side, everything feels utterly dull. What should I do? If this continues, my parents might notice. Jinger, trust me, it won't be long. At most another 6 months, and we shall be together always. Attending school and returning home together. How does that sound? Li Kang sensed Lin Jing's deep affection for him and reassured her. Li Kang, is what you say truly sincere? Lin Jing asked, her voice tinged with surprise. When have I ever deceived you? However, I do have one request, Li Kang replied, wanting to instill a sense of responsibility in her, considering she was not yet 16. Go ahead, I will comply, Lin Jing assured him, believing that being with Li Kang was of utmost importance. Jinger, you must promise that your academic performance will not decline over the next 6 months. I know you have always excelled in your studies. If your grades drop because of me and Lin uncle and any notice, it would not bode well for either of us, Li Kang stated earnestly. All right, my little teacher, rest assured, I will strive to do well. If my grades fall, then I shall not see you. Is that acceptable? Lin Jing teased, playfully ruffling Li Kang's hair. I would miss you dearly, but for our future, let us both endeavor together, shall we? Li Kang said. Yes, let us strive together. Lin Jing felt elated at the thought of working alongside Li Kang. Li Kang, could you sing that song again for me? Oh, and I forgot to ask, what is the name of that song? Lin Jing inquired. The song is called A Mouse Loves Rice. I will transcribe the lyrics and melody for you shortly, so you can learn to sing it yourself, Li Kang replied. At 11:30, Wei Shuxian returned from outside carrying several plastic bags filled with groceries. At that moment, Li Kang and Lin Jing emerged from the room. With Li Kang seated beside the piano, and together they began to play and sing A Mouse Loves Rice. Wei Shuxian nodded at Li Kang, who stood to greet her, before heading towards the kitchen. At noon, Lin Weidong returned as well. After Li Kang had dined at the Lin family residence, Lin Weidong called for the driver, Xiao Zhang, to come and assist in loading the computer into the trunk of the car, exiting the municipal government housing complex. Li Kang first instructed Xiao Zhang to drive to the textile factory's staff quarters to collect the clothing she had purchased for Wang Li, before heading directly back to her hometown.